your name will be glorified. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you, Reverend. Please remain standing for the national anthem of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique, which will be played on steel drum by Mekendou Digale, a student of the Presentation Brothers College. Thank you, Mekendou, and of course we want to say a special thank you to Reverend Prescott from the Methodist Church for the invocation. Ladies and gentlemen, we have representation from the Ministry of Education, and we'd like to invite Permanent Secretary Kevin Andel in the Ministry of Education, Human Resource Development, and Religious Affairs and Information.
Honorable Nolan Bain Hosford, Minister of Sports, President of the Grenada Secondary School Principal Association, the manager of the Republic Bank, Reverend Prescott, all other invited guests and important officials. On behalf of the Ministry of Education, I would like to wish the Grenada Secondary School Principal Association, the organizers of this event, the Republic Bank, Ministry of Sports, and the other stakeholders for allowing Grenada to experience Intercol 2022. We have had a break, and it has been a long break. But the break has reminded us of how important Intercol is. It is the biggest stage for track and field. It is also the biggest social event after Carnival. It also reminds us of the opportunity that Intercol Games has provided for the best among our students to showcase what they can do, but also to present them with the opportunity so that they can further develop their skills. The Ministry of Education welcome, as I said before, the Games and express gratitude to the organizers for doing all that they can to make this happen. For the sponsors, Republic Bank, without you, this would not happen. To you, the principals and staff of all the representing schools, your efforts and your work would be expressed today. To the parents, and to you, the athletes, most importantly, today marks the return to track and field on a national level. It also marks the opportunity for you to compete and to showcase what you can do. But in the spirit of fair play, do your best. These games are an expression of who we are as a people. Resilient, determined. On behalf of the Ministry of Education, we wish you the best for today. Thank you.
Thank you, P.S. Andel, Permanent Secretary, the Ministry of Education. Ladies and gentlemen, our title sponsor, Republic Bank, we want to say thank you so much, and we would like to invite a representative, Mr. Dorian McPhail, to come and make some remarks.
Ladies and gentlemen, athletes, specially invited guests, officials, dignitaries, all. After over 800 days, Republic Bank is pleased to bring together the budding track and field athletes from secondary schools across the Tri-Island state to the return of Intercol. Today will be marked by many firsts. The first time the games would be officially held under Republic Bank banner. The first time some athletes would be competing at the stadium, and the first time some of you will be experiencing the Intercol Championships. While we know today will be one of fun and excitement, make no mistake, it would also be keen and rivalry, an excellent showcase of talent that our island is known for. For decades, Grenada has been well represented in the international sporting arena. We've had representation in various world-class meets, such as IAAF championships, the Olympics, and Diamond League games, to name a few. Many of these athletes got their first taste of serious competition at the Intercol Games. While we speak of representation, our very own brand ambassador, the current IAAF World Champion in javelin throw, Anderson Peters, comes readily to mind. Earlier this morning, he graced us with his presence and delivered the game's torch to this stadium, and we say thank you. This is my challenge to the over 600 athletes who would engage in friendly rivalry today and who wants to be the next Republic Bank brand ambassador. Anderson will tell you it takes discipline and courage and determination. We encourage you to focus on making the right start today, because that can make all the difference. This is your time to shine, but no matter the outcome, we stand firmly in partnership with the Grenada Association of Principals of Secondary Schools, celebrating all the hard work that brought you here today. In conclusion, we extend best wishes to all the schools, athletes, and coaches who have been getting ready for today's event. May the spirit of sportsmanship and the power to succeed inspire you today as we celebrate the inaugural Republic Bank Intercol Championship. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McPhail. I wonder if it's too late for me to be a brand ambassador of the Republic Bank. Maybe not from being a track and field athlete, but we can talk, Mr. Dorian. I'll see you in your office sometime. Let's make an appointment. Ladies and gentlemen, as he rightfully said, this track, this stadium has birthed many of our international athletes. And I want to make some noise this morning for our world champion, Anderson Peters. Let's make some noise for Anderson Peters today. And I'm finding there's enough noise for our world champion. Let's make some noise for Anderson Peters. And I don't want to boast too much, but Anderson and I went to school at the same secondary school. So, I don't know, hint, hint. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to, at this moment, invite you to stand with me as we have a moment of silence for those athletes, officials, and those individuals in the sporting arena who have gone before us. 1 minute of silence. Thank you so much. It has been 3 long years. Are you excited today? I know deep down you're excited. Ladies and gentlemen, let us now invite the Minister of Sports, Honorable Yolande Bain Hosford, to declare today's games officially open. Let us welcome her. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me recognize the chairperson of the Principals Association, Mr. Dominic Jeremiah. Also, let me recognize the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Education, Mr. Andel. Also, I'd like to recognize Reverend Prescott of the Methodist Church, representative from the Republic Bank, other distinguished persons here. Let me recognize our own Anderson Peters, all the athletes, and members of the media. Good morning, all. Today is indeed a wonderful day for track and field in Grenada. It is a day when the inter-secondary school games, commonly known as Intercol, returns, and I am indeed pleased to be part of the occasion. The COVID pandemic that the country experienced, plus other domestic issues, forced the curtailment of many, if not all, social and sporting events in Grenada. And as a result, 4 years have passed since the last Intercol Games. As a directive consequence, most of the students in secondary schools today have not experienced Intercol. Those who have had that experience knew the joy and understood the real benefits that this event brings with it. And today, you will. So as the Minister of Sports, I'm extremely delighted that we are at this juncture where we are having this one-day event. It is not the usual 3-day. However, what is significant is the fact that our student athletes are given an opportunity to participate in the games. As a government, we believe that the education of our children is not just about the academics. It must include their participation in physical education, sports, which contributes to their holistic development. Today, I want to remind you all that there are many long-term and substantial economic benefits to be derived from and through sports. For instance, many young persons can aspire to become world athletes, have and enjoy the high standard of living. It starts here today at this Intercol Games. For many of our athletes, though they are very talented and their potential is recognized as early as the primary school level, Generally, it is at these games that they are given national prominence. This provides a window of opportunity for them to compete in other events, where they are more widely recognized and can be identified for future scholarship overseas. I must add that is also in keeping with the ministry's mission of enhancing the quality of life of our citizens by promoting the advancement in sports. I therefore commend the Grenada Association of Principals of Secondary Schools and the Grenada Secondary Schools Games Association for ensuring that Intercol returns. There have been challenges, but the hard work of the team, especially that of the planning committee, has paid off today. I must thank the title sponsor, Republic Bank, for continuing the sponsorship from Scotiabank. This shows the commitment of the bank for the development of track and field here in Grenada. To all the other sponsors, I say thanks for your contribution in making this event a reality. I wish to highlight the National Lotteries Authority in that regard. Without the athletes, there is no Intercol. Over the years, you have shown your commitment, dedication, and love for track and field, and we applaud you for that. Today, I wish you an injury-free event, and that your performance will result in an improvement in your personal best times and distances. I also encourage you to display good sportsmanship, and may the best athlete win. To the spectators, I know that you are eager to cheer your peers. Being mindful that it's a school day and you are in school uniform, please do so with pride. As a ministry, we are happy to be part of these games, and we hope that it will be executed successfully. So before I close off by saying thanks, I, with pleasure this morning, declare the Intercol Sports open. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister Yolande Bain, Minister responsible for sports. Ladies and gentlemen, without the athletes, we would not have an Intercol Sports today. So I'd like to welcome an athlete from the Presentation Brothers College to do the athlete's oath. His name is Samuel Green. Let's welcome him. This will be followed by the official oath taken by Renee Cooper.
On behalf of all athletes, I pledge that we will participate in these 2022 Republic Bank Inter-Secondary School Athletic Championship in the true spirit of sportsmanship, abiding by the rules in which it govern them, for the glory and honor of our schools and the success of the games. Thank you.
On behalf of all officials, I pledge that we will participate in the 2022 Republic Bank Inter-Secondary Schools Athletic Championship with complete impartiality, observing the rules which govern them to ensure the smooth running and high standards of the game.
Thank you, Renee and Samuel Green, for taking the athlete and the official's oath. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you all for making out this morning, and I'd like to thank our amazing officials and representatives. And at this time, I'd like to ask the drum corps to take us out as we prepare for the track and field events. So special thanks to Mr. Dorian McPhail, Reverend Silbert Prescott, and of course our Honorable Minister for Sport, Honorable Yolan Bain Horsford, Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Education. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, the combined drum corps, St. Joseph's Convent, St. George's, and the Presentation Brothers College. I want to say special thanks to our medical team for being with us today. You know the big role that they play. We want to thank you for being here and supporting our athletes. And I almost forgot to say thank you to Mr. Dominic Jeremiah for all your hard work as head of the Principals Association. Thank you so much for making today a big reality. So thank you, everyone, and welcome to the 2022 Intercol Games, sponsored by Republic Bank. I want to take you over to my team. Ladies and gentlemen, the official Intercol song will be played momentarily.
Broadcast of the Republic Bank Intercol 2022 Games is made possible by Republic Bank. We're the one for you. Rise and Shine Supermarket, Grenada Electricity Services Limited, Country Cold Store, Grenada Butland Company, Consumers Guarantee Insurance, K&R Store, the National Water and Sewage Authority.
Building or renovating your home or business? Why not use clean, renewable energy? Install solar panels to power your home and office and see your energy costs go down and your savings go up. Using renewable solar-powered energy protects our environment, reduces our carbon footprint, and slows the devastating impact of climate change. Republic Bank can help to finance construction and renovations that make use of renewable energy. Visit any Republic Bank branch and ask about renewable energy financing options today.
Republic Bank, we're the one for you.
Angie, don't you know that you should not fly kites near electrical poles and wires? You should only fly it in open areas. If the kite gets stuck, it can cause power outages throughout the village.
Then I'll just pull it down, Johnny. Simple?
No. You shouldn't do that. You can get shocked. You should call Grenlec at 237 and they will come and help.
Alright.
Never fly kites near the power lines. If a kite ever gets tangled, do not attempt to remove it on your own. A message from Grenlec, energizing our Grenada.
High quality from us here this morning. So once again from the Kirani James Athletic Stadium, welcome to the live broadcast of the Republic Bank Inter-Secondary School Championships 2022. I now turn over to our commentary team, and first up will be Joseph Cador and Leslie Smith.
Okay, thank you very much, Sherry, for this wonderful introduction to Intercol Games 2022, game sponsored by the Republic Bank. And as you mentioned, alongside me, that's Leslie Smith, is Joseph Cador, and we will be assisted by some other commentators later on during the day to bring you the live action right here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium in downtown Spice capital, St. George's. Mr. Cador, good morning and welcome to Intercol 2022 after a break of a few years.
Good morning to you, Leslie. Good morning to Grenada, Cayenne, Martinique, the rest of the Eastern Caribbean. To you, wherever you are, it is indeed a pleasure being here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. Les, it has been a while, and we're not saying it's not an expression; it's the actual truth.
Indeed, and just to reflect on maybe what has happened in the void, we see we have new title sponsorship in name, so to speak. The Republic Bank. We've accustomed to saying the Scotia Bank Intercol Games. Right. Now we have to refocus and retune our minds to say Republic Bank Intercol Championships 2022.
And just to put the sponsorship in context, the transition took place was officially set for 2020. But certainly you remember with the advent of COVID, they've literally had to wait 2 years, literally, to be able to finally put their name on what is a flagship athletic event here, the Intercol Games, the Republic Bank Inter-Secondary School Games, affectionately known as Intercol. And indeed, I know, Leslie, it is one of the few things. There's a cricket that unites us across the Caribbean, but in Grenada, it is safe to say that not just athletics, but Intercol, it is one of those unifying elements that each and every one of us, most of us, can say, you know what, I've had part of that experience.
Well, just I'll go a little further in the sense that I've communicated with colleagues throughout the OECS, and I believe Intercol ranks as the most significant track and field event throughout the OECS in terms of the sheer significance, importance, the spectator turnout, and the level of rivalry and what goes on the secondary school level. And even for persons who have left school, they still return, and there's always a vibe and a conversation about Intercol, even in the diaspora. People really take the Intercol seriously. But I want to reflect back again to the Republic Bank. I mean, the presence was really felt just this morning during the opening ceremony. There was a torch that was taken from Republic Bank on Melville Street to the National Stadium by our own Anderson Peters, Commonwealth Javelin champion. And then during the opening ceremony, they also took part in the march past, or a little parade, so to speak, and then the message during the opening ceremony. So their presence is really felt already. That's Republic Bank, and kudos to them for their continued sponsorship of the games. But I want us to put into perspective, Joseph, Intercol Games 2022 and what it means for these young athletes and the schools and the general public. We are aware of the void that was created because of the pandemic and other factors, the industrial dispute and so on. And now we have Intercol Games, albeit an abbreviated version of it. But what does that mean for these young athletes who may be experiencing their very first Intercol Games, and even to some of the students who would be here for the first time for, quote-unquote, a bona fide Intercol Games?
The fact that they're here, the experience is shared across various platforms. I think one, just the fact that this is, for most of them, the socializing element of it, Leslie. Most students have not had the occasion of having any active sport meet for the last 3 years, and we know the challenge that has had on them. In more recent times, we've been talking about some of the challenges among our young people in terms of their behavior, and we can well appreciate the fact that athletics, it helps to hone in and give children an avenue whereby they could express themselves. What we see now, Leslie, we're just going to give you the specifics on that, but it promises to be a complete day of track and field. We've seen action now on the field. Based on the lineup of events, Leslie, the first event of the day is the girls, well, there is a long jump that's taking place, but also now the girls' javelin throw. On other parts of the field, there is the long jump as well. To give you an appreciation, Les, there is a girls' long jump, there is the juniors and seniors, there's a javelin throw, juniors and seniors. Then we move into some of the sprints, and certainly we would guide you through the rest of the day. But I think there's no argument. It is just good, the camaraderie. Would you imagine you go to school for 5 years, and there's some children who have not had the luxury of knowing what an Intercol is all about?
Well, for me, Joe, Intercol back then was a much looked forward to activity in the school's calendar.
Yes.
And the vibe and the fervor that was created around Intercol transcended at all levels.
Indeed.
Your school represented your parish and not just your school. And so it was something that was much looked forward to. I'm not too sure that the current crop of students really understands and appreciates that because of the lack of Intercol that they've had over the years. But that was something that the whole nation would talk about when it comes around, and actually come to the stadium and full the stadium, full the old Queen's Park, full Tantine, because of the level of significance and the vibe that was created around Intercol. But nonetheless, they have something that maybe they can talk about still, they can come forward and look at, and hopefully they would have fond memories to take with them when they leave school from here as well.
We do hope so. These are the sort of lasting, the bonds and the friendships that's created, that lives long, that you carry with you long after, years after you meet with your schoolmates and friends. You have those memories of the days that you said in the old Queen's Park on the bleachers, the days in the 1 year in Tantine, the 1 year up at the Progress Park, and that was in 2000. That was after Ivan. And now we've been back at the National Stadium. We want to say good morning to you, Grenada, wherever you are. Those of you in the diaspora, welcome to the Republic Bank 2022 Republic Bank Secondary School Championships, affectionately known as Intercol. Right?
And just quickly, maybe you'd want to zero in on the athletes and the level of preparation under the circumstances, and what kind of performances we want to expect from these athletes with a very short time span that they would have had to prepare for Intercol Games 2022. I've seen the national champs, and I've seen some of the perennial athletes that were very outstanding from previous games, and in some instances the performances were quote-unquote below their normal high performance standards, and that, I believe, is truly a manifestation of the short time span for preparation and the lack of preparation thereof. What that can also bring into focus is things like injuries.
Correct.
And so it's not just performances, but injuries as well, because of the lack of adequate preparation. So your expectations in terms of the level of performances from these athletes?
I'm expecting the athletes to come out to deliver. I'm expecting them to come out to deliver. I'm expecting them to come out to represent. It's for their own, for the pride of school, for their own individual accolade. As you said, you can't but help at the back of your mind ask yourself, how prepared are they in terms of the challenge of the lockdown and what has happened for the last 2 years? But today, I think it's going to be no holds barred. Athletes are going to come out. They're hungry. They're thirsty, and I think they're willing to put their name out there to say, listen, at the first ever Republic Bank Intercol, I was there and I made my mark.
So what we'll do now, Joe, we'll just give a rundown of the schools that are participating and their colors to the benefit of the viewers here. Those of you who are not familiar with the respective colors of the schools, we will do that now, and let you know what events are in progress as well. So the long jump is in progress, also the javelin for the seniors, and momentarily we will see some of the other field events in place. So Anglican High School, they will be in all white. The Beacon High School in light blue and white. Bishop's College from Carriacou, royal blue and red. Boca Secondary, gray and black. The Grenada Boys Secondary School, all green. Happy Hill Secondary School, royal purple and white. Hillsborough Secondary, forest green and gold. J.W. Fletcher Catholic Secondary School, purple, orange and white. The Presentation Brothers College will be in the all royal blue. The St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School, SAS, navy blue with white stripes. St. David's Catholic Secondary School, red and gold. St. George's Institute, turquoise and black. And that's a school that's been appearing for the first time at the Intercol Games. St. John's Christian Secondary, yellow and royal blue. St. Joseph Convent, St. George's, green and white. St. Rose Modern Secondary School, blue with red and white. Wesley College, yellow and brown. And Westerhall Secondary School, fluorescent green with white. So these are the 17 schools that are participating in the 2022 games. Quite noticeable, Joseph. A number of schools are not listed on the participation list. But to the benefit of the viewers, these are the respective colors for the various schools that will help to guide you in enjoying the broadcast and understanding it as we bring it to you.
Indeed, because as you can well appreciate, a lot of folks, what they follow is the colors, and certainly you can get an appreciation for one from viewing at home. But I think it goes back to the point that we were making earlier, and a lot of schools, Leslie, there've been a lot of challenges in the build up to Intercol, just to get in terms of the preparation for it. Well, not just to the Intercol, even to have a school meet itself, right? Because you can well appreciate preparation for Intercol takes a lot of resources.
So I just want to zero in, Joe, on the notable absentees from Intercol Games 2022. Defending champions in the girls, so to speak, St. Joseph Convent, St. Andrew.
And we were looking forward for them to come and defend their title. And although some may say, because this, and we must put it in the context that given the nature of what's happening, there's going to be no records.
Yes, obviously.
There's going to be no records this year. But we're looking for them at least to come out and say, listen, what we achieved back in 2008 wasn't a fluke. We are the real deal, and we're really here to show that we can contend. It's unfortunate that
I'm thinking that the reason for some of these schools not participating is solely on the short time span to prepare. McDonald College, for example, not here. They only had their sports meet last week.
Right.
And so it takes some time after your sports meet to prepare your athletes for games of this magnitude. St. Mark's Secondary, not here as well. Grenville Secondary. St. Rose Modern Secondary also absent. So most of the schools in the quote-unquote rural parishes are not here. We notice that SAS is here for sure. And so too is St. David's Catholic Secondary and West Lawrence Secondary. How much is that going to take away from the level of competitiveness and the rivalry among the schools? We yet to know, but definitely these schools, the McDonald College, the Convent Grenville, the St. Rose Modern Secondary, were schools that challenge for championship contentions. McDonald College being a former champion as well. Yes. And so I think their absence will be felt at some point in time during the meet today.
Broadcast of the Republic Bank Intercol 2022 games is made possible by Republic Bank. We're the one for you. Rise and Shine Supermarket, Grenada Electricity Services Limited, Country Cold Store, Grenada Bottling Company, Consumers Guarantee Insurance, K&R Store, the National Water and Sewage Authority.
During these times, we are facing the same obstacles, changes, and no rules to get through it. We had to find the power from within, pushing limits and conquering every training session to ignite our minds and give our muscles the fuel they need. Powerade Advanced Iron 4 formula with its flavors, Mountain Blast, Fruit Punch, and Jagged Ice gives you fast hydration after sweating because of its 4 electrolytes to go the extra mile. Powerade, feel the power.
The Nawasa app brings the power of Nawasa's customer service experience to you. Instant, conversational, and smart. Easy access anywhere. Get bill balance, transaction history for up to 6 months, report a fault, link to websites, view payment centers, contact information, push notifications, and multi-tenant accounts, all in a secure login platform. Like a self-service concierge app, mobile.nawasa.gd gets you the support you need much faster. Available on both Android and iOS platforms. Mobile.nawasa.gd, your customer support companion. Nawasa, committed to meeting customers' needs.
Level of convenience and comfort awaits you when you shop at Rise and Shine Supermarket and Hardware Supplies, Griffin Lane, Grenville. Convenient, because we are open Sunday to Sunday. We're even at your service on public holidays. Comfort, because we are easily accessible to the physically challenged. Free Wi-Fi is available while you shop, and bags come at no charge. Everyday low prices and excellent customer care. Adequate parking available. We supply everything you can possibly think of. Family and home supplies, fresh meat, vegetables, and personal care products. All brands of cooking gas at affordable prices. You can send in your order, have it pulled, or pick up express.
So that's the record, but as we've intimated, Leslie, it doesn't matter because everything here. But some have argued whether or not it would take away from any of the performances. What if somebody in fact does an 1169?
Well, the record is not going to stand. But to give you the lane assignment for, there are going to be 3 preliminaries for this event, and we expect to see in lane 2 from the Anglican High School, Emma McIntosh. Makeda Joseph from the Happy Hill Secondary School, that's in the purple, she's in lane 3. Shadid John from St. David's Catholic, she comes in with 12.62, she's in lane 3. In lane 4, it's scratched at the moment. Sorry, lane 4 seems to be Blessing Cooper from the St. George's Institute. Lane 5, Elonia Joseph. Sorry, lane 6, Elonia Joseph from J.W. Fletcher. And in lane 7, we have Dejan Brown from the Bishop's College. So they're on the starters orders. Any moment now, we would see the start of this one. So I'll take this first one, and let's see what happens with the first event on the track for today. Event number 29, the girls 100 meters for sub-juniors. And they're up and running, and making the early run is the athlete in the middle from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School. That's Shade John in the red and gold. Shade John from St. David's Catholic Secondary School wins this preliminary very easily over Anglican High School in the likes of Emma McIntosh. But what a good run indeed from Shade John, and setting a good standard for event number 1 on the track today, Kado.
It would be interesting to see what her time, what her finishing time is, because she came in here with a time of 12.62. a little bit slow, way outside the record, which is that of 11.70. But certainly she came in as a contender, and she's established herself as to say this, listen, this is just the first heat of the day, and the idea is just to make sure that you get there, you set your mark, and get in for the next round of events. So winning that heat there quite comfortably is Shade Brown of St. David's Catholic Secondary. We'll wait for the official times in just a bit. But certainly in this event number 29, as we get through the girls' 100-meter dash in the sub-junior, the second heats in the prelim will come up in just a bit. But again, winning that heat was Shade John of the St. David's Catholic Secondary in a time of 12.62 seconds. For those of you that's joining us, welcome to Intercol 2022. It is the Republic Bank Inter-Secondary School Championships. And Leslie, we can officially say we are off and running on the track, in the field and on the track now.
So Intercol Games, sponsored by Republic Bank, in full swing, so to speak.
It is in full swing.
Games are up and running. Very overcast conditions. We had some showers earlier on today.
Worried.
But a slight breeze also blowing across the arena. Good conditions, I would think, for track and field. Not too hot, not too cold.
Right.
The athletes need to maintain their warmth and so on. The first event we saw on the track, not a very explosive event, but a very comfortable win for Shade John from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School, as we see the competitors for the second preliminary for the 100 meters of junior girls getting themselves ready. And we'll give you the starting lineup. In lane 2, we have Aniel Jerome of the J.W. Fletcher Catholic School. Roshana Moraine from St. David's Catholic Secondary should be in lane 4. Brandy Taylor of the St. Joseph Convent St. George's, she is in lane 5. In lane 6 from Hillsborough Secondary, Niana Alexander. Lane 7 from Happy Hill Secondary, we have Ashara Joseph. And from the Boca Secondary in lane 8, Monique Binder. So these are the competitors, and as you mentioned earlier on, they're chasing a record time of 11.70 seconds. Quite an impressive time to overcome by these sub-junior girls, but they're going to give their best shot here today at Intercol 2022.
And I think there's no doubt, and I think we all agree with that notwithstanding the challenges, the limited time for preparation and everything. But one of the highlights, though, Leslie, we must say, we've seen the advancements in athletics, and not just at the senior level, but most of the athletes, in terms of their uniformity, their preparation, they're out here with status blocks and well adorned with their spikes. You've noticed, though, that parents, athletes, coaches, clubs, there's an investment and an interest in athletics.
And I can tell you that the demand for some of the equipment that is required for that is very high. The spikes, for example, all athletes on this track here are required to run in the track spikes. Occasionally, we see athletes not doing so. But if you want to get the best performance,
right,
you would be required to use that. And that's a cost that the schools have to pay, and sometimes the parents and individual athletes. So the equipment that is required is key to the level of performances. Even the javelin throwers, for example, they require different spikes to what the sprinters would need. The distance runners require a different one as well, even the jumpers. And so they have to get themselves prepared. Joe, so we're getting set for the second event on the track, the second preliminary. And take us through the commentary with this one.
We're getting ready for the second heat of event number 29. J.W. Fletcher in 2. St. David's Catholic is in 3. Convent St. George is in 4. Hillsborough runs out of 6. Happy Hill. And they're off early and making an early lead on this one. There's Boca on the outside, but Convent on the middle, holding her own. St. David's on the outside as well. But it's St. Joseph's Convent on the down the middle. But here comes Boca on the outside, trying to make a pull for it. It is Convent St. Joseph's, Convent St. George's down the middle, and Boca on the outside. And that was prelim number 2, event number 29. It's the girls sub-junior, and an easy victory there for Convent St. George, followed out there on the outside in lane number 8 by Monique Binder from the Boca Secondary.
Well, a good run indeed by Brandy Taylor from St. Joseph Convent St. George's, winning quite comfortably in the end. And she basically led from start to finish and looked quite comfortable. So it's going to be a good showdown already between herself, that's Brandy Taylor, and Shade John from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School. These are the unofficial 2 winners from the 2 preliminaries contested so far.
Early days here at Grenada, wherever you are, you want to tune in. We got to remind the folks, Leslie, that this broadcast is coming to you across a number of different platforms. GIS, it is coming via GIS. You can also follow the broadcast via the Grenada Broadcasting Network, live on television, Channel 7, Channel 11, also on Facebook and on the YouTube channel. So it is Intercol 2022. We've just seen the completion of 2 events on the track and on the field. On the field, there is the long jump and the javelin throw that is in progress. We're getting ready for the start of what's going to be the 3rd heat in this event, number 29, the girls 100-meter dash sub-junior. Again, we continue to highlight it, and we hoping. The question is whether or not we'll see some breakout performances, but we have to say to you that this Intercol is dubbed as the special one. I think many have asked the question, why the need for it, and the officials are saying, listen, we have to do this, is now or never. We're getting ready for Heat 3, event number 29, and there's action in the girls 100-meter dash.
So for Heat 3, we're going to see Kamaya Peters of SAS in lane 3, Fontana Olivier of Happy Hillsborough Secondary, I beg your pardon, in lane 4, Lauren McIntosh from the Anglican High School in 5, Zenick Roberts of St. George's Institute in 6, Kedona Douglas of the Boca Secondary in 7, and Tia Monroe of the St. Joseph Convent St. George's in lane 8.
Preparation. We're getting ready for the next event on the track, event number 29, the girls 100-meter dash, Heat 3. Heat 3 of 3. The record time in this one, 11.70, set back in 2003. So the lane assignments, you have Hillsborough, Fontana Oliver running out of lane 4. Then out of lane 5 for Anglican High School is Lauren McIntosh. Then occupying lane number 6 from the St. George's Institute is Zenick Roberts. From the Boca Secondary, Kedona Douglas out of lane 7. And running out of lane 8 is Tia Monroe for Convent St. George. The lane assignment for event 3 of 3, sub-junior girls 100 meters dash.
And again, we want to recognize the newcomer to Intercol 2022, that's the St. George's Institute, as the athlete there in lane number 6. And quite interestingly, the footwear that she's using, Kador, we were talking about the proper attire. She's not using the track spikes, but the track shoe. And again, one of the new schools may be unavailability of resources for equipment. And so we hope that in years to come, we will see maybe a slightly different situation with all of the schools that are participating.
It is always important that you have the right gear that allows for optimum performance in whatever sphere of life that you're in. Because we always keep saying athletics is not just what happens on the tracks, but the discipline and the preparation that goes into it. It transcends into other facets of life. But we do understand the challenges, though. But I'd be happy at the same token that as a new institution, they are able to be here and to be able to participate. Lane assignment for event 3 of 3. Fontana Oliver runs out of lane number 4. McIntosh for Anglican High runs in 5. Roberts for the St. George's Institute occupies lane 6. Nestled in lane 7 is Kedona Douglas for Boca Secondary. And on the outside in lane number 8, Tia Monroe from Convent in St. George. The lane assignment for the next event on the track, event number 29, the girls 100 meters dash. In case you're just joining us wherever you are, welcome to the live coverage of the Republic Bank 2022 Intercol Games. And indeed, we know Republic Bank, they are proud to be able to continue what no doubt has been a rich legacy of athletics by their predecessors, and certainly the only hope is that they would transcend it to the next level, Leslie.
Absolutely so. And I just want to recognize, Joe, that we have quite a fair amount of student spectators already down here. And what is even noticeable, some of the schools that are not participating, their students are here as well, which is a good sign. So the athletes are on the starters instructions now. They're on the mark. And any moment now, we would see the start of the 100 meters for sub-junior girls, the third of 3 heats. So we have Olivier, McIntosh, Roberts, Douglas, and Monroe. Receiving the final sets of instructions. We expect much more people to come along later on in the afternoon, but we will take that in a moment as they get ready for the start. There they go. It's Anglican High School in the likes of Lauren McIntosh. She's motoring on nicely. Challenge on the outside by Boca Secondary School. That's Douglas, but it's Douglas in the lead here. Douglas is going to win it for Boca Secondary School over McIntosh. And again, a strong run by these athletes, but a comfortable win in the end for the athlete from the Boca Secondary School. That's Kedona Douglas winning over Lauren McIntosh of the Anglican High School.
And we're seeing the athlete there from Carriacou, and we hope that holding on to her hamstring, and let's assume that it's not anything. And remember, we hinted to that initially, Leslie, and the challenge of these athletes to come out here and perform at this level with a limited time to prepare. And we said, but the good thing though, we have good cloud cover, and certainly we hope that it augurs well for a great day of track and field. The athletes, they're here, they're coming in. The anticipation is later on in the day that wherever you are, you're going to make your way to the National Stadium. It is day one, but it's not day one, Leslie. It is Intercol. There's no day one to it. It is one day. And it's a packed list of packed events. Most of the events in the morning time is going to be, with the exception of a few final. But certainly we would anticipate, Leslie, as the evening draws near, the excitement is going to heighten, and people are going to make their way here in their colors.
So it just joggles my memory further back, Joe, when there used to be one day of Intercol with both male and female, with heats and the finals. And then it was changed to 2 days with the girls on one day, the boys on one day. And there was another variation where you had heats on one day, finals on another day. And then there was a further variation when there were preliminaries before Intercol Day and a day of finals only. So Intercol has evolved over the years with many different variations. And today we have another variation where we have a restricted number of events, a championship over 1 day, and it's unofficial in most regards, in the sense that records would not be kept for today, and the athletes are out here just to put their athletic abilities on show and to get some competition after 5 years or so without a true Intercol Games. So the event that is about to start, Joe, is event number 31. That's the girls 100-meter dash juniors. And the juniors are basically under 17. And there are also going to be 3 preliminaries for this event. The record by Jonaya Thomas, the impressive Jonaya Thomas, record established in 2018 of 12.04 seconds. And the competitors for this one, we have in lane 1 from the Anglican High School, Alina Dakota. From the J.W. Fletcher in lane 2, Shaquille Clark. Jada Richardson from St. George's Institute in lane 3. Tadisha Collins from St. David's Catholic Secondary in 4. Mikila Joseph of Hillsborough Secondary in 5. Tamia Thomas of SAS in 6. Gabrielle Francis of St. Joseph Convent St. George's in 7. And Policia Batson of the Wesley College in lane 8.
Your lane assignments for the next event on the track. It is Intercol 2022 under the new banner Republic Bank. And certainly we do hope that wherever you are, Leslie, that folks are going to make their way down to the National Stadium. The question, yes, there is it's a bit overcast. It's a bit overcast, but certainly we praying and hope. We had some early morning showers, Leslie, but we're praying that it holds and allows for a really excellent day of track and field down here at the National Stadium.
Well, Joe, I can tell you in lane 3, we were expected to have Jada Richardson. She is not in the lineup, but I want to recognize in lane 4, Tadisha Collins of the St. David's Catholic Secondary School, and she comes in with a time of 12.90 seconds, the record being 12.04. So already she has established an impressive mark for the season, and maybe she's just one to look out for in this event, not only in this preliminary, but once she gets onto the finals, one that we can look out for. The name Tadisha Collins from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School. St. David's Catholic Secondary School,
rich history.
The school to have won Intercol games in the girls category for the most consecutive years. And they've been a perennial powerhouse, so to speak, in track and field, from the days of Coach Denise Williams up to the current crop of coaches, and the support structure that they also have from the parish. Remember I said earlier on, some of these athletes are not only representing the schools, but the parish. And looking out the window, we saw quite a huge contingent already from St. David's in terms of the spectators.
Right.
And they're always very vociferous, very vocal as well, the supporters from St. David's. A very athletic, rich parish too, I would say. And the likes of Paul Phillip and others are doing a tremendous job there with the athletes in the parish.
St. David's Catholics, they've actually won the championship a total of 16 times, 13 years consecutively. And there was that period of dominance when you thought, who was ever going to beat them?
And who can forget the Hazeland Regis and
George? I mean, those were the years when they dominated.
And in more recent times, the John A. Thomas and others, you know.
But I think what we can contribute to that success, though, and I think you have to give kudos to the club structure that continues to grow in Grenada. But kudos to the more prominent clubs, the Track Blazers, the Ace, and all of these clubs that allows for the continuous growth and training, which goes back to the point that you're making. It's not just about the schools, but the parish and the clubs. Believe me, there's a lot of honor and a lot of pride.
And it creates an avenue for athletes after school to find a place where they can still ply the trade, so to speak, where they can still continue with track and field. So what has been done by the folks in St. David's, Kwame and others, and by Wayne McSween in Grenville, and now we have Albert Joseph with a new club, the MVP, 473 MVP in St. George, and then we had the Risi Sam and others with the club on the western side. They must be complimented for providing that avenue for athletes in and out of school to still compete at the national level. So there seems to be some hold-up of some sort. We see only one athlete on the track, and I believe that's an athlete from SAS who should have competed in the previous event, and maybe she'll be just running for a time here to see if she can get into the finals. It looks like from SAS, just trying to get the athlete's name here. It looks like Kimaya Peters. Yes, indeed, it's Kimaya Peters. And she missed the event previously. The lane was scratched. And maybe she's been given an opportunity here now to qualify for the finals.
Interesting.
So she'll be just running against herself, so to speak, looking for a qualifying mark. And that's Kimaya Peters there for you from SAS.
But that's quite interesting, though.
Well, maybe the fault for not being there was not hers, and so the officials are affording her the opportunity, an equal opportunity as the others, to gain a position in the finals.
Do you get a sense maybe they've been a little bit more lax than they probably would?
Well, I would think so too, because remember, these games are not official games. It's an opportunity for the athletes, and she'd have come all the way from St. Andrew, and maybe even further than that, just to be here at Intercol Games, for our first Intercol Games as well, and she deserves an opportunity like the others.
Well, she's here and she is going to perform. Notably, she's probably the first that isn't in the full athletics regalia that the other athletes came adorned with. But either way,
and that underscores the challenge that the schools have in obtaining the equipment. I'm a supplier of the track spikes, and I can tell you the demand is maybe 100 times more than what the supply is, especially with the pandemic situation and the supply chain issues.
Right.
And all of the schools have been seeking these track spikes to no avail, so to speak. And we see the manifestation of that on the track by this school here.
But the fact that she's here, my old principal always said, participation is what's important. The fact that you're here, by virtue of being here, you are a winner. It's not many. The fact it doesn't matter what happens. At the end of the day, she can go back and proudly say, I participated. I was here. I came and I conquered. I participated in Intercol in the Intercol 2022.
So what we're going to do every now and again, we're going to give you some shots of what is happening in the field as well. There are some events going on. The long jump is in progress, and so too is the javelin. So we will segue occasionally as we see the long jump here now, the athlete from the Anglican High School.
So it's javelin action at the northern end.
Long jump from the Anglican High.
Currently in progress here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium.
Again, what we're looking at on screen, we, as Leslie said, we'll be interchanging between the track and the field. The athlete here from the Anglican High making her attempt in the long jump. The Anglican High in the all white. And we're going to give you her credentials of her particulars in just a bit. But we can't say though it was a legitimate jump that much. But now we turn our focus back onto the track where we have an athlete from SAS who from all indication missed her, was not available for her assignment in the previous race, and for some reason the officials, Leslie, they seem to have said, listen, as you said, you're here, let me allow you the opportunity.
And I think the hold up here with the event is that the meet managers, with the electronic system they would have to reconfigure everything to accommodate that event. And maybe that's what's holding us up here now as we see St. David's Catholic Secondary on the runway with the long jump. And we'll try to get you the name of the competitor in a while from the St. David's Catholic Secondary. And that may just be Denisha Scott, but we would have to confirm that with you.
But you would probably think, Leslie, that they would consider that somewhere in all of this, that much would have taken, given the challenge of time. Because remember, the meet director did say, listen, they want to have a smooth, continuous flow. And this sort of stops what I may probably refer to as unnecessary. Or unplanned, I wouldn't say necessary, because we're not sure what the specifics are, but unplanned delay. All it takes it puts you 5 minutes, 10 minutes off the challenge of the weather, and then we could be looking at some other issues that are out of our control.
And there are further implications for the athletes because they would have warmed up and get ready for a particular time to run their race. Young Peters has been there for over 10 minutes now. It seems as though they're ready for her. And the athletes for the next event were already on the starters line and had to be recalled.
Yes.
So they would have to make sure that they keep their muscles still toned and warmed and conditioned for the event. So it sort of throws the athletes off as well in terms of the time that they would have conditioned themselves to prepare for the event. So Peters seems to be ready for quite some time now. The officials also seem to be ready. And she's going to have a nice run down the track by herself, Kador. There she is as Kemaya Peters of SAS, 100 meters sub-junior girls. And there she goes down the track here, running against herself for a time into the finals. Kemaya Peters of SAS it is. And we look to see what time she returns and whether or not she can get into the finals. Kemaya Peters of SAS.
Kemaya Peters of SAS are finishing her race as we continue here with action for today down here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium, Intercol, Republic Bank Intercol. And as we continue to see, Leslie, the athletes.
So I was making the point. There we see students from the St. Joseph Convent, St. Andrew. They are not participating, but the school is here to support Intercol Games 2022. And that's a good spirit from that school. And
I'm loving this shot, though, the backdrop of the cruise ship over at the port, Leslie.
Tremendous. Every shot that is taken in Grenada is an epic shot.
And picturesque, no doubt. I mean, thank you, camera. I mean, that's picturesque, no doubt. I mean, just a backdrop to die for. In case you wondered, yes, we're here. It's in the Isle of Spice from the Kirani James Athletic Stadium, Intercol 2022. And the athletes are here. And I think it only shows, because we hinted to the fact that, Leslie, there's a hunger, there's a thirst, and a yearning for athletics. And these athletes are saying, listen, our school may not be here, but the spirit of athletics, the spirit of who we are as Convent, the defending champions.
And at this point in time in the day to Kador, quite an appreciated amount of student spectators are here. So we've seen a shot here of the stands to the right of the main pavilion, but there are quite a number of students also in the secondary pavilion, and our cameraman is going to give us a shot of the secondary pavilion close to the cricket stadium. A number of students are already over there as well.
Right.
So the bleachers, we know the bleachers are going to be the most populated area, the most densely populated area, but the secondary pavilion already has an appreciable amount of student spectators there as well. So the students see it as a day at school. They are at school at the National Stadium, and they're here to support the athletes as we're getting ready for the 100 meters for junior girls, heat 1 of 3. And Kado, take us through the lineup for this one.
It's the 100 meters for junior girls. The record in this one, 12.04. We do go through the lane assignment. Running out of lane 1, Dakota for Anglican High School. Shaquel Clark out of lane 2 for J.W. Fletcher. Richardson for St. George's Institute. Collins runs out of lane 4 for St. David's Catholic. Michaela Joseph runs out of, well, I missed that because apparently lane 3 is actually scratched. So we go to lane 4, which is Collins for St. David's Catholic. Running out of lane 5 for Hillsborough is Michaela Joseph. Running out of lane 6 for SAS St. Andrew's Anglican is Tamia Thomas. Running out of lane 7 for Convent St. George is Gabrielle Francis and Policia Batson. She occupies lane number 8 for Wesley College. The lane assignments for the next heat on the track. Event number 31, the girls 100 meters dash. The game's record, 12.04. But we continue. We must highlight to you this meet, the first of its kind under the Republic Bank banner officially, given the fact that to 2020 games had to be because of COVID. But certainly we say thanks to Republic Bank for being here and being part of this. So we have 7 athletes. We're not sure again what's the reason why lane 3 is scratched. And by that lane should have been occupied by Richardson from the St. George's Institute. Coming in with the fastest time here from St. David's Catholic, Tadisha Collins with a time of 12.29. And certainly once they start, Leslie's going to take you. Lane assignment, Anglican High on the outside. J.W. Fletcher is in 2. St. David's Catholic runs out of 4. Running out of 5, Hillsborough Secondary. SAS is in 6. Convent is in 7. And Wesley College runs out of lane number 8.
So they're all set and ready for the 100 meters junior girls heat 1 of 3. There they go. There goes Tadisha Collins already, and challenge on the outside by Joseph of the Hillsborough. But on the inside, looking good is Aline Dakota of the Anglican High School. Anglican High School goes to win this one comfortable, maybe by 10 meters or so. That's Aline Dakota of Anglican High School over Tadisha Collins of the St. David's Catholic Secondary School. Kado, Adak, an impressive horse on the inside, an impressive run by Dakota of Anglican High School.
Quite an impressive run indeed. I mean, we were St. David's Catholic, Tanisha Collins, she came in with a qualifying time of 12.990. But the Anglican High School, and as you said, running on
there she's
on
a happy camper too.
Yes, she's indeed a happy camper.
So I just want to comment, Kado, on the times that we have posted. These are not qualifying times, but these are the times that they would have run either at the school sports or the national championships, and the times that would have been presented to the organizers to include on the event.
Right.
So we only have times for the athletes out of the St. David's Catholic Secondary School, and again, maybe that shows the level of preparation and organization.
Yes.
And so that's why we were able to give you the time for Tadisha Collins. We did not have a time for Alina Dakota, and so whereas the focus would have been on Collins, there she was in lane 1 and winning quite comfortably indeed.
Winning quite comfortably indeed. She seems to be almost in a world of her own. She seemed quite relaxed, technique, quite excellent technique, and certainly it only augurs well to see how she stacks up against the rest of the field.
We must also recognize Michaela Joseph of the Hillsborough Secondary School. She came in 3rd in the event. So we had Dakota first, Collins second, and Michaela Joseph of the Hillsborough Secondary School in 3rd. And that was from heat 1 of 3 in the 100 meters for junior girls.
The lane assignment for heat 2 of 3. The girls 100 meters in junior. Lane assignments. Bishop College runs out of 1. Then for Wesley College, for Westerholt Secondary. Smith runs out of 2. Hosford runs out of 3 for J.W. Fletcher. Gina David runs out of 4 for St. David's Catholic. Boca sits in lane number 5 in the person of Kelsey Frank. Running nestled next to her in lane number 6 is Monique Julian for Happy Hill Secondary. Running out of lane number 7 is Rihanna Rollins from Hillsborough Secondary. And Talia Sampson occupies lane number 8.
And I just want to again recognize Gina David from St. David's Catholic. It's a very familiar name coming from the primary school games, national primary school games, to Intercol previously. Gina David is a name that we're very familiar with. But I also want to recognize in this event, we have an athlete from the Westerhall Secondary School. If you are keeping records and keeping track of Intercol over the years, not very often we have female athletes from the Westerhall Secondary School. But they're out here this year in the neon green, the iguanas as they call themselves, and so we're happy to see female athletes from the Westerhall Secondary School participating at Intercol games. Here we see again the spectators building up nicely here on the bleachers, and we expect maybe by 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, that bleachers here will be filled already.
Well, trust me, the consolation though are these concrete structures. In our days,
it used to be the wooden bleachers.
The wooden bleachers. But we're getting ready for the next event on the track. Heat 2 of 3. The girls' 100 meters dash. It's all happening down here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. The official, as you can see, just ensuring that the athletes they comply with all of the necessary demands. And they order the status. There is a little bit of a flinch there as the athlete out of lane number 2. That is Street from Westerhall Secondary. Secondary. It will be interesting. Are they applying? It will be probably what we'll find out whether or not they are going to be hard and fast with the rules in terms of fast false starts. Leslie, we'll see how they treat with it. But we just realized there was a little bit of a premature movement of the blocks there from the athlete. That's Street from Westerhall Secondary. And
I think the rules will be applied. Whether or not she was at fault on this occasion, the official starters here would make that determination. But in terms of the IAAF rules being applied, there we see she's been spoken to by the starter, and apparently she is disqualified for a false start. So as I was saying, Kado, the rules are indeed being applied here, and it's pretty unfortunate. It's always an emotional issue here for these athletes to cope with when they've been DQ'd for a false start, and she would have been preparing herself for whatever length of time for this event, and to be DQ'd now is not a good thing.
But a good sign of camaraderie, though. One of her friends from convent give her a nice embrace to say, you know what, it shall be well. So Westerhall Secondary has been removed from the event number 31, heat 2 of 3. So it is Bishop's College, J.W. Fletcher, St. David's Catholic in 4, Boca Road to 5, and they're off and running. It is high school on the outside, making a move for it. Down the middle, St. David's Catholic, high school on the outside, in the person of Sampson. Easy win there for young Sampson. Coming through second, it is Gina David of St. David's Catholic Secondary down the middle of the track. High school on the outside, comfortable win again, Leslie, and St. David's Catholic in the person. So it's Sampson and David, 1 and 2.
Well, a very good run indeed by Sampson. That's Talia Sampson on screen here, winning heat 2 of 3 in the girls' junior 100 meters. And already Anglican High School is looking good in the preliminaries. They've won 2 of the heats so far, and maybe contenders for the Intercol Championship 2022, an event sponsored by Republic Bank. We also want to let you know that the broadcast is coming to you, the joint effort of the GIS and TNR Communications, and it's being broadcasted on GBN, the GIS YouTube and Facebook channels, Uncut Media, and also the Facebook channel of GBN. As we see the replay here of Sampson winning comfortably over Gina David of the St. David's Catholic Secondary School.
Nice impressive run there, but folks, it is yet early days. The students, they are building up, and we anticipate by later evening there's going to be quite a generous offering of athletes. We're getting ready for the third event, the third of the heats in this event, event number 31, the girls 100 meters dash junior girls. And we're looking for the lane assignments. Lane 2 is scratch. Lane 2 should have been occupied by the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary. So the lane assignments running out of lane number 1, Boca Secondary in Kiana Joseph. Running out of lane number 2, number 3 for St. Rose Modern Secondary. It's going to be George Avin Joseph. Running out of lane number 4, John for Bishop's College. Harris for Western College runs out of 5. Nestled in lane number 6 is Shante Augustine for Convent St. George. Shanique Coutin runs out of lane number 7 for Westerhall Secondary. And Amaya Sylvester occupies lane number 8 for Happy Hills Secondary. The lane assignment for the next event on the track is 3 of 3. Leslie, event number 31, the girls 100 meters dash.
So keep your eyes on the track. Look at lane number 6 at Shanti Augustine. She has been impressive over the years from primary school into secondary, has run impressive times for the year so far. As a matter of fact, she's a member of the national team for Carifta Games 2022. So she's a national athlete. That's Shanti Augustine right there for you. Measure of concentration and focus as well. She gets ready for hit 3 of 3 in the 100 meters dash for junior girls. She has run lower than 12.5 and 12.6 thereabout, and she's one to definitely look for. A member of the Carifta team, junior girls 100 meter dash. So it's Joseph, Williams, George, John, Harris, Augustine, Coutain, and Sylvester.
They are on the status orders for the start of heat 3 of 3. Leslie?
There they go. Already taking the lead is Shanti Augustine of the St. Joseph Convent St. George's in the green and white. She's motoring along nicely and pulling away from the rest of the field. A very easy and comfortable victory indeed for Shanti Augustine as she jogs across the line now in a 100 meter dash Cador. A very impressive win and a very comfortable one as well for Shanti Augustine.
That seemed more like a Saturday evening walk in the park, Leslie. She did seem, we talked about her focus, and she seems quite smooth in her run. Didn't seem to try to do too much that she didn't need to. I think the idea, you can see the confidence in herself, and the idea was, listen, I know what I have to do. I'm just going to go out there and ensure that I make it through to the next.
And Shanti has been very consistent over the years. If you were following her from primary school into secondary school, from 1, from 2. She has been winning all the time over the years, and she's now a member of the 473 MVP club that's based in Chantine. Her dad, a very strong supporter and pillar and support structure for her, and she's one to the future as well. She has her aspirations on becoming a pediatrician and to be Grenada's first gold medalist in the female category at Olympics, as she said during the national champs earlier on this year. So that's the results there for you. Shanti Augustine of the St. Joseph Convent St. George's, the winner of hit 3 of 3, Amaya Sylvester of the Happy Hills Secondary in 2nd, and Shyla John of Bishop's College in 3rd.
That was the completion there of the girls 100 meters dash for you. We're getting ready for the next event on the track. It's another 100 meter dash, and that is heat 3 of 3. And these
are actually the senior girls on the track here.
So they're moving to the seniors.
From the St. Joseph's Convent St. George, Ziana Bay.
So my apologies on that. So he's 1 of 3 of the girls. That's the girls 100 meters dash. The lane assignment. Lane 1 and 2 is scratch. Running out of lane number 3. Being out of Convent St. George. Then there's Kamisha Dominic from St. David's Catholic. Entering, coming in with an entry time of 12.62. Shonika Phillip runs to the Anglican High School out of lane number 3. Sabrina Mitchell occupies lane number 6. And nestled on the outside in lane number 7 is Serena Frederick of Happy Hill Secondary. The lead assignment for the next event on the track, Leslie?
I just want to look at the competitor in lane number 5 from the Anglican High School and the build and physique of that athlete. She looks pretty fit. She looks very confident as well. And almost of a masculine kind of built as well. And she definitely will be one to look out for. She looks very focused as well. If you look at her pre-race antics, so to speak,
well,
looks as though she knows what she's about here
let's
today.
see if the pre-race antics and shenanigans, if it actually it pulls through.
A little bit of fidgeting here by St. David's Catholic Secondary School.
And she acknowledges.
As in the like of Kamisha Dominic.
That when the athletes go on the starters order, that we remain
they will have another go at it.
To avoid false starts.
5 athletes here in Heat 1 of the 100-meter dash for seniors.
We're looking at that's the start of event number 33, senior girls, 100 meters. The game's record, 11.50. The lane assignment, Convent runs out of 3. St. David's Catholic in person of Kamisha Dominic. Philip runs out of 5 for the Anglican High. Mitchell runs out of 6 for J.W. Fletcher. And Frederick runs out of lane number 7 for the Happy Hill Secondary. Your lane assignment for the next event on the track, event number 33, the girls 100 meters dash. And we continue to realize Convent in 3, St. David's Catholic, Anglican High, Boca Secondary, and J.W. Fletcher and Happy Hill Secondary, event number 33.
There they are, ready to go in the first of 3. 100 meters junior girls, and there she goes, Shanika Phillip of the Anglican High School. She's looking good. She's been challenged somewhat by the St. David's Catholic Secondary School, but an easy victory is going to be for Shanika Phillip of the Anglican High School. She wins this one comfortably as she wails to the spectators as well. She seems to have a lot of antics, Joseph. Overconfidence maybe too, but believes in herself and her ability. Shanika Phillip of the Anglican High School.
And that is important as an athlete. And you know, some athletes, they have a way of psyching out today.
A lot of showmanship as well.
A lot of showmanship. It's something a way of just psyching out the other.
It's psychological warfare as well on the track, isn't it?
The shenanigans, the back and forth, the flair, and the everything.
What we're going to do now, we have Sherry-Ann Noel, who is in the mix zone, and she's going to be doing some interviews with the athletes when they complete their races. So in a moment, we're going to segue to Sherry-Ann once she's ready for some interviews down there in the mix zone. And so, Sherry, as soon as you're ready, give us a cue, and we're going to hand over to you to conduct these interviews with the athletes. So it's a total broadcast we have here with GIS and the TNR Communication, and we're going to bring it to you wherever you are as we look back to Shanika Phillip here now with a very commanding win in Heat 1 of 3 in the preliminaries for the 100 meters for senior girls.
Quite a comfortable win, comfortable win there for Philip out of the Anglican High School. And she was quite relaxed, quite relaxed, you know. And as you see going past, waving to the crowd, it's almost like saying, you know what, leave this up to me. I got this.
And she recognized she was going to win, and she just turned the bonus down, eased towards the finish line, which is a smart thing to do for athletes in the preliminary phases. I still believe she has some technical issues to deal with the arms. The arms are going up way too high. But we're going to go over to Sherry-Ann now, who has a winner down there. Sherry-Ann, it's over to you. Let's hear who you have.
Athletic Secondary, Nicole Junior.
We are joined here by the coordinator of sports, Colin Peters. Colin, it has been 3 years since the athletes got the opportunity to come and compete in keen rivalry. As the coordinator of sports, how happy does that make you feel to actually see the athletes back on the track?
I'm very happy. I must say that you could see that the whole crowd and the spectators, the athletes are all excited by the responses. You know, sports is a key part of our nation development in the sense. Healthy body, healthy mind, healthy nation. But it's happy to see that Intercol is back, even if it's for 1 day. I know we had pushed hard in the ministry to give the Principal Association all at stake to make sure that the game happen. And I'm very happy to be here today to give that technical support on the ground for the smooth execution of the meet today. And looking at the athletes, you can see they are ready to compete. They are all excited. They are performing well. For the couple events that goes so far this morning, we could see that it's going to be a wonderful day, exciting day of keen competition in track and field.
Mr. Peters, it is pretty early in the day yet, but I just wanted you to come and just give a feel to the viewing audience as to how things are going here. We know that there are a number of 100 meters still to run off in the preliminary stages, but in 2022, while it is a competition, it is not really a competition. So just give a brief explanation on that.
Well, it's a competition, you know. At the end of this day, we'll have a winner. It will go down in the record still as Intercol. It's one day, and we know we had cut back some of the events. But it's a competition. We don't have no Fed game in track and field. It's the best team at the end of the day. If you look at it for today, if you are home, it's early. We are doing the hits. We reach the second set of 100 meters. Then we will go on to the afternoon when we have the final from about 3 o'clock to about 6:30. So come out and support your school. Still in not too late. I still have space.
Thank you very much. That was the coordinator of Sports, Colin Peters. We now hit back to the track for another in the preliminary stage of the 100-meter events.
Two of three, and then we see St. David's Catholic Secondary School and the likes of Rihanna Frederick. Rihanna Frederick, she's going to win over Sierra Stafford of the Bishop's College, but a good run again by St. David's Catholic Secondary School. And my apologies to Mr. Peters. I really thought he was an athlete. Mr. Peters is no athlete by any measure of my imagination, and so we are happy to have the coordinator of sports, Colin Peters, to at least address the viewing audience and to explain some of the things that are happening in the games this year.
He was there in his official work capacity. I don't think he would take too kindly you saying he's not an athlete in any way, form, or fashion. But anyway, you're probably much more qualified to make that assertion than I am.
I think I can take that chance with Colin. I've known him for a lot of years. We went to school together. I taught him as well. And Colin is he's very passionate about track and field, and hence the reason he's now the director of sports. So a good win indeed for the athlete Rihanna Frederick from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School over Sierra Stafford from Bishop's College. And we're getting ready for heat 3 of 3.
Getting ready for heat 3 of 3 of the girls' 100 meters dash in the seniors. St. Andrew's Anglican. And well, that's the first 3 lanes is actually scratched. So let's then show we get the lanes that's occupied. So we're looking for St. Rosemont Secondary, runs enough lane number 4. That's Ronique Williams. Then Boca Secondary runs out of lane 5, J.D. Thomas. Lane 6 seems to be scratched as well. Running out of lane 7, it's Shamari Joseph for St. John's Christian Secondary. And Daniela Wells occupies lane number 8 on the outside for Happy Hill Secondary. Your lane assignment for the next event on the track is the heat 3 of 3, the girls' 100 meters dash. The record in this event set back in 2008, Leslie, at a time of 12.04 seconds. So there you have it, your lane assignment for the upcoming events. Lane heat 3 of 3 of the girls' 100 meters dash. St. Rose Modern Secondary runs out of lane 4. Boca Secondary occupies lane number 5. Nestled in lane number 7 for the St. John's Christian Secondary is Shamari Joseph, and in lane number 8, Daniela Wells for Happy Hill Secondary. A reduced field, Leslie, and it would be interesting to know what are the challenges that has given rise to this. Is it the absence of these athletes? We're not quite sure, but there's only 4 athletes to field this event. Event 3 of 3. The girls' 100 meters dash seniors. And they're done under status orders. St. Rose Modern Secondary, Boca Secondary, St. John's Christian Secondary, and Wells from Happy Hill Secondary. And they've been asked to take their ascension position, not sure. And you would well appreciate, Leslie, that the track officials, they reserve the rights if for any reason there's something that they're not comfortable with, and they reserve the rights to say to the athletes, listen, let's reset. For some athletes, it can be a little bit take away from their mental preparation, but let's hope that whatever the issues are, we're looking at the Dabo Hills in the background, the national flag also flamed there in the winds. St. Rose Modern Secondary, Boca, St. John's Christian, and they're off easy, slow one. We're looking on the outside. It is Wells from Happy Hill Secondary, but down in the middle. But it is Wells' easy win there. She seems quite comfortable. Wells from Happy Hill Secondary, and she went in a comfortable race. You almost seem to think she's like, you know what? Are you guys going to catch me? I've got this. Quite an easy win there.
That was not the expression she had on her face during the race. She was actually smiling. There you see the smile now. But she looks very comfortable indeed, and maybe a strong contender when the finals comes around this afternoon. But that's Daniela Wells of the Happy Hill Secondary School. And most of you may know Happy Hill Secondary School in their traditional red and white.
Yes.
There has since been a color change for the school, and they're now in what is called royal purple. And that's Wells there. You'll see the smile coming up. Just about now, we see the smile, and then she relaxes into the finish line. A comfortable win indeed.
Comfortable win indeed in what is an overcast conditions here at the National Stadium, and we continue to pray that the weather indeed holds. We continue with the action. We move to the boys now, event number 30. We start with the sub-junior boys, and we give you the lane assignment. Lane 1 seems scratched, and that's for whatever reason. But lane 2, Aaron Smith for Wesley College. That's not even. No, that's not Wesley College, is it? That is SAS?
So actually, they're running off heat 2 instead of heat 1. So we actually have the Duran Sincere of SAS.
Right. So we do heat 2 of 4. Duran Sincere of SAS occupies lane number 1 for St. Rose Modern Secondary. Fraser, it runs out of 2. Running out of lane 3, Keston Bailey for St. David's Catholic. He comes in here with a qualifying time, a time of 12.60. Welcome for Wesley College runs out of lane number 4. Josh Thomas occupies lane number 6 for the Grenada Boys Secondary School. For the Presentation Brothers College, there's Amari Francis that runs out of lane number 7. And Kelson Joseph for St. George Institute. The lane assignment for heat 2 of 4 of event number 30. The sub-junior boys in the 100 meters dash.
Again, we want to shout out our athletes that are over in Jamaica. They are tuned into the broadcast. Quite a number of them. We saw some very impressive performances in the champs that's going on now in Jamaica.
Yes.
And so we want to say good morning and good day to all of our student athletes out there in Jamaica who are applying and sharpening their craft there as well.
Indeed, and we're proud to say that the only meet in the region that actually compares to Intercol games is that of the champs out of Jamaica. But we're getting ready for event number 30, heat 2 of 4. It's a prelims in the boys 100 meter dash. SAS on the outside. It is they off and running. GBSS down the middle in the person of Purcell, but St. Rose is making a run for it. That's in the person of Fraser, and it's a comfortable win there. We're having to push for it to the end, but it is Fraser for St. Rose Modern Secondary that eventually crossed the line first. And for what is the first heat that is in the sub-junior boys, that is Fraser from St. Rose Modern Secondary.
And second in the event looks as though it was Amari Francis of the Presentation Brothers College. But what I want to highlight here is that it's always good to see when the lesser known schools in track and field, and St. Rose Modern Secondary may be considered as one of those, when they can rise to the challenge and defeat a SAS and a GBSS, who are the traditional powerhouses. So the gap has really narrowed between who were the powerhouses and who have been emerging. But a comfortable win here for Izion, I think he's called, from the St. Rose Modern Secondary School. That's a Fraser winning comfortably in the end, and Presentation Brothers College in second.
And I think that can be attributed to what we highlighted to the role and what's happening in the clubs, Leslie, that collective approach where athletes are allowed, notwithstanding their schools, they're allowed to be embraced by the club so they can draw from the experience of the other athletes.
Well, we're getting some slight showers now at the National Stadium. We see the umbrellas going up in the stands and on the bleachers in particular, and it's a very overcast and cloudy day here at the National Stadium and in St. George's as well. And maybe we would have some intermittent showers that may affect the smooth running of events, as Mr. Peters was mentioning. And we have to be prepared for that. As we get set for the second preliminary in the 100 meters for sub-junior boys. And we see from the Happy Hill Secondary School, Reynold Alexis, he is in lane 3. We also see in lane...
Well, they seem as though they've... Well, GBSS, I'm seeing their runs. Some
From Happy Hill Secondary School, we have Kaim Hilaire in lane 3. That's Kaim, the athlete 145. GBSS is in 4 in the likes of LeBron Granger. Jalen McFarling of the Hillsborough Secondary, he is in 5. From the J.W. Fletcher is Brian Griffith in 6. Boca Secondary, Ricardo Edwards in 7. And Coran Joseph of Bishop's College. And I hope I have the pronunciation of the name correct here. We just refer to him as Joseph for the meantime. He's from Bishop's College in lane 8.
The lane assignments for the next event on the track, Heath 3 or 4 in event number 30, the boys 100 meters dash. And they're under the status orders. Leslie will take it away. And certainly we see Happy Hill Secondary.
And they're up and running. GBSS comes off the block first in the likes of Granger. Granger it is here for GBSS. LeBron Granger. And a very unique style as well is Granger. And second looks like J.W. Fletcher in the likes of Brian Griffith. But very easy victory. Maybe not the best technique by Granger, but a comfortable win. An easy victory, as I was saying, for LeBron Granger of the GBSS.
And as you can well appreciate that the absence of track and field for the last 2 years, and him being a sub-junior, it would probably bring into question the sort of training and exposure that he's had in terms of the coaches and so on. But either way, it seems a bit of a labored run, as you said, Leslie, in terms of the technique. But he would be quite happy to have crossed the finish line first. The umbrellas are out as we look at the replay. If we look at the replay here, it is Granger for GBSS. Easy win there at the end of the day. And certainly we have J.W. Fletcher, secondary, taking in second place. Umbrellas are out. We've seen the raincoats. The officials, they have left the field. Leslie,
we may just have a slight held up in proceedings because of the intermittent shower. But it's a good opportunity for us to maybe reflect on what has happened so far, Kador. We had a fairly prompt start, maybe by a few minutes late with the official opening ceremony. And since then, we'll have a relatively smooth flow of events, notwithstanding the 1 or 2 events where we had some restructuring with the athlete from SAS who had to run by herself.
Right.
But other than that, it has been a very smooth flow of events. We've seen some good performances too from a lot of the athletes, and I think what stands out so far is Shante Augustine of the SJC St. George's in the 100 meters for the junior girls. She looked quite impressive. Youngster from the St. Rose Modern Secondary, and also a couple of athletes from the Anglican High School in St. George's. There are some events that took place in the field as well, the long jump for the sub-juniors and the javelin for the seniors.
Yes.
As soon as we have updates on those, we provide them to you, the viewers. But it's good to have track and field. Kudos to Republic Bank and the organizers, the Ministry of Sport, the Secondary Schools Principals Association, and the schools for allowing the athletes to come forward and to participate.
Indeed, it augurs well for the development of the sport, notwithstanding the fact that there is some secondary schools, some schools that are visibly absent, Leslie. Some 5 or 6 of them that are visibly absent. Among them, the likes of McDonald College, Convent Grenville. Convent Grenville, as we know, they are the defending champions in the girls. But notwithstanding the fact that they're not here as a team, you did see the athletes, the students are they're here and they are supporting. One of the highlights of the morning, this morning, Leslie, was certainly the torch run that was done by our own world champion Anderson Peters, and it certainly was a highlight of the meet. What was indeed a relatively prompt start. The officials did intimate that they were looking to have a prompt start so as to be able to keep tight management of the proceedings for the days, but we're almost certain I'm not sure they put any contingency plans in place, Leslie, for the intermittent break that we're on now because of the rain. We certainly hope that it is a passing cloud. We're only hoping. Certainly the day started with quite some generous offerings of rain across many parts of the island. But we can only pray and trust that it is going to ease as the day progresses. I see you are going through some stats.
Earlier on we were looking and you were mentioning the number of times that the St. David's Catholic Secondary would have won Intercol games in the girls category. And I was just reviewing the results over the years in the boys category. And 2 schools have really dominated Intercol games in the boys category over the years. And these schools, as many of you are aware, are the Grenada Boys Secondary School, that's the GBSS, right, and the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School, SAS. And it's a nice comparison here between those 2 schools. As a matter of fact, the GBSS has won the game some 18 years, and SAS has won it 20 years. To dive further into that, SAS would have had a streak of victories for maybe 8 or 9 consecutive years. And on another occasion, they would have had another 5-year consecutive win. So these 2 schools, as we know, are perennial rivals when it comes to track and field. And there's always some friendly banter and friendly rivalry between those schools. I mean, we say friendly now, but I remember back in the days it was not so friendly. And it's good to see those athletes, though, when they get to the national stage, they integrate and they associate without any malice or any bad intent. And so over the years, we've gotten accustomed to focus more heavily on those 2 schools, which maybe is not a good thing because there are other emerging schools. But there's always a debate over SAS and GBSS when it comes to the boys category.
And it's a conversation that is going to continue, and rightfully so, because history is on this side. And in the 20 times that SAS won, the girls would have captured the title in one of those years.
Yes, SAS is the only school that would have won both the boys and girls category. And the record shows here that SAS would have won the girls category maybe on 3 occasions, in 1968, in 1971, and in more recent times, I think SAS would have won it in a few years ago. SAS would have won the girls' championship, but SAS is the only school that would have won both both boys and girls categories.
But either way, we can say, though, that over the years, while you've had the perennial...
Right, in 2012, SAS would have also won the girls category. I also want to recognize the St. Joseph Convent St. Andrew. I recall when the St. Joseph Convent St. Andrew were the whooping girls, so to speak. Right. And they were in the category of the likes of the Westmoreland Secondary and so on. And then with the advent of Devon George, when he became the coach of the school, we saw the development of the athletes there over the years. And now with Ericia Fortune and others, Convent have really emerged and have staked a claim. And as a matter of fact, they are the most recent champions in the girls category when they won in 2018. So Convent Grenville have really blossomed and emerged as a threat and a powerhouse in track and field at Intercol level in the girls category. But we cannot forget Anglican High School, St. Joseph Convent St. George's in the 70s,
yes, they
Anglican High School emerging in the early 90s, and then St. David's Catholic in the late 90s and early 2000s. St. David's Catholic up to 2013 were unbeatable. So they have a streak, for example, from 1998 to 2012 or 2010, St. David's Catholic Secondary were really unstoppable and unbeatable.
It almost seemed in those days that it was almost depressing for the females to come to Intercol. Because you came and you were like, okay.
Yeah, and we mentioned the Keshara George and the Hazeland Regis, and there were others as well. I mean, they were just unstoppable. But Joe, we have some results of events that have been completed so far, some final events that we want to share with you, the viewers. So we're going to also share with you the times, some of the impressive times that we had in the preliminaries that have gone so far. So for the 100-meter sub-junior girls, the qualifiers are Shade John from St. David's Catholic Secondary School, 13.15 seconds. Emma McIntosh of the Anglican High School, 13.58. We also have Makeda Joseph of Happy Hill Secondary, 13.63. Also qualifying is Brandy Taylor, St. Joseph Convent, St. George's, 13.52. Monique Binder of the Boca Secondary, 13.66. And we also have from the St. David's Catholic Secondary, Rashona Maureen. Other qualifiers, we have from Boca Secondary, Kedona Douglas, and from the Anglican High School, Lauren McIntosh. So these are the 8 qualifiers of the 100 meters for sub-junior girls. The athlete with the fastest time would have been Shade John from the St. David's Catholic Secondary. Kedona Douglas of the Boca Secondary, 12.86 seconds. So she's one to look out for in the finals. And Joe, you want to take us through the qualifiers?
Broadcast of the Republic Bank Intercol 2022 Games is made possible by Republic Bank. We're the one for you. Rise and Shine Supermarket, Grenada Electricity Services Limited, Country Cold Store, Grenada Bottling Company, Consumers Guarantee Insurance, K&R Store, the National Water and Sewage Authority. The Country Cold Store, a leading importer and distributor of frozen meats, vegetables, and other products, continuously supports schools' athletics through donations with the intent to encourage growth and development among our nation's students. We are therefore overjoyed to welcome the return of Intercol 2022 and encourage all schools and athletes to give of their very best in the spirit of camaraderie and good sportsmanship. The Country Cold Store, meeting your needs since 1969. The Caribbean Coding Academy presents its Easter Hackathon. Get your boys and girls enrolled today. Be a part of a community impact project. Explore software solutions in areas such as agriculture, fishing, culture, and tourism. It's the Easter Hackathon, Monday, April 11th to Thursday 14th. Judging will be done on Wednesday, April 20th. It's the Easter Hackathon put on by Caribbean Coding Academy. Enrollment $100. Call telephone number 456-1568 or 437-1568 or email caribbeancodingacademy@gmail.com.
Building or renovating your home or business? Why not use clean, renewable energy? Install solar panels to power your home and office and see your energy costs go down and your savings go up. Using renewable solar-powered energy protects our environment, reduces our carbon footprint, and slows the devastating impact of climate change. Republic Bank can help to finance construction and renovations that make use of renewable energy. Visit any Republic Bank branch and ask about renewable energy financing options today.
Republic Bank, we're the one for you.
Angie, don't you know that you should not fly kites near electrical poles and wires? You should only fly it in open areas. If the kite gets stuck, it can cause power outages throughout the village.
Then I'll just pull it down, Johnny. Simple?
No. You shouldn't do that. You can get shocked. You should call Grenlec at 237 and they will come and help.
Alright.
Never fly kites near the power lines. If your kite ever gets tangled, do not attempt to remove it on your own. A message from Grenlec, energizing our Grenada.
During these times, we are facing the same obstacles, changes, and no rules to get through it. We had to find the power from within, pushing limits and conquering every training session to ignite our minds and give our muscles the fuel they need. Porade Advanced Iron 4 formula with its flavors, Mountain Blast, Fruit Punch, and Jagged Ice gives you fast hydration after sweating because of its 4 electrolytes to go the extra mile. Porade, feel the power.
A whole new level of convenience and comfort awaits you when you shop at Rise and Shine Supermarket and Hardware Supplies, Griffin Lane, Grenville. Convenient, because we are open Sunday to Sunday. We're even at your service on public holidays. Comfort, because we are easily accessible to the physically challenged. Free Wi-Fi is available while you shop, and bags come at no charge. Everyday low prices and excellent customer care. Adequate parking available. We supply everything you can possibly think of. Family and home supplies, fresh meat, vegetables, and personal care products. all brands of cooking gas at affordable prices. You can send in your order, have it pulled, or pick up express.
Right now, we're joined here by the director of games of the Intercol Games, John L. Mitchell. John L., we're having a bit of intermittent showers in and between. I know initially, the reason why I called you here today is that at this moment is because initially we're going towards a 7 o'clock finish, but I realize that we're getting some early setbacks. What will be the plan B?
I am still with plan A, Sherian. The fact is we're still in the prelims and we have a number of events still to come. We would have to look at how we can fast track these events, the medal presentations, maybe see how we can cut them down, and so we could maximize as much time so we would not have to go beyond. As I said, there's only one event rain really stops completely, and that's cricket. This is track and field, so I believe that we can work around it. I am still hopeful. Once the weather clears up, I am still hopeful that we would be able to pull together and still finish in a timely manner. I'm still aiming at that 7 o'clock, but if so be it, we would have to probably go to a plan B, which we've already started discussing. So based on that, plan B would have to work. I would not really say much on plan B as yet, but as we proceed, updates will be given concerning that area.
I know you have been around athletics for a number of years. I know the last time you would have had Intercol was in 2018. At that time, it was branded Scotiabank. Now we're in 2022. It is the Republic Bank Games. As someone who is deeply involved in sport in general, how pleased are you to see that students are being given the opportunity to come out on the tracks and others to support?
Sherry, and I believe this is one of our proudest moments over the last 3 or so years since we've had our last games, and indeed it's really a warm feeling having students out here, seeing that these students, they've been deprived for 3 years or so of social activity among their peers, being with each other in such a format like that. You would want to appreciate that we have students who are now in Form 4, and that's the very first Intercol. So you can understand the level of enjoyment, the level of excitement that is being displayed among these young students who are here today. So we are indeed happy that Intercol is back, and it's our hope that come next year, please the Lord, we will be able to go back into a full 3 days. So we would have full complements of events and everything like that. So today indeed is it's a joyous moment. It's a really high point in track and field, especially for our secondary schools here on the nation.
Another question for me all has to do with timing and preparedness of the athletes. I know I'm seeing the Red Cross and everyone around, but in terms of timing, what sort of timings you're expecting here on the tracks? We know most of them was not in training for quite a while. Normally when we come here, we have specific athletes who we would be looking out for, but this is a different scenario.
Very true. Today we may have a number of factors that may affect us, of course, the weather and all of that. And yes, while we may have had quite a few athletes who have not been actively training, we still have a core who've been at it throughout. So far, we've seen them perform at many of our events before today, and we've seen time improve. So with even keen competition like this, those athletes who have been actively training, I believe that we can see some great times coming out of them. But as I say, it's track and field. On any given day, a number of factors can affect what happens on the track, and even with the throws and all of that. And the weather is definitely one of the impediments. But we are going along, and we're wishing our athletes the best. And whether or not we get best times or not, the fact is that we have this event back on, and I know our athletes are really proud to just be on the track today. That's the most important thing today.
Thank you very much. We are speaking here with the director of the Republic Bank Intersecondary Games 2022, John L. Mitchell. I now throw you back to our commentary team of Leslie Smith and Joseph Cador.
Thank you, Sherry, and thank you to allowing us to benefit from the information that has been shared by the MIT director. To let the viewers know again, as has just been said, we're not missing any track and field at the moment because we have some intermittent showers that has temporarily put a halt on the proceedings. But so far we've had some very exciting events in the preliminaries on the track, and a couple of the field events have already been completed. We're going to share the results of the field events with you once we get them here in the commentary position. But we saw some very impressive runs from some of the athletes, especially in the junior category. In the girls division, the likes of Shonika Phillip and Ashante Augustine, they're going to have a real battle and a tussle for the overall winner in the girls category. That's Talia Sampson, I beg your pardon, not Shonika Phillip. Shonika is actually in the senior girls category. And so, as we see a shot, the rain has subsided now. The spectators are making their way back onto the bleachers, and so too are the officials taking up their respective positions. But just to let you know, it's the Republic Bank Intercol Games 2022. It's been brought to you live here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium from downtown Spice capital, St. George's. And we expect maybe to have some more intermittent showers, but the good thing is that the media director has said that the intention still is to complete at 7 p.m. He has a contingency plan in place if there are further delays. He couldn't share that with us, but we're hoping that we will be able to finish at least by 7 p.m. There is going to be a winner crown or winner's crown today in both the boys and girls category. Joseph is back here with me in the commentary position. And Joe, we've heard some of the finalists being announced. Some of the schools that have been featured heavily are the St. Joseph Convent, St. George, the Anglican High School, the St. David's Catholic Secondary. These are some of the top schools in the female category. We're still in the preliminary stage in the boys division, so we don't have those results yet. But we expect that the likes of the SAS, the GBSS, the Presentation Brothers College, the St. Rose Modern Secondary, and even the St. David's Catholic Secondary would emerge. We still have the schools from Carriacou, that's Bishop's College, and the Happy Hill Secondary. They have been known to return some impressive performances.
Correct.
And later on, Raul Patterson may join us. He may give us a perspective on what is happening in Carriacou with reference to sports and track and field. And to let you, the viewers, know, we would have officials from the Republic Bank during the interval today to speak with and to speak to, and they would share their own perspectives from a brand and a sponsorship perspective. Again, the broadcast has been brought to you with the collaboration between the GIS and the TNR Communication. And wherever you are, we hope you are enjoying the broadcast so far. And as the day progresses and the final events on the track unfolds later on in the afternoon, we expect more supporters to come down. So those of you who are in Grenada and who are able to make it onto the National Stadium, there's a lot of room for you still. There's a lot of exciting events as well. And we hope to see you in your numbers this afternoon. But Joe, again, your perspective on what has happened thus far.
I think from all indications, it is just exciting to have for us being here under the banner of Intercol. The last time the event took place was in 2018, and certainly a lot has transpired in the last couple of years. A lot has lost, but today it is groundbreaking, just by virtue of being here and being able to usher in the games under the brand of Republic Bank. I think it augurs well for the sport. Looking at the athletes, you've seen some in their new uniforms, the like of the Happy Hill Secondary. Most of the athletes that are here, well adorned in the athletics regalia, and certainly we hinted to the fact that it takes quite a bit of an investment to ensure that these athletes, they measure up to the standard. And notwithstanding whatever the challenges are, I think the officials have done a great job thus far. As you intimated, the game's official coordinator is hoping still to, he says he has a contingency plan. But we see the athletes, they're out, and it augurs well for athletics. I think hopefully at the end of the day, a lot of these school children would be able to have a conversation that says that has in it, you know what? I was part of Intercol 2022. I was at the National Stadium. I came, I saw. Whether or not who wins or lose, I think ultimately, just by virtue of being here on this platform, it is victory for schools, it is victory for athletics, and it's a victory for us as Grenada as we turn the corner and on a pandemic that literally has had us in a bind for the last 3 years, and we embrace the new normal. broadcast of the Republic Bank Intercol 2022 games is made possible by Republic Bank. We're the one for you. Rise and Shine Supermarket, Grenada Electricity Services Limited, Country Cold Store, Grenada Bottling Company, Consumers Guarantee Insurance, K&R Store, the National Water and Sewage Authority.
The Nawasa app brings the power of Nawasa's customer service experience to you. Instant, conversational, and smart. Easy access anywhere. Get bill balance, transaction history for up to 6 months, report a fault, link to websites, view payment centers, contact information, push notifications, and multi-tenant accounts, all in a secure login platform. Like a self-service concierge app, mobile.nawasa.gd gets you the support you need much faster. Available on both Android and iOS platforms. Mobile.nawasa.gd, your customer support companion. Nawasa, committed to meeting customers' needs.
The Country Cold Store, a leading importer and distributor of frozen meats, vegetables, and other products, continuously supports schools' athletics through donations with the intent to encourage growth and development among our nation's students. We are therefore overjoyed to welcome the return of Intercol in 2022 and encourage all schools and athletes to give of their very best in the spirit of camaraderie and good sportsmanship. The Country Cold Store, meeting your needs since 1969. The Caribbean Coding Academy presents its Easter Hackathon. Get your boys and girls enrolled today. Be a part of a community impact project. Explore software solutions in areas such as agriculture, fishing, culture, and tourism. It's the Easter Hackathon, Monday, April 11th to Thursday, 14th. Judging will be done on Wednesday, April 20th. It's the Easter Hackathon, put on by Caribbean Coding Academy. Enrollment $100. Call telephone number 456-1568 or 437-1568 or email caribbeancodingacademy@gmail.com.
Building or renovating your home or business? Why not use clean, renewable energy? Install solar panels to power your home and office and see your energy costs go down and your savings go up. Using renewable solar-powered energy protects our environment, reduces our carbon footprint, and slows the devastating impact of climate change. Republic Bank can help to finance construction and renovations that make use of renewable energy. Visit any Republic Bank branch and ask about renewable energy financing options today.
Republic Bank, we're the one for you.
Good day, Mr. James. I'm just here looking at Grenlec's new mobile app.
Sounds great. Can I use it to check my bill balance?
Absolutely. Let me show you. Enter your account number and Grenlec access number, and that's it. You can now check your balance, track your usage, receive outage alerts, and get updates from Grenlec in real time. You can even use the app to report a power outage or a fault with a pole or street light. Add as many accounts as you want. Track your business account, apartment rentals, and Granny's account, all in one convenient place.
Thanks, Susan. I'll be telling everyone I know about Grenlec's new app.
The Grenlec mobile app. Download for 24/7 access.
During these times, we are facing the same obstacles, changes, and no rules to get through it. We had to find the power from within, pushing limits and conquering every training session to ignite our minds and give our muscles the fuel they need. Powerade Advanced Iron 4 formula with its flavors, Mountain Blast, Fruit Punch, and Jagged Ice gives you fast hydration after sweating because of its 4 electrolytes to go the extra mile. Powerade, feel the power.
A whole new level of convenience and comfort awaits you when you shop at Rise and Shine Supermarket and Hardware Supplies, Griffin Lane, Grenville. Convenient, because we are open Sunday to Sunday. We're even at your service on public holidays. Comfort, because we are easily accessible to the physically challenged. Free Wi-Fi is available while you shop, and bags come at no charge. Everyday low prices and excellent customer care. Adequate parking available. We supply everything you can possibly think of. Family and home supplies, fresh meat, vegetables, and personal care products. All brands of cooking gas at affordable prices. You can send in your order, have it pulled, or pick up express.
Schools or to support these athletes. Some of them are sharpening their craft for character performances. Some of them are actually having the first opportunity at a games of this magnitude, and the support that can be presented to them would be greatly appreciated.
It's all happening down here in Grenada, Intercol 2022, in case you're wondering. Depending on where you are, some parts of the world, maybe there are those that's just rising from their night slumber, Leslie, and they're probably trying to figure, is this for real? Yes, it is for real. This is live commentary here from the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. It is Intercol, one day, Leslie, is it 46 events, is it? Or
54. Track and field combined, yeah.
54 events, one day. 2 champions to be crowned. This one is, they dub it, it's a special Intercol, Leslie, for many reasons. And among those reasons is the fact that there'll be no new records. So I think the idea, while some may argue, well, why? I think officials being guided by their sponsors, Republic Bank and the Principals Association, the idea is, as they've stated, you know what? We need to make a start. They want to come out and make a statement. But the weather has put a little bit of punctuation on action on the track and on the field. We saw quite an impressive offering early in that of the athletes, as you can see, quite a generous sprinkling, Leslie, and they continue to make their way into the arena. It is always good to, Leslie, when you on the bleachers, where you see that mix and mingling of all the different schools. And it's not just about being here for the meet, but it's about the friendship, Leslie, the camaraderie, being able to say, you know what, I came, I was part of the event. You get a chance to be with your own friends and to meet your other students across the island. I think it's an exercise. I remember my former principal always said that sports Intercol, it is education away from the classroom, and as such, parents need to ensure that their children, they are part of this educational exercise.
And this picture here epitomizes exactly what you're saying in terms of the integration and the intermingling of students from various schools. Albeit they may be coming from the same communities and villages.
Yes.
But it shows you how they look forward to this occasion, when they can integrate, when they can socialize, when they can quote-unquote network among themselves and have a good day as well, enjoying track and field. So we see a wide cross-section of students here. We see the St. Mark's Secondary, we see St. Joseph Convent, St. George. It looks like there are also some from the GBSS and St. David's Catholic Secondary. They're all in the mix there. St. Joseph Convent, St. Andrew is also amongst them. And it's good to see the students integrating. Although it's a competition among schools, they enjoy that. I recall the days when that would not happen. I remember the days when there
were clear lines that were drawn.
The exchange of bottles was a common feature at Intercol games because the rivalry was so intense among the schools.
Yeah, that was the days back in the old Queen's Park, where you had the likes of the GBSS and the SAS. And when you looked at the congregation, Leslie, there was a clear line of demarcation, and you don't dare cross. So you had, and it just added to the fervor and the energy and the excitement of the day. And oftentimes it lent itself to the throwing of missiles. And all it took was one misguided person. And then, but of course, those are things that we want to say clearly.
And then we can compare the infrastructure from the old Queen's Park infrastructure of wooden bleachers.
There's nothing to compare
to the concrete stands now. And you recall that during the jumping or the cheering and the support for the athletes, those bleachers were like a trampoline.
Springboard for you, yes. I was saying the other day on the build-up to the event, and you would hear on the PA system, they're saying students don't jump. But in our heads, all the others jump. Students don't jump. The bleachers
And
are going
then,
to break.
of course, we had those unfortunate situations where some of the bleachers did collapse.
Yes, it did.
And we had some injury to some students and spectators as well.
But it never did somehow seem to take away from the overall excitement of the game. I mean, you had those dreadful occasions, regrettably though, as it was. But folks just seemed to pull themselves together, you know. And even when the bleachers went down, then you saw the camaraderie. Because then everybody would come together, make sure that you're safe. You do that, you know what? You go to your side. But trust me, the history of Intercol, it is rich. Leslie, it is rich. And I don't think, you know what, it's really, really great to see how the games have evolved over the years.
And there's another evolution of the games in terms of the point structure.
Yes.
Recall when there used to be 5-3-1 for first, second, and third, and it went to 6-4-2-1. And in more recent times, everybody in the final actually earned points from I think it's 10 all the way down to 1. And that really changed the dynamics and the strategies that the schools would have to employ now. So you start looking at if you get a first and a fourth as against a second and a third, and those kind of combination and mass participation. Some people like it, some people don't. It proved to be maybe advantageous to some, maybe the larger schools.
The larger schools,
and
yes.
The smaller schools are probably disadvantaged by it.
But here's the advantage though, because there were days when Intercol would come and go, and there were the smaller units that you hardly even knew they came to Intercol. But with the new point system, it now gives every school an opportunity, once you get into the final, to at least amass a point. So at the end of the day, you're not seeing the scoreboard saying once two schools, the predominant schools, they haven't this amount.
That is controversial because it depends on what the objective of the games are. If it's whether for participation, if it's whether for the level of competitiveness, and looking for true champions. So if you want to, or maybe it's a combination of all of them. So if you want to reward people for participation, then the system that is there now might be best for that.
Right.
But if you want to truly recognize the champion school, that may not be the best way to do it, because you may not win a race and win the Intercol,
And that is true.
Because you can be picking up second and third.
Correct.
In many events and not win a single gold medal, and still emerge over the school that wins every race.
Unfair, you think?
Well, I won't say unfair, but if I win every event, it should pre-qualify me in such a way to be the overall champion. But I could win every event and still not win the games.
And that
because another school could get second and third and amass more points in the individual race.
And that is quite true. And I think it goes back to the question you said initially of the techniques. But we're getting ready to head back to the tracks, Leslie.
Right, and we're going to resume with the 100 meters for sub-junior boys, the final preliminary. And we should see there from the Westall Secondary, Richardson, Jimmy Matthew from Bishop's College, St. David's Catholic Secondary, Reynald Batiste, Andrew Charles from J.W. Fletcher, as they have initially at the start, they're going to recall the event, 100 meters for sub-junior boys. We're just trying to ensure that we have the correct set of competitors here. It's actually the athletes from the first batch here. So Kanik Nixon is in lane 8 for the Presentation Brothers College, and Aaron Smith of Wesley College is in 2. There they are, and there they are. It's SAS and St. David's Catholic Secondary. St. David's Catholic Secondary in Kemlon Langdon. But PBC on the outside is coming nicely now. PBC on the outside may have just clipped him on the line, and that's Kanik Nixon over Cameron Langdon. And from SAS we had Kirby Thomas, who may have picked up third here. But maybe a late start by young Nixon from the Presentation Brothers College, but he recovered nicely and may have just clipped the athlete from the St. David's Catholic Secondary in Langdon on the finish line here. We would await the official results, but an exciting conclusion to the third preliminary of the boys 100 meters in the sub-junior category.
I think it was a nice way to usher ourselves back in from the break, the water break from the heavens though.
It looks as though it was actually Vesio Hines of the St. John's Christian Secondary and not the athlete from St. David's Catholic Secondary. So that's the athlete there, not on screen now, but he was actually in the yellow and blue from St. John's Christian Secondary, Hines. who may have been either first or second in the event. As a matter of fact, Hines was the overall winner, and Langdon from the St. David's Catholic Secondary. As we look back here now, it's the St. David's Catholic Secondary, St. David's Catholic Secondary in Langdon, as we look to see Presentation Brothers College here moving up nicely on the outside in lane 8, and it could be Nixon from PVC who was the overall winner. But we have to await the official results on this one, as the athlete for the final preliminary, that's the fourth one, get themselves ready in the sub-junior boys category.
It's all happening down here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. We're getting ready for the fourth and final event of Heat 30. The sub-junior boys 100-meter dash. The lane assignment, running out of lane number 1. Renald Alexis for Happy Hill Secondary. Omarion Richardson for Westerhall Secondary. Jamie Matthew for Bishop's College occupies lane 3. Nestled in lane 4, Deshaun Simeon for St. John's Christian Secondary. Renelle Batiste occupies lane number 5 for Boca Secondary. Running out of lane number 6 for J.W. Fletcher is Andrew Charles. Nestled next to him in lane number 8 is Tyler Charles for St. Rose Modern Secondary, and Tibble Joseph running on the outside in lane number 8 for Hillsborough Secondary. It is Happy Hill, Wesley College, Westerhall, Bishop's College, St. John's Christian, Boca Secondary, J.W. Fletcher, St. Rose Modern Secondary, Hillsborough. The lineup, the lane assignments for the fourth and final event of this event number 30, Heat 4 for the 100 meters dash sub-junior boys. And again, we say thanks to Republic Bank for certainly their generous contribution to it as part of their continued support to sport, continued support of sports here on the island, not just to athletics but football and all the other events that they are a part of. In case you're just joining us, yeah, we've just returned from some intermittent showers that punctuated proceedings down here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. But we're getting ready for the final event of this heat. Lane assignment again, in case you're just joining. Alexis for Happy Hill runs out of lane 1. Richardson for out of lane 2 for Westerhall Secondary. Jamie Matthew runs out of 3 for Bishop's College. Deshaun Simeon runs out of 4 for St. John Christian Secondary. Batiste occupies lane 6, lane 5 that is, for Boca Secondary. Nestle in lane number 6 for J.W. Fletcher is Andre Charles. Out of lane number 7, Tyler Charles for St. Rose Modern Secondary, and Tibble Joseph runs out of lane number 8 for Hillsborough Secondary. The lane assignment for the next heat on the track, Heat 4 of 5, event number 30, the boys 100 meters dash. The game's record, 11 seconds flat, set back in 2011 by Ronnie Oliver. So again, we welcome you, those of you wherever you are, and this is a collaborative production between GIS and TR Communication. The broadcast can be followed on GIS. It's also being followed on GBN Television, just on GBN Television, also our Facebook page and our YouTube channel. We want to say thanks to all those of you. We see they seem to be getting the shower, the rain seem to be making its way again. We see that the students, they evacuated the bleacher area, but we're waiting to see the students. The athletes are still lined up. They're still on the track, awaiting specific instructions by the starters. It is Intercol 54 events, one day, and there you see the umbrellas. The umbrellas are out. You see the Republic Bank and other sponsors. Their banners of flame are there. Waving in the wind. There's quite a strong breeze that runs across the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. The umbrellas out, and it's good that the students obviously came prepared for the weather. It's been rough, hot. Yeah, I think we've got some extremely hot days in the last couple of days. Some hot weather in the last couple of days, but maybe the overcast conditions is probably going to serve its own purpose for the athletes. But we're getting ready for the next event on the track. We're not sure what's the reason for the apparent delay. I know the issue of time management is a critical component for the officials so as to ensure that this event does not go beyond the prescribed time limit. The anticipation and the plan is that by 6:37 the events should be brought to a close. For those of you that just joining us, we're getting ready for event number 44, not event number 44, sorry, heat 4-4 in the prelims of event number 30 and the boys 100 meters dash. And we do hope that wherever you are going to find the time to make your way down here at the Kirana James Stadium. Kirana James, another stadium, the entire complex that it is, it offers a really picturesque view of the Dabo Hills there in the background. We have the harbor, which actually provides a perfect backdrop for the bleacher section for the students. And certainly, it's really a great opportunity to be here and be part of this excitement, the energy, the fervor. What you're hearing in the background, of course, the different contingents trying to stir up and get a little bit of excitement. That's that shot that we're talking about, that's directly behind the bleacher section. You get a perfect backdrop of the inner harbor. Picturesque, breathtaking. It indeed is the Isle of Spice, and it's the Isle of Spice. It is Intercol, Republic Bank Intercol Championships, and certainly if you remember that Republic Bank, they acquired Scotia Bank, and so the games have been rebranded from the Scotia Intercol Games to the Republic Bank Intercol Games. We're still trying to determine the reason for the hold-up on the field. We haven't had much of anything in the last 5 or so minutes. We're not able to determine the specifics, the reasons for the hold-up. But either way, we say it is good being here at the Kirana James Athletic Stadium. Reminding you that you can follow the broadcast live on GBN television, Facebook, and our YouTube channel. Intercol, it is back, Grenada. Intercol is indeed back. It is one of the Mecca events that represents athletics here, and it is under the auspices of our sponsors. It is Republic Bank. And we say thanks to Ms. Diali, Managing Director, and the entire team of Republic Bank for ensuring that Intercol 2022 is going to make its mark. We say thanks also to the Principals Association. Certainly, they are the parent body that's responsible for the overall planning, management, and execution of the games. And we say thanks to Mr. Jeremiah and the entire team who saw it fit, challenging, no doubt. But I think, Leslie, you would agree that they did intimate that there would be some challenges to pulling the games off this year, but they were committed to it, and here we are.
Absolutely. That was expected. A 3-year hiatus, variations of secondary school games over the years, the COVID-19 pandemic, the lack of training equipment and facilities, the restrictions that were imposed, the level of fitness and injury that athletes would have suffered, and the whole organization and logistical arrangements would have impacted on what we are seeing here today. But nonetheless, as Colin Peters was saying, it's an exciting day for some of these athletes who are looking forward to active competition, and for some of them who is actually performing at the very first Intercol games. They look forward to what the excitement that would unfold later on today. So, albeit the challenges, and now we have the weather to contend with as well. The officials are doing an impressive job thus far.
good news. You see the sun is trying to peek through the clouds. And I think it would be a welcome opportunity. The sun would make its way out, dry up the tracks a bit, dry up the bleachers, so that the students, I know they probably wouldn't mind having some way to rest themselves. Although these kids, though, Leslie, they don't mind. They're going to rove and jump for the entire day. They can't be bothered.
Well, I could bet some of the students who are in the main pavilion at the moment would find themselves or find their way onto the bleachers in the afternoon when the finals
rather than later
have started, and when the intensity and the excitement accelerates and heightens, they would find themselves on the bleachers to jump and to cheer for their respective schools.
I think the one place you want to be as a student is on the bleachers.
Well, the bleachers is where the excitement is, and that's where the fervor and the vibrancy and the chanting and the shouting and everything, and the Tivoli drummers and all the paraphernalia that is used to create the excitement, the air horns. We've been hearing some air horns in the background.
Yes.
And we know for a fact the decibel level would increase later on in the afternoon when the final events have started on the track and the true excitement. We want to recognize that all of the diehard track and field fans were out there, and we received some messages from you guys. We're happy that you're enjoying the broadcast, and that we can bring it to you even though you are unable to be here with us at the National Stadium.
It's all happening down here, folks. Intercol 2022, after a 3-year hiatus, actually, the games, they're back under the auspices of Republic Bank, and certainly we're happy that we're able to have this conversation and have this broadcast coming to you. The students, they're making their way back onto the bleacher area. They're here, and it is considered to be a regular school day, so they are expected to be out in their uniforms. But certainly, we know the highlights of the games is just the excitement, the energy, the jump, the whatever is it. When these students get together, they meet, they mix, they mingle.
Look how quickly the stands have been filled up now with the student athletes as the bleachers here. Moments ago, it was not as densely populated as it is now, and that gives an indication as to the frequency and the arrival of some of the students now for the games, just about a quarter to 12 in the morning.
They are going to come, Leslie, not if, maybe, or perhaps. They are going to come. And I think we can both anticipate that by 2 or 3, that they will be here in the droves. And you may then have to consider whether or not there's enough capacity there for them. But we're getting ready. We're headed back on other tracks just to give you the lane assignments for the next event on the track. Heat 404 of event number 30, the boys 100 meters dash. Happy Hill Secondary runs out of 1 in the person of Renal Alexis. O'Barian Richardson runs out of lane number 2 for Happy Hill Secondary. Jamie Matthew occupies lane number 3 for Bishop's College. Running out of lane number 4. In lane number 4 is Deshaun Simeon for St. John's Christian Secondary. Renel Batiste, he occupies lane number 5 for Bukit Secondary. We see Andrew Charles for J.W. Fletcher sits in lane number 7. Nestled next to him in lane number 6 for J.W. Fletcher is Andrew Charles. Tyler Charles runs out of lane number 7 for St. Rose Modern Secondary. And Tabel Joseph runs out of lane number 8 for Hillsborough Secondary. The lane assignment for the next event on the track, the Heat 404, other boys 100 meters dash. Leslie?
Well, they're on the starters orders now, and it's a packed lane. It's maybe the first event we see all lanes being filled, and it's the 4th of 4 preliminaries in the 100 meters for sub-junior boys. Happy Hill Secondary, Westerhall, Bishop's College, St. John's Christian, Boca Secondary, Fletcher, and St. Rose and Hillsborough. There we go. It's the St. Rose Modern Secondary. It is St. Rose Modern Secondary in the likes of Tyler Charles. A very impressive run by Tyler Charles of St. Rose Modern Secondary over Tabel Joseph of Hillsborough Secondary. What I want to look out for definitely in the finals is Tyler Charles of the St. Rose Modern Secondary School. And he has a lot of attitude to go with it as well. He knows his ability, he backs his confidence. That's Tyler Charles, the sub-junior boys. There we see him here, an impressive run indeed by Tyler Charles of the St. Rose Modern Secondary. Again, we want to recognize TNR Communication and the joint broadcast with the GIS. TNR Communication also bringing the T10 cricket action right next door, and the quality of the broadcast is always on top. There we see Tyler Charles again from the St. Rose Modern Secondary, distancing himself and setting a lot of daylight between himself and Tabel Joseph of the Hillsborough Secondary School, challenger for the gold medal later on this afternoon. So that was the final preliminary in the 100 meters for sub-junior boys, and then we will move on to the 100 meters for junior boys. So it's live Intercol action here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. It's the Republic Bank Intercol Championship 2022. And if you are listening and viewing, we're asking you to share the links, share the broadcast links with all of your friends and colleagues. As we see here, the official result for the heat, Tyler Charles 12.27 and Tabel Joseph of Hillsborough Secondary 12.91, Batiste of Boca 13.32. So GBN, the games have been broadcasted on GBN, also on the GIS channel, both on their YouTube and Facebook pages, and their channel 23 on cable. Also, Uncut Media, Mikey Live is also bringing it. So wherever you are, there are several different social media streams and platforms that you can get the live broadcast. We ask you to share it and to encourage all to show their support and tune into Intercol 2022. Just had a look outside, and there are a lot of student spectators outside getting ready to come onto the inside. We anticipate that it's going to be a very packed Kirani James Athletic Stadium in the afternoon, and the noise level will certainly go up. The schools are vying for championship honors in both the male and female categories. As we look at the lineup here for another heat for the 100 meter sub-junior boys, and we have the likes of Tevez Lewis from Sassy Lane 2, Kaim Hille of Happy Hill in 3, Granger GBSS in 4. So that looks like a rerun of a previous heat that we had. We saw Granger, we commented on Granger and his technique, so I'm not sure why they are rerunning this one, but there we go again. And there we see Granger again and challenged by the athlete from Boca Secondary, Edwards. But it's Granger, that's Granger again. Granger is looking good. So the order of performance seems to be the same, with Granger first, that's LeBron Granger, J.W. Fletcher and Brian Griffith in second, and from the Bishop's College, Ricardoson Edwards in third. So it's a rerun of a preliminary that we had earlier on. That's LeBron Granger there for you. So the order of performance remains the same. I'm not too sure how the time would match up, because this is the second bite of the cherry, so to speak. But nonetheless, LeBron Granger will be happy to know that he would qualify based on his performance and position in the race. And that did not have any implication for the overall selection into the finals. So the run, as I've just been told by one of the officials, was because the event was not being recorded by the officials, and it's unfortunate that has happened, but the athletes still return the same position. We know time may be a factor, because the top two qualifiers would make it automatically, and then the next best times. And so we hope that that will not have had an implication for the times of the athletes in the event. These things do happen, and we don't want to bash anybody for it, but we're happy that whatever happened has been rectified and the event has been rerun. The next event would be for the junior boys in the 100 meters. There are going to be 3 preliminaries, and the athletes are getting themselves ready. We expect to see faster and faster times as the categories increase, the bigger boys, so to speak. And they would all want to return very impressive times in the preliminaries to ensure a place in the finals and maybe to conserve some energy as well for the finals, considering that some of these athletes may have several events to do today. The results here now, Granger, as we said, the winner, and from the JW Fletcher, the second place was Brian Griffith. So these are the junior boys now that are getting themselves ready. We should see in the first of the three preliminaries, Nathan Hille of the Happy Hill Secondary School in 2, Hussein Jabbar of the Wesley College in 3, Anton Daniel of St. David's Catholic Secondary in 4. From the Iguanas West Hall Secondary, we should have Marlon Thomas, Presentation Brothers College, Jobemi Ikolo. From Boca Secondary, Anthony Charles. And from the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary, Kieran Collier. Kieran Collier, very muscular build here. Looks like almost like a bodybuilder. Must be doing a lot of gym work. We know that there is a gym at the school now at SAS, and he must be spending a lot of time at the gym. The physique may be an indication of that. The record for the junior boys is currently held by Kirani James, and that record was established in 2007, an impressive time of 10.50 seconds.
You're about to witness event number 3, the boys 100 meter dash junior. Event number 32, the boys 100 dash junior.
Is the Republic Bank Intercol Championships 2022, and we're happy for the return of the games and to be able to bring it to you live wherever you are in Grenada, in the diaspora, on your mobile devices, your televisions. The most anticipated track and field event in Grenada, I would think, Intercol Games, and an event that, to me, the only event that has filled the track and field stadium to its maximum capacity, Intercol Games over the years.
Intercol, no doubt, has held its mark on the sporting landscape, not just here at home, but across the rest of the region. And I think we have the enviable task of saying that we are only compared to that of champs out of Jamaica. And so certainly it only shows there's a lot of investment. There's a lot of investment that has been put into athletics. There's a lot of investment that's been put into infrastructure. And I think over the years we've seen the benefits of what is, Leslie, the growth and expansion of Intercol, of athletics on a whole. We go back from the days in more recent time, because traditionally Grenada has always had excellent athletes. But in terms of on an international level, you had the birth of the Aline Francis, you have the Rondell Bartholomew, you had Kirani James, and you're not just in athletics, but a host of Anderson Peters. But we go back to action on the track, Leslie.
It's the first of three preliminaries in the boys 100 meters junior category. Hilaire, Jabbar, Daniel, Thomas, Ikolo, Charles, and Collier. Who wants it more? Who wants to qualify into the finals here? They fidget on the finish line, but they're up and running now. Who makes the early lead? Looks like St. David's Catholic Secondary in Anton Daniel. But a good run on the inside here. St. David's Catholic Secondary. Here comes Collins on the Collier for SAS on the outside. But a win here for St. David's Catholic Secondary in Anton Daniel. And he will secure a place into the finals later on this afternoon.
Well, the big boys are here. The boys are here. I mean, you look at some of them, though, you're probably wondering whether they're out of their league.
11.80 seconds for Anton Daniel of St. David's Catholic Secondary. Second was Karen Collier of SAS, 11.91. And third was Nathan Hilaire of the Happy Hill Secondary School, 11.96. The top three finishers. And then there was Ikolo of PBC, Jabbar of Wesley College, Anthony Charles of Boca was in 6, and Marlon Thomas of West Hall Secondary in 7. So a good run indeed by Anton Daniel, 11.80 seconds.
Indeed, quite a good run by the youngster there. Not anywhere close to the record, though. That the record in the meet set by the great man himself, Kirani James, and now it's back in the year 2007 in a time of 10.50. But as we've intimated, the meets today is special. There's no records to be broken or anything of the sort.
Well, Joe, Anthony Daniel, he came in with a time of 12.70 seconds, and he has just ran 11.80 seconds. So with the time that, I guess, between events, he has been able to sharpen his craft and improve on his performance.
So maybe
and that makes the point that we were saying, the more time that the athletes have to prepare themselves, we expect better performances.
So maybe we can enter it officially as a season's best.
Maybe we can. But the finals, maybe he has something left in the tank for the finals later on this afternoon.
Just maybe
he
there's
has
something
already
left
secured a position there,
in
and
the
hopefully
tank.
he can deliver.
We offer in the lane assignments. The next event on the track, running out of lane number 2, Nicole Bartholomew for JW Fletcher, Timon Duncan for Happy Hill Secondary. There is St. David's Catholic, Bishop's College, Grenada Boys Secondary, Hillsborough Secondary, and Wester Hall Secondary. The lane assignment for Heat 2 of 3, the boys 100 meters dash in the junior division. Wesley College on the outside, Hillsborough Secondary in 6, GBSS in lane number 5, and they're off all even Stevens. GBSS making an early lead for it on the there's St. David's Catholic, GBSS St. David's Catholic. It is GBSS, that's athlete there, that's young Tariq McSween for the Grenada Boys Secondary School, and for St. David's Catholic, in the person of Mikel Redhead coming into this meet with a time of 12.93.
Well, that looks like a much faster hit than the previous one.
Yes,
the likes of Tariq McSween, and from St. David's Catholic Secondary, Redhead, they're going to have a real showdown in the finals later on, I would think. But McSween did look good. The strides are nice. The leg speed is good as well. 11.39 for McSween, as opposed to 11.65 for Redhead. And in third was Chris Clement of Bishop's College, 11.93.
And again, for Redhead, he came in here with a time of 12.93. So they'll continue to show the more time they spend on the track, the greater the exposure, then certainly you will see the improvement on the times.
And also what we can say is that Tariq McSween has already ran a faster time than the winner of the previous year, that's Anthony Daniel. Anthony Daniel, who did 11.80. Tariq McSween has just done 11.39, and even Mikel Redhead of St. David's Catholic Secondary had a faster time than the winner of the first preliminary. He ran 11.93. Sorry, a slight 11.65.
We see all it all stacks up at the end of the day. We just saw the completion of heat 2 of 3. There's a final heat in this event number 32. The lane assignment, running out of lane number 1, GBSS, in the person of Ethan Sam. Jamie Penny occupies lane number 2 for Mocha Secondary. Revon Sylvester occupies lane number 3 for Wesley College. Running out of lane number 4, Tyrese Frederick for JW Fletcher. Siobhan Cujo runs out of lane number 5 for Hillsborough Secondary. Joshua Noel, lane 6, Presentation Brothers College. Kyle Ned sits in lane number 7 for St. Andrew's Anglican, and for St. John's Christian Secondary in the person of Ian George. Your lane assignment for the next event on the tracks, heat 3 of 3.
Well, I can tell you, keep your eyes on lane number 7 for sure. Kyle Ned of SAS. I saw him earlier on the season, an impressive 11.4 on the grass. Hand time on the grass.
On grass.
11.4. He is in lane 6 and one to definitely look out for. That's Kyle Ned from SAS. As a matter of fact, he was the most outstanding athlete in his category. He also established a new record in that event, 11.4. A new record also in the long jump and the shot put. So he's an athlete of the future, I would think. Kyle Ned in lane 7.
Well, after year 3 hiatus, they're here. They have come to participate.
But of course, he would have a very strong challenge from Ethan Sam of the Grenada Boys Secondary School. He is a phenomenal athlete as well and has been doing well over the years. So Ethan is one that has been improving as the season goes along. He was not doing too well earlier on, but he has run a sub-11 time this year as well. So Ethan Sam in lane 1 is also one to look out for. But time is going to tell. They're on the starters orders now, and any moment we will see them up and running and trying to qualify for the finals. They're up and running. Ethan Sam gets off well. So too is Kyle Ned from SAS. but it's Sam on the inside and Ned on the outside. Sam, Ethan Sam, Kyle Ned, but Ethan Sam has the advantage and wins it over Kyle Ned. A good run indeed by Ethan Sam on the inside, an athlete that has run sub-11 for the season so far, and that may be a strong contender and a strong message that he's sending out here for the finals later on this afternoon. We'll let you know what the official time is from Ethan Sam of the GBSS in lane 1, and coming in second, Kyle Ned from SAS in lane 2. 11.14 for Ethan Sam, the fastest time we've had so far for the day in this category. And I'm going to tell you what Kyle Ned would have ran momentarily. But Ethan Sam, 11.14, the fastest of the 3 preliminaries so far. Kyle Ned, 11.41. At the police command post. And we have 11.64 for Ian George of the St. John's Christian Secondary School.
So the finishing times, as you can see, Ethan Sam, GBSS 11.14, Kyle Ned from SAS 11.41, Ian George from St. John's Christian Secondary. The top 3 finishers in the heat 3 of 3 in the prelim rounds of the boys 100-meter dash.
So it's going to be a real showdown to the finals. We've had 3 impressive preliminaries. Ethan Sam, from his performance this season, he can go a little faster. He has done a sub-11 this year, very impressive. Kyle Ned would have done an 11.4 on the grass, and he has just done 11.41, so pretty much consistent with what he did on the grass last week.
And I think the key in that race, he was out of the blocks like a bullet. I think he understood that Ned was going to offer him some challenge, and he was running blindly because he's way on the outside out of lane number 6 or 7. He understood that, and so he was literally out of the blocks in like a bullet. And we're getting ready for the next event on the track. Next event on the track. Let's just make sure
as that's the senior boys,
we move to the senior boys. And lane. We give you the lane assignments. Running out of lane number 1 from Westerhall Secondary is Randy John for Westerhall Secondary. Rayvon Clark occupies lane 3 for the Grenada Boys Secondary School. Elisha Williams occupies lane number 4 for St. David's Catholic. He comes in here with an entry time of 11.10. Raquel Telemaki of the Presentation Brothers College. He runs in of lane number 5. Jolan Langayan occupies lane number 6 for the Mocha Secondary. Jafat Sylvester sits in lane number 7 for St. Rose Northern. And Yale Charles it runs in of lane number 8 for Happy Hill.
Well, Raquel Telemak of Presentation Brothers College is a name that we're very familiar with, and he trains together with the MVP Track Club. He and Ethan Sam has been going neck and neck over the years.
Right.
And he's one that we can look out for here, running out of lane number 5 from the Presentation Brothers College. As a matter of fact, at the beginning of the season, Telemark would have had the better of the exchanges over Sam, but in more recent times, Sam, as the season grew and he began to take his training more seriously, Ethan Sam is doing a much better job running faster times against Telemark.
A reduced field here, lanes 8 and 7 scratched. So there's 5 athletes in this one. Westerhall Secondary, GBSS, Presentation Brothers College, Mocha Secondary, and St. Rose.
It's just the first of the 3 preliminaries in the senior boys category. And they're chasing a record time later on, although the records would not be recognized, but the record for this event held by Marcus Julian of the McDonald College. The record established in 2003 of an impressive 10.40 seconds.
But again, as you say, the games are special.
These were the days of the McDonald College with Marcus Julian and the quartet of 400-meter athletes that they had, and the dominance that they had during that time in the 4x4s. And McDonald College had the moment of glory, so to speak, at Intercol Games during those years.
Indeed. But we must say, though, that while you've had individual schools that have put their mark on the athletics calendar or the athletic sphere, you've seen a general growth across many of the non-traditional powerhouses.
So there they are. They're getting ready for heat 1 of the 100 meters for senior boys. As we say, the big men in the business.
Indeed.
The fastest athletes in the schools, as we expect them to be. Let's see who wants to qualify out of this one. False start here by St. David's Catholic Secondary School. That's Elisha Williams. Elisha Williams is an athlete we have to look out for. He was very impressive at the national champions in the championship in the 400 meters. Alan Francis would have had some words of encouragement and some motivation for him back then while he was here. That's Francis. But it might be just unfortunate and disappointing for Williams if the false start has been credited to him. That will be a DQ, an automatic disqualification, as we see an interesting expression on his face as well. Maybe expecting
I think
a DQ.
He knows it's coming. He probably knows it's coming.
The official has actually accredited him to the DQ now, to the false start, and unfortunately, Elisha Williams would not participate in the 100 meters. He came in as a favorite. His pet event may be the 400 meters, but there we see the false start definitely, and he has been disqualified from the event.
Disappointed, no doubt. As you look at the lineup here, John for Western Hall Secondary, Clark for GBSS, Telemac for Presentation Brothers College, and Langain for Boca Secondary. Your lane assignments for the next event on the track: Western Hall, GBSS, Presentation Brothers College, and Boca. It's always disappointing, Leslie, when any athlete at whatever stage of competition, when you are disqualified.
Well, at the international level, we see all kinds of expressions. Athletes refusing to get off the track, athletes expressing their disgust and disappointment and dissatisfaction with the decision.
Some even without to challenge it.
Some running protest as well.
Yes.
There they are, ready for it now. The 100-meter senior boys, heat 1 of 3. There they go. There is Telemac, as I said. Telemac from the Presentation Brothers College. Telemac is going to win this one. He should turn it down now and cross towards the victory line. It's Telemac by maybe 10 meters or so over Rayvon Clark of the GBSS. But a good showing here for Telemac as he sends a clear message to the others in the field that he's here to contend for gold medal in the finals later on this afternoon.
Well, they may say it's a special one. There may not be records, but we know that there is bragging rights, Leslie. There are some gold medals up for grabs, and certainly, no doubt, these athletes, as we've hinted to the fact that they're going to come and they are going
10.95 for Telemac. So first sub-11 performance, and that's just in the preliminary stage. So 10.95, Clark 11.55, and Langain 11.58. So not a bad run indeed by Telemac. 10.95.
The first sub-11 run there. Raquel Telemac, Presentation Brothers College 10.95, Clark from GBSS 11.55, and Langain from Boca 11.58. And there you see it. And he was literally eating up the ground with those long strides, Leslie. And then once he got into his full rhythm, it was just a matter of saying, you know what? And you get
so he maintained some good form throughout the event and comfortable, not been pushed. So the expectation is that in the finals, when he's been pushed by the other top contenders in the event, he may just go a little faster as well. So there we see him slowing down towards the tape as well, and a comfortable victory for him. Technically, maybe he needs to stay down a little more off the starting to gain some momentum, but the length of strides that he has and the leg speed and momentum that he has,
it works to his advantage.
He's definitely one to look out for in the finals. 10.95.
10.95. We go to heat 2 of 3. Your lane assignments for Happy Hill Secondary. John Del Taylor runs out of lane number 2. Callum DeRoche runs out of lane number 3 for Bishop's College. For J.W. Fletcher, Ronaldo Williams occupies lane number 4. Running out of lane number 5 is Josh Richards for Grenada Boys Secondary School. Shaquem Charles occupies lane number 6 for Hillsborough. Byron Hector sits in lane number 7 for St. John's Christian. And running on the outside lane number 8 is Giovanni O'Neill for St. Andrew's Anglican.
Lane number 5 from Grenada Boys Secondary.
So there they are, the competitors in the second of 3 heats for the 100 meters senior boys.
Lane number 7 from St. John's Christian Secondary, Byron Hector.
It's the big boys.
Lane number 8 from St.
I guess if you really want to be in the big league.
We've already seen a sub-11 performance. Let's see if any of these athletes here can be just as impressive. The athletes from Carriacou, virtual unknowns, we are hoping to have Patterson from Carriacou to maybe share some more information on the athletes out of Carriacou.
We probably may have to get.
We have 2 of them in this event here, one from Bishop's College in lane 3, and that's Callum DeRoche, and in lane 6 we have Charles, that's Shaquem Charles from the Hillsborough Secondary School. It's an event that Carriacou, schools from Carriacou have won at Intercol Games, the 100 meters, and so we can expect some good performances from them in this edition of Intercol Games as well. But let's see what they can do on this occasion. There are 2 of them in the race. Kado, your call.
And they're on the status orders as they await the gun, and we'll see how it pans out at the end. So, okay.
It looks like lane number 7. That's Japheth. Sorry, that's Hector Byron Hector of St. John's Christian.
Secondary. And as you can read,
we're gonna have another look at it to see exactly who would have jumped the gun. There he is. He's aware of what has happened.
I think the grimace on his face sort of tells the story.
And that is the kind of emotional outburst and feeling that these athletes have when they recognize that they're going to be DQ'd or when they actually get DQ'd from the event.
Yeah.
He knows it.
He knows it.
He knows it. He feels the pain. The card has been issued to him now. Apparently, it's been given to Hillsborough Secondary. Now it's been changed. So the correction has been made here now, and indeed, St. Rose Modern Secondary Byron Hector has been disqualified.
There's actually 2 athletes. There's 2 athletes. So you have Hector and
Shaquem Charles of Hillsborough Secondary. Shaquem was a bit confused. He really was pointing to himself as if asking, "Is it me? Is it me?" So 2 athletes have been DQ'd here. We would love to see the replay on the start here to have our own judgment on this one, but the official judgment, or the starter's judgment, is official.
It is official.
And we can bump our gum. We can go from now until the cows come home.
Nothing's going to change.
Not going to change that.
Nothing's going to change. So we have Happy Hill Secondary in 2. Bishop's College runs out of lane number 3. J.W. Fletcher runs out of 4. GBSS out of 5. And SAS runs out of lane number 8. The lane assignments for the next event on the track, heat 2 of 3. We're still in the prelims. It's a senior boys dash in the 100 meters. It's all happening right here. Taylor, DeRoche, Williams, Richards, and O'Neill.
Again, it's very unfortunate for Shaquem. I feel it's been coming from Carriacou as well, and I'm sure he wanted to impress, and he would have to consider it another time, if there is another time.
Well, only time will tell, but let's see as they go into the cradle position and they await the gun. Happy Hill, Bishop's College, J.W. Fletcher, and they're off. It is O'Neill on the outside, but down the middle, storming away by J.W. Fletcher in the person of Ronaldo Williams. It is Ronaldo Williams that came through down the middle of the pack. There, Leslie. J.W. Fletcher, Ronaldo Williams was the one coming away there with the victory.
11.33 for Ronaldo Williams. I'm going to ask you, Kado, how many times have you called J.W. Fletcher as top position in an event at any Intercol game?
It is quite rare.
And 11.33 for Ronaldo Williams, 11.76 for Taylor of the Happy Hill Secondary School, and 11.87 for Joshua Richards.
It is quite rare though, rare as a fact, but it's quite satisfying that as a young school, as a relatively young school, it almost takes you back to the days of when Western Hall Secondary emerged as champions, and it does continue to speak to the growth and the expansion of athletics that is not just limited to just some of the premier schools, but I'm happy that you have the likes of young Williams from J.W. Fletcher. We get there's the replay.
As we look back here now, and pretty decent start here. GBSS had maybe the better start of all the athletes, but then it was Williams from the J.W. Fletcher Catholic School, still not in the lead at this point, maybe 20 meters into the event. It was GBSS, but then he gained his momentum nicely, maintained his form, and gradually eased up on GBSS. GBSS seems to be slowing down there a bit in the legs of Joshua Richards, and then he began to pull away from the rest of the field here. Not very often you see that kind of a gap in 100 meters at senior boys level, but a comfortable win of 11.33 for Ronaldo Williams of the J.W. Fletcher Catholic School.
A comfortable win indeed, as we saw the completion of 2 of 3. It's 2 of 3 in the boys 100 meters dash seniors. We get ready for the next event on the cards. It's 3 of 3. Heat 3 of 3 at Clinton Andrews. Andrew occupies lane number 1 for St. John's Christian Secondary. Samuel Green runs it at 3 for Presentation Brothers College. Chad Samuel occupies lane 4 for Hillsborough. Rakeem McFarlane is nestled in lane number 5 for Hillsborough. For Bishop's College, Young Coffee runs it at 6 for Boca Secondary, and then there is DeAndre St. Louis in 7, and Brian Isaac for SAS, St. Andrew's Anglican, out of lane number 8.
Well, Samuel Green is a top challenger for number 1 spot in this one here from the Presentation Brothers College. He is running out of lane 2, and he'll be challenged from the rest of the field. But they're up and running, and what looks like a quick. There goes Samuel. There goes Green, I beg your pardon. Samuel Green from Presentation Brothers College is winning this one easily to secure a position into the finals over the athletes from the Boca Secondary School. That's Ali and Coffee. But Samuel Green came in as a strong contender and lived up to expectation, and will have a showdown in the finals against his teammate Rikel Telemak of the Presentation Brothers College. So Presentation Brothers College looking good for the finals. Maybe a 1-2 proposition for PBC. Maybe the first time in the modern games we will see Presentation Brothers College occupying 2 positions in the senior category on the winners podium. So Samuel Green 11.04.
Samuel Green, Presentation Brothers College.
Boca Secondary in Alien Coffee with 11.7, and Brian Isaac of SAS 11.8. But Isaac of SAS has done a little bit better than what he did at his school sports on the grass, 11.9, running 11.8 today. So 1, 2, 3 is Samuel Green, Alien Coffee, and Brian Isaac, and the best times to take them through to the final. But the fastest time, indeed, coming from Rikel Telemak of the Presentation Brothers College, and a nice showdown has been set up here for the 100 meters seniors later on this afternoon. It's the Republic Bank Intercol Championships 2022. The students are making their way inside. The bleachers are filling up really quickly. So too is the secondary pavilion. The upper deck of the main pavilion is already filled. And we anticipate that there are going to be lots more spectators from the general public joining us here at the National Stadium after 3-4 p.m. this afternoon. Following the 100-meter events, there are going to be a number of field events that will take place, and then on the track, Then on the track, we will continue with some 200-meter events for the various categories and gender as well. So following the final in the seniors, we would have the 100 meters for the 200 meters for the various categories. The athletes on the track here looks like a rerun for a previous event as well, because from all information here, all of the 100-meter events have been completed, but this looks like a rerun from a previous event, and we will let you know. It looks like sub-junior boys. We'll let you know which of the events are being rerun here. It looks like the first preliminary where Canik Nixon of the PBC would have won. Yeah, that looks like a rerun here between Aaron Smith, Vicio Hines of St. John's Christian, Kemlon Langdon, Kirby Thomas, Adam Purcell, Larry Thomas, and Canik Nixon. So maybe again, the records were not kept for that event, and so the athletes have to come back here to do it all over. The 100 meters for sub-junior boys. So in lane 3 is Vicio Hines of St. John's Christian Secondary. In 4 is Kemlon Langdine of St. David's Catholic. In 6 is in 5 is Kirby Thomas of SAS. In 7 is Larry Thomas of Westerhold, and 8 is Canik Nixon of PVC.
Referral James, lane number 8 from the Presentation Brothers College, Canik Nixon. Your field for the boys 100.
It's actually Raphael James of Westall Secondary who is in lane 7. So it's a rerun of the first of the 4 preliminaries for the 100 meters sub-junior boys. We're hoping that for performance sake that the same order of winners would emerge and the times would be as comparative as they did the first time around, just to secure a position into the final. So they're up and running one more time, the 100 meters for sub-juniors. And again, the athlete here who looks good is the athlete from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School, that's Kemlon Langdine. PBC is making a run on the outside in Canik Nixon, but it looks like St. David's Catholic Secondary in Kemlon Langdine, the unofficial winner of this preliminary. So it's not always easy for these athletes when they have these reruns. Remember, these are preliminaries and they still would have to contest other events and then the final. So 12.78 for Langdon, the winner of the event, and he would emerge, or he would make his way onto the finals later on this afternoon. Kemlon Langdine of the St. David's Catholic. Canik Nixon of PBC was second with 12.79. And Vicio Hines of St. John's Christian Secondary in third with 12.94. The next set of events on the track would be the 200-meter events, and the excitement continues here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. Kado, we're expecting some results.
Indeed, we are.
Both the field. We will try to get a points update as well, because points are allocated. Champions will be crowned. Champions will be crowned later on this evening as well.
And that's the truth. That's notwithstanding that the games are dubbed as the special ones that a lot of there's no records. The truth is, the athletes are here. They're hungry for victory, and they want to at the end of the day, for history to show that they came and they set their mark on the games. And so certainly we're really, really ready for them. The moment it is now, after an absence of nearly 3 years. Leslie, we want to say shout out those of you that's out in the diaspora. We are getting quite some feedback from one of the folks in the diaspora. We say thanks. Remind you that you can follow the event live. It's a collaborative production by GIS and TNR Communication, and you can follow it live on GIS, and also you can follow the action live.
So, Carol, I wonder why you're having some difficulty saying GIS. Are you so familiar saying something as a starts with a G?
So, you know how the brain functions, right? I literally have to. It's a work in progress. I have to retrain myself. Okay. I say G as other syllables follows by default.
A nice cross-section of the spectators as well.
And I just came from the outside, made a quick peek outside, and they continue to flow in their hundreds. There's probably even a greater concentration of students on the outside than there is on the inside. And once you start to see that sort of movements, it's the rain, but they came prepared in most parts, the umbrellas and everything. Again, you're looking at the Republic Bank flags floating in the wind, together with some of the other sponsors of the event. And certainly we have to say kudos and hats off to Republic Bank, and not just Republic Bank, Leslie, but all of corporate Grenada that has seen the need to be part of this conversation.
The Secondary Schools Principal Association.
Yes, they are the managers and owners of it, and they work tirelessly.
The Ministry of Sports.
All of the stakeholders. When they had the press conference just on 3-4 weeks ago, and they made the announcement that Intercol is going to be 2-3. Everybody's thinking, are they serious? Really? But they were committed to the task, and here we are. Again, you get to there one of the most picturesque view that you can absorb from the stadium today, Leslie, for the backdrop of the bleachers.
It's a cruise ship day in Port St. George.
Picturesque indeed. Whether or not it's the backdrop of the Inner Harbor or the Dabo Hills. Sometimes, Leslie, it's only when you get to see these shots, when we're doing these sort of events, you start going, wow, this is my Grenada. Really? Wow. In case you were wondering. But it's happening down here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. 54 events. It is yet early times, Leslie, and we're saying that in the context that as the evening draws nigh, the excitement and anticipation is going to continue to yield, and certainly, by the time more of the students make their way here, together with some of the die-hard secondary supporters who come in just for the excitement of saying, you know what, I came to support my school. Believe me,
tell you, some of these supporters, past pupils of the school, take these things take Intercol games very seriously.
Indeed.
The banter, the rivalry, the history, the conversations, and all that goes on with that, it's very, very serious business. Can you imagine, in the workplace at the moment, a GBSS past pupil and a SAS past pupil in the same office? Can you imagine a St. David's Catholic Secondary and an Anglican High School or SJC St. George's in the same office now? And who is quiet? Who is routing? Because at moments when one school is doing good, that supporter may be a little bit more vocal than the other one.
Right.
And sometimes in the early runnings, they will be very involved, and then they get very quiet. But in any case, we're going to segue to Sherian in a moment for another interview on the field. Sherian is in the mix zone, and she's conducting some live interviews there with some of the officials, and later on with some of the winners of the various events. So as soon as she's ready for us, we're going to go over to that. But we want to continue to see.
Broadcast of the Republic Bank Intercol 2022 games is made possible by Republic Bank. We're the one for you. Rise and Shine Supermarket, Grenada Electricity Services Limited, Country Cold Store, Grenada Bottling Company, Consumers Guarantee Insurance, K&R Store, the National Water and Sewage Authority.
Hey man, when we come online, you only juking up your phone.
Yeah boy, now as I say, they have an app. I can't find it. I check Play Store. I do a Google search. I can't find it. Man, I get fed up, man.
Nah man, because you look in the wrong place. The app is web-based.
Web-based?
Yes. You access it via your web browser, right? You can add it to your home screen or your desktop, like any regular app. Watch. Look, I have it on my phone, right? And you can access it or add it to any device, your computer, your tablet, any device.
Well, how are doing that and I can't find it?
Okay, watch. All you have to do is open your browser, right? And type mobile.nawasa.gd. And voila, you see?
Just so?
Yes, and you can download it or access it via the web. Once you have a reliable internet connection, right, you can run the app anywhere, anytime.
So, how I adding that to my home screen?
Right, so you click on those three dots, right, or your web browser setting, and look for the option to install app or add to home screen. Easy peasy.
Well, thank you. Now I could help Auntie June because she was having the same problem too.
The Nawasa app, versatile, fast-paced, and always up to date because it's web-based. So Auntie June won't always have to install update. Once a change is made to the app, it updates automatically, no hassle.
Well, that's a good thing.
Mobile.nawasa.gd, your customer support companion.
Nice to see, the younger athletes of Grenada today come out to support, so I'm very happy. I'm very happy today.
Thank you very much. We were speaking there with a former athlete, Darren Oxford, and coming up next, we have one of the strongest supporters of the boys on the hill right here as the GIS continues to bring you live coverage from the Kirani James Athletic Stadium of Intercol 2022.
Thank you very much, Sherry, and continue to grab them and have a chit-chat with them and let the world know how they feel and what their impressions are of the games. We're getting ready for the 200-meter events in the preliminary stage. And of course, we're going to begin with the sub-junior girls. And quickly to give you the lineup for the first of three preliminaries. Odisha George of Hillsborough Secondary in lane 2. Kimaya Peters of SAS in 3. Shade John of St. David's Catholic Secondary in 4. Arisha Regis of Happy Hill Secondary in 5. Egypt Regis of Anglican High School in 6. Monique Binder of Boca Secondary in 7, and Amelia Steele of Convent St. George in lane 8. So some familiar names here: Shade John, Monique Binder. These were athletes that featured prominently in the 100 meters in terms of the top 3 positions, and they're here line up for the 200 meters.
Odisha George, lane number 3, St. Andrew's African Secondary.
So joining me now is Shelly. Most of you know her as Madam Elan, but when it comes to athletics, Shelly is one of the supporters of not only the Grenada Boys Secondary School, but student athletes in general. It has been 3 years. Tell us about the feeling for today.
To be honest, when I heard we were having Intercol this year, I was ecstatic. I was ecstatic for athletes, for schools, for Grenada in general, because I think athletes need to compete.
How are you? It's pretty early still, but how are you feeling with the performance thus far of the boys on the hill?
The boys in general, or my school?
Your school, the boys on the hill.
I was impressed. Once they're on the field of play, I am impressed.
So, we know that we're just out of the COVID, not really out of it, but we've got some significant easement. You've been able to socialize and so with your friends in this sort of a sporting atmosphere. Speak to us to that actual feeling.
Well, the thing about it is, it really is good to be, we almost feel a little bit more free. Yes, we know COVID is there, but life has to go on. We are as cautious as we can be, but it's good to be out. It's good to be out.
How much are you looking forward to the final events?
I'm always looking forward to the final events, especially the sprints. I want to see Sam perform.
Thank you very much. That was another of the supporters of athletics here in Grenada, not only GBSS, but athletics in general, Shelley. So we now head back to our commentary team of Leslie Smith and Joseph Cador.
Thank you indeed, Sherry and Shelley. Good afternoon to you, Shelley. When I was referring to spectators or past students in offices, Shelley is one, but definitely Shelley would not be in an office or a studio today. Actually, the only place you would find Shelley Waldron today is at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium, and she's here already.
If you really know Shelley, that's just who she is. That's just who she is. She's just really a true lover of athletics, and she supports them at all.
And Shelley is one of the limited number of females that attended the GBSS during the period of the revolution.
Yes.
And they have the nice little fraternity there, and Shelley is always shouting for the GBSS. But they're on the starters orders now. Heat 1 of 3 for the 100 meters sub-junior girls. Shade John is there. So too is
Kimaya Peters.
So a mix-up in the start here. Are they going to be recalled? Yes, they are indeed recalled. Something may have happened there. Some of the athletes started and stopped, and eventually the starter called them all back. So it's the 200 meters that we had that indifferent start too. And again, we had Odisha George, Kimaya Peters, Shade John, Arisha Regis, Egypt Regis, Monique Binder, and Amelia Steele. And I can tell you, amongst the lineup there, we have some persons that have already qualified for the 100 meters, in the likes of Shade John. She's already into the finals. Monique Binder is also inside there.
Our starters are currently confirmed. It's event number 35, the girls 200 meter dash.
They're going to have another attempt at it, the 200 meters for the sub-junior girls, I beg your pardon. The record held by Janisha Mark, 25.2 seconds, established in 2006.
A special thank you to our title sponsor for this year.
Well, they await Odisha George, Hillsborough Secondary, Kimaya Peters from SAS, Shade John, who's already into the 100 meters. Her entry time into this event, 25.80. Arisha Regis from Happy Hill Secondary, Egypt Regis from the Anglican High School, Monique Bender from Boca Secondary, and Amelia Steele, Convent St. George. You start to line up for the next event on the track. Event number Heat 1 of 1, event number 35. Leslie?
So some adjustment made there by Monique Binder of the Boca Secondary School in lane 7. And they're up and running. It's a clean start this time. The 200 meters for sub-junior girls. Let's look at for Shade John in the middle of the track here from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School in lane 4. She seems to be in the lead at the moment, coming around the turn now. It's Shade John, challenged by Boca Secondary in Monique Binder, and in Anglican High School in Egypt Regis. But it is Shade John of the St. Joseph Catholic Secondary School over Boca Secondary in Monique Belfon of Binder. But it is Shade John, Binder, and then Egypt Regis of the Anglican High School.
Well, I think the expectations, we had our own preconceived expectations, Leslie, and I think true to form, to expectations, the race unfolded. We certainly expected Shade, who've already qualified for the 100, now setting her marks on at least doing on the double. So Shade John with a time of 27.02, Monique Bender from Boca, 27.78. Egypt Regis for the Anglican High School, 28.03. Your finishing times there for Heat 1 of event number 35, the girls 300, the girls 200 meter dash sub-junior. Other times.
Shade John continues to impress. As I said, she ran 13.15 seconds in the 100 meters to qualify. And Monique Belfon also doing well. Monique Belfon from the Boca Secondary School. So Monique Binder, I beg your pardon, 13.66 she ran in the 100 meters. And generally you tend to find the athletes who do well in the 100 meters always come back and do well at this level. At the international level, we have specialists for these events, for the 100 meters and the 200 meters. But generally speaking, we expect that whoever wins the 100 meters will come back and win the 200 meters. So we expect these athletes to feature in the lineup for the finals of the 200 meters, similar to what we have for the 100 meters.
And then you do have the cases where a lot of athletes, they may have started doing both, and then they later transitioned. For them, for the 100 meters, if they're good at 100, then the issue of speed is something that they have under their belt. For the 200 and other distances, then stamina becomes is drawn into the equation. We're getting ready for the start of the next event on the field. The lane assignments, running out of lane number 3, Renisha Williams, there's Bishop's College, Hillsborough Secondary, St. David's Catholic, J.W. Fletcher, Convent St. George, the St. George's Institute, and the Anglican and SAS. They're off, all even Stevens, as they make it down the back stretch in the middle of the pack. The athlete there from J.W. Fletcher, it's Josiah Johnson that's holding her own. Johnson really putting the pedals onto it. Being chased there by Convent, that's Taylor, but it's Johnson being, but come, here's the athletes now from St. David's Catholic, and that's Renisha Moraine. It's Renisha Moraine as Johnson's tires is Maureen there, Leslie, literally catching up with her right on the line. A really strong finish there from Maureen from St. David's Catholic. And the finishing second is Jazara Johnson from J.W. Fletcher Catholic.
So 28.26 for Maureen. Johnson in second with 28.32. And Brandy Taylor in third with 28.68. Well, a lot of the early runnings was done here by Jazara Johnson. There we see her coming up the turn in the lead. She did all the early running. But what I like about the athlete out of the St. David's Catholic Secondary, that's Maureen, she backed herself, she backed her ability, she maintained her form, she didn't get desperate, she kept her form all the way, and just at the finish line here was able to eclipse Jazara Johnson to qualify as the first place winner in the second of the three preliminaries.
So the official times: Maureen 28.26, Johnson also in second place. Heat number 2 is the girls 200 meters dash sub-junior.
Interestingly, Jazara Johnson, I don't recall seeing her featured in the 100 meters.
No.
But she came off the bend in the lead. She had the fastest start amongst them and just lacked a little bit of endurance towards the end. And the more powerful athlete in the likes of the athlete of St. David's Catholic Secondary, that's Maureen, was able to eclipse her on the finish line. So maybe a better strategy for Jazara Johnson could yield better results for her into the finals. But she looked very impressive coming up the turn.
She did look impressive.
With good leg speed and good conditioning as well.
We're getting ready for heats 3 of 3 of event number 35, the girls 200 meters dash. The lane assignments: Lauren McIntosh, Anglican High School, runs out of 3. Zanique Roberts for St. George Institute runs out of 4. Elonia Joseph runs out of 5 for J.W. Fletcher. Kedona Douglas occupies lane number 6 for Boca Secondary. Ashara Joseph sits in lane number 7 for Happy Hill Secondary. And Brown runs out of 8 for Bishop's College. High School in 3. Roberts for St. George's Institute. Joseph runs out of 5 for J.W. Fletcher. Douglas out of 6 for Boca Secondary. Joseph out of lane number 7, and Brown. Les?
So Douglas is the one to definitely look out for. She already did 12.86 in the 100 meters. Also, Lauren McIntosh ran 13 seconds flat in the 100 meters as well, and these will be 2 of the strong contenders in this event. So lanes 3 and lane 6, these are the lanes that will find the winner of this event. But they're up and running here and looking good. The athlete from the Boca Secondary School, and that's Kedona Douglas in lane 6. She comes up the turn in the lead. McIntosh on the inside is giving good chase. So too is the athlete from Bishop's College in Carriacou. But it's Kedona Douglas of the Boca Secondary School over McIntosh of Anglican High School. But Douglas wins this one. She jogs over the finish line now. McIntosh in second, and from Bishop's College, it's Dejani Brown who picks up the 3rd position. But a good run indeed by Kedona Douglas, maintaining her good positioning. She had the fastest time in the 100 meters, and she looked very impressive too in the 200 meters.
She came off the turn looking quite sharp, and she maintained her form right through the
26.51 for Kedona Douglas and 27.86 for McIntosh. In third was Dejani Brown of Bishop's College, 28.67.
Well, we can tell you, depending on where you are, Leslie, that the sun is out. I think that would probably be some good news to a lot of folks who probably they're still in a bit of a quandary as to whether or not they want to make their way down here to the National Stadium.
That's Kedona Douglas here, returning the fastest time from the 3 preliminaries, and is an obvious favorite now, having already ran the fastest time in the 100 meters to win both the 100 and 200 meters later on this afternoon. McIntosh should be a strong contender, and she comes from a strong sporting family. She also has 2 brothers who play for the Presentation Brothers College, and they train with the 473 MVP club out there in Chantine. the McIntosh family. But Douglas definitely in omnious form here at the Intercol Games 2022.
Folks, the scene is getting set for what promises to be an evening of excellence, drama, excitement that you do not want to miss. Intercol 2022 under the Republic Bank banner. It's setting the stage for a really transfixing evening of athletics. And we'll see exactly how the evening pans out as we continue with it. So we move it there from the event number 35. We're moving now to event number 37, which is expected to be the girls' 200 meters dash in the junior girls. The time in this one, the record to beat is 23.27 seconds. We give you the lane assignments as they are. Running out of lane number 2 from St. John's Christian Secondaries by Noel.
Lane number 4 from the St. David Catholic Secondary, Gina David.
Then we have for Hillsborough Secondary. Well, there's no one. Running out of lane number 4 is Gina David, and certainly she comes into this meet in this event with a time of 25.40. Running out of lane number 7. Then we have Alina Decoto Street for Westerhall Secondary, and Maya Noel in 2, and Michaela Joseph for Happy Hill Secondary in lane number 3. The lane assignments for event number 37, the girls' 200 meters dash. The game's record set by Alison George back in 2004 in a time of 23.27 seconds. So we see how this one turns out at the end of the day. Noel, Joseph, David. Joseph again for Boca Secondary. Harris, Decoto, and Street. It's the girls' 200 meters dash. And once they're off, Leslie Smith will take you through.
And that's in the junior category, the first of the 4 preliminaries. They're running for position into the finals. They're up and running here. And there they go. Looking good is the athlete from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School. That's Gina David in the middle of the track here in lane 4. Is Gina David coming up the turn. Challenge on the outside by Anglican High School in Alina Decoto. Decoto got the better of her in the 100 meters. Here they come down the home straight here. Decoto, David. Decoto over David. Alina Decoto is looking good. She's going to win this one and qualify automatically over Gina David. And then on the inside we have from the St. John's Christian Secondary School, Maya Noel picking up the 3rd position. But again, Alina Decoto of the Anglican High School continues to do well and continues to overpower Gina David of the St. David's Catholic Secondary School.
Well, of course, there's no disappointment so far.
26.48 for Decoto.
And Gina came into this one with a time of 25.40. So the final times, Alina Decoto, Anglican High School, 26.48. Gina David, 27.22, which certainly that's much slower, Leslie, than her entry time in for the meet, which is that of 25.40 seconds. In third position from St. John's Christian Secondary in a time of 28.11 was Maya Noel. That was the completion of event number 37, heat 1 of 4 in the girls' 200 meters dash.
The top 8 times are moving into the finals.
And what we've seen on screen is the replay as they come down the backstretch in the 200 meters. Looking at them as they hit the bend, Decoto and Gina David. Certainly remember, Decoto did get the better of David in the 100 meters, and certainly you could see she has the speed and the strength of a 100 meter specialist that she is. And certainly with the 50 meters to go, she just kept her composure, running away with it. Alina Decoto of the Anglican High School in second position. It was Gina David of St. David's Catholic class.
Well, both athletes will definitely qualify for the finals. As a matter of fact, both have already qualified for the 100 meters, and they're most likely to qualify based on position for the finals of the 200 meters.
setting themselves up for what could be an exciting double in the 1 and in the 2. We move into the next event on the track, Heat 2 of 4, and we look at the lane assignments for Boca Secondary. Still, it's Davidson for Boca Secondary in lane 3. Telesford for St. David's Catholic, who comes in at a time of 25.60. Gittins for Bishop's College. Williams for St. John's Christian Secondary. Selena Felix runs out of 7 for Westerhall Secondary. And they are off as they come down the back stretch. We look at athlete from St. David's Catholic, and that's Joseph making an early turn for it. Also in there is the athlete from, when we look as they come to the home stretch, it is from St. David's Catholic, it's Telesford who comes into the meet with a time of 25.60. Is going to hold true to form as she comes away with an easy victory indeed. And coming in second, it's young Williams from St. John's Christian Secondary. Les.
Well, again, athletes competing for a position into the finals of the 200 meters. St. David's Catholic Secondary being featured in these last 2 events. But I can tell you, Kador, there's going to be a showdown in the 4th preliminary between the likes of Atalia Sampson, who had the fastest time in the 100 meters, and Ashante Augustine. And they'll be running side by side in lanes 7 and 8, but we're going to save this one for when we get there in preliminary number 4.
Indeed.
But it's going to be a prelude to the finals, I would think, between these 2 athletes. So Telesford in 27.13.
Yeah,
from St. David's Catholic Secondary School.
Williams 27.83.
Williams.
And Davidson for Boca in 29.70. Looking at the rest of the lineup, Agnes Joseph from SAS 30.70.
As we look back here to see how the athletes did in the 200 meters in the second of the 4 preliminaries in the junior girls category. And St. David's not maybe having the best start here. St. John's Christian Secondary was looking good out there in lane number 6. But coming around the turn, that's when she began to gain her momentum and accelerated and was able to go past the athlete from St. John's Christian Secondary. And from then on, it was curtain's call as she motored on to the finish line to win comfortable and to secure a position into the finals. The athlete from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School in the likes of Telesford winning this one.
We're getting ready for Heat 3 of 4. It is action in the girls' 200 meters dash. The record of the games meet is 23.27 seconds, set by Alison George back in the year 2004. We give you the late assignments for the next meet. It is young John of Bishop's College runs out of 3. Policia Batson runs out of 4 for Wesley College. Julian for Happy Hill Secondary is in 5. Rollins for Hillsborough Secondary is in 6. Hosford for J.W. Fletcher runs out of 7. And Thomas for St. Andrew's Anglican occupies lane number 8, Leslie.
There they are on the starters orders. 200 meters, junior girls, Heat 3 of 4. Running for a qualification position into the finals. A measure of concentration from all the athletes. They're up and running now. And there they go, looking good in the middle of the pack here. Looks like the athlete from the Happy Hill Secondary School. Coming around the turn, it's Happy Hill Secondary School and J.W. Fletcher. J.W. Fletcher in the likes of Janisha Hosford. Hosford in the lead here in the 200 meters, Heat 3 or 4. Hosford is going to have an easy victory. She can turn it off now. She's still pushing for the finish line. Sass is going to pick up the second position in the likes of Tamia Thomas. And it looks as though it was Happy Hill Secondary in Casey Julian who picked up the third position. So very close uniforms between the J.W. Fletcher and the Happy Hill Secondary. But it was indeed J.W. Fletcher in the likes of Janisha Hosford, who was the eventual winner here in a time of 28.19 seconds.
Well, Les, I know you're trying to keep calm about it. While it's a prelim, it has the marking of a final all over it. Heat 4 of 4. Heat 4 of 4 of the girls 200 meters. The lane assignment. Amaya Sylvester runs out of lane number 3 for Happy Hill Secondary. Richardson for St. George Institute occupies lane number 4. Nestled next to her in lane number 5 is Avina George of St. Rose Modern Secondary. Out of lane number 6 is Clark for JW Fletcher. And running out of lane number 7 is Talia Sampson for the Anglican High School and Shante Augustine from Convent St. George. I know, Les, you're particularly excited about this one.
Well, this is going to be a prelude to the finals. The top 2 athletes with the fastest times coming out of the 100 meters in Talia Sampson and Shante Augustine. Shante Augustine being a member of Grenada's Carifta team. They're going to go battle here, head to head, toe to toe, so to speak, in this preliminary. And of course, they would want bragging rights. They would want to have the psychological advantage and the momentum going into the finals. I can tell you that Talia Sampson did 12.57 in the 100 meters and Shante Augustine 12.59. So there isn't much daylight between the two of them.
Right.
And they're running side by side here. It's going to be an interesting one between these two athletes.
And maybe for their own, their own satisfaction.
Well, certainly that's not the event on screen. Yeah, that is it. That's Shante Augustine there in the green and white, and on the inside to her is Talia Sampson of the Anglican High School. There we go.
Well, at least they can keep track of each other.
So as it stands now, they don't have the best lanes. The best lanes is in the middle of the track, 3, 4, and 5. But Sampson would have the advantage in the sense that she will be looking at Shante Augustine and she can actually gauge her race if she has the time to do that, because these athletes will come in with a certain preparation mode, how they run, and if they want to maintain that. In a 400, you can basically gauge on the athlete in front of you, but in the 200, you sprint from day one.
And in lane number 8 for the St. Joseph's.
So there we wait with childlike anticipation for the next event on the track. It is Heat 4 of 4 of the girls 200 meters dash, and that conversation is going to play itself on the track in just a bit. Again, the latest time is Happy Hill runs out of 1. St. George Institute, St. Rose Modern Secondary, JW Fletcher Anglican High School, and Convent St. George.
The athletes battling for supremacy here in the junior girls 200 meters. An interesting showdown already being anticipated between Talia Sampson of the Anglican High School and Shante Augustine of the St. Joseph Convent St. George's. There they go, ready to take it off. Not only for qualifying position, but for bragging rights as well. And they're up and running. It's a nice clean start here. Sampson from Anglican High School in 7. Shante Augustine from St. Joseph Convent in 8. Augustine has the advantage over Sampson at the moment. There they go. Shante Augustine with a good lead here over Sampson. Does she have enough in the tank to recover? Here comes Talia Sampson. Is it too late? Is it going to work? But Shante Augustine looking very comfortable indeed and wins this one by a long way as well over Sampson. Sampson laboring over the finish line now, but an impressive run indeed by Shante Augustine. Looking good is Shante Augustine for the St. Joseph Convent St. George's.
Well, indeed, we say congratulations to her. Maybe disappointed in some sorts that we were probably expecting much greater contention by young Sampson, but certainly the anticipation that was set up, that was anticipated, did not quite.
An anticlimax sort of.
Anticlimax, yes, no doubt.
Completing this race in a time of 25.65.
As we look back here, Shante Augustine led from the start to the finish. She rung the turn in the lead, running nicely on the inside of the lane here, and from then it was curtain call. From the time she straightened up into the home straight, there was no catching her at all, maintaining a good form and really powering her way to the finish line, not giving up at all, and sending a very strong message to the other contenders for the 200 meters.
Move on to the finals for this event.
So from what we're seeing here, it was actually Safia Ross of the Anglican High School and not Talia, as we were anticipating, Talia Sampson. So there seems to be been a change here in the lineup. And that's indeed Sampson. No, that's Talia Sampson here now in lane 7. So a bad mix-up here, and we're sorry that we confuse you with that. So we will look to see what time Talia Sampson is going to return here now to compare with that of Shanti Augustine. But indeed, that's Talia Sampson here who had the fastest time going into... And that's still not Talia Sampson's, I beg your pardon.
Your field for the senior girls 200 meter dash. Lane 3, versus Convent St. George's, Christine Charles. Lane 4, Happy Secondary, Serena Frederick.
Shonika Phillip it is. So that's the senior girls that are on the track now. That's Shonika Phillip of the Anglican High School.
Happy Secondary.
We'll give you the lane assignments for that. The senior girls, heat 1 of 2. Monica Williams of St. Rose Modern Secondary. Kristen Charles of St. Joseph Convent St. George's. Serena Frederick of the Happy Hill Secondary. Rihanna Frederick of the St. David's Catholic Secondary. Ciara Stafford of Bishop's College. Shonika Phillip, Anglican High School. And Serena Frank of the Boca Secondary. It's going to be a showdown here between Serena Frank and Shonika Phillip. Serena Frank is one of the athletes over the years that has done very well at the Intercol Games. But Shonika Phillip had the fastest time amongst the seniors in the 100 meters. She ran 12.28 seconds, and she would be a strong contender for a mix-up here, but the officials allow them to go. An athlete dropping out already, but Shonika Phillip
On the inside, St. David's Catholic
of the Anglican High School. Anglican High School over St. David's Catholic Secondary, and in the end an easy victory here for Shonika Phillip. And in second place it is the athlete from the Anglican, from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School. Shonika Phillip of the Anglican High School, 25.42 seconds. And Rihanna Frederick, 26.64 seconds of the St. David's Catholic Secondary School. Bishop's College in the mix here, 28.09 to get the third position. Looking for a position into the finals. Well, it's going to be an interesting situation here between Shonika Phillip and the others as they compete. As we look back, there seems to have been some issue with the start. We saw some fidgeting. We also saw an athlete from the convent dropping out of the event. There we see the fidgeting here by Shonika Phillip. That should have been called a false start. The event was allowed to continue, but there we see athlete from, it looks like Happy Hill Secondary, dropping out very early. And Shonika Phillip went on to win this event and would make her way on to the finals. Coming along the bend, she was always in the lead, and once they approached the home straight, it was going to take a Herculean effort from St. David's Catholic Secondary School to go past her, and she was able to maintain her form and then slowing down towards the finish line to conserve some energy for the finals. Considering she has to do the 100 meters, and of course she'll be featured in the relays, being the fastest athlete of the school. She will have a workload cut out for her here today, a very heavy workload indeed Shonika Phillip will have later on today.
Number 6, the Anglican High School,
we're getting ready for heat number 2 of the 200 meter dash for senior girls. And we will see in lane 1, Kemisha Dominic, St. David's Catholic Secondary School. Jadin Thomas, Boca Secondary in 2. Princess Kojo from Hillsborough in 3. Sabrina Mitchell of J.W. Fletcher in 4. Shante St. Clair of SAS in 5. Kurdian Phillip of Anglican High School in 6. Shamari Joseph of St. John's Christian Secondary in 7. And Daniela Wells of Happy Hill Secondary in lane 8. Following this event, we're going to give you a point standing after 6 events that have been completed. After 16 events, that have been completed, we're going to give you a point standing. We also have some results of the field events, but in progress now, the second of 2 heats in the 200 meters for senior girls. And looking good is Anglican High School in Cody and Phillip. Happy Hill Secondary on the outside is also looking good with Daniela Wells. But on the inside is St. David's Secondary in Kemisha Dominic. Kemisha Dominic on the inside is going to win this one and qualify for the finals over Happy Hill Secondary School in Daniela Wells. But Dominic wins it for St. David's. Wells in second, and Anglican High School in Curdin Phillip is in third. We are with the official result, but an impressive run here by Dominic. That's Kemisha Dominic of the St. David's Catholic Secondary School. So that was the final of the 2 heats in the senior girls category. 25.80 the time ran by Kemisha Dominic. In second was Daniela Wells, 27.03 of the Happy Hill Secondary School. And Cody and Phillip of Anglican High School in 27.68 in third position. So from the looks of it, it's going to be an interesting finals in the 200 meters. 25.80 by Kemisha Dominic. The second fastest time, the fastest time by Shonika Phillip of the Anglican High School of 25.42. Looking back here again, we see on the inside and maybe away from us is the athlete from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School, Kemisha Dominic, who was able to win this one comfortably over Daniela Wells of the Happy Hill Secondary School. So I'm going to be joined in a while by Davis Adams. He has replaced Mr. Kador, and he will join the broadcast team to bring you the live action at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium of Republic Bank Intercol Games 2022. Good afternoon, Mr. Adams, and welcome to the broadcast team.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. Smith. It's just a pleasure to once again join in an activity in an environment that we all look forward to as the years go by. And of course, being here, we've been starved for a while, and it's just a pleasure to be with you and with Joe and with all of the members of the broadcast, but we did miss your company. I did.
Thank you so much, and welcome yourself. We continue in the boys category with the preliminaries, the 200 meters for the sub-junior boys. But before we do that, I will quickly give you an update on the point standing, and I'm going to start in the female category from the start of today to event number 16. In 8th position is Bishop's College on 4 points. Happy Hill Secondary is in 6th position on 6 points, jointly with the St. John's Christian Secondary. In 5th position is the St. Joseph Convent St. George's on 8 points. In 4th is Hillsborough Secondary on 10 points. The St. Andrews Anglican Secondary SAS is in 3rd on 19 points. Anglican High School in 2nd on 22 points. And up front in the girls category is the St. David's Catholic Secondary on 47 points. In the boys category, in 6th position is Hillsborough Secondary on 2 points. Jointly in 4th position, the St. David's Catholic Secondary and the Grenada Boys Secondary School with 5 points. In 3rd position, the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary SAS on 8 points. Bishop's College is in 2nd on 9 points. And up front, believe it or not, is the Wester Hall Secondary School on 12 points. And these points would have been amassed from the field events. So we see some strength and dominance from the Wester Hall Secondary School in the male category and the St. David's Catholic Secondary School in the female category. 12 and 47 points respectively. Adams, your comments on the results so far?
But so far from what I'm seeing, of course, it's early days yet.
So we're going to come back to your comments, Mr. Adams, as we go back to the track for the first of 4 preliminaries in the sub-junior boys 200 meters. Matlin, Simeon, Langdon, Boris, Puzzle, Batiste, and Richardson. The lineup for the first of the 4 preliminaries. And it's a nice clean start here as we look to see who emerges first. GBSS is looking good in lane 2 in Cameron Matlin. Matlin comes up the turn in the lead here. Matlin for GBSS in the lead here. Challenged by the athlete in lane 2 from the St. John's Christian Secondary School. But it is Macklin, Cameron Macklin of the Grenada Boys Secondary School wins it now and qualifies over St. John's Christian Secondary in Dishon Simeon, and St. David's Catholic Secondary in Cameron Langdon may have picked up the 3rd position here. But a very strong run by GBSS Davis.
Very strong run. He looks in really good touch. He seemed to be one who has great potential, and he looked the part of the field, Smith. So I'm really impressed with what I've seen from the gentleman Cameron Mathlin from the Grenada Boys Secondary School.
24.51 for Cameron and 26.21 for Simeon of the St. John's Christian Secondary.
He really took the bend really well. I mean, it seemed as if he's trained well. When he took the bend, he did actually a fantastic job, straightened up and just powered away down the finish line. Did not look back, and he showed the qualities of what a good athlete is all about. In the 200 meters, you power through to the line.
Renel Batiste of the Boca Secondary School was 3rd. So we had some times of 24.51, 26.21, and 26.79. The likes of Cameron Mathlin, Dishon Simeon, and Renal Batiste, respectively.
And so I'm sure that as we go along, we're going to be seeing some keen competition, because I'm sure that they would have missed this sort of environment. And each and everyone, every boy, every girl, they're looking forward to coming out and showing what they have done over the last couple months and weeks, having trained and having prepared, looking forward to this activity.
Going back to the results, Davis, Westerhall Secondary in the lead at the moment. Remember the glory days of Westerhall Secondary? Is this a return of Westerhall Secondary, or is it too early to call?
Yet to be seen, Smithy. The truth is, we still have so many more events to go, but it's extremely pleasing on the site to be able to see someone else, another school, leading the charge, and not just the what you call the traditional powerhouses.
Well, the Iguanas, is the dry season. Maybe they're out for water. The rain has fallen, and maybe they're energized to return some impressive performances.
We look forward to seeing them on the track doing well.
We're getting ready for heat 2 of 4 in the sub-junior boys 200 meters. Lane 2, Christophe Callis of SAS. Lane 3, Aidan Samuel, Happy Hill Secondary. Lane 4, Tayshawn Purcell, St. David's Catholic Secondary. Jamie Matthew of Bishop's College is in 5. Tyler Charles is in 6 from St. Rose Modern Secondary. Larry Thomas of Westerhall Secondary, he should have been in lane 7. That lane is scratched. And Brian Griffith of J.W. Fletcher is in lane 8. 200 meters, sub-junior boys, heat 2 of 4. Record held by Kirani James, 22.80 seconds in 2006.
And that's quite a while ago, and I'm sure Kirani will be rooting for these guys to do well, and hopefully not just do well, but challenge his time.
That looks like a false start from the Happy Hill Secondary School and the likes of Aidan Samuel. He just moved from sit straight into go, or he moved from on the mark straight into go, and he may be credited with that false start and be disqualified from the event. Time will tell. We've seen some disqualifications earlier on today, Davis, and it's really, really disappointing when athletes prepare themselves and endure and go through all the pains and has to be disqualified through this method.
Yeah, and you know, it's one of my pet peeves that I've always spoken about. I always believe after so many years, so many months, so many weeks of training, and to be disqualified for a first infringement, it certainly is disappointing.
As we see, the disqualification now has been, the information has been communicated to him. That's the youngster, Aidan Samuel from Happy Hill Secondary. An athlete to look out for here is Christophe Callis of SAS. He was very impressive at SAS Post, winning all his events. They won the 200 and the 400. A very tall and lanky figure. He's out there in lane 2. And he will receive challenge from all of the competitors here.
Intercol Games 2022.
Hit 2 of 4. 200 meters, sub-junior boys.
Champion in javelin, Anderson Peters. Make some noise!
So I take it that you were able to go around and see some of the sporting events from the
I had the opportunity to be there in person physically to check out some of them, and also at the national championship. So I have a certain level of familiarity with these athletes, as well as, commentating on them over the years. We see them move from the different levels from one to another, from the primary school into the early secondary, and now at this level here. So that always augurs well in terms of being able to monitor the progress and to let the fans know how these athletes measure against each other and how they've been doing over the years.
And that is certainly one of the hallmarks that we can say is that of somebody who prepares well for what they're doing. And I really applaud you for those sort of things, that you're able to go around, monitor, see what is happening, and be able to bring what you might call a good judgments about what is happening, good commentary on the athletes, and that is what we want to see as a public.
So there they are. Thank you, Mr. Davis, Adams. And they get ready for another go at it here. There was a false start and a disqualification for Happy Hill Secondary. And they're going to have another go at it. They're on the starters' orders. 200 meters sub-junior boys, heat 2 of 4. It's a nice clean start this time. Let's see who makes the early run-ins here. St. David's Catholic Secondary looking good in Tayshawn Purcell. Sass on the inside, laboring, but St. Rose Modern Secondary. It is Tyler Charles of St. Rose Modern Secondary. He had a very impressive run in the 100 meters, and he comes back to do well here. J.W. Fletcher on the outside is also looking well in Brian Griffith. Christoph Callis is struggling, but it is Charles, Tyler Charles, and then we have Brian Griffith, and then Christoph Callis of SAS in third position. But a good run here by Tyler Charles of the St. Rose Modern Secondary, Davis.
Extremely good run. When you look at what has happened in the second heat, it's almost a carbon copy of what happened in the first heat. You had the athlete from Mathlin from Grenada Boys Secondary School running away with the first heat. And now you have from Tyler Charles from the St. Rose Modern Secondary running away from the second heat, acting the second heat and separating himself from the rest. So it seems as if there is going to be competition in the finals of the boys sub-junior 200 meters. We've got to look forward to Tyler Charles, and we've got to look forward to Cameron Mathlin of the Grenada Boys Secondary School, Smithy.
These two athletes look very impressive so far in the 200 meters, winning their respective heats. And I can tell you it was 24.59 for Tyler Charles, 24.59 as against Mathlin's 24.51. So not much daylight between the two of them. 25.73 it was for the second place from J.W. Fletcher. As we see Tyler Charles here now straightening and heading for the home straight. Could have at least turned it down at this stage just to qualify and to conserve some energy. But I guess he's running for a good time and establishing a lot of daylight between himself and the second place Griffith of the J.W. Fletcher Catholic School. But it's going to be a showdown. The difference in time, Davis, 25.73 for Charles, and 24.59 for Charles, and 24.51 for Cameron Mathlin of the GBSS.
And Smithy, this is looking to be an interesting competition so far, because you've already seen two athletes separate themselves from the pack in each of their heats. And it shows that when it comes to the final, we're going to see at least two persons who are going to really it's going to be a competitive race, and I look forward to seeing that competition. And of course, we may have our preferences, but in this case, we want the best athlete to win for Grenada.
Of course, and that's going to be a showdown. So those of you who are not at the National Stadium, there's a lot of space for you. You can come on down. You can see it for yourself live and in living colors, or you can choose to stay at home and we bring it to you just the same way. But it's going to be a showdown in the 200 meters for junior boys for sure, from what we've seen here in the preliminaries.
And I look forward to it. Welcome, Grenada. Welcome back to the National Stadium and seeing Intercol at its best.
Heat 3 or 4 in the 200 meters for sub-junior boys. We should see lane 2, Roselle Ross of Hillsborough Secondary. CJ Welcome of Wesley College. Askellon Joseph of the St. George's Institute. Deron Sensei of SAS, LeBron Granger, one to look out for from GBSS, Amari Francis of PBC, and Quarren Joseph of Bishop's College. So we saw LeBron Granger, he won his heat in the 100 meters. There they are, up and running. Granger of the GBSS, looking good already. As a tall, lanky figure of him there. And then we look at the athlete from SAS in Duran, Sincere, pushing hard. Sincere is pushing hard. Granger is still in the lead. Granger over Sincere. Granger and Sincere. PBC is in third position, but Granger would pull away from Sincere and wins it. But again, the finals is going. It might be a different situation. It might be a better strategy by both athletes. But LeBron Granger winning the seat over Duran Sincere of SAS. And in third from the Presentation Brothers College, Amari Francis.
He might not have looked the most polished athlete, but you could see the determination, you could see the power running down the straight, and he decided that no matter what, I am going to run away with this heat, I am going to win it. It didn't matter what his time was. There was just that determination in Granger from GBSS.
25.13, the time by Granger, and Duran Sincere 25.49. And in third was from the PVC, Amari Francis at 25.94. So there is Granger. We commented on his style and technique earlier on in the 100 meters. Not a pretty sight for track and field, but effective nonetheless. And it reminds us of a great Grenadian athlete, for sure, who is not the prettiest of size, but an Olympic champion as well. For sure. And maybe Granger might have been made from the same cloth as the Kirani James.
And we could only hope so, Smithy, because you could see that pure determination in Granger as he ran down. He did not lift his head one single bit. He kept it down. He kept it looking at his lane. He was just focused on the finish line. Felt the competition coming from the back of him. You could have seen him feeling it and just pushing in that other gear and allowed him to come through to the finish line. Well done, guys.
The fourth and final preliminary in the 200 meters for sub-junior boys. We will see in lane 2, Ricardo Edwards of Boca Secondary. In lane 3, Vicio Hines of St. John's Christian Secondary. Lane 4, Codell Sandy of Happy Hill Secondary. Kanik Nixon, one to look out for from Presentation Brothers College. Daniel Simon from Wesley College is in 6. Tabil Joseph of Hillsborough Secondary in 7. And Isaiah Fraser of St. Rose Modern Secondary in lane 8.
Smithy, I just want to comment on the first 3 prelims. The final is going to be extremely competitive. Based on the results of the previous hits, you have quite a few of the young guys who are showing themselves, throwing up their hand in the air and saying, I am prepared to be in the final. So it seems as if we are going to have some extremely keen competition in the sub-junior 200 meters.
And the fourth preliminary has not gone yet. So we saw earlier on in the 100 meters the likes of
Mathlin of GBSS.
We saw the likes of Kanik Nixon of the PBC doing well. So too was the athlete Isaiah Fraser. I think he came in 3rd in his category, in his batch. And the athlete from St. John's Christian Secondary, Vecchio Hines, I think he came in 3rd. He actually came in 3rd in the 100 meters in his group. So there is some competition there too. And of course we can roll out Fraser. Mentioned Fraser moments ago. So Fraser, Kanik Nixon of the PBC in lane 5 is one we can look out for as well. And from St. John's Christian Secondary, Hines. So the athletes are called up here by the official. The excitement is building up here. We just heard a moment ago on the stadium microphone the point standings being announced, and already the spectators were up and roaring for the various schools that they're supporting. St. David's contingent is here, and they're here from early. The St. Andrew's posse is also here. Not a very strong St. Patrick's posse because the schools in St. Patrick's are not participating in the games. And of course, the St. George's posse is here.
This is athletics is etched in the minds and in the whole psyche of Grenadians.
So it's a nice clean start this time in the final of 4 heats in the boys 200 meters sub-junior categories. Looking good on the inside is the athlete from the St. Rose Modern Secondary. But on the outside is St. Rose Modern Secondary. Izion Fraser. Fraser it is. Fraser for St. Rose Modern Secondary. He wins by maybe 20 meters or so. He slows down now. In second looks like Hillsborough Secondary in Tabel Joseph. And again, we look forward to the time and how he matches up with the 3 previous preliminaries. But Izion Fraser of St. Rose Modern Secondary, a comfortable winner here.
He looks a really powerful young man for a sub-junior. And so it seems as if he has the genetics, the genes in him that will allow him to be so strong as he finished up his race. He really ran a powerful race from the outside.
And he has returned the second fastest time of 24.58. In second was Tabel Joseph from Hillsborough, 26.08. And Nixon of PVC, 26.22. So from my own little calculations here, it's going to be a real showdown in the finals between Cameron Martin of the GBSS, Tyler Charles of St. Rose Modern Secondary, and also from St. Rose Modern Secondary, Izion Fraser. All running sub 25 seconds.
That's correct. All running sub 25 seconds, and it shows that there is going to be competition. GBSS, St. Rose Modern Secondary, St. Rose Modern Secondary. It's going to be a really, really, really competitive, keen competition, and that's what we want, to bring out the best in our boys here.
And it's good to see St. Rose Modern Secondary having 2 athletes in the top 3. It means that their relay team should be a strong team, considering who else joins the team. But to have those 2 top athletes there is always a good thing for any team.
Yes, at the end of the day, the team will determine it. Having 2 of the top athletes, that's excellent. GBSS would also be one to contend with because they have 2 also in the top position. So we really look forward to those sort of team events as they come along. Wonderful competition as we move into the 200 meters junior boys dash.
Building or renovating your home or business? Why not use clean, renewable energy? Install solar panels to power your home and office and see your energy costs go down and your savings go up. Using renewable solar-powered energy protects our environment, reduces our carbon footprint, and slows the devastating impact of climate change. Republic Bank can help to finance construction and renovations that make use of renewable energy. Visit any Republic Bank branch and ask about renewable energy financing options today.
Republic Bank, we're the one for you.
Randy Jones of Bishop's College in 3, Michael Redhead of St. David's Catholic in 4, Siobhan Kojo of Hillsborough in 5, Nathan Hille of Happy Hill in 6, Anthony Charles of Boca Secondary in 7, and Rayvon Sylvester of Wesley College in lane 8. They're on the starters' orders. Nice start here. A run for a position into the finals. Who makes the early running here? It looks like Happy Hill Secondary School. Nathan Hilaire. On the inside is GBSS, but also on the outside is Wesley College in Rayvon Sylvester. But GBSS on the inside in Tyrick McSween. McSween over St. David's Catholic Secondary Redhead. McSween over Redhead. McSween would qualify, so too would Redhead. Happy Hill Secondary in 3rd in Nathan Hilaire. But a good run on the inside by the athlete from the GBSS, Tyrick McSween.
Excellent run from Tyreek. Again, he looks the part. He seemed to be well prepared. Doesn't seem to be too tired, not panting, not gasping for air. So he seemed to be very well prepared, Smithy, to move into the final and to give a good account of himself, both for himself and for his school, of course. Well done.
He already secured a position into the finals for the 100 meters and will also feature in the finals for the 200 meters, being the automatic.
And they've established good times.
23.06 for McSween. And Redhead of St. David's Catholic, 23.49. Nathan Hilaire of Happy Hill Secondary, 24.27.
Of 3 in the junior boys, 200 meters.
As we look back here on the race, Running out of lane 1 is not always the best lane to run out of Davis with a curve like this, and so he had to maintain his balance nicely coming around the turn. Running way towards the middle of the lane, we expect that they would be a little closer to the inside lane, but nonetheless coming up the turn he had a slight lead over the competitor that's rated from St. David's Catholic Secondary. But McSween, using his good form, maybe the arms going up a little too high at this stage here, but keeping good momentum, good form, and maintaining his stride length as well towards the finish line here. Tyreek McSween, GBSS, qualifies to the finals with Redhead of the St. David's Catholic Secondary.
Good run by both guys. As I said, they look to be the part. Tyreek looked very well prepared for this race. You could have seen it in the way he approached it. Of course, what would have happened when he took the corner, because he was on the inside lane, of course that's much more difficult in rounding that corner, and so he wobbled just that little bit, but he made up the staggers on the athlete in front of him, and from then on, once he hit the straight, it was just a matter of using his form and powering down.
The athletes for the second preliminary on the starters orders: George, Date, Clement, Moses, Williams, Frederick, Thomas, and McIntosh of PBC. They're up and running. Who makes the early running?
Yes, who makes the early running? It's looking really good. It's PBC all the way out in lane 8, but in lane 1 you still have Ian George of St. John's Christian Secondary. So it's Ian George and it is also Aiden McIntosh, but McIntosh will just beep him to the line. It's a really good run by both McIntosh and George of PBC and St. John's Christian respectively. It's going to be tight. Maybe we may have to go to the cameras to get who finished, but it seemed to be PBC followed by George of St. John's Christian Secondary.
Well, Aiden McIntosh has been training with the 473 MVP club, coached by Albert Joseph, founder of the club as well, and McIntosh actually won in 23.04 for the PBC. So impressive times again. We see
very good times.
2 athletes running sub 24. We also had 2 athletes in the previous preliminary running sub 24. So that's interesting here. As we wait for confirmation, Chris Clement from Bishop's College in third with 23.86. So we actually see three athletes actually running sub 24 in this preliminary. But Aiden McIntosh in the outside lane here looks a pretty sight as well. His strides and his technique very good. The legs are pumping high. The diminutive figure, maybe a little more height would do him some more justice to the event. But on the inside, he had very, very strong challenge from Ian George from St. John's Christian Secondary. And then Bishop's College in the likes of Clement, way back in third position. But a very close one between first and second.
Yes, it was extremely close. I mean, I was really engrossed by the race that I see from lane 1 and from the outside lane 8. And that was an interesting way of seeing the results. Lane 1 versus lane 8. Really, really excellent running by both athletes, and we look forward to seeing them in the finals. All going sub 24, and that shows that we have some competition ahead.
There is still one more preliminary for the 200 meters junior boys. There they are, Jamie Penny, Jumemi Ikolo, Ethan Sam is one to look out for definitely. Kyle Ned also of SAS, one to look out for. Timon Duncan, Delroy Adams, Hussein Jabbar, and Nikhil Bartholomew. 200 meters, the third preliminary, 3 of 3. Ethan Sam of GBSS, we heard Shelley Waldron saying she came here to see him. There they go, they're up and running here. 200 meters junior boys preliminary 3. Kyle Ned already making some good moves. On the inside to him is Sam, Ethan Sam. As they run the tunnel, it's Ethan Sam over Kyle Ned. Ethan Sam over Ned. Sam of the GBSS, Ned of SAS. Ethan Sam is going to win this one and qualify for the finals. Kyle Ned comes in second, and on the other side from the Wesley College is Hussein Jabbar to pick up the third position.
Excellent running once again, and you could have seen the competition between Sam and Ned, SAS, GBSS, and it really it showed the competitive spirit that those guys have. None of them were giving an inch to each other, and Sam decided that no matter what, I am going to power through to the end. His form took him through very nicely because they were very well challenged
An
by
impressive
Ned.
22.72 for Ethan Sam. The fastest time we've had so far in the 200 meters. 23.24 for Kyle Ned. Another sub-24 performance. And 24.19 for Jabbar of Wesley College. There we see the results there. But looking back at the event again, nice clean start by all the competitors here. Kyle Ned from SAS, the tall figure here, kept his composure and maintained the stagger nicely here. But then as they begin to approach the turn, Ethan Sam beginning to gain on Kyle Ned. And when they rounded the turn, it was Ethan Sam of the GBSS who emerged ahead and maintained a slender lead over Kyle Ned. You can see Kyle here exerting some additional force, trying to catch up here with Ethan Sam. Sam smooth, maybe not as smooth as butter, but looking good indeed, Ethan Sam, and was able to maintain a 5-meter lead or so over Kyle Ned of SAS, and winning this one to qualify in an impressive time of 22.72 seconds.
Excellent run by Ethan Sam. Kyle Ned gave it his all, and of course the athlete from Wesley College, Hussein Jabbar, he tried his best, came in third, and he's hoping that his time would carry him through to the final 8. But good running, Smithy. We're having some excellent times, even not being able to do the normal routine of training and preparing throughout the year, and you still have some impressive times being run. So I think we are looking to have a very good thing.
In progress now, the first preliminary for the senior boys 200 meters, and we have there from the PBC. Rikel Telemap. What a run back here by the athlete from the JW Fletcher, Ronaldo Williams. But Telemap was very impressive with a sub-11. He ran 10.9 in the 100 meters, winning the preliminary here in the 200 meters over Ronaldo Williams of JW Fletcher. And that's Telemark here for you. Looks a happy kid, a happy lad, to secure a position into the finals of the 200 meters. We're going to give you the time, 22.39, and maybe he could have done a better time, 22.39. Ethan Sam did 22.72, and the second from JW Fletcher, Ronaldo Williams, 22.47.
And for a moment, I thought Telemac was deciding to ease up on his race, recognize somebody that was at his heels, and decided, no, I have to win this heat. So it was an interesting race, not much faster than the previous junior races, but I think, with the competition, they will all go down. I think they have the opportunity to go down even lower with times.
Well, Ethan Sam ran 22.72, and Rikel Telemac ran 22.39. In a moment, we would hear from the coordinator of sports, Mr. Cullen Peters. We're going to have some questions for him on the organization and the importance of these games. And he's going to share a perspective from the Ministry of Sport. So stay tuned for that. We're going to have him after the second preliminary for the 200 meters boys. And then we're going to share with you some results that we have here. So the conditions have improved definitely from the very overcast conditions we've had. It is still a bit overcast, but a nice cool atmosphere for athletic competition. And the spectators, they're coming in the drones now. The students are here in very large numbers, and so too are some members of the general public as we get set for the second of the 3 preliminaries for the boys 200 meters. We will see Clinton Andrew from St. John's Christian Secondary in 2, Rakim McFarlane of Bishop's College, he's in 3. Rayvon Clark of GBSS in 4. Alian Coffey of Boca Secondary in 5. Randy O'John of Westerhouse Secondary in 6. Kellis Andrew of Hillsborough Secondary in 7. And Yael Charles of Happy Hill Secondary in lane 8. They're on the mark. They're running for a position in the finals. Already we saw an impressive run by Telemac and Williams. They're up and running. 3 athletes here. GBSS, Westerhall Secondary. GBSS in the likes of Raven Clark. And we have Bocan Secondary, Alien Coffee, and Westerhall with Randy O'John. Well, here comes Boca Secondary, Alien Coffee. Coffee running a smart race. Coffee over GBSS. If Coffee is going to qualify automatically, GBSS in second in Raven Clark, and from Westerhall Secondary, Randy O'John in third.
Not a bad race at all for both guys. The 3 guys, I think they gave it the best. We would have preferred to see all the lanes filled, but it's early days yet. And so it's a good race from the athlete from the Boca Secondary School, Coffee, followed by GBSS, followed by the other athlete. And we're really happy to see them coming out and displaying all their abilities and their potential. So
23.53 the time by Alien Coffee. 24.13 by Raven Clark of the GBSS, and 24.27 by Randy O'John of Westerhall Secondary. So the stage is set for an interesting finals in the 200 meters for senior boys. As you mentioned, only 3 competitors there, and that again is an indication of maybe the level of participation. The senior boys is always a very competitive category, and maybe Mr. Peters may want to give us a reason why that may be so when we speak to him momentarily. So we still have one more preliminary to go in the 200 meters for senior boys, and this one would feature Elisha Williams from St. David's Catholic Secondary in 6. Samuel Green, one to definitely look out for from the Presentation Brothers College. He's in 7. And DeAndre Lewis of J.W. Fletcher in lane 8. I can tell you, this race will be between Samuel Green of the PBC and Elisha Williams of the St. David's Catholic Secondary School. And when I say this race, I mean this preliminary. If I can tell you a little bit about Elisha Williams, he ran a 49.0 seconds, I think it was, at the national champs. And he's one of those that received a little bit of mentoring from the great Aline Francic while he was here, and did establish a new record, a new games record at the national champs in the 400 meters. The general expectation, if you're a good 400-meter runner, you should be a good 200-meter runner. And we look forward to see what he's going to do here. That's Elisha Williams. I'm not sure if he's in the lineup. He should be in lane 3 for the St. David's Catholic Secondary School. Yes, there he is in lane 3. And from the PBC, the familiar name of Samuel Green, another top challenger and contender for the 200 meters gold medal. Of course, we cannot rule out the likes of the competitor from the Boca Secondary School, that's Daniel Mitchell, and also from the Happy Hill Secondary School, John Dale Taylor. These are the 4 competitors in the event.
Hit 3 of 3.
And they're up and running. Nice clean start here. Looking good is Elisha Williams on the inside. But so too is Samuel Green on the outside. Williams and Green in a tough battle. Green looking over his left shoulder. Comes off the bend in the lead is Samuel Green. Does Elisha Williams have the 400-meter endurance? Green is tiring up a little bit, but still has a slight advantage over Williams. It's a close one, but Green wins it over Williams, and Green slowing down towards the tape as well. But again, as we expected, a close one between these 2 athletes.
Well, based on the stats that you have on them, the information that you have on them, you had it correct, Smithy. Green and Williams. It finished up Green and Williams, and we look forward to them being in the finals. It's 8. We've had 6. We had 10 athletes, so we have almost a whole field going out.
22.18 for Samuel Green. Impressive indeed. And 22.33 for Elisha Williams. Some impressive times indeed. Daniel Mitchell of Boca Secondary, 23.73.
So we've had some good time set in the under 23 in this senior category of the boys 200-meter dash, and we look forward to the final. It's going to be really tight. It's really competitive as we see them. That's a replay of what they would have done. You can see the athlete from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School. That is Elisha Williams, powering, taking the bend, and actually making up the staggers on the athlete ahead of him. But the athlete from the Presentation Brothers College, that is St. Louis? No. He actually kept his form in lane number 8 felt the competition coming over from the athlete from St. David's Catholic Secondary School, but he kept his form going, and was able to win it, power through to the end. Very close race. You can see that there is not much big difference between them as they ran that heat, and we look forward to seeing those two guys again battle it out in the final, Smithy.
If you've been following track and field in Grenada, you know there's going to be a PBC showdown in the 200 meters between Samuel Green and also Telemac, I think it is, from the PBC. Telemac, today he ran 22:39, Green ran 22:18. PBC is going to look fiery hot in the 200 meters. Sure. We're going to have Mr. Colin Peters now. We're going to have a little chit-chat with him between the events as well. And he's going to give us the perspective from the Ministry of Sport and some other bits of information that he would want to share with you, the viewers, and the general public. So I want to welcome Colin Peters to the commentary position and to the microphone. Colin himself being a former national athlete, a Carifta gold medalist as well in the javelin. And if you know Colin, don't let his size and figure fool you. He used to be a sprinter as well. So he has followed track and field for a lot of years, has been a major organizer. He has been a director of these games as well. And a very good footballer as well in the past. So Colin has sports all over him. Yeah. Colin, welcome to the microphone. Welcome to the commentary.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me. Thank you for the warm welcome. And I must say, I hear you talk about Carifta gold medalist. We have Selwyn Smith here 4 times. Carifta medalist, have him downstairs. So I might have to bring him to speak on some of his expectation. But I'm very happy, and I know that everybody is happy to see the crowd, the support, the athletes' participation. I know we are happy to have the Republic Bank Intercol back. It was a challenging 3 years without that level of competition in track and field. And today, all the hard work and the long nights we put it together. And I must say thanks to the Principal Association, Mr. Dominic Jeremiah, and the team for coming out and for making the sacrifice and for having a successful day so far.
Well, Mr. Peters, there has been a lot of doubt over Intercol for 2022. It was a relatively late call on behalf of the ministry and the organizers, but there must have been a reason or reasons for wanting to have the games this year. What were the reasons for the games this year? The
main reason, I think, is that to give the athletes that are training the opportunity to compete. I being Intercol is a main, and track and field is a main, all sport, but Intercol here in particular is a main part of a student's school life. You always hear everybody boast about the experience at Intercol. You also give us the opportunity for the athletes to be seen worldwide and to obtain the opportunity so that they can have a career. Some I could speak for myself, and as I told somebody yesterday, if we didn't have Intercol, maybe I'd be where I am today. If you didn't have sports in general, I know it would be difficult.
Yeah, definitely. These games mean a lot.
It means a lot to the nation. It means a lot to growth. It means a lot to the Ministry of Sports and to what we have been promoting. Our sports hall society, where we talk about fitness, from birth to death. And this is a structural aspect of it. So we met with the technical aspect. I keep in discussion. For me, Intercol is a major part of my development.
The Caribbean Coding Academy presents its Easter Hackathon. Get your boys and girls enrolled today. Be a part of a community impact project. Explore software solutions in areas such as agriculture, fishing, culture, and tourism. It's the Easter Hackathon, Monday, April 11th to Thursday, 14th. Judging will be done on Wednesday, April 20th. It's the Easter Hackathon, put on by Caribbean Coding Academy. Enrollment, $100. Call telephone number 456-1568 or 437-1568 or email caribbeancodingacademy@gmail.com. The Country Coast Store, a leading importer and distributor of frozen meats, vegetables, and other products, continuously supports schools' athletics through donations with the intent to encourage growth and development among our nation's students. We are therefore overjoyed to welcome the return of Intercol in 2022 and encourage all schools and athletes to give of their very best in the spirit of camaraderie and good sportsmanship. The Country Coast Store, meeting your needs since 1969.
Have happened for these games this year?
But one of the major changes is the change in the age group. The last Intercol, the division, the last Intercol that we had them on the 14, on the 16, on the 18, and on the 20. Today the events is on the 15, on the 17, and on the 20. That is how we had it before. It's very exciting. We have so we have 3 categories. Some of the most of the events are in. The traditional 100, 200, 400, 800, all events together with the field events. All events are in. What happened? You may say, well, how we can fit in all events in this one day. A typical Intercol we have about approximately 1,200 athletes. Today we have about 500 athletes. There are numerous schools that doesn't take part because of reasons. They were not prepared, they were not trained in the late call. But what we are seeing here, the athletes that come out, you could see real performance, extreme great performance here today that will take them on. So we are trying to, next year the Intercol will be back to the normal 2 to 3 days with all the events, spread a little longer to give the athletes the rest and recuperation. But I know that everyone are enjoying here and we are enjoying and looking forward to a wonderful day.
And maybe a final thing, Colin, you've been down on the field, you've been helping out technically, the performance of the athletes. We saw them at national champs. We've seen some of them here today in the preliminaries. What is your take on the level of performance you see here relative to the time that they had to prepare themselves?
I think that there are some athletes that have been preparing for over the years. The Grenada Athletics Association been having all the mini-mid programs on the same time. They are the outreach program, the on-track program. They are national championship and preparing for with Santa as another age group champion. I think the athletes that if you love track and field and you have the potential and you've been in the training, you have continued training. But in general, when you look at the participation, you could see that we have some natural talented persons in the country, and that is the opportunity for them to identify. Someone might come to the and say, I haven't trained for a year, but I was able to compete in the 100 meters. I won a good time. I have potential. So the opportunity is there to give both the organizer and the athletes opportunity so that they could continue in sports. One more thing before I leave, I must say, we in the ministry, we're trying our best to make sure that we don't only have the Intercol running with the support to government, but also all the other divisions. So we up to have the football tournament this year, September, the netball tournament, secondary school netball should be back, the cross country, the volleyball tournament. So we want to get back all the schools tournament back and going, and we put in all that we could do with the support from the associations and the schools to make sure that we can execute all the other competitions and going forward.
So thank you very much. You've been listening to Mr. Cullen Peters, the director or the coordinator of sports in the Ministry of Sport. And before you go, I must let the folks know there that you yourself has been a champion athlete for SAS, a coach for SAS. You have brought home many titles for SAS, yes. And now you're at the ministry and you're looking at it at a more holistic level to the benefit of all schools.
Benefit of sports. So let's continue. I'll get Selvin Smith so you could chat with him later on any day. I'm excited to have him here. And we sports, we believe in the growth, our nation growth, through sports and through health. So it's so we are.
And maybe one final thing, Colin, people have been asking on the social media platform. In terms of the records today, the overall winner, how does that fit into the bigger picture of Intercol games? People are hearing that there will be no championship winner, there will be no records kept. In terms of if a record is broken, it will not be an official record. Give us an insight into that.
We go to remember we had a number record when we moved from Tantin from the grass track to the rubber track. We had some records. So the records here will go down into the books to align with the others. Remember, we'll keep that division from the way going forward. I'm the U15, U17, U21. So it will be matching up in that extent. And after the day today, I know you say no champion, but they will announce a champion because if you hear the point standing. So you must have the excitement. That's why you see the excitement. We're hoping that if you are home and you're looking on, still come out. We are still in the preliminary stage by 3 o'clock, 3:30. We should get ready for some of the final events and we'll go on with all the relays and everything to conclude maybe about 7:30 later.
Thank you very much, Mr. Peters. It's a pleasure having you at the microphones here and to bring us all the information from the Ministry of Sport. Thank you and have a good afternoon.
Thank you and all the best.
Okay, folks, so that was Cullen Peters from the Ministry of Sport. He's the coordinator of sport. And we're going to get set for the preliminaries in the 400-meter events. The athletes are already on the track, and Mr. Joseph Cador will rejoin us. And later on, we're going to hear from Bernard himself. Bernard is also here to assist us with some comments during the day. So, Mr. Cador, welcome back. Welcome back. Mr. Adams did an excellent job here in your absence. And it's good to hear your voice one more time as we bring it live to the folks out there in Grenada, in the diaspora, wherever they are.
Well, I'll tell you,
broadcast.
Anything less from Mr. Adams would be unacceptable. So as such, I'm just happy that he was able to maintain the Esprit-Cool. But it's good. It is good to be back as we watch the excitement as it continues to build down here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. As we did intimate earlier on, Les, that as the evening draws into its own, that we'll see an increase in the number of students that's here. But certainly, notwithstanding the challenge of the weather, we're happy to say that the students, they've come out to support. And indeed, it is quite excited. I took the liberty just to peruse some of the bleachers downstairs. Mr. Adams, Papa Bunji, as they say locally, the thing's set. The thing's set. It's also said on the tracks as well. And we say, of course, thanks to Republic Bank for being part of this exciting engagement of youth development through athletics.
So very quickly, we're going to go through the starting lineup for the first of 3 preliminaries in the 400 meters for sub-junior girls. In lane 3, Kamaya Peters of SAS. Lane 4, Maria Anna Paul of St. David's Catholic Secondary. Lane 5, Keshona McQueen of St. Rose Modern Secondary. Lane 6, Faith Cooper of the St. George's Institute. Lane 7, Renisha Williams of Bishop's College. And in lane 8, Denaya Modeste of the Anglican High School. The record time being held by C.C. Charles, formerly of McDonald College, 57.41, established in 2017. Well, this is indeed an impressive record by C.C. Charles. We knew of C.C. Charles from the McDonald College throughout all the categories, sub-junior, junior, and senior. A featured name here at Intercol Games. An impressive record of 57.41 for the sub-junior girls 400 meters, event number 41.
On your mark. On your mark.
They're on the starters orders now. And they're up and running. Nice start here. Who's going to make the early stagger on this one? 4 competitors. Anglican High School, St. George's Institute, St. David's Catholic Secondary, and the St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary School. Heat 1 of 3 in the 400 meters for sub-junior girls. Anglican High School, looking good, is Denaya Modeste with a good lead over the St. George's Institute. The field spread out here, not a usual sight for 400 meters, but Anglican High School in Denaya Modeste. She's running out of lane 8 with a commanding lead here. St. George's Institute in the likes of Faith Cooper, laboring on in second. SAS moves now into second position in Kamaya Peters, but it is Denaya Modeste of Anglican High School. Peters of SAS in second. Modeste, here comes Peters of SAS on the inside. A strong run, a strong comeback here by Kimaya Peters of SAS. Denaya Modeste is tiring up. Does she have the legs to take her home before Peters? They are going to battle for first position in this one, but it's Kamaya Peters of SAS with a good run back here to win and to automatically qualify to the finals. Kado.
Indeed, an excellent race on both parts of the athletes. You probably may ask the question, who got it right and who got it wrong in terms of the technique? Because as you can well appreciate, though, that 400 meters, it has to be run in stages.
Well, that's Kamaya Peters there, and she actually, in the track shoe, in the 100 meters, she was actually barefooted. She had the unfortunate situation to run by herself in the event. You recall that, Kador, and she's back to win. That's Kamaya Peters, 1 minute 7.99 seconds.
1 minute 7.99 seconds, that of event.
And the Naya Modeste 1:8:39.
Event number 41 in the girls 400 meters.
A measure away from the record of 57.41. What they've actually ran here for the winning time is 67.99. But these are the sub-junior girls. We're getting set for the second of the 3 preliminaries. And this one would feature J. Dakota Stewart from Bishop's College, Talia Descent of the St. David's Catholic Secondary, Emma McIntosh of the Anglican High School, Arisha Regis of Happy Hills Secondary, Renel Roberts of Hillsborough Secondary, and Kedonna Douglas, the impressive Kedonna Douglas of the Boca Secondary School. So moments ago we saw Kedonna in the 200 with an impressive time, and she's back on the track again to do the 400 meters. So too is Emma McIntosh of the Anglican High School. These will definitely be the two athletes to look out for in this preliminary. In lane 5, Emma McIntosh, and in lane 8, Kedonna Douglas of the Boca Secondary School. Kado, we've seen some exciting events. The 200 meters in the junior boys is going to be a cracker in the finals later on.
Well, the truth is the sprints have always been provided a high anticipated measure of excitement, and it hasn't failed in its delivery this afternoon. And certainly it sets the stage for what is going to be a highly anticipated, highly charged and energetic evening session when we get into the final round, the finals.
So there they are, the competitors for the second of the 3 preliminaries in the 400 meters for sub-junior girls. It's a race that tests endurance, it's a race that tests speed, good technique, good strategy as well, and how well you prepared for this one. Some people say it's the most challenging of the events, but it's an event that Grenada is well known for at the international circuit. We've produced quite a number of great 400-meter athletes over the years. Well, they're up and running, the second of the 3 preliminaries in the 400 meters for sub-junior girls. And out with a burst of speed is the athlete out there. In lane, that's from the Boca Secondary School, Kedonna Douglas. And we saw with some impressive returns in the 100 and 200 meters. And already she has sent out a very strong message to the other competitors in this field. Anglican High School is there with Emma McIntosh. She is a speedster, and she's saving back some for a sprint to the finish. And then we have Happy Hill Secondary in Arisha Regis in 3rd position currently. But up front, Kedonna Douglas of the Boca Secondary School. McIntosh is gaining some ground on her. From the Anglican High School, McIntosh accelerating somewhat, but it is still Kedonna Douglas tiring a bit. McIntosh is running back strongly. Here comes McIntosh. Can Kedonna maintain her lead? She does so. Happy Hill is making a good challenge here for 2nd position. Here comes Happy Hill Secondary. Arisha Regis. Douglas wins it, and it's going to be Happy Hill Secondary and then Emma McIntosh for 3rd. But a good and strong run and consistent run, leading from start to finish, Kedonna Douglas of Boca Secondary School.
It all comes down to the issue of the strategy, and we can only assume that those elements of the race would have been worked out prior to it by the coaching staff. There you saw young Douglas deciding to go hard from day one, running out of lane number 8. She almost reminds me of the South African, what's his name, Cook, when he got that surprise victory against Kirani, and the rest of the team at Merit literally running blindly out of lane number 8, and he was forced to sprint the entire event. But it's interesting though, Leslie, the way the 400 has evolved over the years. There's some guys,
it's now a sprint.
It's almost a sprint. I mean, some would say you start off in which different phases, but now guys literally sprint the 400 from start to finish.
Well, the time for Kedonna, Kado, 1 minute 3.73 seconds, faster than the previous preliminary. And Emma McIntosh was 3rd with 1 minute 7.12 seconds. 2nd was Arisha Regis of Happy Hill, 1 minute 6 seconds.
We're getting ready for heat 3 of 3 of event number 41. The lane assignments are as follows. Christiana Charles of St. Andrew's Anglican runs out of 3. Niana Alexander occupies lane number 4 for Hillsborough. Monique Binder, Boca Secondary. We've seen her in previous encounters. You know what she offers. She runs out of lane number 5. Adelia Phillip occupies lane number 6 for St. John's Christian Secondary. Kyla McIntyre is nestled in lane number 7 for Convent St. George, and running out of lane number 8 on the outside is Katari Aberdeen for Happy Hill Secondary. It is SAS, Hillsborough, Boca, St. John's Christian Secondary, Convent St. George, and Happy Hill Secondary. 3 of 3 of the prelims of event number 41 as we continue here to stretch into the afternoon for the Republic Bank Intercol 2022.
Just a reminder that the starters need some silence to get their races off.
So again, we say thanks to you wherever you are that is following the broadcast. Here at home, there's a lot of folks, Leslie, who, for different reasons, they're not able to be in the stadium, but at least they're grateful that they can follow the proceedings done here on the various platforms at GIS in a partnership with partnership with TIO Communication. You can follow the events live on GBN television and there's social media platforms, Les, as they go under status orders. Charles, Alexander, Binder, Philip, McIntyre, Aberdeen, girls 400 meters dash in the 400 meters, and they are often running all even Stevens as they let's see who want to stand establishing their presence. You have Happy Hill Secondary on the outside in the person of Katira Aberdeen out in lane number 8. She's chased by McIntyre from Convent St. George. Also in pursuit is Phillips from St. John's Christian Secondary. Let's look as they get to about the 200 meter mark. It is McIntyre, Kyla McIntyre from the St. Joseph's Convent. Well, we see the Happy Hill athlete is tiring, but McIntyre actually hits the top bend. And now into focus is the athlete there from Boca Secondary, Binder, and we did speak about Binder. It is Aberdeen, Binder, also there in the mix. We continue to see from Hillsborough Secondary, but it is Hillsborough, it's Aberdeen that is. But here comes Binder. Binder is making a push for it. Binder challenging. Yes, she's challenging Aberdeen, but I think they probably decided, you know what? That's just for the purpose of saying, you know what, I'm going to hold you in the finals, just to let you know. I might let you win this one. But
I think Monique Binder from Boca had a post strategy. She allowed the athlete from Convent, that's McIntyre, to go too far on her.
Yes.
And had too much work to do towards the end and was unable to catch up with McIntyre of Convent.
And we continue to highlight the fact that that's the way the strategy actually comes in. We'll have a short chat with Selwyn Smith just after this event, and that comes up right here on the broadcast, a partnership in GIS and KTNR Communications. Intercol 2022.
So that was the final of the preliminaries for the 400 meters for the sub-juniors, and a time of 1 minute 5.2 seconds by Kayla McIntyre of the St. Joseph Convent, and second 1 minute 5.66 seconds by the athlete from the Boca Secondary School, Monique Binder.
We've seen there the immediate assistance being rendered by the auxiliary services, that is Red Cross, and they always have a presence at these games. They're here as part of the voluntary team to assist with whatever on-field injuries that occurs. We certainly hope that whatever it isn't anything that's of consequence. But we certainly wish the athlete all the best. We did have a conversation regarding that of the preparation for these athletes, how well prepared they are given the limited times they had in terms of the build-up.
Well, Boca Secondary School, Caddo would feature prominently in the sub-junior girls 400 meters. They have two of the best 3 times that have been registered by the athletes. And so we're going to look out for them in the finals as well. We're moving into another category, that's the junior girls 400 meters. And there's going to be 3 preliminaries here as well. We're getting ready for the first preliminary that will see Aliyah Gittins of the Bishop's College in 2, Selena Felix of Westerhall Secondary in 3, Akira Moraine of St. David's Catholic Secondary in 4, Ayana Phillip of Convent St. George's in 5, Janique Belgrave of Wesley College in 6, Shaphonia Houston of Anglican High School, a very familiar name, in 7. Janique Belgrave, yes, Wesley College in 6, I said, and Harry Nolanda of Hillsborough in 8.
You'll in assignment for the next event as we run off on the track. Heat 1 and 5, event number 43, the girls 400 meter dash. The games record 56.40 seconds, set back in 1998 by Kishara George.
Well, I didn't know if you heard it, but there was a roar when the stadium announcer mentioned the name Shaphonia Shifronia Houston of the Anglican High School. It means that she comes with some credentials, I would think, Kado.
Let's hope that the pre-race rituals and the excitement that was exhibited, it follows through in terms of the results. 400 meters, girls junior. Let's see how this one translates itself as we get ready for it.
So they're up and running and looking good. Houston from the Anglican High School making up the stagger already and looking good. It's going to be a good run. The strides from Houston is very impressive and very smooth as well. As she motors down the back straight here, Shifronia Houston, and she comes with some repetition as well. Looking good is Anglican High School and Shifronia Houston. The Anglican High School supporters will be impressed by that performance so far. A commanding lead indeed by Shifronia Houston of the Anglican High School. I make it about 40 meters lead. Not very often you see that in a 400 meters, but it's heat 1 of 3 in the 400 meters for junior girls. Shifronia Houston of the Anglican High School, and she still has more in the tank. The arms are still pumping, the legs are still coming up. Anglican High School, Shifronia Houston. A very impressive run indeed. She maintains her form all through to the finish line. A good run indeed, Kado. And we look to see who comes in second now and third respectively. St. David's Catholic Secondary with 2 competitors here, maybe picking up the second and third positions.
Well, she came in with high expectations behind her name and she delivered. And it's always important. It's one thing to have the hype, but certainly it's always important that you
And am I seeing correct? An impressive 59.95 seconds for Shifronia Houston of the Anglican High School. The record time for this event, 56.4 by Kishara George. So some distance away from the record, but an impressive time nonetheless by Shifronia Houston.
An impressive time, indeed it is. 59.96. Telesford, 1 minute. 06.48 seconds, and Moraine 106.87 seconds as they continue to make their way through the first half of today's proceedings. As we continue with the program, we move to heat 2 of 3, and we look at the lane assignments. Deanna Bernard runs out of lane number 1 for Bishop's College.
Seems as though they've made some adjustments to the preliminaries. Apparently they've merged 1 and 2, because Deanna Bernard, whose name you just called, she has just run in heat number 1. And so the lineup that we gave you may have been incorrect. There seems to be a merger between preliminaries 1 and 2. So maybe the next one we're going to have now is actually preliminary 3. We're going to peruse the names to ensure that we bring you accurate information, but you do have to bear with us when these changes have been made and not communicated with us here in the commentary position.
But nonetheless, Leslie, it is building to be a really, really, really great evening of athletics porous down here at the King Randy James Athletic Stadium, and 17 of the top schools here on the island. They've come to compete, they come for honor, and they've come for glory in this, the Republic Bank Intercol 2022.
So the athlete in front of you here from the Wesley College is Jada Jack. She's actually running in lane 8. Along on the inside, we have from the Hillsborough Secondary, another athlete here. That looks like Khadijah Bristol. And we have an athlete from the St. Rose Modern Secondary, from the St. John's Christian Secondary. It appears as though the lineup has been changed, and we're just trying to present
drastically reduced as well.
Our own appreciation of the athletes as we see them on screen. But definitely we know it's Jada Jack of Wesley College out there in 8. And we have an athlete from the Anglican High School also in this event. Could be Rachel Farry. But it is the final preliminary for the 400 meters for junior girls. So we're just going to call the schools in this one because we do have a mix-up with the names. But it looks as though it is St. John's Christian Secondary up front. Wesley College is there. St. John's Christian Secondary with a good lead. Out of shot now is Anglican High School. But it's St. John's Christian Secondary with a good lead over Anglican High School on the inside. St. John's Christian Secondary. That's Maya Noel, it is, from St. John's Christian Secondary. Anglican High School in Rachel Farre is making a run, but she wouldn't be able to catch Maya. Maya is going to win and qualify to the finals. Maya Noel of St. John's Christian Secondary School wins this preliminary. And Anglican High School, Rachel Farre, takes in the second position.
Whether she sometimes, Leslie, doesn't all translate itself the way you predict it, or it's what it seems like on paper. But certainly an excellent run, no doubt. And it was always good when you can see, coming into the mix, some of the non-traditional athletics powerhouses. Indeed, it always augurs well for the sport. And certainly. We did take a quick break, though, as we bring you action down here live at the National Stadium. Leslie's going to conduct a quick interview with Sullivan Smith. Quite interesting. We hear how this one pans out.
Thank you, Kado, and we welcome you back to the commentary momentarily. Well, we have with us here another former national athlete, former national champion, Carifta champion as well, and he will give you some of his accolades, how many times he's won gold medal at the Carifta Games. Not once, not twice, not 3 times, not 4 times, but he will tell you. And it's one of the events that Grenada has had some dominance at the Carifta Games. I speak of no other person than Mr. Selwyn Smith, who is visiting us from the United States, and a former Intercol champion as well. So, Selwyn, welcome to the microphones and welcome to Intercol Games 2022.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thanks for having me. It's a pleasure to be here.
So I was telling the viewers and the listeners that you've won the gold medal at Carifta not once, not twice, not 3 times. Can you, in a very concise way, give us your credentials as a former athlete?
Okay, so 4 consecutive Carifta gold from 1992 all the way up to 1995. So I was the first athlete to ever have won 4 consecutive Carifta gold medal.
Yeah, and Selwyn, of course, you must give a lot of recognition to your coaches over the years and who have brought you those championships. And I want you to tell the viewers who your coach was, because we had a gentleman here a while ago. So let them know who your coach was over these years.
Yeah, well, Mr. Colin Peters, who is presently the director of sports here in Grenada. He's the guy who took me under his wings as a youth and coached me to achieve those medals. So enough respect, enough big up to Mr. Colin Peters.
So we're going to come back to some more chit-chat with Selwyn Smith as we get ready for the 400 meters for senior girls. And we have the first of 2 preliminaries. Only 3 competitors in this one here. We see an athlete from SAS. That's Aruna Cape. She's there, and that's in the navy blue. And outside of her, from St. John's Christian Secondary, is Kishona Alexander. And from St. David's Catholic Secondary is Aliyah Gidhari. So it's SAS with an early lead, a slender lead in Aruna Cape over St. John's Christian Secondary, Kishona Alexander, and Aliyah Gidhari of St. David's Catholic Secondary currently in 3rd. With about 200 meters to go. Here is a nice spirited comeback from Kishona Alexander, but here comes St. David's Secondary on the inside. Aliyah Gidhari. It is Aliyah Gidhari with a very unusual technique here, but very effective nonetheless. She's looking around her shoulder, can't seem to find anybody. SAS has been relegated to 3rd position, but some tiring legs behind Gidhari as Gidhari begins to turn those legs over. Some very short strides indeed by Aliyah Gidhari, and she's going to win this one to qualify for the finals of the 400 meters for senior girls. Let's see who takes up the 2nd and 3rd position. It is the St. John's Christian Secondary, Kishona Alexander, and Aruna Cape of SAS to pick up the 3rd position. So, Selo, we've just seen this race here. You've not had, I know when you got an athletic scholarship, and it was as a track athlete, as a matter of fact, but you were identified with having some potential for the field events, and that transition into you becoming a javelin champion.
That's correct. That's absolutely correct. So, actually, this is my first Intercol Games ever since I left Grenada in 1998. So I've never experienced Intercol up till now. So
let the viewers know as well the school you represented, the successes you had at Intercol, and the impact that Intercol and sports in general have had on you as an individual and maturing you into an adult as you are today?
Okay, well, champion school, SAS, that's the school I represented. That's where I went. No other than SAS, So, but also, sports has shaped my life. I would not be Selwyn Smith of today hadn't been for track and field. So, just having the opportunity to play sports and elevating myself at every level, from the intersecondary school games to character to CAC games, Pan American, and ultimately getting a scholarship to migrate to the US. So sports has really shaped my life.
We're going to come back to you, Selwyn, for you to tell us some more about what has happened to you after your secondary school, your continuation in sports, and the contribution that you may have made back to track and field or back to sports in Grenada. We're going to come back to that in a moment as we go back to the track for the second of the two preliminaries in the 400 meters for senior girls. We only have two competitors in this event from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School. Kamisha Dominic, she was impressive in the 200 meters. And also from the Anglican High School, we have Destiny Langain. So two competitors in the senior girls category. Remember, these games have been affected by the non-participation of several schools. And maybe that's the reason why we're having only two competitors in this event. But I can tell you, even at the secondary school level, to get females in the senior category is a challenge. But it is Anglican High School and the St. David's Catholic Secondary School. St. David's Catholic Secondary School with Kamisha Dominic with a slender lead over Anglican High School in Destiny Langain. But Kamisha Dominic was impressive in the 200 meters, winning from lane 1 in her preliminary. And she looks very comfortable here, going around the bend with about 150 meters to go. Anglican High School is giving good challenge, but Kamisha Dominic, with some very smooth and easy strides, maintaining good form, turning over with a certain frequency. Anglican High School is struggling a bit, but she'll pick up the second. But Kamisha Dominic it is from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School over Destiny Langain of the Anglican High School. Only two competitors in this one, and they will both make their way onto the finals later on this afternoon. So Sello, as I was saying, as I call you Sello, Selwyn Smith, what has happened to you after you left secondary school? Did you continue in sport? And what contributions have you made back to sport since you've left school?
Yes, so as I said, in '98, I was one of the first athletes after Leon Decodo, Ashton McSween, and Sandra Miles. I was one of the second batch of athletes together with Alan Francic and Nigel Jones, who have received scholarship to migrate to the U.S. I competed 4 years in college. I went to Wichita State. My best performance there was 67 meters. Then I damaged my shoulder and I had surgery. I came back, it was not the same. So I focused on getting my degree, and presently I'm just focusing on work and raising my kids.
And your contribution back to the sport? So
over the years, I've contributed tremendously to a lot of schools, to the committees in St. Andrews. Most notably the Bel Air Government School and the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School. Also sponsoring and helping out athletes who are less fortunate. Through my foundation, the Selwyn Smith Foundation, I have given back to a lot of kids, a lot of schools, and just trying to make sure that I help out in every situation that is possible.
Well, I'm happy that you mentioned the Selwyn Smith Foundation and the contributions that you are making back to communities. And to mention the Bel Air Government School, which was your primary school that you attended, and very often these primary schools are left out and are forgotten. But we're going to come back for a wrap-up with your conversation, Sello, as we look to the first preliminary in the boys category for the 400 meters sub-junior boys. We're going to see Sayon Boris, Quanon Joseph of Bishop's College, Lendo, Nicholas, Madeline, McQueen, and Simon. There they are, they're up and running. The schools, J.W. Fletcher, Bishop's College, Hillsborough Secondary, Boca Secondary, GBSS, PBC, and Wesley College. Who is making the early stagger here from the GBSS is Cameron Maslin. Maslin looking good going down the back straight. PBC in Caden McQueen is also looking good. But it's PBC and GBSS. GBSS with a slight lead here. 200 meters left on this one. It is Maslin of the GBSS, followed by McQueen of Presentation Brothers College. But it is Maslin, Cameron Maslin of GBSS over McQueen of PBC. And then here we have Hillsborough Secondary, Kali Lendo. But look at power and speed by Maslin. Cameron Maslin is looking good and he's powering to the finish line. He will be advised to conserve some energy at this stage. But a good run for a sub-junior boy in the 400 meters of the first of 3 preliminaries. We look to see what time Maslin has returned. But an impressive run here by Cameron Maslin of the GBSS. So Selwyn Smith is still with us, and Sello, we are speaking about the Selwyn Smith Foundation. How old is this foundation, and what are some of the notable contributions that the foundation has made back to the community?
I launched the foundation back in July 2017. Since then, we have sponsored Bel Air School Sports. We have donated projectors and computers, laptops to the St. Angelo Anglican Secondary School, to the Bel Air Government School, Hermitage Government School, Tivoli RC School. And we have given a lot of food and other supplies, like back-to-school supplies to a lot of kids, underprivileged kids in communities surrounding the St. Andrews area. The actual launch of the foundation, I gave away backpacks and school supplies to to 5 kids from every primary school in St. Andrews and St. Patrick's.
Well, we want to commend you for this initiative and the support that you have given to the communities in St. Andrew, and certainly encourage you to keep on doing so. I want to thank you for dropping by, Sello. I know you were not expecting this interview, but it's good to see you and good that you're back. And it's your first Intercol since you've competed, and I'm sure you're going to have an enjoyable time with the performances. But one last thing before you go, you mentioned that your best performance in the javelin was 67 meters. Anderson Peters today is doing 84 meters thereabout. How do you think you would have compared with an Anderson Peters, the Commonwealth champion?
Well, 67, that was regionally, but locally when I left, I was throwing 70 meters. And back then, 70 meters was like the 80 meters now. So, I don't like to compare. I don't like to compare eras, but I think we would have a good showdown, like in the days of myself and Trevor Modest.
You've seen Anderson Peters, and you've seen the success that he has had over the years. What do you make of his technique and ability and results?
It still gives me goosebumps. I watch him and I see myself. And I'm so happy that this young man is doing what he's doing. And I remember when I was here for character, the last character he competed, and I urged him, to go on to the next level, and he did. And so I'm really, really happy to see his success. And it's only a matter of time before you win the Olympic gold.
Okay, so we're going to go back to the track for the second of the 3 preliminaries in the 400 meters for sub-junior boys. They're on the starters orders here now. We have GBSS, PBC, Bishop's College, Wesley College, SAS, and Happy Hill Secondary. They're running for a position into the finals. They're up and running here now. Let's see who wants it more here. We have Christoph Callis of SAS. Wesley College in Zephaniah Murray. Bishop's College, Jamie Matthew. PBC, Adriel Mitchell. And GBSS, Jalon St. Louis. PBC, looking good. In the likes of Adriel Mitchell. Wesley College is up there in the running with Murray. GBSS is making a good run in St. Louis. But it is still PBC in the likes of Mitchell. Here comes St. Louis from the GBSS. It is still Presentation Brothers College with Mitchell. St. Louis giving good challenge on the inside. They're running hard here. PBC not giving up without a fight. PBC versus GBSS on this one here. They're battling here for first position in the preliminaries. GBSS with a slender lead. St. Louis it is over Mitchell. St. Louis wins it. Mitchell is second. And SAS comes in third. So Sello, again, we want to thank you very much for stopping by and for sharing on your successes and what you have been doing with your foundation. And we urge others to do just the same. So enjoy the rest of Intercol and hope to see you back sometime soon in another capacity right here at Intercol Games.
Thank you for having me. And before I leave, I want to say special thanks again to Mr. Colin Peters, who took me under his wings and to make me who I am today, and everybody else who have played a role in some way or the other in my development. So thank you so much, and thank you for having me.
Okay, so we've been speaking with Mr. Selwyn Smith, 4 times Carifta gold medalist in the javelin, and some of the fantastic work that he has been doing with his foundation. And we encourage other athletes who would have benefited from Intercol Games and other national events to do just the same. Mr. Davis Adams has rejoined us here in the commentary position. And Davis, we're into the 400-meter events. We've seen the females. Now we're into the sub-junior boys. And you've had the opportunity to see those athletes. Your general impression so far?
Again, we know that Grenada has this genetic ability, that psyche in us to have that love for athletics. So Grenada is a powerhouse in the Caribbean, and if you look at it on a per capita ratio, Grenada is a powerhouse in athletics. And so what we are seeing on the track now at this time, we are seeing that kind of a showcasing of the abilities that we have. So I am very impressed. After so many years, about 3-4 years of not having Intercol, you would be concerned in terms of what we would see. But looking at what I'm seeing now, Smithy, I'm not really too concerned about the potential that we have. I think it's a matter of nurturing and going forward. And let's hope the environment changes in such a way that we can go back to where we were. It's not been normal over the last couple of years. It's abnormal, whether it's through virus, whether it's through human activities. But we are back. I am hoping that we're going to come to a semblance of normalcy where we can go back to what we knew before in terms of our participation and our sporting abilities and showcasing.
To give you the lineup for heat number 3 of 3 in the 400 meters for sub-junior boys, Joel Williams of J.W. Fletcher, he is in lane 3. Malcolm Morin of Happy Hill Secondary in 4. Raphael James of Westerhall Secondary in 5. Renel Batiste of Boca Secondary in 6. Quayne Charles of SAS in 7. And Jadel Crumpton of Hillsborough Secondary in 8. They're up and running here. Crumpton from Hillsborough Secondary missed the start here, and they've been called back. I think what has happened here for Crumpton being in lane 8, I'm not too sure he was hearing the commands from the starter, and so he was on your marks and then he had the gun.
Yeah, I think he was very unsure. You could have seen it. It's not that he false started. He just was unsure about what was happening due, I think, to the distraction of the noise. And I really do hope that they allow them to restart, just give them a warning rather than a disqualification.
And it's raining at the same time. You see all the umbrellas in the background there. And he's out there in lane 8. The officials are almost in lane 1 on the inside. And with the noise, it's very noisy out there as well. I had a chance to go there with all of the air horns and so on. So I believe that's what is happening, and there's no disqualification as a result of that. So good flexibility and good judgment here by the officials to allow the event to be restarted, and no penalization for any of the athletes and disqualification as well.
Yeah, I really do believe that the athletes should come first in all of this, and to allow them the best opportunity to complete and to start a race. Of course, there are penalties for and disqualification for infringing, but in this case, it was not an infringement. It's more a case of the distractions around us.
Well, a little bit of fidgeting there, but they're up and running this time. It's the final heat in the 400 meters for sub-junior boys. We have Pay, Alexander, Moses, Frederick, Williams, Morin, James, Batiste, Charles, and Crumpton. For SAS, we have here Quayne Charles. Up front is the athlete from the Hillsborough Secondary School, Jadel Compton. Compton over SAS. That's Charles from SAS. And then we have a little run here by the athlete from the J.W. Fletcher, that's Joel Williams. He's making some grounds on the inside. But Compton still up front on the outside, having to do a lot of work here with a huge bend to contend with. He's looking over his shoulders, a sign that you're tiring. Williams from Fletcher making a run on the inside, but he's tiring as well. Quayne Charles of SAS there, but here comes Westerhall Secondary with Raphael James, but it is Crumpton. Crumpton for the glory here. Crumpton for the qualification into the finals. He does so now from Hillsborough Secondary. And second is a good run from Westerhall Secondary in Joel Williams. And it's Queen Charles of Sass in third as he spreads it out on the turf here on the track, giving off all he has. Queen Charles.
Compton looked well for the first 300 meters for sure. The strides were nice and pretty, long, elegant. And of course, I guess it's now a case of attrition and fitness, where he is at in terms of fitness. But he was able to make it through to the end, and we were able to see the potential that he has. So I'm really happy with what happened at the beginning, where he was allowed to showcase the talent that he had. Well done.
And what we will do, Davis, is that we're going to give the viewers and listeners an opportunity to hear who the finalists for some of the events completed so far. The 200 meters, we already did the 100 meters earlier on today. We're going to let you know who are some of the finalists for the 200 meters between the events. The next event will be the second of three preliminaries for the 400 meters for the junior boys. And this preliminary, we will see in lane 3, Therese Andrews of Boca Secondary, Jamil Braffett of St. David's Catholic, Aidan McIntosh of PBC, Tejon Frederick of GBSS, Ian George of St. John's Christian, and Kiel Batiste of St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary. You are following, maybe you came into the stadium a bit late. Kado was here. A notable absent from the games, Tejon Peterkin. And I saw him in one event at the National Champs. He was not sharp, he didn't feature prominently in the event. But it's a name that we've grown accustomed to at Intercol games. Very impressive, very quick young man through the age groups. And from what I've gathered is that the whole pandemic situation has affected his training regime, and he has not really gotten back to training, compounding that he's a Form 4 student now, and the academics seems to be of more significance to him as well. But Tejon Peterkin is an athlete that we have grown used to and enjoy his performances over the years, but we have not seen at this game so far.
It's really a pity, really disappointing. The pandemic has done some damage as we get ready for the start of this heat, Smithy.
Right, we're going to continue with the conversation, but heat 2 of 3 in the 400 meters for junior boys. They're up and running. Let's see who makes the early stagger here. Up front is an athlete there from the St. John's Christian Secondary. From the St. Rose Modern Secondary. Boca Secondary is also looking good. That's Bishop's College. Tejon Frederick of GBSS is also there. He has increased the speed and momentum. That's Tejon Frederick of GBSS. Getting some good challenge here from St. David's Catholic Secondary in Jamil Braffett. What a run back here between these two. Braffett it is from St. David's Catholic Secondary. Running back here and catching up with the athlete from the GBSS. A good run indeed here from St. David's Catholic Secondary.
Good run. He stuck to the end. You can see that it boiled down to fitness and that aerobic preparation, and he was able to power through to the end, just getting ahead of the athlete from the Grenada Boys Secondary School, that is Tejon Frederick. But good run. He showed that he wanted to stick to it, and that's what I like. You work through to the end.
Again, we had some changes in the lineup. As you see, it was actually Keelan Moses of St. David's Catholic Secondary and Quinel Pear, as well as Rondell John, the three top contenders or the three winners for this preliminary. And that was the fourth preliminary for the junior boys. The senior boys are on the track, I would think. And that's the next event we have here. The events are flowing very, very quickly now, as the officials maybe are trying to catch up with time and to make accommodation for the intermittent showers that can affect the smooth flow of the events.
Yep, you can see that they're trying to be flexible, to cater for the fact that we have very unpredictable weather at this time, which is interesting. But nonetheless, I think they're working and they're trying their best to work within the fact that they have some constraints outside there. And so I am really happy to see them trying to make that accommodation.
So these are actually junior boys. We have Aviel Williams from SAS in 2, Tyrese Andrews of Boca in 3, Jamil Braffett of St. David's in 4, Aidan McIntosh in 5 from PBC, Tejan Frederick of GBSS in 6, Nathan Holas of PBC in 7, and Asher Date of SAS in 8. So they've made some adjustments. Not very often we see 2 schools in the same preliminary. We saw it in a previous event, and now we see 2 from SAS in this event. So there's some integration with the preliminaries. We are not privy with those adjustments yet, so we're going to call it as best as we can from the information that we have and our familiarity with the athletes as they appear on the track.
Of course, I know the schools, we may get the names just a little bit mixed up due to the accommodation that have been made, but I think most of the schools are in the uniform, and we'll be able to let you know which schools would have done well.
400 meters junior boys.
It's all down at the National Stadium.
They're running for a qualifying position into the finals. And they're up and running here. Who makes the early stagger? We have PBC, GBSS, PBC, St. David's Catholic, Boca Secondary, and SAS. Let's see who wants it more, who wants to ensure a position into the finals. PBC looking good in the middle of the track. PBC with Aidan McIntosh looking good. GBSS is also looking good with Tejan Frederick. But they're closely bunched here with 150 meters to go. PBC, GBSS, PBC. Aidan McIntosh edges into the lead now from the inside. PBC 1 and 2. The McIntosh brothers it is for Presentation Brothers College, but it is Aidan McIntosh who will be the eventual winner and automatic qualify into the finals. Aidan McIntosh jogs over the finish line now. His brother in second, and Tejan Frederick of GBSS in third.
Very nice. Very good race from the brothers, from the Presentation Brothers College. I'm sure what they really want to have first and foremost is bragging rights over the GBSS.
And there's also Lauren McIntosh who runs for the Anglican High School.
Correct.
These 3 McIntosh athletes with the 473 MVP club.
And does it remind you of another international group of families that run?
It was actually Nathan Holas of the PVC and not the other McIntosh brother.
Good.
So a good run indeed by Aidan McIntosh, 52.97. Holas with 54.06. And Frederick of the GBSS, 55.35.
And I would consider that time a pretty decent time for a junior 400 meter. Of course, if you want to get in the top echelons, you have to be edging closer to the 49s as a junior.
The expectation a junior boy should be doing sub 50.
That's correct. But knowing what we have gone through in the past couple of years, I would say that we are there or thereabouts, Smithy. I don't think we are doing too badly at all.
I know for a fact we will get a sub 50 time. I can almost put my dollar on this one. In the 400 meters for the senior boys, they're already on the track. The first preliminary should see Goshen Lane from Hillsborough Secondary. Elisha Williams, one to look out for from St. David's Catholic Secondary. Desron Williams of Bishop's College. Kyle Victor of GBSS. And Nishon Hostin of Harpy Secondary. I can tell you Elisha Williams established a new record at the national champs in his category in the 400 meters, 49 seconds. And he would be a strong contender here and a medal favorite later on this afternoon for the 400 meters. He had the unfortunate situation of being disqualified in the 100 meters, and so he want to redeem something here.
I'm sure he want to redeem himself. He want to show that the training that he did not go for anything. It did not go for not being able to show what he has been able to achieve in his training. So we are looking forward to see him really, really doing well and ensuring that hard work that he has put in pays off. I was referring actually to the Borley brothers of Belgium.
The Borley brothers.
The Borley brothers, yeah.
There they go.
All 3 of them.
400 meters for senior boys. Preliminary 1 of 3. Nice clean start here for them. Let's see what's going. We have to look for Elisha Williams for St. David's Catholic Secondary in the red and yellow. In the middle of the track, already making up the stagger on the athlete from the Bishop's College. Also in this race from Grenada Boys Secondary is Kyle Victor. From the Happy Hills Secondary is Nishon Hostin as well in the purple. But look at Williams go. He's already caught Williams Hostin from Happy Hills Secondary. He's going for the athlete now from the GBSS. That's Victor. Williams it is here from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School. Emerges in the lead now from the bend. It is Elisha Williams. And he's pulling away from Victor, from Kyle Victor. Elisha Williams it is. Already doing a sub 50 this year. There he goes. The fans are cheering him on. He's running hard. He's running for all he's got. I'm going to give you the flash time. The flash time, just 50.8 seconds. Just above the 50-meter mark is the flash time. But a good and strong and impressive run by Elisha Williams of the St. David's Catholic Secondary School.
Listen, you used the word that I really like. He looked extremely strong. And I think there is going to be a lot of room for growth and improvement in his running. If you look at him, you can see he has the potential. Maybe he might need to drop a little weight, put in a little bit more muscle, and then, of course, work on his technique as he really, if he wants to make the 400 meters his pet event. So, but there is the potential to do extremely well for this Williams from St. David's Catholic Secondary.
Want to look out for definitely in the future, Elisha Williams of the St. David's Catholic Secondary School.
For heat number 2, senior boys.
In a moment, we're going to hear some new voices. Right after the 400 meters, we're going to hear from Mr. Bernard himself. And he's going to be joining Davis Adams to bring you some more of the live action here at the National Stadium. Some quick results I can tell you. In the girls' high jump, junior and senior, we had Aliyah Gidhari of St. David's Catholic Secondary in 1.49 meters. And Shanti Sinclair of SAS, she also jumped 1.49 meters. And Kamia Mudu of SAS, 1.35 meters. As well as Sienna Bain of St. Joseph Convent St. George's, 1.30 meters. In the girls' high jump junior, so that was in the senior category I gave you moments ago. St. David's Catholic Secondary first, SAS second, SAS third. But the same height being cleared by the two athletes of 1.49 meters. The girls' high jump junior, Akira Moraine of St. David's Catholic Secondary, also 1.49. Aliyah Gittins of Bishop's College, 1.43. And Gina David of St. David's Catholic Secondary, 1.30 meters. The boys shot put junior. In first position was Dylan Logan of Hillsborough Secondary, 11.60 meters. Kamal Hazard of GBSS was second with 11.07 meters. And Tyrick McSween, who has been featured on the track here, of the GBSS with 10.93 meters. The boys shot put senior, Joshua Richards, GBSS, 11.66 in first position. Alian Coffey of Boca Secondary, 10.75 meters for second. And Kadium Telesford of St. David's Catholic Secondary, 10.56 for the third position. So these are some results from the field events that have been completed and been reflected on the point standing that we announced earlier on today.
On your mark.
Second hit of the boys 400 meters. And they're off. Good clean start, Smithy.
There's the 400 meters for the senior boys, the second preliminary here. Boca Secondary looking good.
300 meters, they're approaching 200 meters. Just about 200.
Going down the back straight here. Who is hungrier for this victory? Boca Secondary. Daniel Mitchell it is. Sass is there in the likes of Giovanni O'Neill. Giovanni O'Neill looking good on the inside. And there is also Presentation Brothers College in the likes of LM St. Paul. But it is still Mitchell of the Boca Secondary School. Daniel Mitchell. PVC now moves into second position with Ellen St. Paul. Sass in third. He's hanging on to something. He's holding on to something. Maybe picked up an injury here. Daniel Mitchell over Presentation Brothers College. And then for third, we had Giovanni O'Neill of SAS, the top 3 finishers in the second of 3 preliminaries in the 400 meters.
Very good run by the athlete from Boca, Daniel. A very interesting run because I saw him win at least on 2 occasions, and he decided that he wanted to finish the race. I hope everything goes well with him in terms of his physical well-being. But Daniel really worked hard, and I really was happy to see him finish the race. But I hope that he's okay because I saw him win on a couple of occasions, whether it's a pulled muscle or something he felt. But he decided that I am going to finish that race. Reminded me of the Olympics in the 80s where we have athletes who, they were so proud of the fact that they trained, they got here, and they were not going to be denied coming through to the end. Well done, Mitchell of the Boca Secondary School.
Well, this heat was a little bit slower than the previous one. The fastest time in the previous one was 50.36 seconds, and the fastest time here in this one is 53.18 seconds. The final preliminary in the 400 meters for the senior boys, and following this race we're going to have Bernard Antoine joining Davis Adams to bring you the live action wherever you are in Grenada, in the diaspora, enjoying live Intercol action, the return of Intercol Games 2022, sponsored by Republic Bank. So those of you who are familiar with here in Scotia Bank Intercol, it's now going to be Republic Bank Intercol as they have assumed ownership of Scotia Bank. And their presence is felt here. The entire stadium is adorned with the Republic Bank flags and branding material, and as well as the staff members are out here in their numbers as well. We're going to hear from Mrs. D. Ali during the break. She's going to have a chat with us from the bank. And Mr. Macfield, Dorian Macfield, is expected to join us as well. He delivered some remarks on behalf of the bank during the opening ceremony earlier on this morning.
So in lane number 1, Antonio Thomas, Boca Secondary. Lane 2, Richie Williams. Lane 4, Richie Williams. Lane 5, Japhet Sylvester. 6, Jeval Bartholomew. 7, Devonnie Ferguson. And in 8, Rondell Lewis. Happy Hill Secondary, Grenada Boys Secondary, Presentation Brothers College, St. Rose Modern Secondary, St. Andrews Anglican, and the Boca Secondary School. Those are the athletes who are represented in this final heat.
They're looking for a qualifying position into the finals. They have to measure themselves against each other and also to conserve some energy for the finals. But there they are, they're up and running here. The final preliminary in the 400 meters for senior boys. GBSS is there looking good with Devonnie Ferguson. And there's Happy Secondary, Rondell Lewis. So it's Ferguson and Lewis, the challengers so far for position into the finals. Devonnie Ferguson of GBSS. Rondell Lewis in second. 150 meters to go in this one. He's looking around his shoulder. Sass is there, and the likes of Richie Williams in third position. But it is Devonnie Ferguson of GBSS. Sass is making a good run back here. Richie Williams of Sass. So too is the athlete from the Boca Secondary, Antonio Thomas. But it's going to be Devonnie Ferguson of GBSS as he crosses over the finish line now. Sass in second, Boca Secondary in third, and Happy Secondary, Rondell Lewis in fourth.
Very good run by the athlete from GBSS. He did not panic at all, Smithy. He just allowed his form to carry him through. Devonnie Ferguson doing a good time, 52.57, still down on the athlete from St. David's Catholic Secondary who did 50.3 odd. But Devonnie Ferguson has done a good time, and I think he will be able to do well in the final. So it's Devonnie Ferguson, GBSS, Richie Williams, St. Andrews Anglican Secondary, and in third place, Antonio Thomas of the Boca Secondary doing 54.38. Not bad times. Of course, you're looking for the times to go closer to the 50 and under 50, but again, it was they gave the best that they had today. So well run by the athletes, the senior boys of all the schools. We want to shout them out and let them know we appreciate the fact that they've come on to put on a show, but also to showcase their abilities and their potential. Tremendous performances down here at the Grenada National Stadium. We hope that we are bringing you good live coverage, and we hope that you're enjoying it even at your homes. Even during this intermittent rainy weather, I think a good spectacle is being allowed here.
So we're going to hear now from the smooth and great voice of Mr. Bonnet Antoine is going to join Davis Adams to bring you some more live action.
Live action from the Kirani James Stadium. It's 3 p.m. in Grenada. If you are just joining us, we have 17 schools with us today. Anglican High School, they are in all white. Beacon High School, light blue with white. Bishop's College, out of Carrier Coach, of royal blue and red. Boca Secondary School, gray and black. Grenada Boys Secondary School, traditional all green. Happy Hill Secondary School, royal purple and white. And Hillsborough Secondary School, out of Carrico again, forest green and gold. J.W. Fletcher Catholic Secondary School is with us. They have purple, orange, and white. The Presentation Brothers College in the traditional all royal blue. St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary School, navy blue with white stripes. St. David's Catholic Secondary School, red and gold. The St. George's Institute, new school, young school. We are glad that they are here, turquoise and black. St. John's Christian Secondary School, yellow, royal blue. It's St. Joseph's Convent, St. George, green and white. St. Rose Modern Secondary School, blue with red and white. Wesley College, traditional yellow and brown. And Wesley Hall, Wester Hall Secondary School, Florence green, the Iguanas.
The Iguanas. And they've really performed well since they became a school. Not a very long history, but they have had a very rich history in track and field in Grenada. The Wester Hall Secondary School, as we so fondly call them, the Iguanas. It's a 4 by 100 meters relay sub-junior girls, and we have represented here in hit number 1 of 2, in lane 2, St. David's Catholic Secondary School. Lane 3, Bishop's College Secondary, and that's all the way from Carriacou. Lane 4, Boca Secondary School. Lane 5, the St. George's, Lane number 6, St. Joseph's Convent, St. George, and those are the schools that are represented. St. David's Catholic, Bishop's College, Boca Secondary School, St. George's Anglican School, and Convent St. George.
4 by 100 meters relay sub-junior girls, that's under 15, and we await the start. St. George's Institute. This should be an exciting race.
It should be, because once you have the St. David's Catholic Secondary School and of course Carriacou, that's always coming up with some exciting teams. You look forward to those very earnest competition taking place among the schools. Those from Carriacou, they come down and they want to showcase the talent and abilities that they have. Sometimes thinking that they're sometimes not as talented as those in Grenada, and they come with a real chip on the shoulder to ensure that they can showcase the potential that they have. So this is going to be an excellent heat for the sub-junior 4 by 100 meters relay girls.
And it's a preliminary at we have 2 heats, and it's relay action, it's team sport. 4 by 100 meters relay sub-junior girls. And again, to remind you, that's under 15. Just to recap, in lane number 2 is St. David's Catholic Secondary School. In lane number 3, Bishop's College. In lane number 4, Boca Secondary. The St. George's Institute is in lane 5. And in lane 6, St. Joseph's Convent St. George in green and white.
And St. Joseph's Convent St. George has been performing extremely well over the last couple of years. I believe that they're going to cross the hurdle. They will make it over the line because they've been really doing well of late. Just been pipped to the line ever so often. So it's really nice to see St. Joseph's Convent St. George really coming out and performing to the best of their abilities. But we're looking forward to St. David's Powerhouse, St. Joseph's Convent, and of course Bishop's College in Carriacou that has contributed and have put out some really good athletes over the last couple of years.
Correctly so. And it's a team sport. It's not necessarily individual purse, but it's a team sport. And we are going to look for the passing and how they sync one with the other. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are not here, you are missing out on, let's put it like this, 3 years rolled into one.
That is correct. I love how you put it. 3 years rolled into one. And on top of that, to add to that, into 1 day.
Into 1 day. A couple of months ago, that one would not be even contemplating a meet like this. And to look out and see the students in the numbers and the patrons in the numbers, it speaks a lot of what's happening. And for the athletes that are on showcase today, this is their day, and we want to give them all the encouragement. If you are making your way to the Kirani James Stadium, please do so. It's good live action here.
Lane assignments still, we're still looking at the lane assignments. They're still not ready as yet. But as you would have said, the fact that we are condensing 3 years into one, condensing 3 years into 1 day, it shows the amount of effort that it took to get our athletes exposed, get them to showcase their talents and their abilities. And we really want to ensure that the athletes that we have, the potential that they have, it can be brought to fruition. And if that is what's going to be used to develop a profession and a career for them, we want to ensure that they are not denied of that bit at all. But Absolutely. It takes all and sundry to come on board and to make this happen, whether it's from whatever end, the school's end, the employer's end, business end, and just a nation as a whole. It takes all of us to come together to ensure that we have those opportunities for our young people.
Absolutely. So we are at event number 47 of 54. 47 of 54. And I must say, things have been going rather well.
Yes, I must admit that I got down to this stadium a bit late, but when I got down and I saw the attendance, I saw the atmosphere, I saw how the athletes looked eager to participate. It brought that sort of nostalgia, that sort of a reminiscing back that we really did miss many days and many years of having that sort of a coming together of our nation.
So I think it's correct to say Grenada track and field is back.
I would say once Intercol is back, Grenada track and field is back. Because Intercol is just the premier part of it.
And we know that Grenada's Intercol is maybe second only to Jamaica champs. So I've been told.
Well, on a per capita basis, I believe we are the top. Jamaica's over 1 million people. We have just 110,000 people. And if you look at what we have produced over the last couple of years, I'm not so sure that I will give Jamaica preeminence. I believe I can confidently say that we have produced per capita probably a greater amount of successes for the Caribbean. When you look at it from a Carifta level or a CSC level or a Olympic level, World Championship level, because we have produced a couple of those. And so I'm very proud to be able to say that Grenada is one of the premier athletic islands in the world.
Absolutely, absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, in case you're wondering, we are just in a slight hold here for event number 47, the girls 4x100 meters relay sub-junior. It's under 15, and they should be off in a matter of moments. Sub-junior girls under 15. What has been exciting, Adams, is despite not having program throughout the year, we still have good participation. And over to you.
Yes, and they're going to be off in a short while. They're on the max, getting ready for the starters gun. And they're off. Good, clean start, as we will say. We're going to have to look for sure at the St. David's Catholic Secondary School. They've already made up the staggers for sure on the Bishop's College. And so St. David's is looking pretty well. Out front, this St. Joseph's Convent St. George has done a really good handover. St. Joseph's Convent St. George, St. David's Catholic Secondary, and of course the Boca Secondary School. But out front is St. Joseph's Convent St. George. Another good handover by the St. Joseph's Convent St. George, followed by the St. David's Catholic Secondary School, who seem to be reeling in Convent St. George, St. David's Catholic Secondary, Convent St. George, Boca Secondary School. Good handover for the St. David's Catholic Secondary School. And there goes the St. Joseph's Convent St. George, closely followed by Boca Secondary School. But it would be St. David's Catholic Secondary School. Boca has now come into second place. Boca would come second, and it will be followed in third position by St. Joseph's Convent St. George. Good all run by the St. David's Catholic Secondary School, showing the superiority in this relay, and we're looking forward to seeing them in the final, Antoine.
Yes, and again, we cannot but emphasize that relay is about team, relay is about passing, relay is about sync. And the St. David's Catholic Secondary School, all the way around, their passing was rather smooth. They look for Boca Secondary School in the finals. They have some pretty strong athletes there. The second leg was not as smooth as it should have been, but now with the replay, you will see what I'm talking about here. The second leg for Boca Secondary School was not as smooth as it could have been, but it came back quite strong. At this stage, Convent St. George was doing all the running together with St. David's. And the athlete from Boca Secondary School on the third leg, you would see some serious running here. And again, battle passing is about training and repetitive work over and over and over, and that was lacking this year.
And it's understandable.
It is understandable.
We have not been having the number of meets that we would normally have. Athletes would not have been having the repetitions as they would normally have. But we must give them kudos. They really worked hard. Boca is looking well. That athlete who did the final leg for Boca, she looked pretty strong. St. David's, you're going to see, was strong all through. St. Joseph's Convent St. George had some moments where they looked to be competing. But finally, I think the school that had the better team, the stronger team, won out in this sub-junior category, St. David's Catholic Secondary School. Well done, guys. Well done, St. David's Catholic Secondary. We know the tradition and the history that St. David's Catholic Secondary has been having, specifically in the girls division, Antoine. And I think being able to showcase the talent this year, to say that we are back, I think they're really raring to go, and to say that St. David's Catholic Secondary School is back.
Absolutely. Heat number 2. Event number 47, heat number 2 of 2. In lane number 2, St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary. Lane number 3, J.W. Fletcher. In lane number 4, Hillsborough. And lane number 5, the Anglican High School. This one should be a doozy.
It should be a doozy. I'm looking for, again, another one of the powerhouses in Intercol, especially in the girls division, has been Anglican High School. It's been a battle between high school, St. David's Catholic Secondary, SAS, and ever so often you'd find, of course, St. Joseph's Convent, St. Andrew coming through, and so on and so forth. So you always have keen competitive battle. So wherever you have high school, and you have St. David's Catholic, and you have St. Joseph's Convent St. George, St. Joseph's Convent St. Andrew, and to an extent the schools, McDonald College, who is not participating this year, you expect to have tremendous competition.
Yes, and again, you really have to give the kudos to the coaches and so forth. With very little time to prepare a relay team says a lot. It's all the behind-the-scenes work that would take place to get a relay team going.
Correct.
Even in the professional rank, the passing is not as smooth as it should be. So when we come to a meet like this, and we see a fairly smooth passing, you really have to speak to the technical work that would have gone in behind the scenes.
Correct. And of course, when we look at the international scene and we see those powerhouses of track and field taking part in athletics, if there's one constant, they would say until the last batter gets over the line, you don't know who will win that race because it is always so close.
Absolutely.
And they're off. It's a good run. And we're seeing the athletes from SAS. I'm not so sure. Out front, we have the athlete from the Happy Hill Secondary, and we have Anglican High School. So it is Anglican High School there. They're now taking the lead, and they're looking pretty comfortable. The other athletes at Hillsborough Secondary is there. Anglican High School once again, followed by the Happy Hill Secondary School. It's going to be a nice tight race, but Anglican High School seem to be doing well. Unless they throw down that baton, it will be Anglican High School followed by the Happy Hill Secondary School. They're off, final leg. Anglican High School strutting the stuff, powering down the final straight. Anglican High School, they're gonna win it. They're gonna take the second hit of the girls under 15 sub-junior girls 4x100 meters relay, Antoine.
Excellent race. And based on what we have seen in the two heats, it's going to be a straight fight with Anglican High School versus St. David's Catholic Secondary School. And that's kind of traditional.
It is traditional. And I think we have some point standing that we'd like to give just before we turn over to another part of our team. There has been a really big point standing that has come in, and I want to believe that we want to share that with our viewing public at this time.
Just a recorded time in heat number 2.
Yes, and so there we go. Let's start with the female category. We have a number of schools that are on the board with points, and once you're on the board with points, you're doing well. So on 6 points, we have the Happy Hill Secondary School and St. John's Christian Secondary School. On 8 points, you have the Boca Secondary School. That's a girls' division. On 12 points, you have the Bishop's College from Carriacou. On 13 points, St. Joseph's Convent St. George on 13 points. On 15 points, you have the Hillsborough Secondary School. 15 points, Hillsborough Secondary School. Anglican High School in third place on 22 points. In second place on 23 points is the St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary School. And viewing public, strutting the stuff, now making a comeback in first place on 83 points, the St. David's Catholic Secondary School.
And on the track, it's
only 3 points separates the top 2.
on the track is event number 48. Event number 48. The 4x100 meters relay sub-junior boys. The record for this event is, the game's record for this event is 45.28. 45.28 in 2017 by the GBSS team. So the event on the track, event number 48, boys 4x100 meters sub-junior.
So Antoine, as you get ready to call out the boys division, we're looking at the 4x100 meter sub-junior boys, and they're looking absolutely excited, pumped, ready to go, and they're energized. Lane 2, lane 3, lane 4, we have lane 6, we have lane 7, lane 8, all occupied. And we really want to say that those guys are looking extremely ready to go. So in lane number 2, we have the Boca Secondary School. Lane number 3, Boca Secondary School. Lane number 4, Bishop's College. Lane number 5, St. George's Institute. Lane number 6, Presentation Brothers College. Lane number 7, St. John's Christian Secondary School. Lane number 8, I do not get the uniform on the outside there, but this is going to be a doozy.
SAS. Look like SAS.
St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary School. So we are getting ready, and probably we can now call the boys division on the marks. And they're off. And a good, clean start. Clean pair of heels we are seeing as the boys make their way around the first bend, heading into the back straight to make their first handover. This is SAS. This is St. John's Christian Secondary, PBC. But SAS is still out front, looking good. And they're making the second handover. Good, clean handover. Could have been executed better, but it's still SAS. Out front, PBC in third, St. John's Christian Secondary School. Or this is the... it's another clean handover, but it's still SAS looking good. It's the final leg of the race. SAS is leading. It is SAS gonna win. PBC is now challenging for second, but in third. It is SAS winning by a good, clean couple of yards ahead of the other school. And so we have seen the completion of the second heat of the boys sub-junior relay.
Quite competitive that race was. We had a non-starter in lane 5. But the 6 teams that participated was quite competitive and relatively smooth passing all the way around. SAS took the early lead and they never gave up. They never gave up that pole position. And at the end it was number 1 SAS, second
St. John's Christian Secondary, Presentation Brothers College, and Boca Secondary.
There you have it.
Wonderful. Good run. We're now going to have a handover. Antoine, I'm going to leave you in the capable hands with Mr. Cummins, who's going to come, no stranger to the commentary booth, and I'm sure we are going to bring really colorful representation of what is happening down at the International Stadium down here in St. George.
And in the meantime, let me bring you up to date with the team scores. In the male category, in position number 9, Happy Secondary School with 5 points. In position number 8 is Boca Secondary School with 8 points. In position number 7, Westerhall Secondary School with 12 points. St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School, SAS with 15 points in position number 5, and they are tied with Presentation Brothers College. They are both at 15 points. In position number 4, from the sister island of Carriacou, it's Bishop's College with 17 points. And then we get to the big boys, as you would say. In position number 3, St. David's Catholic Secondary School with 27 points. Hillsborough Secondary School is at second with 31, and up front is Greener Boys Secondary School with 34 points. Cummins, what we see here is a rather close competition. Not many points separate 1, 2, 3, and 4. In fact, between 1 and 2, Greener Boys Secondary School and Hillsborough Secondary School, it's a mere 3 points.
A very pleasant good afternoon to you, and indeed, it's a good afternoon to see that the athletes are so keenly contested in the year 2022 after we have been inside for such a long time. It's a happy feeling outside today for the athletes, and I guess it's a happy feeling for everyone. And to see the points so close, we are expecting a keen and exciting finish of 2022 Intercol.
Next up on the track, we will have the heat number 2, event number 48, boys 4x100 meters relay sub-juniors. Event number 48.
And running out of lane 2, Westerhall Secondary, lane 3, Hillsborough, lane 4, St. David's Catholic, lane 5, Westerhall, Wesley College, in lane 6, J.W. Fletcher, and lane 8, lane 7, that is the Grenada Boys Secondary School.
And I think it's a rather exciting thing, if you want to call it exciting, to have Wesley College in this particular event. It's a small school, and to have them feeling a relay team, sub-junior boys, 4x100 meters, I think that says a lot.
It's always welcoming to see that the small school, they are in the secondary schools, can make their way on the big stage. It goes to tell how much athletics is in Grenada.
And so they're on the status orders. Remember, lane number 2, Westerhall. Lane number 3, Hillsborough. 4, St. David's Catholic. 5, Wesley College. 6, J.W. Fletcher. And in lane number 7, Grenada Boys Secondary School.
Lovely conditions, despite we haven't got the bright sunshine or the rain, a little bit on the outside. And on the track, the athletes are not really feeling anything as if rain is there, but they are really enjoying themselves. And this is what athletics is all about, doing what they have to do best. I guess the coaches are all happy because knowing that for the past years, we haven't got any of those. And in terms of preparation, I know for some schools, it may have been very much difficult for them, but they're outside of there, and it's good to be outside.
The important thing is to get track and field back, so to speak, on track, and I think they have done just that.
So we await the start of this 4x100 meters relay for sub-junior prelims. They hit 2 of 2. We are just standing by them.
Westerhall Secondary School, and over the years they have done rather well. Westerhall.
Yes, Westerhall have done quite well over the years. They have won the Intercol competition. I remember they winning it this couple of years back. Hillsborough has also been there. It's good to be seeing Hillsborough out, and Carrico, the athletes, the coaches up there are doing quite a great job. St. David's, no doubt about it. Among the girls, they have been very much there. Wesley College, as I rightly said earlier on, it's good to see that they are out, and to be among those what we so-called bigger secondary schools. It's good to see that they're inside of there. The J.W. Fletcher is also a young school. And
it is.
They have always been around. They have been always asking questions on the track, and this is a good thing for track and field. And the Grenada Boys Secondary School.
The end lane 7, we did not mention before, but that looks like St. George's Institute in lane number 8.
Lane number 8, okay, St. George's Institute.
We did not make mention of them earlier. And again, another new school getting your program back on track.
So happy to see the coaches doing just that. So they're on their mark. And they're off to a good start, making early inroad. Already the St. David's Catholic School is making a good run. From there, the boys from the Grenada second GBSS making a good run up front. The Institute, the GBS is making a good run there as they head to make another handover on the curve. Oh, that's a good battle passing there from the boys from the Grenada Boys Secondary School, and going neck and neck with the athlete up front there. These two athletes are really battling, as I may say, but the final handover, GBSS may have just went off track, but he's neck and neck. It's a good race. They are running neck, shoulder to shoulder, but the Institute is going to move away quite easily, and they are going to just pass the finishing line with GBSS coming in second position, and we're just going to look at the official result to get the third and fourth position.
And just a bit of a correction here. In lane 8, the St. Rose Modern Secondary School. Pretty good run.
Very good run indeed. Very good run. Taking the battle and really running hard. Good battle passing, and had a very good starting on the track and really accelerate nicely.
And again, it's good to see representation from amongst our 17 schools that are represented here today. And it really says a lot because it's a team sport again, and to feel a really team. So, St. Rose, you would have done well.
Excellently well, they have done so. And we're going to continue here, going to event number 49.
Event 49 would be the 4x100 meters relay for girls, and that's for junior girls, and that's under 17. We have the record for this event is 47.34 seconds by the St. Joseph Convent St. Andrews from 2004. That's a pretty good time.
It's a very long time.
It's one of those long-standing records. And let's see if anybody will challenge us today. 47.34. It's second from 2004 from St. Joseph's Convent, St. Andrews, 2004. And in lane number 1 would be St. Rose Modern Secondary School. But lane number 2 rather. Lane number 3, Hillsborough Secondary School. Lane number 4, St. David's Catholic Secondary School. Lane number 5, the Anglican High School. Lane number 6, Wesley College. So just to take this again, in lane number 2, St. Rose Modern. Lane number 3, Hillsborough. Lane number 4, St. David's Catholic. Lane number 5, Anglican High School. And lane number 6, Wesley College.
Well, it's a very good team there, and for this event, and we're expecting to see a very keen and exciting event.
And in spite of or despite the inclement weather, the turnout has been good.
Definitely, and they are really enjoying themselves.
They are, and that's a big part of what this meet is about. And we are going to go live to Sherry and Noel for an interview with the Republic Bank General Manager, the sponsors of Intercol 2022. Over to you, Sherry.
We are joined now by the Managing Director of Republic Bank Grenada Limited, Mrs. Naomi Diali. Mrs. Diali, it has been 3 years that the bank was actually waiting for this moment where you would come out and showcase your colors in support for the student athletes of Grenada. What is the feeling like today to see that it has actually happened?
It's really a pleasure to actually see it come true, because we are all set to go in 2020, and then COVID just changed everything for us. So it really is a sense of accomplishment today to finally see it become a reality.
It's becoming a reality. Intercol is normally 3 days. It had to be scaled down to 1 day. But you've been here since from the onset. How satisfied with you in terms of how the games is actually unfolding?
Oh, very satisfied. I think the volunteers, those who are controlling the races, everything seems to be rolling off quite smoothly. We know it had to be reduced to 1 day, and it would be taking a lot of imagination and outside the box thinking for them, but they seem to have been having it quite in hand at this time, and the children are really enjoying themselves.
I know we're about to go back to the track, but just give us a little insight as it relates to Republic Bank and sports, because I know you're also involved in the Right Start competition.
Yes. So for Republic Bank, our corporate social responsibility is very high on our agenda. So we have a marketing plan that's focused on how we can be of support to our community, the community in which we serve. So through youth empowerment, that is a big focus for us. So as we're involved in Right Start football, we really always wanted to be involved in Intercol. So this is really a dream come true for us.
Yes, we are here speaking with the Managing Director of the Republic Bank Limited. We are going to take a break so that we can bring you the preliminaries in the relay on the 17th for the junior girls, but we will return because there is much more that Mrs. Diali will have to share with us as it relates to Republic Bank and sports. So we go back to the commentary team for that race, and then we'll get back to Mrs. Diali.
The lane assignments.
And we are back. We are back live on Karani James Stadium in St. George. Intercol 2022. Intercol 2022. A couple of months ago, one would never have thought that this would materialize to be what it is today. We are here live and on the track. Event number 49 is about to start. Event number 49. Girls 4x100 meters relay juniors, and juniors, remember, is under 17 in lane number 1, St. Rose Modern Secondary School. Lane number 3, So that the first lane was lane number 2, St. Rose Modern Secondary School. Lane number 3, Hillsborough Secondary School. Lane number 4, St. David's Catholic. Lane number 5, Anglican High School. Lane number 6, Wesley College.
So we're getting ready for another of the exciting preliminary event. I think the athletes are doing quite well. The athletes are doing pretty well on the track. In the meantime, we'll say the high jump. The athletes are somewhat getting ready for that. But on the track.
We're going back to the interview with Sherian and Mr.
So they're on the mark. The athlete from St. Rose in lane number 2. Hillsborough in lane 3. And they're off to a good start. The athlete from St. David's covering the track well. So too is St. Joseph Convent, St. George's. Let's see who's going to make the first handover, taking a good battle. That's Anglican High School there and running away nicely. St. David's is there. And let's see who is going to make that handover. St. David's taking it. That's Anglican High School taking the battle and gone. St. David's making a good race for it on the inside. But outside there is still the athlete from Anglican High School making the final handover, and that's a good baton, and she take it and gone. But St. David's is on her heels, getting on her heels. St. David's coming closer and closer, and let's see what's going to happen. St. David might just be a nose ahead of her. As St. David is going to finish quite easily, winning in the end, Anglican High School. And Happy Hill Secondary in 3rd position. Another keen, exciting preliminary event.
Quite competitive. And this is what you want to see in all races, and especially so in relay races. In position number 1 is the St. David's Catholic Secondary School, 50.80 seconds. In 2nd place is Anglican High School, 51.07. Happy Hill Secondary School brought up in 3rd position in 53.92 seconds. And St. Rose Modern Secondary School and Wesley College.
So it's good to see the athletes back on the track, really enjoying themselves and really putting all into it for the various schools. But another observation, the crowd, spectators, as they had grown tremendously. If you look at the stands, the athlete stands there, it's all capacity is almost there.
We are live at Karani James Stadium, and we are going to take another breakaway to our sponsors. Sherian.
So, Mrs. Yali, that was quite an interesting race there. But prior to the break, we were speaking about the importance of sports to the Republic Bank. I'm looking forward to 2023. What are the plans?
Well, this year was almost to get things started after COVID and everything else. We're looking forward to a much bigger Intercol event in 2023. When we spoke to the secondary schools principals, a lot of them said a lot of the planning wasn't there for this year. They are going to start that process much earlier this year so that when 2023 sports season starts, there'll be a nice build-up, a better preparation for the athletes. And we intend to be sort of following that process and progress as much as possible so that when the time for Intercol comes, it will be a well-organized and exciting event for us. And then it will be 3 days, not just 1 day. So it really will be an event to remember for us.
Anything that you would like to see included in the 2023 staging of the Games?
I noticed we have a lot of the blowing of the horns, quite noisy. And I was saying if we could have a nice rhythm section. We are known for the jab rhythm in Grenada. And I was saying to the marketing people, maybe we could start a competition, encouragement of everybody bring out a little drum rhythm section so that instead of having the horns, we'll have drumming. And that could be a way of enticing each other to become better. So each school come up with a better rhythm, and that will add to the excitement. That's just a thought I had.
Thank you very much, viewers. We were speaking here with the Managing Director of the Republic Bank, the sponsors of Intercol 2022, Mrs. Naomi Diali. I now throw you back over to our commentary team.
And we are back live. We are back live at the Karani James Stadium. And we await the start of event number 49.
And event number 49, we have the girls. That's heat 2 of the prelims. Lane 2, St. Andrews Anglican Secondary. Lane 3, St. John's Christian Secondary. Lane 4, Bishop's College. Lane 5, Boca Secondary. Lane 6, St. Joseph Convent, St. George's. And Lane 7, Wester Hall. On starting orders. We have only 4 schools competing. So we have the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary, St. John's Christian, Bishop College, and Boca. These are the 4 schools they compete in.
St. Joseph Convent, St. George, Lane 6, that's a scratch, as well as Wester Hall Secondary School in Lane 7.
And they're off to a good start. St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School covering some ground. So too is Happy Hill covering some ground. The school Boca is there as they make the handover as she makes her way. If you keep your eyes inside of there, the athletes from Boca, SAS is falling away in this event as they continue along the track. Bishop College running it hard as they make the final handover. What a run. This is very close. 1, 2, and 3, very close. But who's going to finish it? Oh, what a run there. Oh,
Again,
what a run.
Very competitive.
Very competitive.
And again, we're going to have a next segue to Sharian Noel. Sharian, over to you.
So we're joined here now by President of the Principals Association, Mr. Dominic Jeremiah. Mr. Jeremiah, how satisfied are you? We know that you had a very short time span in order to organize for this one day of Intercall, where you could bring all the secondary school athletes together. We had some intermittent showers of rains, which may have thrown off your scheduling somewhat, but overall, how satisfied are you with how the game is actually going?
First of all, I want to express my deepest gratitude to all the principals who came together and conceive of this idea of having this one-day Intercall event. I want to thank the members of the planning committee. I think this is beyond our expectation. We're keeping in mind and in focus that this is a special Intercall. This is not a regular Intercall, but we felt that we had to start somewhere and build to what we know is the normal Intercall. So I'm very grateful for what has transpired here today, and I'm thankful to the Royal Grenada Police Force, all those stakeholders, the Republic Bank, who contributed in significant ways to make this become a reality. You know, despite the challenges with the weather, we have had to try to adapt. And even the students have, so far they have been great. We want to commend them for, you know, listening to the clarion call to make this an enjoyable event for them. After all, this event is for them, it's for the athletes, And we know for a fact that there are many, many persons here and overseas who are watching these athletes at this moment. And this is very important for the athletes to get, an opportunity to be seen. We never know what can come out of this. This event, the sacrifice of trying to put on this event is for the athletes and, of course, for the students who have never experienced Intercol before.
Yes, I was going to ask you that question because there were a number of promising athletes that came out of the primary school system and never got the opportunity. Absolutely. But despite the fact that they have been inside for this long period, not much physical activity, we are still seeing some pretty impressive times.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's unfortunate that there are quite a number of athletes who came from the primary school into the secondary system and lost interest in track and field because they never had the opportunity to participate. But I'm very grateful that we were able to host this event, to give these athletes the opportunity to once again maybe reanimate their interest in track and field. I was speaking to a parent today, and he was telling me that his son lost interest in track and field, and he came out of the primary school a top student. I know in my own school, we have had to do a lot to keep the interest among the students because we had a number of very good athletes who came from the primary school. And I think most of the schools have good athletes who came from the primary school, but they never had a chance to showcase their talent. So this is the beginning of things to come, and the bank is on board with us. And we really want to continue to build Intercol and ensure that it remains as an institution for generations to come.
Thank you very much, viewers. You're speaking here with the president of the Principals Association, Mr. Dominic Jeremiah. I now throw you back over to our commentary team who will take you to the action on the tracks.
Now back live at the Karani Stadium. Event number 50. Event number 50, 4x100 meters relay junior boys. That's under 17. We have 2 heats. The game's record is 43.20 seconds in 2018 by GBSS. We have 2 heats, and in heat number 1, lane 3, Presentation Brothers College. Lane 2, Wesley College. Lane 3, Presentation Brothers College. Lane 4, Wesley College. Lane 5, Hillsborough Secondary. Lane 6, Westerholt Secondary. Lane 7, J.W. Fletcher. And in lane 8, Bocas Secondary. And this should be a good one.
Yes, looking at the teams that are there, as Mr. Jeremiah in his interview said that the athletes, they were inside and they were not doing anything. So we expect to see something happening in this special Intercol 2022, as was echoed by the president of the Principal Association.
So it's heat number 1 of 2, 4x100 meters junior boys, and they are on the status orders.
So let's see what happens. And they're off. So a little bit of mix up there, yes. I could have seen the athlete from lane 5 starting and stopping.
So we have had a false start in this heat. They are calling them back, and we will know momentarily the result of this false start. But in lane number 3, Presentation College. Lane number 4, Wesley College. 5, Hillsborough. 6, Westerholt Secondary. 7, J.W. Fletcher. And 8, Bocas Secondary. It's not a red card, so we are still in business. Everybody's still in business.
Everybody's still in business. So just getting a bit of instructions there from the starters, the officials. The athlete from Hillsborough Secondary was the one last spoken to.
Yes, he seems to have had a slip on the block, so they call them back, and they're about to start. Event number 50, boys, 4x100 meters, juniors.
1 of 2 in the preliminaries. and this time they're off to a good start. Presentation Brothers College, Boca up front. J.W. Fletcher making that handover. J.W. Fletcher is running well. Boca is chasing there. Presentation Brothers is running well also. As Presentation Brothers take the baton first and eating the track on the inside. What a magnificent baton passing, and what stride. Let's see, he's going to take the baton again, and Presentation gone. Boca have a mix-up, but it's all about Presentation Brothers College. Up front there, J.W. Fletcher is running, but he's running half distance, and he will not be able to catch on to him as Presentation Brothers College finishing well, and it was excellent battle passing.
Very smooth, very smooth. What is interesting is that Wesley College had a mix-up with the baton, fell, got up, and still finished fourth.
And that really shows the spirit of the athletes out here today.
Yeah, that's commendable. And here we have the results of event number 50. And we are going to make another segue to Sherry and Noel.
I am still at the VIP section, and this time I'm joined by Mackie Griffith. Mackie is the manager of Republic Bank House Cluster. He's also a former athlete from the Grenada Boys Secondary School who participated in both disciplines on the track and on the field. Mackie's sitting here today after 3 years coming, to enjoy some good athletics. What is the feeling like, and how happy are you to see athletics back on the tracks?
Well, Sherry, good afternoon, and good afternoon to the listeners. I'm very excited. It really gives a certain intrigue to see the Intercol is back again. I know the young people, our students, they, after all the pandemic and the confinement, is an opportunity to exhale, and we can feel the enthusiasm and the atmosphere around the stadium. And I'm happy to be part of this. I'm happy that Republic Bank can be part of this. But it's good for our young people to have this opportunity, to really come out and showcase their talent.
As I mentioned in the introduction, I said that you participated both in the field and track events. Just give us a little insight as to the events that you participated in.
Okay, well, I would have been involved in Intercol back in the 80s, and I would have done 100 meters, the 200 meters, the relay, 4x1 relay, long jump and high jump. I won some medals, I didn't win some, but all in all, it was a really good experience, and I'm happy that, we can continue and have our young people really have this opportunity.
At the end of the games today for you, it will be sports that win.
But of course, at the end of the day, it's sports that win. It's really good for our athletes. It's good for our young people. I mean, while I might be rooting for a particular school, my alma mater, but at the end of the day, I mean, it's really good, that we can put on this event, and in the interest of the development of our young people and the sports in general in Grenada.
Well said. That was Mackie Griffith, the manager of Republic Bank House Cluster, a former athlete of the Grenada Boys Secondary School. It is now back to our commentary team.
Thank you very much, Sherry Ann. And we really have to lift our hat to Republic Bank for sponsoring this event. Event number 50, heat number 2 of 2, 4x100 meters relay, and they're on the tracks in lane number 3, St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary. In lane number 4, Bishop's College. In lane number 5, St. Rose Modern Secondary. Lane number 6, St. John's Christian Secondary. Lane number 7, the Grenada Boys Secondary School. And in lane number 8, St. David's Catholic Secondary.
Who's in 2?
And Happy Hill is in lane number 2. Lane number 3 again, St. Andrew's Anglican. Lane number 4, Bishop's College. 5, St. Rose Modern. 6, St. John's Christian. 7, Grenada Boys Secondary. And in lane number 8, St. David's Catholic Secondary School. Very competitive first heat. This one should be also.
Yeah, definitely. I was just about to say, you at home, keep your eyes on the track. This is going to be a very keen and exciting preliminary. They are competing for places in the finals, and it's good to see that this time there are some 7 schools participating. I want to make it.
And we expect the big run in early to come from lane 3, 7, and 8, where there can be upsets.
Definitely so. And they're off to a good start. GBSS off to a good start. 6 competing schools there. St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School and GBSS running well. Let's see. GBSS taking a good battle. SAS taking the battle and covering the track beautifully. So too is Happy Hill from there. Let's see who's going to make another handover on the inside. Happy Hill is running well. GBSS. Let's see. GBSS SAS taking a good battle and going. Here comes St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School, but GBSS is up there and he's running well. GBSS taking a good battle now. SAS also taking the battle just about the same time. And let's see who's going to do it on the track. It's GBSS and the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School as they motor down to the finish line. Is GBSS going to finish here? St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School and St. David's in a 3rd position as we going to see the finals in just a little while.
Quite comfortable for GBSS in that one. But as we alluded to earlier, the 3 big schools seems to have emerged 1, 2, and 3, and the competition is just heating up.
I think it's just heating up in just the correct time.
So here are the results, the official results. 1, GBSS 44.7, SAS 45.52, in 2nd place. In 3rd place, St. David's Catholic Secondary in 46.57. St. John's Christian Secondary 46.81, and Happy Hill Secondary in 49.67. Bishop's College 49.89.
Level of convenience and comfort awaits you when you shop at Rise and Shine Supermarket and Hardware Supplies, Griffin Lane, Grenville. Convenient, because we are open Sunday to Sunday. We're even at your service on public holidays. Comfort, because we are easily accessible to the physically challenged. Free Wi-Fi is available while you shop, and bags come at no charge. Everyday low prices and excellent customer care. Adequate parking available. We supply everything you can possibly think of. Family and home supplies, fresh meat, vegetables, and personal care products. All brands of cooking gas at affordable prices. You can send in your order, have it pulled, or pick up express.
Now we assumed quite honestly what's going to happen. The folks ahead.
Yes. Listening to the principal of the president of the Principal Association, it's a special intercall, and when you have a special intercall, it's always good to have a special station carrying special.
Indeed. We're getting ready for the start of event number 51 as the girls 4x100 meters seniors. We can tell you that the record in that event is 47.08 seconds, set back in 2008 by the St. David's Catholic Secondary. It's going to be heat 1 of 2 in the prelims, and you can well appreciate that it's going to have some excitement. The contenders in this one, they'll be running out of lane number 2 would be St. Rose Morden. In lane 3, Hillsborough Secondary. Lane 4, St. John's Christian Secondary. Lane 5, Convent St. George. Beaucajn runs out of lane number 6, and that would bring up the contenders for that event. Heat 1 of 2 in the girls. That's the senior 4x100 relay. Indeed, Ashley, everything seems quite poised for quite an evening, fanfare, excitement, everything.
Definitely so. To see the student population and out on the bleachers, and the rest of the spectators who had come in, parents and well-wishers, all of them inside of here, and listening to the song, it just take you back years ago, and it's a good feeling.
There are just some things that is unique to Intercol. there's just some things that is unique to Intercol. When we look, well, I could reasonably assume that that is definitely not event number 51. It's not event number 51. That's
two. Event number 50.
Right, so we move on to event number 52. So it's the boys 4x100 meters relay. My apologies on that. It's event number 52. The contenders to this one: St. David's Catholic, St. Andrew's Anglican, Presentation Brothers College, Boca Secondary, Hillsborough Secondary. That's heat 1 of 2. Heat 1 of 2 on the day, Grenada. It's all happening down here at the National Stadium. Heat 1 of 2 in the boys 4x100 meters. The record in this one, 41.91, set back in 2004 by McDonald College. And earlier in the day, Ashley, Leslie and I, we were talking about the glorious days when McDonald College held their own as one of the contenders. They've since sort of faded from the limelight, and unfortunately they've since faded from the limelight.
Yeah.
And they're not in the meet this year.
Yes. We have seen McDonald College indeed just a shade short of what they used to be. But I know that there is work going on up there. They had the sport a few Fridays back, I think it is. And I learned that it was very keen and exciting. So it means that work has been done, and we're looking forward to, based on what was heard from the manager of the public bank in her interview, looking forward to 2023. We can see McDonald College coming back, and if not with a bang, they're going to be coming back.
I think it's safe to say that this Intercol 2022 is going to serve as a template going forward, where you can assess, reassess, revamp exactly where the games, how you position and reposition the games as you go forward on the new banner of Republic Bank.
Carlo, did you ever had the foresight to thinking or whatever that Intercol was going to be restarted?
Well, there was always the hope, honestly. I didn't quite anticipate it this year, though. So when the announcement came, while I had a measure of reservation as to whether or not it could be successfully pulled off, I think on the inside, I was quite happy, honestly, that the boys and girls can meet in such a fashion that allows for interaction and involvement outside of the classroom. We have some information here. Comments?
Yeah, most definitely so. We have for event number
48. So we're getting ready. We're going to update that information for you. But we're looking at here. We're getting ready for event number 52. On the tracks, it's the senior 4x1 relay, and there's 2 heats for this event. The first batch of running of lane 2 is going to be St. David's Catholic. St. Andrew's Anglican occupies lane number 3. Presentation Brothers College in 4. Boca Secondary runs out of 5. Hillsborough Secondary runs out of 6. And looking at the lineup, at that lineup comments, it would really be exciting to see what the Presentation Brothers College, whether or not they hold true to the form and the excitement and the hype that was created in the sprints, the singular sprints, in the likes of Raquel, and certainly hoping that they do not disappoint. But as you well know, Ashley, if any of the other contenders have anything to say about that, the likes of Boca Secondary, Hillsborough Secondary, SAS, and St. David's, they are going to have their 2 pence.
Yeah, they will have to. They must have something to say. They have to give account of themselves, and we just have to wait and see.
wait and see. But I want to say to you, Grenada, Carriacou, wherever you are, well, not Carriacou. I don't think Carriacou can anyway, form or fashion, make it at this time. It is just the one day event. But wherever you are, you're probably at work and you're probably thinking maybe it is too late. No. We're literally just wrapping up the prelim rounds, then we take a break, and then thereafter we go into straight final events. And it is no hold barred for all of those schools.
So, GBN, as it is always where the excitement is when it comes to Intercol, and there is no holding back as we get ready for the start of the boys 4x100 meters relays senior.
Event number 52, and Ashley, once the start, you would take it away. They are the status of this.
So, a little tension. Little query from Boca. Is asking what's the matter. The athletes
and it is quite okay to ask a question, because sometimes whatever is happening, depending on the way you are, you're blind. You're running blind.
Definitely so.
You can't see the rest of the field. So I guess for Boca, there's two athletes in his rearview mirror, but at this point in time, that's not what he's focused on for sure.
On starting orders. Good start for St. David's. St. David's making a good start on the inside. GBSS there. Boca. Sass is holding inside there. Presentation Brothers College is inside of there. Oh, here comes Presentation Brothers College running well. Sass also on the inside. St. David's as they make another handover. Boca taking a good battle. Presentation Brothers College in the lead is gonna make the handover now. Boca is there, sprinting away. Can he get there? Presentation Brothers College is really pouring down the track, and he celebrates. Boca, St. David's, Sass. And that's the order they came in.
What an excellent batter handling there by the boys from Presentation Brothers College, and you would have actually saw that it was actually a final, but I think that's where they get a chance to claim the psychological warfare in the minds of the others. You know what? Listen, folks. Don't you ever think that for the next batch that you have an easy task at this. And certainly there's some guys that they come planned actually to psycho their opponents.
Well, that's what sports is all about. You have to have the tact.
There's something that happened at the back there. The Boca athlete, and I hope whatever it is, he took for a tumble. But you see the Presentation Brothers College athlete on the back stretch, really eating up the turf. Ashley.
Yes, a beautiful sprinting action.
There's a call up. And the second handover, and I mean, Presentation Brothers College was definitely in control of that one.
Yes, and what I'd like that athlete about, when he passed the baton with the momentum, you can see him continually giving that momentum to the athlete to continue. Wonderful.
And Presentation Brothers, they in the quartet there of Green, Smith, Riccal, and St. Paul. And we did say before the start of the race that we had to look out for that quartet because they actually started in the individual events in the one, and the anticipation was ripe that they would really put on a show. But this is just the prelims. We'll see how they stack up when we get ready for the second. We're getting ready for the second of heat number 52, the second prelim in the lineup for this one. St. Rose Modern Secondary, Grenada Boys Secondary, St. John's Christian Secondary runs out of 3. J.W. Fletcher runs out of 4. Wester Hall Secondary occupies lane number 5, and Bishop College is nestled in lane in lane number 6. The principals of each of those teams for Bishop's College, it is McFarlane, Clement, DeRoche, and Jones. For J.W. Fletcher, Williams, St. Louis, Matthew, and Frederick. For St. John's Christian Secondary, it is Hector, Hostin, Andrew, and Ian George. And certainly we saw them in the 100 and the 200, both Hector and Ian. For the Grenada Boys Secondary School, there's Joshua Richards, Ethan Sam, who certainly, I know Shelley Leslie smiled in somewhere. She said she came here just to see Sam. There's Rayvon Clark, Tariq McSween. And for St. Rose Model Secondary, there is Tyler Charles, Fraser, and Peters.
So again, we are expecting to see a keen and exciting one with GBSS in lane 2, St. John's in lane 3. It's the starter now giving orders to the competitors there. And they're off to a good start. A wonderful start there from the athlete from GBSS. So too, St. John's Christian Secondary. As they move again to make the handover, the GBSS, athlete from GBSS is running well. They just have to keep down the backstretch there. The Grenada Boys Secondary School getting a good baton. He is going to take the lead. Making a good run there. GBSS is going to run away with that quite easily. J.W. Fletcher is making a run there, but GBSS is going to finish easily. And the Cardo, I can visualize a little of what the final is going to be between GBSS and the Presentation Brothers College.
Hey, well, yes, in terms of what we see on the tracks there, well, I was a little bit concerned, though, while they won the race, I was concerned regarding the fluidity of the transition of the baton. And so, in a final where everybody's going guns blazing, you must get your rhythm right. And on 2 of the handovers, you notice, listen, all it takes, actually, is a split-second delay in terms of you getting the baton into the hands. So we're looking at the handover on the first leg. There is a call up. Even for J.W. Fletcher, there was a bit of a stumble. The GBSS athlete on the second leg, that's Clark. I mean, he did cover some ground. It's quite magnificently on the backstretch, chasing down the athlete from J.W. Fletcher on the second leg, which is St. Louis. There again, you see there was a bit of a tussle there in terms of the smoothness of the rotation in the baton. And so it's GBSS out front. There is J.W. Fletcher on the outside. And while they are in front, you look at the final handover. You're waiting for, is he calling? Yet you notice how that is almost a 2-second delay that could cost you in the final. But I think kudos to them in that they've secured their place in the final, and certainly they would go back and try to tweak those elements of the race as they get ready for the final later on in the evening. We do have some, actually, just some qualifying marks as we kind of put into perspective what happens later in the evening. But we're looking at Leslie Smith. And there's a lot of things that he's capable of. Did notice that he was made out of glass. Thank you, Leslie. The stands actually quite well saturated.
Yes, very much so. As the sun coming back with some energy outside of there, it's very exciting to see the amount of students outside there really enjoying themselves and having the sight of good athleticism by the competitors on the track. so you're not missing anything on the track. The athletes are there, just trying to figure out what group it is. From here,
so we're getting ready for the girls' relay.
Oh, the girls' relay.
We're looking for the girls' relay. I'm just going to get a starters list in just a while. I'm not sure, but there's Boca in there. Convent is in there. It's probably a rerun because our program sheet does not make allowance for that particular event. It's the senior girls, so we hear that it is the actual senior girls that's being contended, and we continue to applaud the fact that actually more than 90% of the athletes, they've come in their full athletic regalia, really exemplifying that which the growth and the direction that athletics has taken in Grenada.
Yes, it's very much interesting. It's very much heartening to see the level of competition that is going on, knowing that the level of training that normally will be done, it was not done, and the athletes are really giving a good account of themselves outside of this. So we have to compliment all the schools, the athletes, for what they have been putting out here today. Wonderful performance.
Well, actually, we just noticed that the officials had a conversation with the athletes, and they made their way off the tracks. We're not sure what the confusion or the mix-up is about, but broadcast of the Republic Bank Intercol 2022 games is made possible by Republic Bank. We're the one for you. Rise and Shine Supermarket, Grenada Electricity Services Limited, Country Cold Store, Grenada Bottling Company, Consumers Guarantee Insurance, K&R Store, the National Water and Sewage Authority.
The Rotary Clubs in Grenada introduce the Good Neighbor Initiative, a program designed to assist individuals and families who require short-term assistance with electricity bill payment and the cost associated with rewiring of homes due to fires and natural disasters. If you or someone you know is in need of help, please visit our website at www.goodneighborinitiative.org. The Good Neighbor Initiative, helping individuals and families with short-term electricity bill payments and electrical wiring. One neighbor at a time.
And that's in yes, that's the junior boys. And then there is also action in the sub-junior boys in terms of who have qualified. There's St. Andrews Anglican, St. John's Christian Secondary, Presentation Brothers College, Boca Secondary, and Bishop's College. And in that race, there will also be St. Rosemont Secondary, St. David's Catholic, and Hillsborough Secondary School. So we've had quite an excited morning, Ashley, and I think the stage, the setting is ripe. We see now that we're getting ready for some of the other action on the field. That's the high jump. An athlete there making his attempt, just warming up. We see St. David's Catholic, Boca Secondary. There is 3 athletes there from the Grenada Boys Secondary School, 2 from SAS, 1 from Boca, 1 from St. David's Catholic. So we have to applaud, and we applaud the management of the games thus far. We had a bit of a punctuation with the rain this morning, but certainly we're hoping for that the management of the games officials, that they're able to have a nice fluid runoff of most of the events, so as to ensure that we leave the stadium at a reasonable time.
The Nawasa app brings the power of Nawasa's customer service experience to you. Instant, conversational, and smart. Easy access anywhere. Get bill balance, transaction history for up to 6 months, report a fault, link to websites, view payment centers, contact information, push notifications, and multi-tenant accounts, all in a secure login platform. Like a self-service concierge app, mobile.nawasa.gd gets you the support you need much faster. Available on both Android and iOS platforms. Mobile.nawasa.gd, your customer support companion. Nawasa, committed to meeting customers' needs.
Public, it is quite rich. I think it only shows, and we were aware of that, actually, that there's been that hunger, a thirst, that longing for some good athletics action. And so I think people are just happy to be out.
Yes, definitely so. And not only track and field, but I can tell you up there in St. Andrews, when it comes to cricket and football and a lot, the grounds are really filled with a lot of excitement and people coming out and being able to socialize and meet each other again. It's really a wonderful sight to see.
Indeed. This is education away from the classroom, and the officials, they've always highlighted this, to encourage children, and all parents should appreciate this, Ashley, that Intercol or any sports meet isn't an occasion for your child or children to be absent of the event, but certainly athletics, as you can well appreciate, sport on a whole is a discipline by itself. It is those are events that allows for discipline, time management, and it's important. Those are essential characters that you learn, that takes you through school, not just through school, but through your entire life.
Definitely so. Always.
The Caribbean Coding Academy presents its Easter Hackathon. Get your boys and girls enrolled today. Be a part of a community impact project. Explore software solutions in areas such as agriculture, fishing, culture, and tourism. It's the Easter Hackathon, Monday, April 11th to Thursday, 14th. Judging will be done on Wednesday, April 20th. It's the Easter Hackathon, put on by Caribbean Coding Academy. Enrollment, $100. Call telephone number 456-1568 or 437-1568 or email caribbeancodingacademy@gmail.com. The Country Coast Store, a leading importer and distributor of frozen meats, vegetables, and other products, continuously supports schools' athletics through donations with the intent to encourage growth and development among our nation's students. We are therefore overjoyed to welcome the return of Intercol in 2022 and encourage all schools and athletes to give of their very best in the spirit of camaraderie and good sportsmanship. The Country Coast Store, meeting your needs since 1969.
Home is easy as 1, 2, 3.
Thinking about your new home? Think easy. Think of Republic Bank Home Easy Loan. Think affordable. Think convenience. Think Republic.
Home is easy as 1, 2, 3. Republic makes home easy.
Wow, that was such a breeze.
Own your home with ease.
So whether laying that first brick or purchasing an existing home, we've got you covered. Republic Bank will get you those keys hassle-free in no time.
Home is easy as 1, 2, 3.
Drop by any one of our 8 locations today. Getting your new home is easy with Republic Bank.
Republic Bank, we're the one for you.
Broadcast of the Republic Bank Intercol 2022 Games is made possible by Republic Bank, we're the one for you. Rise and Shine Supermarket, Grenada Electricity Services Limited, Country Cold Store, Grenada Bottling Company, Consumers Guarantee Insurance, K&R Store, the National Water and Sewage Authority.
Our best to get there again and getting up there.
We getting ready. We haven't had one for the day while they've been a scheduled number of their medal presentation, and we can well assume it is all in keeping with the fact that because of the delay, they consider that of managing the time. But it is just that feeding as it is. But the athletes, they can go receive their medals, and just all is well for the sport. A special one, though, Ashley. There won't be any new records and all of that. But this morning, I remember Leslie and I were asking ourselves the question whether or not the absence of the challenge of breaking a record would diminish the efforts that athletes would put into their performance. And I think we can say with a resoundingly that the answer is no.
I do agree. The most important thing for, I think, 99% of the athletes is to get out there on the track, to be performing.
You want to get out there, you want to perform, you want to be part of the action. Certainly they come for honor, they come for glory, they come for the right to become champions. You come for the right, Ashley, for history to recall and recount that you were here at the 2020 Republic Bank Intercol Games. And the record will show 10-15 years from now, the annals of history will have recorded that these athletes, you and I, we were here and we were part of this budding and ever continue growing experience. Intercol.
The very first batch of athletes after the pandemic, it's historical for them.
It is historical for them, and I think it's historical not just the athletes, for the sponsors, since they did, because this is actually, in fact, the official meet since they absorbed Scotiabank, and there was a rebranding from the Scotiabank Intercol Games to the Republic Bank Intercol Games. We do take a break. We send you down to Sharon, where we do understand we have an interview with the Prime Minister, the Right Honourable Dr. Keith Mitchell.
We would like you to take note of an event being put on.
So we are joined live now by the Honourable Prime Minister, Dr. the Right Honourable Keith Mitchell. We know that he's someone who is deeply involved in sports. He has a keen interest in the youth of the nation. Dr. Mitchell, Intercol 2022, sponsored by Republic Bank. It comes on the heels of the lifting of restrictions, where you can see more people coming out to support the games. I know that you have been following from home. How satisfied are you with how things are unfolding in terms of seeing the athletes back on the track once more?
Well, I'm very pleased to see the crowd turn out. And I think we all recognize the problems that the country had gone through and the restrictions on the social and cultural life of the people, but particularly the young people in the country has been affected probably more than anyone else. The fact that they weren't able to go on the playing fields to play football, cricket, enjoy the athletic competition, and of course being prevented from the social interaction with their peers in school. That's been a problem for them. And the general pattern of socializing with their peers have been a problem. So if all of us would have been affected by this virus for the last 2 years, but I believe the young people would have been affected more. So I'm extremely happy to see this, and I would love to see that not only the young people and the athletes are enjoying this, albeit it's the limited nature of the competition, but to see the crowd, the people, our older brothers and sisters supporting them, it tells you that people are very anxious for the removal of the restriction. And hopefully, if we do not see any major infection and other aspects of the virus problem, then we could continue to release some of the problems that we've had.
I am paying particular attention to your colors this evening. I know that you want to come sort of a neutral, but you're still very close to your alma mater, which is the Presentation Brothers College.
Well, I'm a supporter of all the schools, but you always remember the school that you went to. The Presentation Brothers College has been essential in terms of the basic education that I receive, and therefore I will never be able to forget this. But don't forget, I have Happy Hill Secondary School, which is in the heart of my constituency, and of course I am very close to the students, the principal, and the teachers there as a whole. So I'm very excited and happy for the young people, and I want to compliment the Secondary School Teachers Association, the principals. I want to compliment the Republic Bank for their sponsorship and the Ministry of Sports. I don't think they have been given sufficient credit, but Mr. Peters, who have historically played a major role in hosting and organizing this competition. I saw him there this afternoon, and I want to say again, people like him need to be always commended for the enormous amount of work that they have done in promoting sports in this country among the young people of this land.
Thank you very much, viewers. We are speaking here with the Honorable Prime Minister, Dr. the Right Honorable Keith Mitchell. We now throw you back over to our commentary team.
Thank you, Sherry. We're listening there. That was an interview, and one of the things that's always commonplace with the Prime Minister in this pronouncement is his support and appreciation for the value and virtue of the youths and that the potential that exists within them.
Very passionate. He's very passionate when it comes to the youth and sports.
Well, he's looking quite sportingly indeed.
Very much so. Very much so.
No arguments over that. Of course, highlighting the fact that his alma mater, and as he said, I mean, at the end of the day, and that's what is exciting about the games. That it doesn't matter which generation you're from. There's something about the history, Intercol, that draws you out, where you're able to know what to say. Listen. We are this in a professional arena, but today or tomorrow we always remember our alma mater on this very special occasion.
Very much so. And one of the things I also noticed of the Prime Minister, if you notice how he was moving his right hand, you know, he was off bricks, and that was the perfect action that he was using.
Well, it will take a learned one like you in the cricket arena to make those observations.
Yeah,
I would not have picked it up even if you placed it right in front of me on a platter. I wouldn't. I wouldn't at all. But folks, it is setting itself up for a real explosive crescendo of action this evening down here at the Kirani James Athletics Stadium. I think the appetite is wet. The excitement is there, and certainly as the evening progresses and it draws into its own, we can well see not if maybe a but we know that this game is going to literally end up under the lights, and it is going to be quite a telling experience, though. Broadcast of the Republic Bank Intercol 2022 games is made possible by Republic Bank. We're the one for you. Rise and Shine Supermarket, Grenada Electricity Services Limited, Country Cold Store, Grenada Bottling Company, Consumers Guarantee Insurance, K&R Store, the National Water and Sewage Authority.
Level of convenience and comfort awaits you when you shop at Rise and Shine Supermarket and Hardware Supplies, Griffin Lane, Grenville. Convenient, because we are open Sunday to Sunday. We're even at your service on public holidays. Comfort, because we are easily accessible to the physically challenged. Free Wi-Fi is available while you shop, and bags come at no charge. Everyday low prices and excellent customer care. Adequate parking available. We supply everything you can possibly think of. Family and home supplies, fresh meat, vegetables, and personal care products. All brands of cooking gas at affordable prices. You can send in your order, have it pulled, or pick up express.
My grandson feel he was a big man before he reached secondary school. Telling me about new gadgets to make life easy. But he busting up the food his granny cook with her 2 hands. And Kern's a good boy. I know. I raised him. I know he doesn't like seeing me work too hard. He worries. Before I had my first heart attack, he was excited to live near his university campus. So I felt guilty when he decided to live at home to take care of me. And getting to class and back, he would travel, he said. But I got him a little car anyway, much safer. He graduated, recently got married, and he's doing well for himself with all his tech. He still thinks he knows more than me, but to be honest, I don't know how I would have managed
your story. Let's help you write it on your terms. Republic Bank, we're the one for you.
Hey man, when we come online, you only juking up your phone.
Yeah boy, now as I say, they have an app. I can't find it. I check Play Store. I do a Google search. I can't find it. Man, I get fed up, man.
Nah man, because you look in the wrong place. The app is web-based.
Web-based?
Yes, you access it via your web browser, right? You can add it to your home screen or your desktop, like any regular app. Watch. Look, I have it on my phone, right? And you can access it or add it to any device, your computer, your tablet, any device.
Well, how am I doing that and I can't find it?
Okay, watch. All you have to do is open your browser, right? And type mobile.nawasa.gd. And voila, you see?
Just so?
Yes, and you can download it or access it via the web. Once you have a reliable internet connection, right, you can run the app anywhere, anytime.
So, how I adding that to my home screen?
Right, so you click on those three dots, right, or your web browser setting, and look for the option to install app or add to home screen. Easy peasy.
Well, thank you. Now I could help Auntie June because she was having the same problem too.
The Nawasa app, versatile, fast-paced, and always up to date because it's web-based. So Auntie June won't always have to install update. Once a change is made to the app, it updates automatically, no hassle.
Well, that's a good thing.
Mobile.nawasa.gd, your customer support companion.
During these times, we are facing the same obstacles, changes, and no rules to get through it. We had to find the power from within, pushing limits and conquering every training session to ignite our minds and give our muscles the fuel they need. Powerade Advanced Iron 4 formula with its flavors, Mountain Blast, Fruit Punch, and Jagged Ice gives you fast hydration after sweating because of its 4 electrolytes to go the extra mile. Powerade, feel the power.
The Caribbean Coding Academy presents its Easter Hackathon. Get your boys and girls enrolled today. Be a part of a community impact project. Explore software solutions in areas such as agriculture, fishing, culture, and tourism. It's the Easter Hackathon, Monday, April 11th to Thursday, 14th. Judging will be done on Wednesday, April 20th. It's the Easter Hackathon put on by Caribbean Coding Academy. Enrollment $100. Call telephone number 456-1568 or 437-1568 or email caribbeancodingacademy@gmail.com.
Angie, don't you know that you should not fly kites near electrical poles and wires? You should only fly it in open areas. If the kite gets stuck, it can cause power outages throughout the village.
Then I'll just pull it down, Johnny. Simple.
No. You shouldn't do that. You can get shocked. You should call Grenlec at 237 and they will come and help.
Alright.
Never fly kites near the power lines. If your kite ever gets tangled, do not attempt to remove it on your own. A message from Grenlec, energizing our Grenada.
The Intercol Store, a leading importer and distributor of frozen meats, vegetables, and other products, continuously supports schools' athletics through donations with the intent to encourage growth and development among our nation's students. We are therefore overjoyed to welcome the return of Intercol in 2022 and encourage all schools and athletes to give of their very best in the spirit of camaraderie and good sportsmanship. The Intercol Store, meeting your needs since 1969. Broadcast of the Republic Bank Intercol 2022 games is made possible by Republic Bank. We're the one for you. Rise and Shine Supermarket, Grenada Electricity Services Limited, Intercol Store, Grenada Bottling Company, Consumers Guarantee Insurance, K&R Store, the National Water and Sewage Authority.
St. David's Catholic Secondary, 1.30 meters. Silver medalist, Aliyah Gittens, Bishop's College.
Go ahead and
1.43 meters.
Show them what it means. We are more.
Ladies and gentlemen, your gold medalist, Akira Moraine, St. David's Catholic Secondary. A distance 1.49 meters. Correction, a height of 1.49 meters. We thank very much Mr. Dorian MacPhail, Manager Retail Services, Republic Bank, Grenada Limited, Melba Street branch.
What you have to give, they underestimate
Now we
you.
invite, ladies and gentlemen, world champion in javelin, Anderson Peters.
Shine out the fair and rise like the sun. Sometimes they look at you and they don't.
Event 7, girls high jump senior. Bronze medalist, Camilla Mudu. St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary, SAS. 1.35 meters.
And though they say it's to your face to break you down and mess away. Oh,
silver medalist, Shante St. Clair, also representing St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary, SAS.
And no one cares. Oh,
1.49 meters.
You can't give in. We are more.
Ladies and gentlemen, presenting your gold medalist, Aaliyah Kid Harry, St. David's Catholic Secondary, 1.49 meters.
Live your dream and show them what it means. We are more. Sometimes you get so lost.
Event 13, girls javelin throw junior.
Can't go on.
Bronze medalist, Brianna Alexander, St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary, SAS, 21.03 meters.
And though they say things to your face to break you down and mess away, oh no, don't let them win. Yeah, yeah.
Silver medalist, Naomi Jones, St. David's Catholic Secondary, 25.23 meters.
We are more than what they see. Come on, let your light
Presenting your gold medalist, Serena Alexander, also representing St. David's Catholic Secondary. A distance of 39.62 meters. Event 14, boys javelin throw junior. Bronze medalist, Shay Thomas, Hillsborough Secondary, 42.01 meters.
Nobody said that the road it was easy. Nobody said that the road it was straight.
Silver medalist, Chris Clements, Bishop's College, 46.45 meters.
The things you did, the work you stayed up late. Oh, you're the underdog. It's only from air and you will never fall. We are more.
Presenting your gold medalist, Rayvon Telesford, St. David's Catholic Secondary, 54.06 meters.
Live your dream and show them what it means. We are more. We are
Event 15, girls javelin throw senior.
what they see. Come on, let's
Bronze medalist, Katisha John, St. David's Catholic Secondary, 31.81 meters.
and show them what it means. We are more.
Silver medalist, Chadell Thompson, Boca Secondary, 33.14 meters. Now your gold medalist, Aaliyah Kid Harry, St. David's Catholic Secondary. A distance of 37.14 meters.
What you have to offer, what you have to give, they underestimate
We can also
you.
bring to you event
But you've gotta let
16,
your light
boys
shine.
javelin throw
Shine out the
senior.
darkness
medalist, Emmanuel Emmons, Bishop's College, 46.13 meters.
Look at you, and they don't see nothing more.
Silver medalist, Brian Isaac, St. Andrews Anglican Secondary, SAS, 48.30 meters.
And though they say it's to your face to break you down,
ladies and gentlemen, presenting your gold medalist, Kizim Collins, Wester Hall Secondary.
And though they cheer when you fail,
A distance of 51.97 meters.
we are more.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of the first medal presentation of the day. We say thank you to world champion, the one and only Anderson Peters.
It means we are more.
So let me just.
As easy as 1, 2, 3.
Thinking about your new home? Think easy. Think a Republic Bank Home Easy Loan. Think affordable. Think convenient.
Broadcast of the Republic Bank Intercol 2022 Games is made possible by Republic Bank. We're the one for you. Rise and Shine Supermarket, Grenada Electricity Services Limited, Country Cold Store, Grenada Bottling Company, Consumers Guarantee Insurance, K&R Store, the National Water and Sewage Authority.
Good day, Mr. James. I'm just here looking at Grenlec's new mobile app.
Sounds great. Can I use it to check my bill balance?
Absolutely. Let me show you. Enter your account number and Grenlec access number, and that's it. You can now check your balance, track your usage, receive outage alerts, and get updates from Grenlec in real time. You can even use the app to report a power outage or a fault with a pole or street light. Add as many accounts as you want. Track your business account, apartment rentals, and Granny's account, all in one convenient place.
Thanks, Susan. I'll be telling everyone I know about Grenlec's new app.
The Grenlec mobile app. Download for 24/7 access.
Building or renovating your home or business? Why not use clean, renewable energy? Install solar panels to power your home and office and see your energy costs go down and your savings go up. Using renewable solar-powered energy protects our environment, reduces our carbon footprint, and slows the devastating impact of climate change. Republic Bank can help to finance construction and renovations that make use of renewable energy. Visit any Republic Bank branch and ask about renewable energy financing options today.
Republic Bank. We're the one for you.
A whole new level of convenience and comfort awaits you when you shop at Rise and Shine Supermarket and Hardware Supplies, Griffin Lane, Grenville. Convenient, because we are open Sunday to Sunday. We're even at your service on public holidays. Comfort, because we are easily accessible to the physically challenged. Free Wi-Fi is available while you shop, and bags come at no charge. Everyday low prices and excellent customer care. Adequate parking available. We supply everything you can possibly think of. Family and home supplies, fresh meat, vegetables, and personal care products. All brands of cooking gas at affordable prices. You can send in your order, have it pulled, or pick up express.
The Country Cold Store, a leading importer and distributor of frozen meats, vegetables, and other products, continuously supports schools' athletics through donations with the intent to encourage growth and development among our nation's students. We are therefore overjoyed to welcome the return of Intercol in 2022 and encourage all schools and athletes to give of their very best in the spirit of camaraderie and good sportsmanship. The Country Cold Store, meeting your needs since 1969.
During these times, we are facing the same obstacles, changes, and no rules to get through it. We had to find the power from within, pushing limits and conquering every training session to ignite our minds and give our muscles the fuel they need. Powerade Advanced Iron 4 formula with its flavors Mountain Blast, Fruit Punch, and Jagged Ice gives you fast hydration after sweating because of its 4 electrolytes to go the extra mile. Powerade, feel the power.
Hey man, when we come online, you only juking up your phone.
Yeah boy, now as I say, they have an app. I can't find it. I check Play Store. I do a Google search. I can't find it. Man, I get fed up, man.
Nah man, because you look in the wrong place. The app is web-based.
Web-based?
Yes, you access it via your web browser, right? You can add it to your home screen or your desktop, like any regular app. Watch. Look, I have it on my phone, right? And you can access it or add it to any device, your computer, your tablet, any device.
Well, how am I doing that and I can't find it?
Okay, watch. All you have to do is open your browser, right? And type mobile.nawasa.gd. And voila, you see?
Just so?
Yes, and you can download it or access it via the web. Once you have a reliable internet connection, right, you can run the app anywhere, anytime.
So, how I adding that to my home screen?
Right, so you click on those 3 dots, right, or your web browser setting, and look for the option to install app or add to home screen. Easy peasy.
Well, thank you. Now I could help Auntie June because she was having the same problem too.
The Nawasa app, versatile, fast-paced, and always up to date because it's web-based. So Auntie June won't always have to install update. Once a change is made to the app, it updates automatically, no hassle.
Well, that's a good thing.
Mobile.nawasa.gd, your customer support companion.
Broadcast of the Republic Bank Intercol 2022 games is made possible by Republic Bank. We're the one for you. Rise and Shine Supermarket, Grenada Electricity Services Limited, Country Cold Store, Grenada Bottling Company, Consumers Guarantee Insurance, K&R Store, the National Water and Sewage Authority.
Schools are known for particular events. In fact, Grenada has been dubbed a field event in terms of Caribbean Islands, field event island. We have always done very well in the throws, and we continue to do very well in the throws, whether it's discus, javelin, shot put, both male and female.
And again, Grenada has to take a lot of credit for leading the way in the Caribbean in the field events, because the truth of the matter is, when you look at what Grenada has been able to accomplish through the years with our field athletes, Colin Peters, the Selwyn Smiths, the Modests. And you look at all of those coming through the line and what they have done and how it has led the way, where Grenada was able to pick up medals in field events. And then when with the bigger countries with much more resources realized what was happening and they started paying attention to field events, you find Trinidad was beginning to now do well at the field events, Jamaica doing well at the field events, and Grenada having serious competition, although we've continued to shine. So I would say Grenada has been a bastion and a beacon of example for how field events have become popular in the Caribbean.
Absolutely, and in fact, there is a movement afoot to showcase field events more prominently at international meets, whereas before it was an event on the side. Now they are trying to give a bit of prominence to the field events, not having them crowded in and between events and so forth, but to showcase them, especially with the new format that they have now developed in terms of, certainly in terms of the jumps.
That's correct. That's correct. And when you look at some of the more prominent names in track and field athletics, some of the more prominent names are field athletes. The high jumpers, there's this young guy from Bahrain, the Bassani, who is a tremendous high jump athlete. And you look at some of the long jumpers and the high jumpers from the European countries, especially places like Ukraine, Russia, and they're really the field athletes are now beginning to get the limelight that they should have been getting in the past, and so being in the field athletes means you're in an elite sport, you're in an elite place. Absolutely. Somebody would argue that maybe the most exciting athlete in the world right now is Duplantis. Correct. It's every meet that this guy participate in, there is a buzz of excitement. Yeah, there's a buzz of excitement, and to add to that, there's something called expectation. It's like you expect to see something great happen when Duplantis takes to that at pole vault, because he's such a phenomenon. You know, the other field athletes, especially the pole vaulters, you had Sergei Bubka. Now you find Duplantis is just so exciting that you want to see Duplantis. You just go to a game to see Duplantis jump. I remember a couple of years ago, the Grenada Athletic Association, they took a decision to have javelin featured quite prominently at our national games and at our Intercol, and we know what that has resulted in. So we want to continue to encourage, and those of you that are out there, remember it's both track and field. And even as we speak, we see the high jump in the background that is going on. It's track on field. It's a matter of developing your full potential where it lies. Yes, and I want to go out on a limb here and say that the fact that we've been able to do so well in the field events, I mean, pay attention to what has happened. Our field athletes have done so well. You can almost compare them to our track athletes right now in terms of the success Grenada has had. You look at Selwyn Smith winning Carifta Championship for 4 years running. You look at Trevor Modeste. You have Anderson Peters being able to project that even further and go as far now as to win a world championship. Now, when that is happening and you look at the resources that we have poured into our field events, it is kind of still a bit disappointing that we have not been able to see the pole vault back in Grenada. Yes. That is the investment in the pole vault back in Grenada. It is something, because pay attention, our decathletes who are doing extremely well in the world, and we can call them by name, the brothers, Felix and so on. They were able to do well in decathlon, but when they got to the United States is when they were able to hone their skills. They were able to hone their skills in the pole vault. Okay. So we need to invest in those field events in such a way to expose all the potential that we have. Yes, we do. Yes. On the track now, event number 21, the girls 1,500 meters run junior, both under 17 and under 15. In lane number 1, Jania Williams. So we have St. Andrews Anglican Secondary, Anglican High School, Wesley College, Western Hall Secondary, St. David's Catholic Secondary, Convent St. George, Boca Secondary, Hillsborough, St. Rose Modern Secondary, St. Andrews Anglican, Wesley College, Anglican High School again, Hillsborough, and St. David's Catholic Secondary. Yep. That's the lineup we have for the 1,500 meters, and that, of course, are the younger set, and we expect to see them give their best. I want to believe that they are well prepared, and we hope to see them make it right through to the end and giving a performance that they themselves will be proud about as we look at the schools represented in the 1,500 meters event. So it's here are the participants: Jania Williams, Ania Francis, Janique Belgrave, Hope Thomas, Kedisha DeBellat, Azuri Isaac, Amia Henry, Khadija Bristol, Kashona McQueen, Leona Williams, Angelique Belgrave, Rachel Farry, Shante Richards, Sarah Dowden, and Alian Kid Harry. These are your
these are your starters for event number 21, the girls 1500 meters, under 15 and under 17 combined.
Correct. And again, as we said, we just want to see our students perform. This is Intercol Championship 2022. After a break of a couple of years, and the weather has been having its time with us. It's looking beautiful outside once again, and we hope that the day would end with a bang, with not just having a beautiful day, but having tremendous performances as we begin the final leg of Intercol Championship 2022. Just good to have all of you outside there listening as we bring the broadcast live and clear, and we hope that we are doing justice to what is happening at Intercol 2022.
They have been asked to play the track for a bit. And in this event, because we are combined the ages, the winners, we will have winners from both the under 17 and under 15, and that will be based on time.
And I think that has happened because of the number of participants, Antoine, where you don't have as much participants because it's low participation from both categories. So I really think that the organizers have been creative to ensure that we're able to get through. So rather than have an event with only 3 athletes, you can now combine the under 15 and the under 17 and be able to have an event where you see everybody, but the categories will get the winners based on time.
Absolutely. It's also an effort because they have condensed the number of events into 54. So remember, we are not doing 3 days anymore. To have 1 day, they have condensed a lot of the events. This is in fact quite creative. Very, very creative way of having this. So it is time-based. It's time-based, so nothing is lost. In fact, one would think that the younger athletes would be more competitive, because certainly there is enough to challenge them for having both the under 15 and under 17 combined.
Just imagine many moons ago, before Intercol was brought to 2 days and 3 days, it was 1 day with so many events. And sometimes you look at it and you wonder how our athletes made it. I mean, we really have to be proud about the strength of our Grenadian based on, and I believe it's because of how we eat, how we live, our culture, our diet, and we've been able to get through that. I mean, so 1 day with such high quality performances, Antoine, kudos to our athletes, kudos to our boys and girls and our parents, because we shouldn't leave our parents out of it, how we fed and kept our children the natural foods, the fish, the plant-based foods that we were able to eat, and it has really kept us, and so that's where we got all the strength from. So it happened before. Intercol was 1 day was 1 day for many months.
Absolutely, and we have to bear in mind what's happening with a 1 day event. It means that the time to rest and recoup or to recover in between, that has now been severely limited. So you are talking about the athletes that are being tested at all limits.
And that's correct. And this is a really, really important point you brought up. And that's where my fear would have been, knowing that there is not enough, with all of the science that we have in how things are done, knowing that we have so little time for recuperation and recovery. That's what would have made me fear a bit. Okay. But so far, we are doing well, and the 1500 has started. And normally, this is a race, Antoine, where it's one of strategy, it's one of attrition, it's one of fitness. And of course, there must be that part where you can also sprint. So different strategies over the course of, this is why I like the distance races, 800, 1500 meters, because you have to strategize. It's not just going out there and just run, but you have to strategize. What do I do in the first leg? What time do I want to make? When do I make my move? When do I not make? Do I run from the front? Do I run from the back? Do I run from the middle? All of those are permutations that have to take place when you're running the 1500 meters. And I literally could see athletes thinking their way through a race in those events.
Absolutely. And if you are new to this event, it's 3 full laps around the 400 meter track plus 300 meters to total the 1,500 meters.
Yes, and that's it. So that's what totals the 1,500 meters. It's internationally recognized as an Olympic distance, as a World Championship distance. And so what we are doing is grooming our children to go out on the international stage. We have the environment for it. And so that is an excellent way of beginning the process. And even the younger ones, when you look at World Championships in distance races, you find that some of the younger students are able to do extremely well because they go out there and they just give it their shot. This is an athlete, I think, from Boca Secondary School that is in the lead right now, followed by an athlete from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School.
That's Janelle Thompson.
So it's Janelle Thompson from Boca Secondary, and if I could have seen her number, I would have been able to call the athlete at the back. I can't see the numbers yet, but we are sure that it's St. David's Catholic Secondary School. So it's Janelle Thompson out front after the first 300 meters. And she's looking pretty comfortable. The arms are just pumping nicely. I mean, she's not doing too much. I guess she's just pacing herself and leading from the front, Antoine.
All strategy.
All strategies. So it is Boca Secondary, followed by the St. David's Catholic Secondary School.
And she has opened up a good 30 meters gap. The first and second athlete there.
Yes, she has opened up a comfortable gap. What we hope is that she can maintain form, she can maintain stride, she can maintain her whole posture, because you don't want to get swimming all over the place. And so far, she's controlling her race very nicely, and I'm really happy to see her doing that. And then you see the other athletes from the other teams coming along, St. Joseph's Convent, St. George, and you have Anglican High School, and this athlete, all blue, I think is St. Rose Modern Secondary School. St. Rose Modern, yes, I would think so. And so it's all Boca Secondary up front, and we're just happy to see them looking comfortably going down the back straight and taking that corner.
She has lengthened the lead. It's now about 35 meters gap between the second position.
Yes, so it is Boca Secondary School, followed by the St. David's Catholic Secondary School, and in third place at this time, this looks like the athlete from the St. Joseph's Convent, St. George. So it is still Boca Secondary, and she's looking absolutely comfortable in this race, Antoine, and I really hope that she can maintain and probably has the energy and what's in there to increase her stride as we come close to the finish. So she's finishing the second lap.
The gap continues to open or widen. So it's Boca is to the lead right from the start, and she continues to lead.
So it's Boca Secondary School, looking very comfortable, followed by the athlete from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School, followed by the athlete from the St. Joseph's Convent, St. George. And it's really lovely to see St. Joseph's Convent, St. George also being able to be in the mix, and that is Shalina George of St. Joseph's Convent, St. George. Boca Secondary School is Jadelle Thompson, and we have the St. David's Catholic Secondary School. But it is still Boca, way out front. The gap has been narrowed just that little bit because the strides are becoming a little bit more urgent. What to say, Antoine?
It has.
So it's more urgent strides now from Boca Secondary School, and the St. David's Catholic is now deciding it is time for the run, Antoine.
There we go. Boca Secondary School. Here comes St. David's. St. David's, the gap is closing with every stride. The gap is closed. Here comes St. David's. Here comes St. David's. St. David's, Boca Secondary School in the end had too much. And
this is
let's wait for the official results.
Well, we don't have to wait for the official results for sure, Antoine, because I think this has happened on many occasions in the past. It's not something that's unusual, although you don't like to see it, because she was comfortably ahead, and I believe that those dotted lines she thought she would have gotten there, and she slowed down and lost her first place to the athlete from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School, but she looked comfortable for most of the race, and it's a pity to see how she has lost out a gold medal.
So unofficially, it's St. David's Catholic Secondary on the line, Boca Secondary, and in third place, St. Joseph Convent St. George.
And you know, it is called snatching defeat out of victory, where she snatched a second from being first.
Remember, we had a combined under 15 and under 17. So after they would have sorted the age groups with the times, we would have the official results of this 2 race season 1.
Yeah,
momentarily.
So it's Intercol 2022 Athletic Championship, and there goes the slow motion replay of what is happening. She's still comfortable, just going by with another 30 meters to go, 20 meters to go, and she looks comfortable. Doesn't look at all bothered or in any sort of distress. Seems to think that she's almost there, and there she goes, just giving it away to the athlete from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School. Nonetheless, she has the potential. You can see that in her. Those could be fixed easily. And I think when she would see this, say, 2 years from now, 3 years from now, she would have a smile at it and say, that will never happen to me again.
It's a learning experience. Next event on the track is the 1500 meters for boys on the 17 and on the 15. 1500 meters for boys on the 17 and on the 18. So the age categories in this combined event of ages on the 17 and on the 18. We have Ethan Pierre, Zidane Alexander, Joshua McQuilkin, Mike Richards, Daniel Benjamin, Devontae Hilaire, Brent Edmond, Jonathan Noel, Nicholas Frederick, Delon McKenzie, Kyle Alexis, Akiron Roberts, EJ George, Elon Alexis, Delonja Noel, Randy Jones, and Tyrese Andrews. The boys under 17 and under 18, combined ages in this event, 1500 meters.
And of course, as we get ready for those races, again, the powerhouses of middle and long distance races are there. St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary School, the Westerhall Secondary School. They are noted for producing middle and long distance runners. St. David's Catholic Secondary School. So it's going to be extremely competitive in this race, again, with the boys who are here to show the best that they have to give, and I'm sure that they are not, none of them are going to give, not ask for any quarter as they get ready to begin the 1500 meters under 17 plus under 18 race.
1500 meters, 3 full laps around the track plus 300 meters. And they are on the start orders. They should be on their way momentarily.
So it's Intercol Championship 2022. The return of Intercol Championship 2022. The colors have changed, of course. We moved from red, Scotia, Intercol, to what kind of blue is this? Baby blue, light blue. But the colors have changed, and it still looks beautiful, of course. Republic Bank Intercol 2022.
Republic Blue.
Republic Blue.
So it's under 17 and under 18 combined boys 1500 meters. Just to go over very quickly, the participants in this race: Ethan Pierre, Zidane Alexander, Joshua McQuilkin, Mike Richards, Daniel Benjamin, Devontae Hilaire, Brent Edmond, Jonathan Noel, Zadie Douglas, Nicholas Frederick, Delon McKenzie, Kyle Alexis, Akiron Roberts, AJ George, Elon Alexis, Dejoya Noel, Randy Jones, and Tyrese Andrews. And they're off.
It's a good big bunch of athletes. We're sure they're going to separate themselves and they're going to settle into a comfortable stride now that they have shaken off the cobwebs from their legs, as well as understanding all those who are around them. But taking out the lead is the athlete from the Grenada Boys Secondary School, followed by the Hillsborough Secondary School out of Carriacou. So they've settled into a nice little pace, just getting through the first bend. completing the home straight of the first 300 meters, and we have the lead. It is the Grenada Boys Secondary School, and he's looking pretty comfortable. His stride is looking beautiful. The athlete from the Hillsborough Secondary, he's also looking pretty comfortable. Less compact, but longer strides also. And then you have 2 athletes from SAS and 1 from Boca making up the top 5 in this 1500 meter race. So out front, in the meantime, it is the Grenada Boys Secondary School leading the pack in the 1500 meter, boys under 17, under 18, bunching up somewhere, Boca Secondary School and the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School. St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School, they make up the top 5.
GBSS has now opened up at 30 meters on the second place athletes from Hillsborough.
And that would be, I'm almost sure the GBSS student would be the Daniel Benjamin of the Grenada Boys Secondary School. So it's Daniel Benjamin leading the group along as the distance between them begin to shorten, and we know now it's a matter of attrition, fitness, and of course mental strength and fortitude. So it's now SAS, Hillsborough Secondary is being left for 4th, Boca Secondary and SAS and GBSS joining GBSS right out front. So that's the top 3 in the meantime. SAS is now slowly reeling back the GBSS athlete, that's Benjamin, and is just ahead in the meantime, followed by Boca Secondary School. So it is now SAS, GBSS, Boca Secondary School, and in 4th, the Hillsborough Secondary School.
That's Wester Hall in 5th place.
Yes. So it's now what we call the business end of running. And in the meantime, it is St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School out front, followed now closely bunched together by the Grenada Boys Secondary School, that's Benjamin, and of course Boca Secondary School, that would be Tyrese Andrew. So it's Tyrese Andrew, it is Benjamin, and it's the athlete from the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School that is out front.
The first 3 athletes seems as though this is where the medal is going to come from in this race.
And
the GBSS athlete has now pulled up with something. He's out of it.
So it is the Boca Secondary School, and that is Tyrese Andrew. He's looking well, and he looks strong. He's striding beautifully. The arms are going well. The knees are lifting. You can see lift to the knees. And if we have to put our money, we'll say that if he has the strength and he has everything in him, he should be competitive for first place. So it is Boca Secondary School, Tyrese Andrew. Now we have the athlete from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School.
St. David's.
That might be Jonathan Noel.
St. David's.
So it is St. David's Catholic Secondary School.
St. David's all the way. St. David's all the way.
It's going to be a good run. Let's hope that he can take it through to the end. But it is St.
David's all the way. 35, 40 meters, 60 meters, 70, 80, 85 meters gap between second place athlete from Boca. It's now 100 meters. Nobody's going to catch it. St. David's Catholic Secondary School.
That is Jonathan Noel.
Jonathan Noel, and here he comes, ladies and gentlemen, Jonathan Noel. Jonathan Noel easily taking this one. Easily taking this one.
This is a fantastic run.
Absolutely.
By the athlete from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School, Jonathan Noel. He just came out, he just shot out of the blue and just creamed everyone going down the back straight, and there was no turning back for Jonathan Noel. Fantastic run, brilliant run, and if that's what we are going to see going forward, this is athlete potential for future and future glory for Grenada.
St. David's 1-2.
St. David's 1-2.
And 3-4, I suspect they got to go to the cameras.
And then we'll sort out the age categories.
The cameras may have to be the cameras for the third or fourth places.
Well done, Antoine. Really and truly, we have to look at this athlete from St. David's Catholic and speak to what we saw today down at the National Stadium, Kirani James Athletic Stadium.
He decided to run from 300 meters out. 300 meters out.
And showed what he had in him. He had everything. He had the strength, he had the speed, he had the stamina, and he really showed what road running, but 1500 meter running is all about. And this is where he started it, with 300 meters to go.
Perfect strategy. Perfect strategy. 300 meters, he knew what he had in the tank, and he just took the field.
What's amazing is that within that 300 meters, the distance opened up so quickly. It's like something just fell off.
Absolutely beautiful race. 1500 meters. Unofficial results. St. David's Catholic Secondary School 1. St. David's Catholic Secondary School 2. 3 and 4. We are not sure. It might be Boca, might be Hillsborough Secondary. But the official results would be up shortly. But as we said, there were two age groups in that race. There was the under 17 and the under 18. And Isha George would have won the under 17 section. Jonathan Noel would have won second place. Jonathan Noel. So it's St. David's 1, St. David's 2.
So it seems as St. David's has won both age categories in this race, and that's beautiful. That's beautiful to see. Jonathan Noel and E.J. George. So it would have been E.J. George that really bust out of the pack.
Absolutely.
With that 300 meters to run, and E.J. George decided that it was a business end of running, and he's going to show exactly what he meant.
There was a lot of maturity.
Came with real intentions.
And the next event on the track.
And they're off. It's the
1500 meter run, senior girls. That's under 20. 1500 meters girls under 20. Kaduna Mark, Navilisha Joseph, Arona Cape, Mosan Moses, Destiny Langine, Celine Thomas, Tashel Fletcher, and Kavilia Lumpres.
So yes, so they're making the first 300 meters of the 1500 meters, and of course we see in there is St. David's Catholic Secondary School, and we can have no other name but to say it's Kevilisha Joseph who is in the lead. And then you have a bunch of 5 other athletes that are there, and that will be Kadona Mark, Arona Cape, Mosan Moses, Destiny Langine, Celine Thomas, Tashel Fletcher, and Kevilia Lumpres. So it's Kevilia Lumpres, Kevilisha Joseph of the St. David's Catholic Secondary School. They are in the lead in the meantime. So it's St. David's Catholic Secondary School comfortably leading the rest of the athletes as they make their way around the track. Looking good, looking strong, looking steady, and not looking necessarily as a perfect athlete, but you can see the strength in her strides.
You can. 1500 meters, 3 complete around this 400 meter track plus 300 meters. And she is looking comfortable. Quite a comfortable lead.
It's the final.
So under 20 girls.
1500 meter run.
So it's Kevilisha Joseph. This is what I believe. The other athlete from St. David's would be Kevilia Lumpres, but we don't have the tag for the names and the numbers, so we are only speculating that it's either Kevilisha Joseph or Kevilia Lumpres. But they both are from St. David's Catholic. She's leading by quite a long way. It's a comfortable run for her. She's not in any way challenged. And let's see what will happen as we come down to the last lap, whether the others will find the energy, find that drive to be able to let her know that she's not alone. She's not in a race with a number of other athletes. So she's looking good. St. David's is looking good, and they're running away actually, not just with this race, but they're actually running away with the girls' event of Intercol 2022 Championship, Antoine.
Very comfortably. Very comfortably. And the St. David's Catholic Secondary School athlete up front, she has opened up about 100 meters lead, and that will be some taking to overcome such a lead.
Very convincing.
So it is St. David's Catholic Secondary School continuing to lead. They're also leading the Intercol Championship. The last score that we had, they were leading the next school by almost 60 points. So it is seen that Intercol 2022, that is the restart or the reset of Intercol, has started with also St. David's Catholic resetting their focus on being the powerhouse they have been in the girls' event. And of course, we have to give kudos to Denise Williams and this whole St. David group that has put together a culture of developing female athletes, but also male athletes, although they haven't won the male category as yet. But they have developed some tremendous female athletes, and you can go all the way from Hazelin Ridges, Kishara George, and you can call the whole gamut come down. They have developed some tremendous female athletes throughout the years that they have shown themselves to stand for doing what is good for our boys and girls.
And she just took the bell lap?
And yes, she just took the bell lap. I don't see her being caught now because the others are so far behind. And again, we can put that down to the fact that not many schools have been preparing baby the same way. It all boils down to preparation and trying. Not many schools may have been preparing the same way as St. David, and so they've been able to basically hijack Intercol 20, not in a negative sense, but if you are not prepared, then of course the person who is prepared will win anyhow.
Absolutely. Very comfortable lead. Very comfortable lead. It seems to be just a little bit above 200 meters lead. And again, she is coming home. She's taking it home all by herself. Very comfortable indeed.
But ladies and gentlemen,
so we hope we haven't gotten the names wrong. As I said, we have Kevilia Lumpres and Kevelisha Joseph, and it is one of the two that is in the lead because we don't have the tag for her, that athlete, in terms of the name that's attached to, but it is one of the two from St. David, and she's comfortably going to win the 50.
And here she comes home.
So it is Kevelisha Joseph, yes? And she's really just comfortable.
Very comfortable.
I want to congratulate her even before she gets to the finish line, my friend.
Very comfortable.
Yes, congratulate Kevelisha. You're doing absolutely well. You've represented your school well. I'm sure Miss Williams will be happy with you. So it is St. David's Catholic Secondary School, Kevelisha Joseph, and the others are now coming around. We have Boca Secondary. And in Boca Secondary, we have here Celine Thomas, and then we have another St. David athlete, and that should be Lumpres, and then we have the other athlete from the Anglican High School, and that is Destiny Langai. Well done, let's go Anglican High School, come on, let's make a race of it. Destiny Langai would come in second, and St. David's Catholic would challenge for third also, because she's going to take Boca with us about 20 meters to go. This is the race now, enjoying ourselves, and it is Boca coming in third place. So we've had real fun here coming to the end of the 1500 meters. So it is Kevelisha Joseph that has won the race overall, but we have two categories to sort out. Well done, Kevelisha. Well done, St. David's. Well done, Miss Williams and the St. David's Posse. And for all the others who have taken part, we want to extend great congratulations because you have come, you have run, you have taken part, and your name will be done in the history books.
And there was a good competition for the minor position.
It was absolutely exciting.
Very steadily. And that is it, ladies and gentlemen. The 1500 meters run senior girls.
Broadcast of the Republic Bank Intercol 2022 Games is made possible by Republic Bank. We're the one for you. Rise and Shine Supermarket, Grenada Electricity Services Limited, Country Cold Store, Grenada Bottling Company, Consumers Guarantee Insurance, K&R Store, the National Water and Sewage Authority.
$1,500 meters boys, under 20, senior boys.
1500 meter run senior boys.
Aaron Bullen, Nikhil Thomas, Javel Bartholomew, Jasny Phillip, Kyle Victor, Romel Charles, Aaron Campbell, DeCaudre Smith, Rondell Lewis, Jeremy Batiste, Colin Alexander, Miguel Cape, Antoine Blackett, and Rennie Frederick. And the schools represented are Happy Hill Presentation Brothers College, St. Andrews Anglican Secondary, Grenada Boys Secondary, Hillsborough Secondary, Boca Secondary, St. David's Catholic Secondary, St. Rose Modern Secondary School, and St. John's Christian Secondary School. Most of the schools are represented in this one.
Excellent, and that's good. And basically what we are seeing, we have come to the big men of the students, the under 20, and we're hoping to see some really good times thereof. It's a good race, and they're going to separate themselves. Normally, this is the most dangerous part of the 1500. That is when they've just started, because the issue of being spiked is very great when they've started. But now that they've settled and they've strung out, then it's become a much safer race. But out front at this time is the St. Andrews and the Grenada Boys Secondary School, followed by Boca Secondary School, Westerhall Secondary School, Happy Hill Secondary School, and Boca Secondary School. So they've settled in, completing the first 300 meters. GBSS, Boca, they are out front. So it is GBSS and Boca Secondary School. It's tightly bunched, of course, and we expect to see more competition in the under 20 boys. And from the outset, that's what we are seeing. It is Grenada Boys Secondary School, Grenada Boys Secondary School, Boca Secondary, Happy Hill Secondary, Boca once again.
Interesting in this race that nobody seems to have jumped out front like the other two races. But they are all closely bunched together.
Yes, and that was interesting compared to the others, where one or two athletes established themselves from early and say, this is mine. Nobody's saying, this is mine. I'm working together with everybody. So it is GBSS, followed by Boca Secondary, Happy Hill Secondary School. And let's see what would happen. It seems that it would make for a great finish, Antoine.
It should. But GBSS continues to do the early running, the slight lead. The two GBSS athletes up front, the Boca athletes is third, and closely bunched. There's no daylight between the top six athletes. It's still closely bunched together.
So it is Colin Alexander and it is Kyle Victor who are leading at this time for GBSS, and out of it, and then you have in the middle between those two we have Jasani Philip. So it is the athlete from GBSS, that is Colin Alexander, and of course the other athlete is Kyle Victor. So we are seeing a close race, and it's going to leave us with fireworks coming to the end. So it is still the athlete from GBSS, that is of course athlete Colin Alexander, followed by Kyle Victor, and then they are bunched together. It's a real big pack. It really makes for an exciting final 300 and 400 meters in the boys under 20, 1500 meters. So it is still Colin Alexander of GBSS. Kyle Victor is still in the midst, and now coming out front is the St. Rose Modern Secondary School. St. Rose Modern Secondary, and that is Romel Charles. Just taking it away now from Colin Alexander from the Grenada Boys Secondary School. So right now it is Romel Charles from the St. Rose Modern Secondary School, followed by the athlete from GBSS, that is Colin Alexander. So St. Rose Modern Secondary, GBSS, St. Rose Modern Secondary, GBSS. Now PBC is now in the mix. Presentation Brothers College, Javel Bartholomew. This is really shaping up into an interesting tussle for supremacy. St. Rose Modern Secondary School, GBSS, PBC, and of course the Happy Hill Secondary School. It's shaping up to be a tussle. No one seems to be ready to grab this race by the scruff of the neck. And we are seeing a cat and mouse game being played. St. Rose Modern Secondary School, GBSS now with Kyle Victor, and followed by the other athlete from the Grenada Boys Secondary School, Colleen Alexander, and PBC, of course, and that athlete is Javel Bartholomew. That's the top four. Let's see what happens. It is now winding up to be that race to the finish. This is the wind up. No, this is Kyle. Kyle Victor now has decided, hey, stamp my authority. Let's get this race going. So it's Kyle. It is Kyle. Kyle is going to win. BBC is going to have a say in Javel Bartholomew. So it's Kyle Victor, Javel Bartholomew, and of course from the St. Rose Modern Secondary School, Romeo Charles.
That's a tactical race.
Very tactical. I enjoyed it, of course.
Well done. Well done. Very tactical.
I mean, they waited so long to establish who is going to win. Nobody wants you to take the race.
No. That's when you know your competition and you're playing to your strength.
Yes. So the end of the 1500 meter races, it was really a beauty.
Very exciting.
Antoine.
Very exciting.
As I always say, I have my preference. And I love the middle and long distance races because I want to see how athletes are thinking. And as we get ready to go into the next section, I know we're going to welcome back, of course, Joe Cador and Smith to come and to take us through. But now we are seeing the replay of what happened. And this is where the athlete from GBSS, Kyle Victor, decided that here it is time to establish my supremacy, establish my authority. And he really decided, let us sprint to the finish. So it was Kyle Victor of GBSS, followed by PBC, followed by St. Rose Modern Secondary School, and in fourth position, also from GBSS, Colleen Alexander, who actually I pitied because he led for so much.
He did a lot of the running early.
So wonderful 1500s, really wonderful working with you, Antoine. And I think we want to hand over to Joe and to Smithy to take over this next section of Intercol 2022.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for your expert commentary on the Intercol Games 2022, an event sponsored by the Republic Bank. We've just witnessed the conclusion of the 1500 meter events, and we're going to segue into some of the more marquee events on today's athletic calendar, the 100 meters. We may have a delay to the start of the 100 meters, Cador, as I welcome you back as well.
Thank you, Leslie.
They seem to be having some challenges with the meet manager in terms of compiling and producing the starting list for the 100 meters. In the event that it continues that way, we are going to try our best to bring it to you based on our knowledge of the athletes and having seen them in the preliminary stages earlier on this morning. But that is one of the challenges that we have here. Some exciting races indeed in the 1500 meters. A bumper crowd now as we see the bleachers filled to capacity. Yes. The main pavilion is also filled to capacity, and a lot of excitement. The noise level is extremely high outside there in the bleachers, Cador, and the excitement and the fervor and the environment is well created for exciting athletic rivalry.
I think it's living up to everything that we anticipated, everything that we suggested, and that would should its way out into the evening as the sun tries to fade behind the mountains. But indeed, it is going to be an epic, really transcendent atmosphere here this evening as we get deep into Intercol 2021. And thanks to Republic Bank 2022, as we see here. We were just talking about that 1500 was quite a tactical race where nobody seemed to want to decide, you know what, who is going to make that final thrust towards the finish line. But it was indeed quite an excellent race. Quite an excellent race.
Indeed it was, and the atmosphere is set for more keen and exciting competition and rivalry between the schools. I want to make a clarification here as being addressed by the president of the Principals Association, and to alert you and to let you, the general public, know that this is indeed a special intercall, and all of the times and distances established would be in reference to this special intercall and not to the overall intercall over the years. So what we're going to do now, before we resume with the events on the track, we're going to segue to Sherry and Noel, who is downstairs to conduct one of our other interviews. Sherry, and it's over to you now.
We are joined here now with the winner of the 1500 meter under 20 boys, Kyle Victor, out of the Grenada Boys Secondary School. You did that in a time of 4 minutes 36.02 seconds. This is your final year at school. For the past 3 years, you weren't able to really perform and showcase your talent on the tracks. Tell us about the feeling today.
Well, to be honest, it's a great feeling, to come in here, even to get the opportunity to compete, because, most likely we wasn't even sure we were going to have the games. So, first of all, I would say it's a privilege even to reach on the field. Yeah?
So, how did you prepare for today? Because we know that Intercol came about at short notice, your sports meet came about at short notice.
Well, to be honest, I wouldn't say preparation was hard, because even through the COVID season, I was training with my coach, We did little sessions, even though we did not meet, we still put in the work, and we just steadily waiting our meet to approach. So I guess as much you're lucky to even have the games, as I said again.
I can see the excitement on your face. Are you satisfied with the time though?
Well, to be honest, I'm very satisfied, because I think that's my second time actually doing a 1500. I don't really specialize in that event, and the time around it, that was a new personal best, because the last time around it was 450 something. And to come here and run 430 something, it's a great feeling for me, a great feeling for my coach, and I'm pretty proud of my performance.
Before I let you off, you said the 1500 is not your number one event. So which is your number one event?
The event I really focus on more is the 4. Yeah, so later on you'll see me in the 4 again, and I also had to do the 8.
So thank you very much, and congratulations to the winner of the under-20 boys, Kyle Victor, out of the Grenada Boys Secondary School. We now head back to our commentary team.
Thank you very much, Sherry, and congratulations indeed to Kyle Victor. We did see Kyle earlier on in some of the sprint events, so that gives you an idea of his versatility and his ability to run the sprints and still be able to come back and win the 1500 meters.
And it's not just unique with him, but we've seen that amongst so many of the other athletes, where they participate in multiple events, which allows them to hone in on different elements of techniques, developing strength, developing speed, and certainly, and we saw that burst of speed for the last 50 to 60 meters in the 1500. So you can well appreciate, as you said, his versatility and the way he can transition from going to cruise control into turbo boost. Quite an exciting crowd. We don't necessarily the far end. They still have we're still seeing there's a which traditionally Leslie, when it comes to athletics, a lot of individuals seem to. I can't ever recall seeing the far end of the stadium ever.
In the past, that area, which is called the secondary pavilion, has been used to house the athletes in the initial stages of Intercol at the athletic stadium. And a certain section of it is still being used for that, but there are overflows now from the bleachers and the main pavilion that the spectators are accommodated on that side of the pavilion. And there's a considerable amount of supporters there as well, but the majority, of course, are in the main pavilion and the 2 sets of bleachers.
The atmosphere is no doubt ripe, Leslie, for what is going to transcend to be a really exciting evening and a combination of really athletics excellence at its peak. And certainly there's no questions to be asked as to how this is going to transcend itself. The only question that's going to be asked and will be answered by the end of the day is ultimately who would be deemed the champions of Intercol 2022. But we often say, Leslie, that just by virtue of participating, you can consider yourself a champion by some measure.
Indeed, and that's exactly what these athletes will be going after here. We must put into the right context the games in 2022. It's a special Intercol games, and so all of the performances will be tied to this special event, and not to be reflected on the overall results of Intercol over the years. And the president or the chairman of the Principal Association wants to make that very clear, especially to persons who are listening and persons who are viewing out there, that this is indeed a special Intercol Games.
Special Intercol Games, but the first of its kind in the post-pandemic period. But certainly there is you can't tell though, by the fervor, the energy, the excitement, and the enthusiasm that's been felt here from the athletes and the crowd on a whole, as they've come in their droves and in their numbers to support their different schools.
So if you're still within the vicinity of the National Stadium, there is lots of space. There are lots of spaces here for you still. You can still make your way here. We have the exciting finals as we see the sub-junior girls line up on the track here. Unfortunately, we do not have the starting list to give you the times that they would have done in the preliminaries, and in some cases it might be difficult for us to call the athletes by names. So for a moment we just refer to them
by their
schools. As we see here, we have Roshana Moraine from the St. David's Catholic in 1, Monique Binder, Boca Secondary in 2, Shadi John, one to look out for as well in 3 from St. David's Catholic. The fastest of all of them, Kadona Douglas of Boca, Lauren McIntosh of Anglican High School, Brandy Taylor of Convent St. George, Emma McIntosh, also of Anglican High School, and Makeda Joseph of the Happy Hill Secondary. Kadona came in with the fastest time, and she would be an obvious favorite here from the Boca Secondary School. There is also another athlete from Boca Secondary School in lane 2. But the middle of the track in lanes 3, 4, and 5, as McIntosh, as Lauren McIntosh and Kedona Douglas might be 2 of the top contenders in this event. St. David's Catholic Secondary is also there. And they're up and running, and Kedona comes out early and comes out first. It's going to be difficult to catch up from there on. Kedona Douglas of the Boca Secondary School, a good run here from St. David's Catholic Secondary to her left. St. David's Catholic Secondary would win this one. She does so. An upset of some sort, I would think, as Kedona Douglas, who was the obvious favorite, seemed to have come second here. We await the official result, but so it seems from our vantage point here.
Well, that's what it seems like. And these events never fail in offering this kind of dreaded suspense, Leslie.
So 12.91 by Shadi John. Kedona Douglas in second with 13.06. And I think it's an upset of some sort, but Shadi John was impressive in her preliminaries as well.
Indeed she was.
But Douglas did come in with the fastest time. And of course, lanes 3, 4, and 5, with Lauren McIntosh in 5 coming in third.
And she did get an excellent start there in lane number 4. But there's always a question, of course, who wants it most? Who has the greater urge, the greater fervor? Of course, in the days, the athlete out there in St. David's Catholic, as she gets to the 40 meters marker, so she there literally said, and you see the difference in strength and everything. And certainly, I think we continue to see. I think it was hinted to. The question being asked whether or not this is the resurgence, the revitalization of the glory days of St. David's Catholic Secondary. But we can tell you that it is the revitalization of Intercol 2022 as we segue to Sherry for another interview down on the side.
We're live here now with Shade John. Shade, you just won the 100 meter on the 15 girls in a time of 12.91 seconds. This is your first Intercol. You came in from the St. David's RC?
St. Joseph's.
The St. Joseph's RC. Your first Intercol, the pandemic kept you back. How do you feel to come out today and to actually come out and win?
I feel great, very great. I really was looking forward to keep up with the girl from Boca, and I did.
Did you get much time to prepare?
Yeah, I used to go training every morning and every afternoon.
So you're happy. So congratulations.
Thank you very much.
That was the winner of the 100 meters 15, the 100 meters on the 15 girls, Shade John from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School.
Thank you very much, Sherry, and congratulations to Shade John, and maybe an upset of some sort. We saw her winning her heat in the preliminaries, and she has come back here to return an impressive time to win the gold medal. She actually did 13.15 in the preliminaries and came back here to do 12.9. So a marked improvement from Shade John to return the fastest time. We're getting set for the 100 meters for junior girls, and this event would feature the likes of Alina Dikoto of Anglican High School, Tadisha Collins of St. David's Catholic Secondary, Talia Sampson, one to look out for with the fastest time from the Anglican High School. She's in lane 4 at the moment. We also have from St. Joseph Convent St. George's being a qualifier. That's Shante Augustine. She's in lane 5. It's going to be a real battle between Shante Augustine and Talia Sampson. Shante Augustine being on the Grenada national character team for the Easter weekend in Jamaica, and she would want to extend her dominance and to show the reason why she has been selected on the team. But she has her work cut out for her because Talia Sampson actually has a better time for her coming into the finals. Talia Sampson comes in with 12.57 and Shante Augustine with 12.59. So not much daylight between the two of them.
Not much at all. But
in a moment, maybe in 12 seconds time, we would know who the eventual winner is.
But these are the finals. This is the finals. Leslie?
There they are.
A bit of a jitter.
Some nervousness maybe too, and apprehension.
A bit. No arguments over that. A final in any of these marquee events always seem to conjure up that sort of
From
agitation.
Happy Hills Secondary, Cado, Monique Julian is also there. There are two Happy Hills Secondary School athletes in this one. Monique Julian is there, and also
there's one.
Amaya Sylvester is there as well.
One running out of lane 2 and the other running on the outside in lane number 8.
Also two athletes from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School, Tadisha Collins.
So it's a general warning being administered.
And Gina David, yes.
Just a general warning being administered to the entire field. Just a general caution.
And we don't want to sound like a broken record or too repetitive, but at the moment we do not have the starters list in front of us, and we're basically recalling from all sorts of sources who the athletes here are.
Well, what you can tell them.
But what we know for sure
from the colors:
Talia Sampson, Shante Augustine, Gina David, some of the top contenders for this event.
It's the 100 meters.
And they're up and running. Who comes at first? Shante Augustine looks good for St. Joseph Convent, St. George's. Augustine versus Talia Sampson. Augustine has the advantage now. Here comes Talia Sampson on the inside. Talia Sampson is going to be. Talia Sampson wins comfortable over Shante Augustine. Talia Sampson of the Anglican High School. Maybe the biggest outset of the game so far. She did come in with a faster time, but we've known Shante Augustine to be a strong finisher. 12.40 seconds for Talia Sampson, bettering her time in the preliminaries of 12.57. And Shante Augustine has to settle for second position here. You can see,
what it means.
Yes, let's see the joy, the grit from Talia Sampson. 12.64 for Shante Augustine for second position, and 12.84 for Alina Dikoto, also of the Anglican High School, in third position.
We always knew from the get-go, Leslie, that this one was going to be a scotcher. We're looking at the official times. Sampson from the Anglican High, 12.40, and Augustine from Convent in St. George, 12.64. Dikoto from the AHS, 12.84. Gina David from St. David's Catholic, 13.25. Collins and Augustine, she was off quite early, and she was getting into her own. But certainly you're looking Sampson on the outside of her there, literally recognizing that this is her moment. She bid her time, and as she got to the 40-meter mark or so, she stepped on the accelerator a bit. You see Augustine looking across at her and saying, okay, you got me. And as she gets to the finish line, Leslie, you could see the exhilaration, the excitement as to what it really means to her, because they knew from before the start of the race that they needed an excellent start in order to execute what they actually came here to deliver.
Talia Sampson would have had to put out a very good performance. 12.62 is very consistent with the time that Shante Augustine has been doing, and it would have. So we segue now to Sherry and Noel, who has the winner of the 100 meters for junior girls, Talia Sampson. Over to you, Sherry.
You good? Talia, a very spirited run. Congratulations. You ran very hard. You got 12.40 ahead of Shante Augustine, which was your main rival. I saw you shed a little tears of joy. Speak to us about that.
Well, I'm so happy right now. I thought she would have beat me at first because she accustomed beating me, but I'm very proud. I don't know what to say, I'm speechless.
And how hard did you actually train for this moment?
I didn't train like in a good while now, but I still come out and I did my best.
Well, congratulations again. That was Talia, the champion of the 100-meter junior girls here at the Intercol 2022.
Thank you very much, Sherry, and congratulations to Talia Sampson. And you can see the emotion there from her and the joy as well.
It's raw. That's not emotion that you can manufacture on the cuff. It is natural. It is just exuding from the inside. As she said, she's been beaten by her in the past, but certainly she understood the time and the place, the occasion, Intercol 2022, and she offered a masterful performance on the best day when it mattered the most in the final.
And I think what would mean the most to Talia is that the fact that Shanti accustomed defeating her.
Yes.
So tomorrow, when she wakes up, she'll say, indeed, I've defeated one of the fastest female athletes in Grenada. We get set for the senior girls, and we should see here Shanika Phillip from Anglican High School in lane 4. She came in with 12.28. She's one to look out for. Kemisha Dominic, and she has a very large fan base in the audience. And they're off and running, but who comes out first? It is indeed Shanika Phillip of the Anglican High School is going to take a humongous effort to catch her now. Shanika Phillip is going to win this one easily over Kemisha Dominic of St. David's Catholic Secondary. She eases into the finish line, pumps her fist into the atmosphere. A very easy victory for Shanika Phillip. Kemisha Dominic would have to settle for second here from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School. And Kado, there are a number of fans down below us here with t-shirts with Kemisha's picture on it, Kemisha's face, supporting Kemisha Dominic.
That's the kind of finish where you literally make a statement by saying, you know what, I'm in a better class, I'm in a different league than you. I think she knew. We're looking at the official time of 12.53. We're looking at 12.23, 12.23. Dominic from St. David's Catholic, 12.21. And Frederick from St. Anne. So it's a double dip for St. David's Catholic, 13.04.
What I can tell you is that Shanika Phillip even did better than her time in the preliminaries of 12.28. She has now done 12.23. And she has a physique that is different to most of the females who are competing in the games today. If you look at her, she looks very fit. She looks very muscular, not much fat on the body, and she has power and strength as well. Look at that. With maybe 10 meters to go, she was giving us a Usain Bolt there.
What is interesting, though, the conversation that we have in here is one that transcends itself across the athletic plane, and certainly it would be interesting to see how she continues her athletic career differently. But of course, she's comfortable with who she is and her style, and she's come here today and she has delivered.
Congratulations indeed to Shanika Phillip of the Anglican High School, 12.23 to win the senior girls 100 meters. We're going to have an interview with Sherian in a moment before we go into the boys category for the 100-meter events.
But for those, wherever you are, the shadows are starting to stretch across the stadium. It's been pretty overcast most of the evening, so they're offering good cloud cover away from the sun, and it's setting itself to be. So we're getting ready. We throw it over to Sherry, who's done with Shanika. Sherry?
In the meantime, we will continue with the 100 meters for the sub-junior boys. And some of the finalists here, we have
But we can tell you out of lane 1 is Bishop's College running out of lane 1, Presentation Brothers College, and they are off and running. St. Mark's Secondary 1 and 2 down the middle. St. Mark's Secondary in the middle. That's St. Rose Modern Secondary down the middle. 1 and 2 is a tussle at the finish there. And again, you do have to forgive us for our inability to confirm the names of the athletes in the absence of the starters list. But we can tell you from here, unofficially, it's a 1-2 finish for St. Rose Modern Secondary.
Well, we did say to you in the preliminaries that St. Rose looks as though they would take a 1-2 in this event, and they have lived up to that expectation. The two athletes here from the St. Rose Modern Secondary. We're trying to get the names for you, and as soon as we are able to do so, we are going to provide you with that information.
But certainly we can say the event lived up to the expectation and to the hype. quite a competitive event. It's a 1-2 for St. Rosemont, the secondary, and indeed it is excellent seeing here in the final, Leslie, that one of the non-traditional schools, St. Rosemont secondary, featuring quite strongly with a 1-2 finish. The stopping the clock at Fraser at 11.98 and Charles at 12.03. Printing up the rest of the cast, Granger from GBSS 12.54 and Mary Francis of the Presentation Brothers College 12.57.
The next event on the track would be the 100 meters for junior boys. And again, so before that, we're going to segue to Sherry and Noel, who has the winner of one of the previous events. Sherry, it's over to you.
We're here now with the winner of the 100 meters junior boys, sub-junior boys, Isaiah Fraser out of the St. Rose Modern Secondary School. Isaiah, since you went to the track in the heats, you came out on top, and now you clocked 11.98, which is much better than what you did in the heats. Speak to us about preparing yourself to come down to Intercol.
We had training mostly every day of the week, so we had a lot of training to do. But I had to study my schoolwork and things, so I had to take my time.
In terms of competition, is this your first Intercol?
Yes.
So how happy are you to be coming out to your first Intercol and winning gold?
Good. Feel like a star.
You feel like a star? Any other races you'll be participating in today?
The 200 and the relay.
And that's the boys 100 meter in progress at GBSS 1 and 2 in the likes of Ethan Sam and Tyrick McSween. Sorry we couldn't take it to you from the start, but Ethan Sam of the GBSS, the unofficial winner, and Tyrick Sam also of the GBSS in second.
And quite an exciting race there, no doubt. Certainly for the GBSS, the duo there, I think they started the race, and you sort of get a sense of confidence that they were saying, listen, this is our moment to shine. Let's do this.
11.41 for Ethan Sam. As we look back here now, we see Ethan Sam here powering his way in the middle of the track here and going past Tyrick McSween. Ethan Sam 11.41, Tyrick McSween 11.47, and Michael Reddit of St. David's Catholic Secondary 11.7. We go over to Sherry again, who has another athlete for an interview in the mix zone.
We are here now with the winner of the 100 meters senior girls, Shanaika Phillip, out of the Anglican High School. 12.23 seconds. It is your final year in school. You didn't get the opportunity over the past 3 years. Speak to us about preparation for today's event.
My preparation for the today's field events that I came out with weak feelings that I couldn't make it, but then I put trust in God that I could make it, and then that worked for my plan. Then after, I came along with my team, then my workers won, and then I get the victory. Then I aim for the victory.
Actually running that 100 meters, tell us what was going through your mind, because you would have seen what type of competition that you had during the preliminary stages.
Well, I feel the preparation of the race, that I was very scared. Then I was very nervous, because they said when you're nervous, you can do it, right? So then when I was nervous, then I was like this feeling the energy that I got, just say you can do it. Push it, Shanika, you could. So I work with the plans.
Thank you very much. That was the 100 meters senior girls champ here at the Republic Bank Intercol 2022. Shanaika Phillip out of the Anglican High School.
The next event on the track, the boys 100 meter dash. And to give you the lane assignments here, John Dale Taylor, Happy Hills Secondary. In 1, Rondio John of West South Secondary. In 2, Ronaldo Williams from the J.W. Fletcher. He is one to look out for. Rickel Telemac comes in with the fastest time in 4. And they're ready to go. Boys 100 meters. Look out for Telemac here from Presentation Brothers College. Also look out for Samuel Green from the Presentation Brothers College in 3 and 4. A little jitters here, but there goes Telemac, the taller of the 2 Presentation Brothers College athletes. Telemac versus Green. Telemac is going to be Telemac and Green. Telemac and Samuel Green. And of course, from the J.W. Fletcher, we have the third position here. But Telemac of the Presentation Brothers College, the gold medalist, and Samuel Green, the silver medalist.
Well, this one definitely lived up to the hype and the anticipation that was building from the prelims, Leslie. And we see Telemac holding his own there. But we segue to Sherry with another interview.
Right now with me is the winner of the 100-meter junior boys, Ethan Sam out of the Grenada Boys Secondary School. And Ethan Sam is very happy today because this is his first intercall since coming out of the St. John's Anglican Primary School. You said, speak to us about the feeling today that it's your first intercall. You were now in Form 3 and you won a goal.
Mister, it is amazing because, like, Mister, can I bounce some, Mister? Can I? Well, it has been nice because we get to see more people and it's a good feeling. It's a good feeling.
So, tell me about competition because you ran through the preliminaries, you won that as well. Then you got an idea of who you're running against. So tell me about the mindset going into the final.
Mister, I was really thinking much because my head said was to win, and that was what I went and did.
Thank you very much. That was the winner of the 100-meter junior boys, Ethan Sam, out of the Grenada Boys Secondary School.
Congratulations to Ethan Sam, and he is one of the favorites for this event. Quite a number of spectators from the GBSS fraternity sporting labels on the t-shirts for Ethan Sam. And Rikel Telemac running 10.93 to win the senior boys 100 meters. Samuel Green 11.07.
A sub-11 performance, no, indeed. A 1-2 there for the Presentation Brothers College in Telemac and Green. In third day, Ronaldo Williams of the J.W. Fletcher in 11.51. Sherry's done with another interview.
With me now is the winner of the 100-meter senior boys, Rikel Telemac. You had a total, I'm looking at the board, of a timing of 10.93. In the heats, you sort of relaxed and then you realized that the guy was coming strong against you. So going back in the dressing room and so, speak to us about preparing the mindset to know that this time when I come out, I have to come out and I have to give it my all.
All right, my mindset was to go hard in the finals, execute the race, no room for softness. Yeah.
You were out of competition for a few years. Active competition, I should say. Speak to us about the feeling to be back onto the tracks again, competing.
I mean, it was also good because I had more time to train. And to be back, it's just a wonderful feeling. To be back with a crowd, that adrenaline pumping, yeah.
So what else can we look forward to from you for the rest of the evening?
Well, hopefully our next goal.
Which is the other race you're going into?
200 meter.
Thank you very much. That was the winner of the 100 meter senior boys, the athlete out of the Presentation Brothers College.
Thanks.
Well, congratulations to Rikel Telemac with an impressive 10.93 seconds as he emerged the gold medalist in the 100 meters for senior boys.
Well, the truth is any sub-11 clock-in is deserving of a gold medal performance, and indeed Telemac did not disappoint, completing the 1-2 there for the Presentation Brothers College. It is all action done here at the National Stadium. It is Intercol at 2022, the Republic Intercol 2022, and we're getting ready to transition as I invite Mr. Adams, Cummins, that is, who's going to join me.
The next set of events on the track would be the 200-meter events, and we're expecting again some very keen competition for the 200-meter events. And so all eyes would remain on the track, in your case on your smart devices, your mobile devices,
wherever you are,
the television, as we're going to bring it to you live and in living colors. It's the Republic Bank Intercol Games 2022. We're so accustomed to saying Scotia Intercol Games. Scotiabank Intercol Games is going to take us a moment or two to reset with Republic Bank.
And we have to reiterate, though, that the organizers want to assure you that this is a special meet by virtue of what it is and its own challenges in calling it off. So there's no new records or whatever times that's established here would be just for the purpose of this meet and not for comparison with previous or meets to come. And that might be a conversation by itself, but it is what it is. Intercol 2022 under the banner of Republic Bank down here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium, and we now have the luxury of officially having Intercol under the floodlights, Leslie.
Well, it's technology at hand and technology being put to work, and we welcome that, as the athletes will be given sufficient time to complete and to end at a reasonable time as well, so that they can get home as early as possible.
One of the things that you've seen as part of the management process to not extend on the time is there have not been a number of the medal presentation ceremonies, and that was deliberately done. Given that we had the interruption by the rain earlier in the day, quite an exotic an interruption by the rain early in the day, and there's a hope by officials that the meet should come to an end by 6:30, 7 o'clock.
It doesn't look like a 7 o'clock completion. We still have the 200 meters, the 400 meters, the 800 meters, and of course the relays. So for those of you who are viewing, a number of events are still yet to be called off, and there's a lot of track and field to go still. So we ask you to stay tuned and enjoy it wherever you are. You should be from work now, maybe preparing dinner, maybe just relaxing on the couch. Not a better place to be to enjoy. If you can be here, the best next place to be is on your couch here, looking at your television or your smart device.
Well, thank you for correcting that quite quickly. Certainly, history recorded, if you were not here, that you missed the excitement and the fervor and the energy of Intercol 2022. But for the schools, the fans, the supporters that are here, believe me, they came for a treat, and they are taking it into the fullest. Intercol 2022 under the Republic banner down here at the Kirani James Athletics Stadium.
So there we have it. We're getting ready for the 200-meter events. And the stadium announcer just mentioned moments ago the updated point score. We're suddenly devoid of information all of a sudden, Joseph, and so we can't share with you what the up-to-date point standings are. But in my own estimation, I would think that St. David's Catholic Secondary is up front in the girls, and the Grenada Boys Secondary School still up front in the boys category.
But only time will tell. As soon as we must agree that the same way a lot of the general public has been starved for good athletics, for some reason, maybe we too are being starved of needed information that we can make our broadcast as complete as possible. But notwithstanding that, we will contend to ensure that we provide you as accurate a fixture as to what's happening on the tracks down here.
I can tell you the athletes for the 200 meters are already on the track. They're on the starters' instructions. There they are. That's the 200 meters for the sub-junior girls. And we expect to see
whether J.W. Fletcher runs out of 2, Boca runs out of lane 4, St. David's Catholic is in lane 5, the Anglican High runs out of 6, SAS runs out of 7, and St. David's Catholic runs out of lane number 8. The lane assignments for the next event on the track. J.W. Fletcher's. And they're off, Leslie, as they decide. Let's see who's going to make the early lead on that one. It is St. David's Catholic in the middle. There, too, is the presence of Boca Secondary. St. David's Catholic. But it's almost an easy walk in the park for for Boca Secondary. But trying to pull in and really in the second place is Anglican High on the St. David's Catholic Secondary. But it's an easy win there for Boca Secondary, followed by St. David's Catholic. And
so what we see here, Joe, is actually a reverse of the positions between Kedona Douglas and Shade John. Shade John got the better of Kedona Douglas in the 100 meters. But here we see Kedona Douglas of the Boca Secondary School coming back and returning the favor to Shade John of the St. David's Catholic Secondary School.
It's nice, keen rivalry. While we at it, though, Have you heard of any major contention during today's meet?
Absolutely none at all. No protests, no...
Well, interesting. I met one of the officials for one of the schools that was asking, they were trying to get their hands on some material to protest event that they were disqualified from. But
so Kedona Douglas, she did 26.52 to win this event. There she is making the turn here before she heads into the home straight. And Shade John 27.41 to take the second position, whereas Egypt Regis of the Anglican High School with 27.63. So Kedona Douglas, the winner of the 200 meters, she was beaten by Shade John just with about 10 meters to go in the 100 meters, and she has come back here not feeling bad about it, maybe not too demoralized by her loss in the 100 meters, but setting some daylight between herself and Shade John in the 200 meters. Egypt Regis of the Anglican High School in third, but a good comeback run here by Kedona Douglas of the Boca Secondary School.
Redemption, no doubt, and she will be definitely feeling pleased with her performance. Well, we can safely tell you that the lights are on at the National Stadium. The excitement is in the air. It is ripe with excitement. You don't get the sense, though, Leslie, that the spectators are in any way even anticipating or thinking in any way, form, or fashion of exiting the stadium, not before the final race has actually taken place. But certainly we're happy to see quite a full turnout here of spectators for the 2022 Republic Bank Intercol Games down here at the Athletic Stadium.
The next event on the track is the 200 meters for junior girls. And there they are, getting themselves ready. Shante Augustine is back with it here. She was beaten into second position in the 100 meters by Talia Sampson. And she would want to do some redemption as well, just like Kedona Douglas did moments ago.
No doubt she would want to do that, put the heartbreak of the 100 meters behind her, and at least be able to reclaim some glory and some virtue, and to say, well, yes, I was able to bounce back in the 200 as she runs out of lane 4. The Anglican High in 5.
So we do have some points standing we're going to give you momentarily. So the information channels have been re-established, and the information is flowing once more so that we can bring you the events as they occur nicely. As I said, the next event on the track is the 200 meters for girls in the junior category. We're going to give you the lane assignment in a short while for the girls 200 meters.
I know you hold my, you probably your anxiety is hitting the roof. Well, quite understandable. So you're probably regretting that you did not make the decision quite early to be here at the Kiwani James Athletic Stadium. But certainly you can feel comforted in knowing that you can enjoy it from the luxury of your living room. A production here in collaboration with the GIS and TNR Communications. And we want to say thanks. As I say, when it rains, it pours. Now it is coming in droves. We were saying, Leslie, we do have some up-to-date scores for you.
And maybe we can quickly share those with the viewers. In the girls category, because there's a medal presentation that's about to happen now. So what we do, we'll give the point standing after the medal presentation. So we go over to the announcer, the stadium announcers for the medal presentation.
Okay, yeah. Silver medalist Serena Alexander.
And though they say, see your face to break you down.
St. David's Catholic Secondary, 23.41 meters.
Them win,
Gold medalist Akeda Maxwell, also representing St. David's Catholic Secondary, 23.03 meters.
We are more than what they see. Come on, let your light shine through. We are more.
Event 11, girls discus throw senior. Bronze medalist Delisha Francois, St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary, SAS, 22.96 meters. Silver medalist Khalida Andrew, also representing St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary, SAS, 23.46 meters. Presenting your gold medalist, Jamelia Nicholas, Anglican High,
Don't forget you have it all still within you.
28.71 meters.
They didn't realize what you had to go through. The things you did, the work you stayed up late. Oh, you're the underdog, it's only up from there.
Event 10, boys discus throw junior. Bronze medalist, Tyrone Antoine, St. David's Catholic Secondary, 34.87 meters. Silver medalist, Jelani Barnes, Presentation Brothers College, PBC, 35.33 meters. Your gold medalist, Dylan Logan, Hillsborough Secondary, 41.07 meters.
Go ahead and live your dream and show them what it means. We are more.
Event 18, boys shot put junior. Presenting your bronze medalist, Tyreek McSween, Grenada Boys Secondary, GBSS, 10.93 meters. Silver medalist Kamal Hazard, also representing Grenada Boys Secondary, GBSS, 11.07 meters. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting your gold medalist, Dylan Logan, Hillsborough Secondary, 11.60 meters. Event 20, boys shot put senior. Presenting your bronze medalist, Kadeem Telesford, St. David's Catholic Secondary, 10.56 meters. Silver medalist, Alian Cuffey, Boca Secondary, 10.75 meters.
They don't know what you have to offer.
Gold medalist, Joshua Richards, Grenada Boys Secondary, GBSS, 11.66 meters.
Shine out the darkness, shine out the fear, and rise like the sun.
Event 21, girls 1500 meter run junior. Presenting your bronze medalist, Sarah Dowden, St. Joseph's Convent, St. George's. 5 minutes, 42.63 seconds. Silver medalist, Amia Henry, Boca Secondary. 5 minutes, 24.81 seconds. Presenting your gold medalist, Alian Gid Harry, St. David's Catholic Secondary. 5 minutes, 24.48 seconds.
You can't give in. We are more than what they see. Come on, let your light shine through. We are more.
Event 22, boys 1500 meter run junior. Presenting your bronze medalist, Tyrese Andrew and Brent Edmond. A tie for bronze medal.
You get so lost.
Tyrese Andrews, Boca Secondary, and Brent Edmond, Hillsborough Secondary. A time of 4 minutes, 42.91 seconds. Silver medalist, Jontia Noel, St. David's Catholic Secondary. A time of 4 minutes, 40.59 seconds.
Yeah. And though they laugh, and though they chat, when you fail, and no one cares, oh. Oh no, you can't give in. We are more.
Now, your silver medalist, Georgia Noel, St. David's Catholic Secondary, 4 minutes, 40.59 seconds. Now, presenting your gold medalist, E.J. George, also representing St. David's Catholic Secondary, 4 minutes, 25.31 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, we move now to event 23, girls 1500 meter run senior. Bronze medalist, Kadona Ma, Boca Secondary, 6 minutes, 13.33 seconds.
Nobody said that the road was straight. Don't forget you have it all still within you.
Silver medalist, Destiny Langai, Anglican High, 6 minutes, 09.77 seconds. Presenting your gold medalist, Kevalisa Joseph, St. David's Catholic Secondary, 5 minutes, 35.54 seconds.
And show them what it means. We are more. We are more.
Event 24, boys 1500 meter run senior. Bronze medalist Romel Charles, St. Rose Modern Secondary. A time of 4 minutes 37.48 seconds. Silver medalist Javel Bartholomew, Presentation Brothers College, PBC. 4 minutes 36.97 seconds. Presenting your gold medalist, Kyle Victor, Grenada Boys Secondary, GBSS. A time of 4 minutes, 36.02 seconds.
They don't know what you have to offer, what you have to give. They underestimate you. But you've got to let your light shine. Shine out the darkness. Shine out the fear.
We thank Mr. Lincoln Batiste, Blues, Commercial Director of the South Caribbean.
Sometimes they look at you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Reverend Silbert Prescott of the Methodist Church. Event 29, girls 100 meter dash, sub-junior. Bronze medalist Lauren McIntosh, Anglican High.
They don't know what you have to offer.
A time of 13.18 seconds.
They underestimate you.
Silver medalist Kadona Douglas, Boca Secondary, 13.06 seconds.
And rise like the sun. Sometimes they look at you and they don't see nothing more but this great.
Your gold medalist, Shade John, St. David's Catholic Secondary, a time of 12.91 seconds.
And though they say things to your face to break you down and mess away, oh no, don't let them win. Yeah. And though they laugh, and though they jeer.
Event 30, boys 100 meter dash, sub-junior. Bronze medalist, LeBron Granger, Grenada Boys Secondary, GBSS. 12.54 seconds.
Come on, let your light shine through. We are more. We are more. Go ahead and live your dream.
Silver medalist, Tyler Charles, St. Rose Modern Secondary, 12.03 seconds.
Sometimes you get so lost that you feel
Your gold medalist,
you can't go on.
Isaiah Fraser, also representing St. Rose Modern Secondary, a time of 11.98 seconds.
And though they say things to your face to break you down.
We move now to event 31, girls 100 meter dash, junior. Bronze medalist, Alina Dakota, Anglican High.
And no one cares, oh no.
12.84 seconds.
We are more than what they see. Come on, let your
Silver medalist, Shante Augustine, St. Joseph's Convent, St. George's.
Go ahead and
12.64 seconds.
and show them what it means. We are more.
Ladies and gentlemen, presenting your gold medalist, Talia Sampson, Anglican High. 12.40 seconds.
Nobody said that the road it was easy. Nobody said that the road it
Event
was
32 boys 100 meter dash junior. Your bronze medalist, Mikkel Redhead, St. David's Catholic Secondary, 11.70 seconds.
Oh, you're the underdog. It's only from there and you will never fall. We are more.
Silver medalist, Tyreek McSween, Grenada Boys Secondary, GBSS, 11.47 seconds.
We are more. Go ahead and live your dream and show them what it means. We
Your
are
gold medalist, Ethan Sam, Grenada Boys Secondary School, GBSS, a time of 11.41 seconds.
We are more.
Ethan Sam, the gold medalist in this event.
Show them what it means. We
He also received for the silver medalist. Event 33 girls 100 meter dash senior. Bronze medalist Rihanna Frederick, St. David's Catholic Secondary, 13.04 seconds. Silver medalist Kenisha Dominic, also representing St. David's Catholic Secondary, a time of 12.61 seconds. Now your gold medalist, Shanika Phillip, Anglican High. A time of 12.23 seconds. Event 34, boys 100 meter dash senior. Presenting your bronze medalist, Ronaldo Williams, J.W. Fletcher, Catholic Secondary. 11.51 seconds. Silver medalist, Samuel Green, Presentation Brothers College, PBC. 11.07 seconds. Presenting now your gold medalist, Rikyle Telemark, also representing Presentation Brothers College, PBC. A time of 10.93 seconds.
They don't know what you have to offer.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of this medal presentation. Thank you so much, Reverend Silbert Prescott of the Methodist Church in Grenada.
Shine up the fair.
You're a part of Republic Bank Intercol Games 2022. We head back to the track for the continuation of a series of 200-meter events.
Thank you, Kenroy. I believe I owe you the present point standing after events number 34.
And though they say it's to your face to break you down and mess away, oh.
We welcome you back to the live track and field action here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. It's the Republic Bank Intercol Championships 2022. And before we resume with the 200-meter events, we're going to give you an up-to-date point standing after event number 34 in the girls category. Westall Secondary on 1 point, Wesley College on 2 points, J.W. Fletcher on 2 points, St. Rose Modern Secondary 5 points, St. John's Christian Secondary 8 points, Happy Hill Secondary 23, Hillsborough Secondary 31, Boca Secondary on 32, and the top 5 now we have St. Joseph Convent St. George as the top 4 now, I beg your pardon, on 43, St. Andrews Anglican Secondary SAS on 66, Anglican High School on 84, and up front St. David's Catholic Secondary on 186 points. In the boys category, J.W. Fletcher on 6 points, Westerhall Secondary on 15, Happy Hill Secondary on 16, St. Rose Modern Secondary on 20, Bishop's College on 20 as well, the Boca Secondary 32, St. Andrews Anglican Secondary on 40, Hillsborough Secondary 61, Presentation Brothers College 65, St. David's Catholic Secondary 78, and Grenada Boys Secondary 96. So these are the points standing up to event number 34. They're not the most recent point standing, but that's what's available and has been tabulated thus far. Cummins, we're getting ready for the 200-meter events. We're going to start with the boys category, the girls category, and there were some impressive performances in the preliminaries, and we expect to see some more of that as we move through to the seniors in the 200 meters.
Well, while we speak, there is some rain on the outside. As we see the athletes, some of the spectators, particularly the students, they are taking shelter however they can get it as the rain passes by. But it's a very interesting afternoon here. As a matter of fact, all day very interesting in this special Intercol 2022 as the athletes getting the opportunity to display themselves on the track in the field after a 3-year break. It's good to see that the athletes can come back and perform on the track. A lot of socializing taking place among spectators, students. Haven't seen each other for some time, and they are all back now and having a good time and enjoying themselves with some good performance here for that special Intercol 2022, as we will be using this one, as was said by the principal of the chairman of the Principal Association, Mr. Jeremiah, on this special, trying to ensure that they use this particular Intercol to gauge themselves for the 2023 Intercol. This was also echoed by the manager of the Republic Bank.
As we get set for the 200 meters junior girls, the lineup here: Avani George of St. Rose Modern Secondary, Janisha Hosford of J.W. Fletcher, Kamaya Telesford of St. David's Catholic Secondary, Shante Augustine, St. Joseph Convent St. George's, Alina Dikoto of Anglican High School, Gina David, also of the St. David's Catholic Secondary School, Keontae Williams, St. Joseph Convent St. George, and Maya Noel of St. Joseph Convent St. George as well. Again, keen rivalry between Shante Augustine, Alina Dikoto, Gina David. Maya Noel from St. Joseph Convent St. George is also one that was impressive in the preliminaries. But they all line up here. And it's 200 meters, a rubber track, half lap around the field. It can be anyone's event. And Cummins, you can run anything you want in the preliminaries, but it's when you line up side by side in the finals, that's when it matters most.
Well, the final is always the finals, as it is said, so you can do whatever you want. You have to be prepared for the finals. It's the finals.
So Shante Augustine came in with 25.65 to qualify, and she was amongst the fastest times coming in. The likes of Alina Dikoto is also there. I'm going to give you the timing. She came in with 26.48. So Augustine 25.65, Decoto 26.48. Kamaya Telesford, she came in with 27.13. Gina David 27.22. So Shante Augustine with the most impressive time from the preliminaries. And she's expected to do very well here. She had a disappointing run, or a surprise defeat, I may say, in the 100 meters. So it's redemption time, I would think, for Shante Augustine. But Talia Sampson is not in this one. It's Alina Decoto of the Anglican High School that's there to represent the school and to see if she can maybe stage another upset of some sort to Shante Augustine. But that would be devastating for Shante. Shante, very cool and well composed, and would want to win this one certainly.
Well, as it's all set, it's the finals. They await the final official instructions as they move to on the mat. They're getting ready.
So there they are, the lineup. George, Hosford, Telesford, Augustine, Decoto, David, Williams, and Noel. 200 meters finals for junior girls. Who's hungrier for this victory? Is it Shante? Is it Alina? False start of some sort. It looks like Gina David here from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School. What an unfortunate situation that would be for Gina David.
Just running off the block before final.
And we can see the apprehension on her face,
yes,
that she knows. As we look back to the replay here, definitely Gina David here getting off the block just a bit too early. Little tension as well. And she anticipates this moment here now. The most disappointing thing an athlete can see. She's been disqualified for a false start in the finals of the girls 200 meters for juniors.
Well, not a pleasant sight at all. And somebody will just be saying, well, I got an opportunity here. She goes back disappointed.
What a miss here for Gina David. A medal contender for sure. As they're on the marks one more time. They're off to a nice clean start now. And let's see what Shante Augustine has in store here. She makes up the stagger very quickly here and comes off the bend in the front. Shante is powering away now as she straightens and transitions into the home straight. Shante Augustine over Alina Decoto of Anglican High School and Telesford of the St. David's Catholic Secondary School. But an easy victory for Shante. I'm going to give you the flash time on this one. Shante Augustine wins it now in 25.3 thereabout. We are with the official result, but his flash time looks like a 25.3. And as it goes down in the process here, in lane one, that looks like Avani George of the St. Rose Modern Secondary School. But an impressive run here by Shante Augustine Cummins.
Yeah, definitely so. After we had one of the athletes been disqualified, she really poured the track well, especially in the middle of the track. She did extremely well.
25.29 for Shante Augustine. As a matter of fact, she's done better than she did in the preliminaries. 25.29 as against 25.65. In second was Alina Decoto with 26.83 and Kamaya Telesford of St. David's Catholic Secondary with 27.62. But again, Cummins, just describe for us here the feeling that Shante Augustine would have here in the 200 meters.
Well, she had a good one in the preliminaries, and if she comes back in the final, she knows it. She knows the competitors that she has to run against. So she has given her her best and really put the best of. We have seen the best of her.
So we're going to go over to Sheriad now, who has Shante Augustine for an interview in the mixed zone.
With us now is Shante Augustine. Shante Augustine is the winner of the 200-meter junior girls in a time of 25.29 seconds. Shante, you ran the 100-meter, you placed second, but you came back with a vengeance in the 200 meters. Speak to us about the mindset going into the dressing room and coming back out.
Well, personally, it wasn't a very good 100 for me because I was very cold. They took a really long time for us to start the race and I couldn't perform very well, but either way, you win and you lose some. So my mindset coming into the 200 was to right my wrongs, try to stay active, even though they took long. I tried my very best to go there and run a faster time than my PB.
But overall, I think I did really well.
Thank you very much. That was Shante Augustine, the winner of the 200-meter junior girls, the athlete from the St. Joseph's Convent, St. George's. Back to our commentary team.
That doesn't look good.
Well, thank you very much for coming back here. We have seen a very good race run by her indeed, and as she correctly corrected herself from the 100 meters and coming back here and winning the 200 meters in a personal best time. So it's a good sight, very pleasant sight indeed.
Congratulations to Shante Augustine, and as I said earlier, she's a member of the Grenada character team for the Easter weekend in Jamaica. The 200 meters for senior girls, the starting lineup: Christine Charles of St. Joseph Convent, St. George; Sabrina Mitchell of J.W. Fletcher; Rihanna Frederick of St. David's Catholic Secondary; Shanika Phillip, one to look out for from the Anglican High School. She already won the 100 meters. Kamisha Dominic with a lot of support in the stands from the St. David's Catholic Secondary. Daniela Wells from Harpeel Secondary, doing good as well. Sierra Stafford from Bishop's College. Christine Charles, as I mentioned, in lane 1 from SJC St. George. Sabrina Mitchell of GW Fletcher, and Kurdian Phillip of the Anglican High School. They're on the starters' orders now. Phillip, definitely one to look out for. That's Shanika Phillip in lane 4. Shanika Phillip comes in with a time of 25.42 seconds, the fastest time from the qualifying round. They're up and running here. Look out for Shanika Phillip in lane number 4. She's making up the stagger nicely, but Telesford is giving good chase with a lot of support in the stands to Telesford. Shanika has a work cut out for her from Telesford. Telesford and Shanika. Shanika emerges first from the bend, but Telesford is coming back strongly here. It's a battle for the finish line between Shanika Phillip and Telesford from St. David's Catholic Secondary, but Shanika Phillip eases to the finish line over Kamisha Dominic, I beg your pardon, from St. David's Catholic Secondary. But a good run from Kamisha Dominic from St. David's Catholic Secondary to challenge Shanika Phillip all the way to the finish line. An impressive time of 25.32 seconds for Shanika Phillip of the Anglican High School. In second, Kamisha Dominic of St. David's Catholic Secondary, in a time of 25.40 seconds. As we look back here, Cummins, Shanika Phillip from Anglican High School winning this event.
Well, she got a good start. She came up the block well, and as she tore away around the track, a lot of concentration with her speed. She knew what she was about on the bend. If you look carefully on the bend, the stature that she has, the body position that she has, she really continue, and she poured away as she began to straighten. But I thought that the St. David athlete somewhere along the track, just about there, she started to really give up the race. Though she had poured along, then she started to waver again. She sort of gave it up. I don't know why she had done it, but she sort of gave it up that way. And the athlete from the Anglican High School, the athlete from St. Joseph Convent, just poured her way through. But it was a good race run from the athlete from the...
Well, Rihanna Frederick was third from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School. And a good run for Shanika Phillip of the Anglican High School. The next event on the track would be the 200 meters for the sub-junior boys. The lineup for this one: Tamil Joseph of Hillsborough Secondary School, Amari Francis, and his mom is here to cheer him on. Amari Francis of the Presentation Brothers College. Tyler Charles, one to look out for. He was impressive in the 100 meters from the St. Rose Modern Secondary School. Cameron Maslin of the GBSS looked good in the preliminaries as well. So too is Isaiah Fraser of St. Rose Modern Secondary. They were 1 and 2 in the 100 meters. LeBron Granger of GBSS, not a very pretty style, but very effective. The Run Sincere of SAS is also there, and Brian Griffith of J.W. Fletcher Catholic School. As the lineup for the 200 meters sub-junior boys. And coming in with the fastest time in the 200 meters for the sub-junior boys. was Cameron Maslin. Tyler Charles was also very competitive. But Tyler Charles and Isaiah Fraser of the St. Rose Modern Secondary School were pumped at the moment. They did the double for their school in the 100 meters. And I'm sure the adrenaline is still flowing. The excitement is still there with them. And they would want to repeat that double. That would be an impressive one, to do the double in both the 100 and 200 meters for the St. Rose Modern Secondary School. Maybe a surprise pack as well. We expect the likes of GBSS and the SAS and others, and Presentation Brothers College. St. Rose Modern Secondary featured prominently here in the sub-junior boys. And there they go, and looking good. GBSS is looking good here with Cameron Maslin in lane 4. He's sandwiched between two athletes from the St. Rose Modern Secondary School. Is the athlete Tyler Charles, who's looking good on the inside for St. Rose Modern Secondary School. Tyler Charles is going to be another double for St. Rose Modern Secondary School. Tyler Charles, but here comes the other athlete from St. Rose Modern Secondary School, and that's Isaiah Fraser. It's definitely a 1-2 for St. Rose Modern Secondary School.
Well, Isaiah Fraser is a strong athlete, and he has some power. And looking at him on the track, he really exhibited smartly, timely, and it just that kind of impetus that he needs to win, and he did just that.
Isaiah Fraser 24.37, the winner of the 200 meters for sub-junior boys. In second, his teammate Tyler Charles with 24.4, and Cameron Martin of the GBSS in third with 24.57. So as we look back here, coming around the bend, it was almost a straight line across the field here, but then it was Tyler Charles who came off the bend in the lead right about this time here, but it was pure strength and determination from Isaiah Fraser, the eventual winner, maybe the more powerful of the two athletes as well.
Definitely so. He has the power and he has speed.
As you can see the grimace on the face of Tyler Charles, and that is just where Isaiah Fraser made his move, made his mark, and reversing the positions from the 100 meters. Tyler Charles would have won the 100 meters, and Fraser would have been second, and they've returned the positions. But at the end of the day, it's St. Rose Modern Secondary 1 and 2, and I can imagine the excitement in that community where these guys are from, and for the school as well.
Definitely so. I think Tyler's head was a little bit too much back somewhere, just about 15 meters to go in that race. With the head leaning back, I think that the weight transfer in the back there got that disadvantage to him. But all in all, he gave a good account of himself, and this is just what athletics is all about.
So as we see here now, the current point standing, starts on 59, Hillsborough Secondary on 55, as we move to the girls category. An exactly 100% lead for St. David's Catholic Secondary over the second place Anglican High School, and starts in third on 66, Convent St. George on 55, and Boca Secondary on 32, the top 5 schools at the moment in the girls category. The next event on the track would be the 200 meters for the junior boys. And we will see the likes of Hossein Jabba from Wesley College in lane 1, Chris Clement of Bishop College in 2, Tyrick McSween from GBSS 1 to look out for. But the favorite in the race here in lane 4, Ethan Sam of the GBSS. Aidan McIntosh of PBC is also there and in medal contention. Ian George of St. John's Christian Secondary. Kyle Ned from SAS, and Michael Redded of St. David's Catholic Secondary. This race is going to be a scorcher. Ethan Sam comes in with a time of 22.72, and Tyrick McSween of GBSS comes in with 23.06. Aidan McIntosh of PBC comes in with 23.04. And then there is Ian George at 23.11, Chris Clement 23.86, and Michael Red at 23.49. So there's one athlete, sub-23, that's Ethan Sam. 6 athletes, 23 points, and 1 athlete at 24. So it's going to be a close one based on the times that they've returned in the preliminaries comments. And we're asking you viewers to keep your eyes on your screen now. Before you blink, this one is going to be over. And you're going to want to witness a very exciting race indeed.
Well, it's the cream of the crop, and you expect to have a keen rivalry. We're going to see the best of these athletes running for time, running for medals. And you just, as was rightly said, you keep your eyes on the screen, don't move. It's going to be a scorcher.
So there they are. Jabbar, Clement, McSween, Sam, McIntosh, George, Ned, Redhead, Ethan Sam. A number of fans with placards around their shoulders saying, I come here for Ethan Sam of GBSS. Let's see what's going to happen. Would he live up to expectation? He already won the 100 meters. He wants to do the double as well. He would have very strong challenges here. From Tariq McSween of the GBSS. Also from Aidan McIntosh of Presentation Brothers College. And permit me to say a good evening to Brent McIntosh, the dad of Aidan McIntosh. Strong supporter of his kids who are competing here today. Lauren McIntosh, Emma McIntosh of the Anglican High School. But now it's Ethan's turn. Ethan Sam, Aidan McIntosh, Tariq McSween. Very close times from the preliminaries. Ethan Sam with the advantage coming into this finals. A hush over the stadium as they're up and running now. Let's see who emerges first out of the turn. A good race indeed, but GBSS with McSween looking good here. He's catching up with Ethan Sam. Does he have the endurance to go harder? But there they go. Aidan McIntosh. Here comes Ethan Sam from the middle of them. Ethan Sam is pulling away. Aidan McIntosh giving good chase. Aidan for second, but Ethan Sam in the lead. Tariq McSween is running back. Ethan Sam for the winner here now. Tariq McSween second and McIntosh in third. A close one, just as we anticipated.
Definitely so. He ran well on the curve, and you know, again balancing well, and when he did straighten, he really pumped into it. A nice running action, legs keep pumping away, and the coordination with head and legs and arm, I think that he did a very good, give a very good account of himself. A magnificent run from him.
Well, Ethan Sam did not have the best of starts. You'll see it here. It was actually his teammate Tariq McSween who had the better start, but Ethan gauged his race well, and by the time he got to the bend, he emerged from the pack ahead of the rest. There we see here McSween up on his shoulders already, going around the bend, and it was just at this point here, Ethan Sam turned on the burners here and accelerated, going past McIntosh and pulling himself away from the rest of the field to win this one. There he goes. Ethan Sam of the GBSS here. The winner of the 200 meters for junior boys. And the time again, 22.80 seconds. McSween 22.93 and Aidan McIntosh 22.98.
All the athletes indeed are giving a very good account of themselves as they continue to plow away on the track. Really, to the excitement of the large crowd that is here, who is not leaving. They know that they have the release and what to come up, and they're getting ready for that.
So the next event on the track, the 200 meters for senior boys, and this event would feature the likes of Raven Clark of GBSS in lane 1, Brian Hector of St. John's Christian in lane 2, Rikel Telemak, one to look out for from the Presentation Brothers College in 3. Samuel Green of the PBC also in there with a medal chance as well from PBC, as I said. Elisha Williams of St. David's Catholic Secondary. Ronaldo Williams of JW Fletcher. He would be in 6. Jolan Langain of Boca Secondary in 7. And Daniel Mitchell also of Boca Secondary in 8. Rikel Telemak, 22.39. Samuel Green, 22.18. The two athletes coming in with the fastest time. And also, we can't leave out 22.33 by Elisha Williams of the St. David's Catholic Secondary School. Maybe better known for his abilities in the 400 meters, but he will be challenging the athletes here. That's Green and Rikel Telemak of the PVC for a medal here with a time of 22.33 from the preliminaries. Also, Ronaldo Williams is one to look out for from the JW Fletcher. He comes in with an impressive time too of 22.47. So there are 4 athletes that ran under 23 seconds in the preliminaries, and the group here from lanes 3 to 6. The record to beat 20.80 seconds, Kirani James 2009. Don't think that would happen here, although it's a special intercall. But 22 seconds is some distance away from 20 seconds in track and field.
Definitely so. So they're getting ready.
Samuel Green, look out for him in lane 4. There they go and running. 200 meters for senior boys. The guys from the Presentation Brothers College here, Samuel Green and Rikel Telemak. Telemak in the lead here, the taller of the two. That's Telemak. Telemak is really looking good. Green is not going to catch him today. Not today at all, says Telemak. Telemak wins by 5 meters or so. Green in second, and Elisha Williams of St. David's Catholic Secondary in third. I'm sure Telemak would have better his time than he did in the preliminaries, a time of 22:39. A good run indeed, Cummins. As a matter of fact, he has done 21:63. That's Rikel Telemak.
Well, if he had never run before, he really ran today. The 200 meters, and look at him picking up on the track on the inside. Look at his curve, just cutting the line. And
at the international level, he may be disqualified here, Cummins, for touching the line.
Yes.
He has to be very careful about that.
Careful about that, indeed.
We also saw it happening in the female category earlier on. But 21.63 against 22.09 and 22.47, Telemak, Green, and Williams.
So they have it on the track, just finishing and finishing strongly.
It's a revenge situation in the 100 meters. It was actually Green who won the event, if my memory serves me correct, earlier on today. The official results, as you see it on screen now, but a good run of 21.63, I beg your pardon, by Rikel Telemak of the Presentation Brothers College. PBC 1-2. We speculated that during the preliminaries, and it has lived up to our expectation with the PVC athletes here, and Williams, who is better known for his 400-meter abilities, picking up the third position. So what we're going to do now, I'm going to segue for Davis Adams to come back and do a short stint with the 800 meters, and then it's going to be myself and Kador to take us home following that. So it's going to be Ashley Cummins and Davis Adams to take us through the 800 meters that are upcoming.
You're not missing anything instead of the special Intercol 2022, and no one moving. We still have the relays upcoming, and welcome back, Adams.
Thank you, Ashley. Once again, it's always a pleasure being in your company, being former teachers, former sporting organizers at the union level, and hence so it's always a pleasure working with you, because our relations go back quite a long way. So great news, great news. So we're into the 800 meters, and so we have in the girls 800 meters junior under 17, understanding the games record is 2:15.10, set by then Nerina Aberdeen. And so we're going to give you the assignments. Out of lane 1, we have Anglican High School, Anaya Francis, St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School, Janea Williams, St. Andrews Anglican Secondary, Leona Williams, Hope Thomas Wester Hall Secondary, Camille Philip, Convent St. George, Maya Noel, St. John's Christian, Andy and Courtney, Boca Secondary, Khadija Bristol, Hillsborough Secondary, Amia Henry, Boca Secondary, Jada Jack, Wesley College, Shephonia Houston, Anglican High School, Janique Belgrave, Wesley College, Amia Samuel, Convent St. George, Kyla Alexis, Hillsborough Sec, quite a large field. DN St. Bernard, Bishop's College, Ali and Gidhari, St. David's, and they're off.
And they're often running away. Already Boca, St. Joseph Convent, St. George is running a very good race, but Boca in front there, and she's running well, running away quite well. And she's gonna run away. Yes, that's the athlete from Boca as they go to the finishing point. As the athlete from Boca, Anglican, St. Joseph Convent, St. George's seem to be in a second position. We await the result. It seems here that this was the 200-meter dash for girls. We do not have this bit of information here.
Yes, it's a 200-meter dash for girls. It seems as if they gave us something that we probably did not foresee coming, but that was the 200-meter for girls, and so they finished, and we're going to see the flash of who won, but certainly a good run by the student from the Boca Secondary School.
So you're not missing anything. It's just that we wait the next group of athletes for that's event number 39. We have just seen 38. We are with the girls, 200 meters, senior girls coming up. I want to make it. So we have seen the boys 200 meters, both junior and senior. We are with the female.
And what we have noted, Ashley, is the fact that now the lights are on because we have gotten into the deep end of the day, and I'm sure the athletes are bringing back all the memories of Intercol under the lights, allowing it to go into the nighttime, and I'm sure that they are enjoying that at this time.
Well, they have not enjoyed it for 3 years, so why not enjoy it now?
Yeah, but nonetheless, we'd say it's a refreshing time for them.
Very much so.
The fact that they're able, some of them would have dreamed of this for so long, for a couple of years, and just being able to come and experience it, I want to say that for them, it's really something that is good, helping to develop, not just physically, but they emotionally, and in all other ways be able to see the potential that God has blessed them with.
Yeah, definitely. So looking at the whole development of the human being. And this is always ever so good for our nation youth. We get ready for next event, or we're just waiting as we look across and see the contingent of people here, spectators really enjoying themselves and having a lot of fun. As you rightly say, it's a very long time. We haven't seen this here at the National Stadium in athletics, and here it is before us. And under the lights in the stadium, it is a wonderful spectacle.
Yep, the fact of the matter is, I guess we could say the Grenadian population has been starved of what actually is the pinnacle of athletics in Grenada. Whether we like it or not, the Intercol Games basically is the pinnacle of athletic games in Grenada, and hence, no matter what, you have national championships, yes, but when you talk about Intercol, you talk about following, you talk about family, you talk about, a school, you just bring out the whole here in the games, as opposed to a couple clubs and the folks at the national championships.
Definitely so. Yes. And when you talk about the Grenadian spirit in Intercol, it's not just only in Intercol, because if you remember, for the past 3 years, we have not really met at the stadium in Intercol. We haven't been here for cricket. And if you look what had happened to going back and look what had happened to England when the Grenadian spirit got into the stadium, West Indies just crushed England away. And you know, you could say what you want, but I can tell you that this was a true Grenadian spirit, the drum, the everything inside of there that really pumped inside. And the West Indian cricketers, when they got that feel, you saw what happened.
Well, why am I not surprised that you would speak cricket, Cummins? I mean, it's just you. That's just in you. I mean, you're sports, but the cricket spirit I know is in you. And the truth is, from all indications that I got as it relates to the cricket, because I wasn't able to attend, but the reports that I got of how our visitors, the visitors to the shores of Grenada, including cricketers and the English following, they enjoyed being in Grenada, just as you would have said. And I believe that the impression that was left visiting Grenada is that they would come back again. So it means good for our tourism industry, our hotel industry, and hopefully for jobs going forward.
Definitely so. We have an updated version of the score.
And if you want, I can go right ahead and give you a quick update. We have 13 schools that are on the points board in the males division, 13 schools on the points board in the female division. And so I'd start with the female scores. Westerhall Secondary School, 1. Wesley College, 2. St. Rose Modern Secondary, 5. J.W. Fletcher, 7. St. Joseph's Convent, St. John's Christian Secondary, 12. Bishop's College, 23. Happy Hill Secondary, 28. Hillsborough Secondary, 31. Boca Secondary, 32. And I'm really good to see Boca Secondary School. St. Joseph's Convent, St. George, 55. St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary School, 66. Anglican High School, 108 in second position. And way out front, it seems as if St. David's Catholic is just taking revenge over all those years that they missed Intercol. They are out front with 204 points, leading by almost 100 points, Ashley.
Yes, definitely so in this special Intercol 2022.
Special. And St. David's has decided that it will take full advantage of it. But we got to give kudos to the school, the whole the body that would have prepared the St. David's Catholic Secondary School. Denise, who is now an icon in sports, in track and field in Grenada, having guided a school and been involved in so much development of young people and athletes. I mean, you cannot take that away from her and St. David's Catholic.
Not at all. Well done. Excellent work.
Yes. So we go to the boys. Wesley College, 3. St. John's Christian Secondary, 5. J.W. Fletcher, 13. Westerhall Secondary, 15. Bishop's College, 24. Happy Hill Secondary, 27. St. Rose Modern Secondary, good to see them, 46. Boca Secondary School, once again, good to see them coming out, 61. St. Andrew's Anglican, they're in 5th position on 64. And then the top 4 is...
Well, just take a pin there. Before you go to the top 4, I find you call the first set as though it's an election night. I want you to call that last set, please, as though you're in a special intercall.
So, interesting, St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary School in 5th spot on 64. SAS, 64 in 5th spot. The top 4. Hillsborough Secondary School, 68.50. Surely good following. The Sister Isle of Carriacou would be jumping for joy. In 3rd position, St. David's Catholic Secondary, 116 points. Well done, St. David's. Both boys and girls, you're doing very well. In 2nd position, and this again shows that they are taking full advantage of Intercol Championship, Athletic Championship, PBC on 124.5 points. And out front, not an improbable lead, but leading anyhow, is the Grenada Boys Secondary School on 157 points. So all to play for Ashley in the top 3? All to play for.
Very much so. Very interesting. As we get that, the athletes are now gathering again in the starting position, starting area. Same that these are the young ladies over the 800 meters. Yes, it seems so.
$800 meters for girls.
So we are into the 800s, and that's the bridge between the relay races. And so we are getting into the 800 meters. So we have the 800 meters junior, we have the 800 meters junior boys and junior girls, or if we put it the other way, 800 meters junior girls and junior boys. This will be followed by the 800 meters seniors. And so we are into the 800 at this time. And of course, we're going to see the strong folks here. They're looking well. It's a large field for the 800 meter junior girls. I've called out the names already, but let's see if we can get through some of them again. Anya Francis, Jania Williams, Leona Williams, Hope Thomas, Camille Phillip, Maya Noel, Andy and Courtney, Khadija Bristol, Amia Henry, Jada Jack, Shephonia Houston, Janique Belgrave, Amia Samuel, Kyla Alexis, Diane St. Bernard, Alian Gidari, and Kadisha DeBellat. I can tell you that Shifona Houston will create a buzz here in the 800 meters. She seems to have a very large following, but nonetheless, this is expected to be a really, really tight race.
Yes, definitely so. It's a large contingent of ladies on the 800 meters. A very good sight to see the number of them, and it clearly shows that the athletes, they are going to run to their strength. They're going to run to what they believe in. These are 800 meters athletes. You will see them quite different to that of the 100 meters and the 200 meters. The athletes in the middle distance events are always a pleasant sight to see. The strength, the endurance, the speed, and the power of those athletes when they do run in the 800 meters.
I think, Ashley, that this is another area that the Caribbean has to break through in. The area of the 800 meters at the senior level, at the top level of Olympic Game World Championship. We've seen Jamaica. There are two athletes from Jamaica, and I'm trying to get the names in the female division who seem to have done fairly well. And one was an American who went back to Jamaica. And I'm really waiting to see our grouping, that is OECS Caribbean Islands, produce really, really international athletes at the 800 meter level. We seem to be doing pretty well at the sprints, doing pretty well at the 400 meters, and now in the field events, because the Jamaicans and the Trinidadians and of course the Grenadians are doing well in the field events. But that section of the middle distance, 800, 1500, we are yet to produce them at a very high clip, and I think that is where we need to aim. What is it that's holding us back from producing the best?
Well, they're off in the 800 meters for the junior girls. I make it here, and already the athlete from SAS seem to be in the lead. Anglican High St. Joseph Convent, St. George's there. The athlete from St. Joseph Convent, St. George's.
That's the Anglican
High School. That is
Shifhonia?
Yes.
Shifhonia Houston of the Anglican High School.
She looks very, 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 very well on the track. She very much composed and looking very strong and pacing herself nicely. And the look on her face seemed to that she so far enjoying it as the athlete from the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School step up front. But here comes the Anglican High School athlete just going slightly, both of them just going slightly on the outside of the athlete from St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School and placing themselves nicely. Boca is coming in the mix, and the athletes continue to run. Just about 400 meters completed now, so it's the final lap here in this event. St. Andrews, the athlete from Anglican High School, keep running away. So too is Boca. St. Joseph Convent St. George's is in third position. Still, the athlete from Anglican High School in fourth. SAS is in fifth and sixth position. But if you look up front there, Anglican High School, the athlete is doing well. St. Joseph Convent St. George's is coming and running very quietly, very easily, she's doing it. Boca is there in second position. St. Joseph Convent, St. George's taking the ascendancy, moving just ahead there of Boca, but getting on the heels of the athlete from the Anglican High School, who is really beginning now to accelerate. Looking very, very competitive now as she on the corner, very much relaxed, and she is running away from the rest of the pack, and a beautiful arm and hand action, very much coordinated, and there she goes. She's gonna win. She's gonna win it. She's really pumping away now. Look slightly over the right shoulder. Sees that she's not challenged, and she just crosses the line majestically. And what a strong race run from this athlete. From since the 300 meters, she really looked like she is going to win it, and she did just exactly that.
And so that was, again, there was a buzz surrounding Shefonia Houston from the Anglican High School, and it was not a buzz that was flattery, but it was real. She really took charge of the race. Really plotted the way she wanted to run, and then just stretched her lead when the time came. So Anglican High School, Shefonia Houston, followed by the athlete from the St. Joseph's Convent, St. George, that is Amir Samuel, who I must give credit for running a strong race and to come second, followed by the athlete from Boca Secondary School. So those athletes from the St. George area seem to have done pretty well in this 800 meters. Well done to, of course, the Anglican High School.
Well, Farry, that's Rachel Farry of Anglican High School, 2 minutes, 30.91 seconds. That's the first place position. Camilla Philip from the St. Joseph Convent, St. George's, 2 minutes, 32.29 seconds, and she in second place. So a great run from both athletes.
And Elisha Williams, please, all of you report to the ceremonies room ASAP.
So yes, once again, Anglican High School showed dominance. They came through. The interesting thing is that St. David's has so much points in the bag that, they can afford not to, to wait until the relays to flex the muscle. But Anglican High School has come out and competed. Well done to the girls, the Tanton girls at the Anglican High School.
Yes, very a lot of socializing, a lot of sharing taking place inside of this among the spectators. A long time we haven't seen that.
Yes, Ashley, I know. It's indeed a pretty sight. That's what our society, that's what really glues our society together, when we can come out, interact, share something to eat, share something to drink, and to cheer on and support our families and friends and schools. That's the spirit of Intercol, and that's the spirit of our community. And we are hoping that now that we have seen almost the back of the pandemic, we can get back to a normal.
Definitely so. As we get ready for another of the 800 meters event, when we look at our list, so that we get ready for the junior boys 800 meters, and see that we have a large contingent of 20 athletes competing in this event. What a crowd we have had here today in this special Intercol 2022.
It's indeed special because it's 3 years in the making, and in order to pull it off, we had to condense it into one day. So I suspect that, if we get out from here where our athletes can leave here healthy and safe without major injuries, I think we would have, or the organizing committee would have pulled off a tremendous feat by being able to do that.
Well, it's another way of selling the country, selling the island, selling what we have here, the product of what we have here, and what a beauty we have here.
So they're lining up another large contingent for the 800 meters, and based on the names that I have here, hope we have them correct. Sometimes the list can be slightly different to the actual, so we apologize if we would have made any errors, but it's not our doing in many cases. So we have Renato James, St. John's Christian, Tyrese Andrew, Boca Secondary, Adriel Mitchell, Presentation Brothers College, Delonja Noel, Wesley College, Nathan Holas, Presentation Brothers College, John Thea Noel, St. David's Catholic, Nicholas Frederick, Boca Secondary, Cornell Pear, Grenada Boys Secondary, Aviel Williams, St. Andrews Anglican, Bailey Reynolds, Wesley College, Akiron Roberts, Westerhall Secondary, Randy Jones, Bishop's College, Elon Alexis, Westerhall Secondary, Roydell Henry, Grenada Boys, Zidane Alexander, Happy Hill, Jason McQuilkin, Bishop's College, Jarrell Clement, Hillsborough Secondary, Brent Edmond, Hillsborough, E.J. George, St. David's Catholic, and the final name on this list is Asher Date, St. Andrews Anglican Secondary. It's a large list, but I suspect as they thin out, it will become safer here.
Definitely so. So we're just awaiting the start of this event. Anytime from now, we can see this event going. The boys are really getting themselves together. The focus, the concentration level, everything is going to be put into place because everything is going to be tested. The strength, the power, speed, everything going to be tested as they get ready. And they are off to a good start. 800 meters. And this is the junior boys. Already, the Boca athletes. Here comes Happy Hill. They're looking to pace themselves. PBC, as they begin to move into running in that one lane where they're going to be huddling themselves together. There's 20 of them there. And another athlete, this sim from, is it Hillsborough, making his way up front. Happy Hill is there, Boca is there, PBC is there up front. That athlete is pouring himself down the track, heading to the first lap of this event as they begin to single out themselves. PBC moving to second position, Happy Hill moving back into fourth, Boca coming on the outside as they continue to run away. Moving into the second lap of this event, it's still the athlete out front there. Is it St. John Christian? I want to make it in front. They're running away. Here comes the athlete from Westerhall. Going on the outside. Yeah, Westerhall going on the outside. There's about 200 meters to go. And he's running well. Westerhall taking the lead. PBC, the athletes now split themselves in two. And Boca again coming back in the lead. Westerhall is there, but it's Boca. He's running very strongly. And he seems that's going to be challenged. Boca is powering himself away. What a smart run. Here comes Presentation Brothers College in second position. He cannot hold on to Boca. Boca died now, and he won this race quite easily in the end. Presentation Brothers College, I think he might just be a little bit upset himself that he left. He did not make his move. He's only moved in just the correct time, and he just paid the price. But Boca winning a very smart race.
Yes, and as you said, PBC ran out of real estate because he timed his race probably just a little bit too late and could not make up the ground. But we must give kudos to the Boca Secondary School athlete. This might have been Tyrese Andrew who would have done well, or if not Tyrese, Nicholas Frederick. And so it's actually a well-run race by the Boca Secondary. I think they'd be proud of themselves. I think the supporters are dancing and ensuring that they show that they are proud of what has happened today. So it is the Boca Secondary coming first, followed by the Presentation Brothers College. They left it late, but nonetheless they brought in the goods for the school.
Definitely so. And if you look at him on the in front of that race there, it's very much built muscles, very compact muscles. So he has power as he continues to lean on that inside there. Really pouring his way. You can see his arm really stretching, so he's pulling all the power back to him, and the legs are just pumping away as he goes along beautifully and really striding well. PBC just making that move just a little too late. Yeah, Booker just timing him well, and he make his move in the right time. He knows he has power, he knows he has speed, and he has the determination that he's going to win it, and he really backed himself and really poured himself away and winning this event. And he must be complimented. He must be a happy young man, and so too his school and his community. And all Grenada must be proud of this young man.
Yep, we are. Once they take part, we are proud. And of course, Boca has a tradition of producing good middle distance athletes. Of course, we know Conrad Francis, we know the Williams brothers, the Francis Williams and his brother. Those are athletes that all came from Boca Secondary School, represented not just Boca, but Grenada at regional and national meets. And so we must compliment. It seems as if Boca is right back on track to continue the performances that they would have had in the past in those races. So well done, Boca. We wish you well, and we want to congratulate all our athletes who have come out and taken part and showcase the talents and abilities. But as we were saying, our Caribbean need to now move to a next level of performance at the international meet and to consistently produce not just sprinters and 400-meter runners, but now into the 800 and into the 1500, both male and female category, as we move into the next set of races, next set of 800-meter senior girls. We have just a few folks here. I'm Ashley, Destiny Langain from Anglican, Kevelisha, Josie from St. David's Catholic, Ziana Bain, Convent St. George, Celine Thomas, Boca Secondary School, Kevilia Lumpur, St. David's Catholic, Arona Cape, St. Andrews Anglican, Kedona Mark, Boca Secondary, and Mosan Moses Anglican High School. That's the lineup, pretty small field, but nonetheless we expect it to be just as exciting, Ashley.
Yes, and let's say smaller the field, sometimes it's just sweeter it is. And let's hope we get some of the excitement that we're looking forward to here. Boca, St. Joseph Convent, St. George's, St. David's, and SAS. We expect to see some fireworks somewhere along in this 800 meters by the girls.
Yes, and we can think of athletes such as Jackie and Maureen, the Aberdeen sisters, all of those who would have done
great memory,
so
great
well
memory, man.
at those middle distance races. Nerina Aberdeen, Jackie and Maureen, and you had so many of those who dominated in those events, and we really have a proud tradition. Now we need to move on beyond Grenada and Carifta into the international
arena. Mm-hmm. I think that's always the plan of all the coaches, to ensure that the athletes reach the highest level, and we all need all the support to post those athletes. All the support, whatever we can get, to muster everything to get the athletes to the highest level that we possible, and that's the international arena.
Yep. The sprint events, Grenada has produced tremendous athletes. I mean, I'm talking about who I can remember, starting from, you say, the Dakotas, we had quite a few from St. Andrew, sprinters like Sean Lambert, sprinters like, so many good sprinters we've produced. Livingston Nelson, that's the other one from SAS. It was so beautiful.
Well, there are so many of them that if we're going to start calling names here, they're off.
And they're off, yes.
800 meters. That's a relatively slow start from the ladies. And they are running away. Already we see St. David's settling herself nicely on the track. Very much composed in St. David's there. SAS, they all getting there. SAS taking the lead. SAS in the lead. The St. Joe Anglican High School is moving along nicely. So to St. David's. St. David's just buying her time nicely on the track as they continue to run with SAS. The athlete from SAS looking much composed. St. David's, all three of them there running very close to each other, and they seem to all have a plan. There is something worked out there that by these athletes playing in their mind that, hey, look, I don't think you're going to beat me, you're going to win today, and they are saying everything that you can see it in on the action. But St. David's beginning to move away smartly. because that's how she is. She was thinking in the beginning. She is moving away smartly as we come to the end of the first lap of this event. Yeah, as she moves away, St. David's with the athlete from Anglican High School trying to buying some lots between her. St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School sort of fading away. Boca is coming on her heels. St. Joseph Convent, St. George's, but St. David's up front, smartly running away from the rest of the pack. Seem to be well organized. And she's running well. St. David's. St. David's moving away. Not really lifting the legs much that high, but she's maintaining the speed. She's maintaining her composure, just slightly looking over her left shoulder, realizing that she's not challenged. So let's see what she's going to do now. Would she make a breakaway on the curve or just waiting for her to straighten? And yes, I can see that she is beginning to put some more into it. She moving away and going to move away by a very far distance from the Anglican High School, who just settling for her to settle for this. Here comes St. David's now. She has just begun to really pump some speed. She's just going to press the throttle and she's going to win handsomely here. And majestically, she has won it with the Anglican High School. Just looking over her shoulder. St. Joseph Convent, St. George's is looking for, can she hold her there? Well, she's on her heels and she's going to run for it. What a finish here from the St. Joseph Convent, St. George's. Well, who's going to believe that this would have happened?
It's so beautiful to see athletes not giving up. And so I'm happy for St. Joseph's Convent, St. George. Of course, Anglican High School would feel just a bit aggrieved because she did all the work, just wasn't able to finish it. And but of course, the athlete from St. David's, by the way, she would have won the 1500 meters, following the same pattern, running within herself, and being able to control the race. And she was able to do that in the 800 meters also. And I want to congratulate her for doing that. And that's the same student, Kevelisha Joseph, from St. David's. So
look at that athlete. Not much of her working off herself. She's just consuming the energy and just moving along nicely. Here comes the athlete from the from the Anglican High School. A little more bouncy on the track, really ponging the track a little more. But look at the athlete from St. David's. She just consumed all her energies and looking slightly over her shoulder, realizing that she's not challenged. She's there and really pumping it away. And the Anglican High School athlete, just a little more bounce than she is. And the athlete running very smartly. The athlete from St. David's running very smartly here. She very much relaxed, looking at her face, on the facial expression, very much relaxed. Shoulders are not dropping, but she is there, very much steady. And she just keep pounding away. Nice rhythm. Nice rhythm. Very rhythmic. And, you could feel the heart.
She's just recognizing. I think she's ran well within herself.
Yes.
She was not pushed, and maybe if she's pushed, we might be able to see more out of her. But she would have left this Intercol game feeling good because she's won the 1500, she's won the 800, and so that was really a good return for her.
She continued to, look what she really went into her sprint. She looked down and she looked ahead, and she knows she has won it quite easily.
So just the proud tradition of the St. David's Catholic in producing athletes of that caliber. The Moraines, the Aberdeens, the
this part of the race, is what I really enjoy. That athlete from St. Joseph Convent, St. George's, where was she? What was she thinking all the time behind there? She just looked and she looked and she looked. She looked at everything the Anglican high school athlete had. And she realized she hasn't got any more, so I'm going to make my move now, and that's it.
Well, it boils down to confidence, how confident they are in their conditioning. So if you're not too sure, then you can be conservative, which may be what happened to the athlete from the Convent St. George. Not being sure of where she was, but she realized that she has more than she thinks. So hopefully next year, she'll be able to do even better. But well done. Let's congratulate all of them.
Very much so. They did run indeed a very good race.
Let them know that Grenada appreciates the fact that they're coming out and putting on a show, so that even while you're at your home, you are able to take out some of the COVID stress, some of all of the stresses that would have come into the world over the last couple of years, and you can now relax and look at something healthy. Well done.
Well, adding to that, I mean, on a special Intercol, you must see special things happening.
Anytime move you're going home. Yeah. Anytime move you're going home. I'm tired of talk.
So we're going to have a medal presentation at some point. What would be our next event coming up? Can you?
We said that the boys, the junior boys.
800
meters.
Wonderful. Let's see if we have the names so that we can just let our viewing public know another big field in the junior boys. So the junior boys 800 meters. We are getting ready. Senior boys 800 meters. Okay. So let's see where we are at with names. Elam St. Paul, Presentation Brothers College. Antoine Blackett, Presentation Brothers College. Devonnie Ferguson, Grenada Boys. Aaron Bulling, Hillsborough. DeAndre Smith, Boca Secondary. Kyle Victor, Grenada Boys, Secondary. Nikhil Thomas, St. John's Christian. Joshua Collins, Hillsborough. Richie Williams, St. Andrews Anglican. Nashon Hostin, Happy Hill Secondary. Jaheim Tika, Bishop's College. Justani Philip, Boca Secondary. Desron Williams, Bishop's College. Karel Noel, Happy Hill Secondary. Miguel Cape, St. Andrews Anglican. Romel Charles, St. Rose Modern. Aaron Campbell, St. David's Catholic. And Zelon Cox, St. David's Catholic. Pretty big field, 18 boys. They're on the mark, 800 meters senior boys.
Once again, just want to say a very pleasant good evening to all those of you at home, just relaxing and enjoying that special Intercol 2022 as the boys on their way in the 800 meters already. Up front there is the athlete from the Grenada Boys Secondary School. Happy Hill is running well along the track. At least it's 800 meters, so the athletes are all beginning to establish themselves on the track, really settle themselves on the track. It's Happy Hill taking the lead and running well. The Presentation Brothers College going on the outside, and it's a huddle up front there. Still there is the boy, the athlete from this St. Andrews Anglican Secondary Schools is inside of the mix. GBSS looking to go on the inside. St. David's also there, so it's a real tangle up front there.
St. Rose Modern Secondary in the light blue. Happy Hill both out front.
So is the athlete from GBSS and Happy Hill 1-2 up front, and GBSS is there. He's looking to go inside of them. I don't think it's going to be a smart move, but just looking for whatever opening on the inside. As the other athlete from GBSS look to go on the outside, but it's 5 of them up front there. And it's a little bit of tangle there. GBSS going on the outside. GBSS trying to go on the inside. He does go on the inside. Both of them, one on the outside, one on the inside. And they seem to take in the ascendancy. 1-2. Happy Hill is there. one of the athletes from Happy Hill seems to be a little bit struggling. The arm action is really telling me that. But up front is GBSS 1 and 2. GBSS looking well. PBC in a fifth position, but seem to be struggling a little bit. It's still the GBSS running well. GBSS.
And Kyle Victor.
And strong athlete up front from GBSS, running well. Looking to finish strong. And there he goes, GBSS 1, 2, Happy Hill 3, 4. And a very keenly contested 800 meters from the boys.
So it's Kyle Victor and Devonnie Ferguson from GBSS and the two athletes from the Happy Hill Secondary School. That would have been Karel Noel and the other athlete from Happy Hill Secondary School is Nashon Poston. But it's GBSS, Happy Hill Secondary, and once again from GBSS we have Kyle Victor, who would have won the 1500 meters, coming back and winning the 800 meters. So really excellent returns for Kyle Victor at this year's Intercol, special Intercol. He made it because it possibly would not have been able to run another Intercol, but he made it and he made full use of the opportunity that he got. So congratulations to Kyle Victor.
Well, definitely so. When you get the chance, you make use of it. As we head to a medal presentation.
And we're going to go to Sherian Dong at the winner's podium to do an interview. Over to you, Sherian.
Thank you, Father.
We are joined now by the coach of the Grenada Boys Secondary School, Lee Coffey. Lee, after 3 years, you're back here, you're back with your athletes. They're performing exceptionally well. We do know that the preparation for Intercol was sort of a short span. Speak to us about the athletes' performance today and the preparations coming into today's meet.
Yeah, first of all, I'm very grateful of the fact that the Intercol have been back on stream. It has been a very long time since we had such competitive events, and as I say, we're very grateful for it. Now, at this junction which we're here today, it wasn't a one-man effort, a nice collaborative effort between myself, Mr. Benjamin, Mr. Kwashi, Joshua McIntyre, Kevin James, the supporting staff of the GBSS, yes, the South City Rising Stars, the club. We try to motivate the athletes and get them to come to the camp and do the specific trainings. This is the reason why they are basically reaping the benefits from the efforts which they would have put out within our training for the past few months. Now, we had a short notice. We had a few athletes who've been training seasonal. It was in the minority. However, because we've been around this thing very long, we are able to strategize within the last few minutes and formulate strategies and make and plan properly, which gave us an edge coming into these Intercol games. Yep.
Okay, speak to us. You have athletes like Kyle Victor, I think is the surname. He will be, this is his final year. You also have Ethan Salmon. So speak to us about these athletes in terms of their performance.
Well, Kyle, as you notice, he just concluded 800, gold medals in the 800. He already gold medal in the 1500. 15 minutes later, he's into the finals of the 4. But Kyle basically started with me about a year and a half ago and has made significant strides. In fact, we hail from the same village and parish, Vincent and St. David's. And he's a guy, he takes his training seriously, very talented, and I'm very proud of his achievements today. Ethan Sam, exceptional. He works with Coach Albert Joseph. He has done justice today as it relates to his performance, capturing the gold in both the 100 and the 200 meter. His counterpart, Tarek Maxwin, silver medals in both events, credit to them, kudos to them, job well done.
Thank you very much. That was the coach of the Grenada Boys Secondary School, Lee Coffey. Coming up next with us will be the coach from the Bishop's College.
You can mix this.
What you have to give, they underestimate you.
Event 35, girls 200 meters.
Shine out the darkness.
For sub-junior, bronze medalist.
And rise like the sun.
Girls 200 meters of junior, bronze medalist.
Gavin Moses, you're down after 3 years. from Bishop's College. Speak to us about the crop of athletes that you brought down this time, and in terms of preparations, and how satisfied are you?
Well, Sherian, it's a pleasure to be here first of all. And preparation-wise, we didn't have much time to prepare because it was like, let's say, our sports was last week Thursday, and this Thursday we're in Grenada. So basically 1 week to decide who's going to be coming, right? Prior to that, we never had much training because there was never sports in the air because of the COVID and all this kind of thing. But nevertheless, since February, we got a little free up time, so we decided, you know what, we're going to try something. And the small window that we had, I'm very impressed of what we did today with the small group of children. We only come down with 27 persons. So I'm very happy what we're doing for the day, and I'm impressed. I'm good. We're good.
I must ask you this, Sue. There are a number of students that were very good athletes in the primary schools that came over to secondary schools. Due to the pandemic and other issues, Intercol was basically off for 3 years. How many of them are here in Grenada today, getting the opportunity for the first time in Intercol?
Well, that would be all the sub-juniors up to juniors. So at least they're there, they're not lost as yet, and we're trying to keep them. So we're doing our best to keep them focused.
Thank you very much. That was the coach of Bishop's College, Garvin Moses. One of the coaches, as he says. We now go back to our commentary team.
Thank you.
Kamaya Telesford, St. David's Catholic Secondary, 27.62 seconds.
Go ahead and live your dream and show them what it means. We are more.
Silver medalist, Alina Dakota, Anglican High, 24.40 seconds. Correction, that's 26.83 seconds. And your bronze medalist, Shante Augustine, SJC, St. George's. A time of 25.29 seconds. Event 38, boys, 200 meters. Junior. Bronze medalist, Aidan McIntosh, Presentation Brothers College, PBC, 22.98 seconds. Silver medalist, Tyreek McSween, Grenada Boys Secondary School, 22.93 seconds.
More than what they see. Come on, let's show.
Ladies and gentlemen, presenting your gold medalist, Ethan Sam, representing Grenada Boys Secondary, 22.80 seconds. Event 39, girls 200 meters, senior. Bronze medalist, Rihanna Frederick, St. David's Catholic Secondary, 27.09 seconds. Silver medalist, Kamisha Dominic, also representing St. David's Catholic Secondary, 25.40 seconds.
But you've got to let your light shine. Shine out the darkness.
Presenting your gold medalist, Shanika Phillip, Anglican High, 25.32 seconds.
They don't see nothing more but this greatness.
Event 40, boys 200.
Broadcast of the Republic Bank Intercol 2022 Games is made possible by Republic Bank. We're the one for you. Rise and Shine Supermarket, Grenada Electricity Services Limited, Country Cold Store, Grenada Bottling Company, Consumers Guarantee Insurance, K&R Store, the National Water and Sewage Authority.
Building or renovating your home or business? Why not use
use clean, renewable energy. Install solar panels to power your home and office and see your energy costs go down and your savings go up. Using renewable solar-powered energy protects our environment, reduces our carbon footprint, and slows the devastating impact of climate change. Republic Bank can help to finance construction and renovations that make use of renewable energy. Visit any Republic Bank branch and ask about renewable energy financing options today.
Republic Bank, we're the one for you.
St. David's Catholic Secondary, 10.30 meters.
And though they say
Silver medalist
to break you down and mess away all.
Melanie Roberts, SJC St. George's.
And though they laugh, and though they cheer,
10.50 meters. And your gold medalist, Sakeda Maxween, St. David's Catholic Secondary, 10.57 meters.
Come on, let your light shine through. We are more. We are more.
Now to event 19, girls short put senior, presenting your bronze medalist, Khalida Andrew, St. Joseph's, that's St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary, SAS, 9.36 meters.
We are more.
Your silver medalist, Galicia John, SJC St. George's, 9.58 meters. Presenting now your gold medalist, Jamelia Nicholas, Anglican High, 10.59 meters.
More than what they see. Come on, let your light shine through. We are
Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of this medal presentation. A round of applause for all the winners. Thank you so much, Mr. Victor Ashby. Good to see you. It's been quite a while. Former principal of the Grenada Boys Secondary School and Westmoreland Secondary.
Just saw there the completion of another medal presentation ceremony. In case you're just joining us, welcome. We're down here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium under the lights. Under the lights as it is. It is action, action, action. What we're going to see now is one of the lighter moments of the evening as the staff are in the race among the staff. And it really comes in for a really lot of bragging rights internally at Davis. Certainly tomorrow when they go back, they'll be able to say one day is bragging rights among staff, and I can still imagine there is the rivalry, the contention among the various ones still representing the schools.
That's correct. That's correct. So it's almost 2 in 1.
It's double bantering.
But it's internal as well as it's traditional and historic.
It's one of the highlights that's happening here, and we certainly will see how this translates itself. But folks, we done here. We under the glorious, we're bathing under the floodlights here at the National Stadium. Nobody has left, and certainly we just looking at the points table in the female. Boca on 52, SAS on 88. Convent Grenville on 91, Anglican High on 149, and St. Davis Catholic Secondary, Davis out front on 249 at 100-point lead. In the boys division, SAS is on 64, Boca 73, Happy Hill Secondary 75, St. Davis Catholic 120. Interestingly, Presentation Brothers College 139 and GBSS 177. I think that we can start calling positions when relative to the females. I think, as per usual, the toss-up, the tussle now comes in to decide, because it's still yet a lot of time between St. Davis Catholic Secondary Presentation Brothers College and the Grenada Boys Secondary School.
Yes.
This is heating up.
This is heating up. And I'd be honest with you, it is still very, very possible that PBC could do well and come back and win. It is going to be tough, but there is enough points waiting to be had. And I am very glad that it is that close. With the St. David's Catholic, well, they came out with a special vengeance. It's like I missed it for so many years, and I'm going to just take advantage of anything in front of me. So they just went ahead and they ran away with it. Congratulations to them.
Now we're getting ready for the bank relay. I'm not sure if they wore colors to represent the schools. But it's all even keel as they do the first leg. I don't know what's happening there. Is he pulling up, or is it a comedy of errors, or is this all part of the entertainment that we probably did not really cater for? There's the first handover down the back leg, where this athlete, he looks like an athlete from his former days. Then we have there a little tussle between. I'm almost scared to describe what I'm actually seeing. It's a mixed race, actually.
I mean, he would be disqualified if he was in the race walk, but nonetheless, there was a walking, speed walking competition.
It was, in fact, a mixed race to be ended by the team in green, and he's taking it home. And certainly the team in green, and we're looking at the second place. He's clearly he's won this one, and he's certainly going to burst into the finish line for the rights to determine that. Listen, my team, we won the staff relay at the Intercol games. This is the first by Republic Bank, and certainly he probably will want his name go on some pedestal somewhere.
There's some
in the
bragging
office
to be had. And what was interesting about the gentleman who won, he just poured it on. I mean, he was so far ahead, and yet he just kept pouring it on. I said, my word, why isn't he realizing that he can walk and just enjoy the moment?
It probably just represents the spirit of the game as we're getting ready. Folks, as we welcome you back, those of you that's probably just joining us for the start of event number 41, the girls 400 meters dash. Reminding you, this is final time. We're going to give you the lane assignment for this one, and it promises to be a cracker for the Anglican High School, running out of lane number 1. St. Andrew's Anglican, running out of lane number 1 is Christiana Charles. In lane number 2 for Anglican High School is Denai Modeste. Monique Binder, certainly she's been a contender all day for Boca Secondary. She runs out of lane 3. Nestled in lane number 4 is Kedona Douglas of Boca Secondary, so the Boca has a double entry there. Kyla McIntyre is nestled in lane number 5 for Convent St. George. Arisha Regis sits in lane number 7 for Happy Hill Secondary. Emma McIntosh runs out of lane 7 for Anglican High. And to complete the listing, it's Kemaya Peters for the St. Andrew's Anglican that runs out of lane number 8. And of course, your lane assignment for the upcoming event, the girls 4x100 meter dash.
The girls 400 meter dash. Yes. So it's looking to be a very competitive event, and we have to look to the Anglican High School. The Boca Secondary School has 2 athletes there, and so this is going to be a very competitive race with what we have seen thus far and the times, with Kedona Douglas having the best time going into this 400 meters at 1:03.73.
But just to add to the excitement and the fervor of what's happening down here, we're just going to give you a little injection of some energy with the points table. We take it from the bottom. We do the top 5. Again, Davis, you want to go through the mail?
So in 5th position, we have the Boca Secondary School on 73 points. And 75.5, the Hillsborough Secondary School. And so this is style, I'm sure, is celebrating on 120 points. And that is in 3rd position, St. David's Catholic Secondary School. In 2nd position, 139.5 points, we have Presentation Brothers College. Out front, not very far out front, we have the Grenada Boys Secondary School, 177 points. All to play for. Enough points out there to be had. And so PBC can still do America.
The story is yet to unfold. Exactly how that happens, it is yet early times in the context of what is yet to come. But we're getting ready for the 400 meters girls sub-junior as they go under the status orders, 400 meters. And you feel there's a bit of a hush in a way of set. Adams. And they're off. The girls' 400-meter dash. Let's see who makes up the early stagger. There's the Anglican High School outside there in the person of Peters. Kimaya, that's not Peters. That's Modeste on the outside. Also in the mix from the Happy Hill secondary. Happy Hill is there. Arisha Regis running out of lane number 6. They tightly bunch as they go down the backstretch. Boca secondary in the person of Monique Binder. And you know she comes in with the best time of 1.566 as they get to about the 200-meter mark. Convent is in there. Kyla McIntyre. Binder is in there. Let's see as they head for the turn and they hit the top stretch. They continue side by side. They come down the stretch. Kyla McIntyre from Convent. Running next to her is
Kedona
Douglas of Boca. It is Boca Douglas with just a hairline lead on her, but she steps on the pedal, and it's Kedona Douglas that literally completes the win. And interestingly, on the outside, the Anglican High School, Emma McIntosh comes in to take the second place.
So Kedona did show that her time was not a fluke. She had the fastest time coming into the 400 meters, and she really ran. I think she'll be happy having performed throughout the hits, come through here, winning the gold medal, having come in at 103.73. Kedona Douglas, Boca Secondary, followed by the McIntosh clan, because we've had quite a few McIntoshes who have come here, competed both boys and girls, and they've represented the family and the school well. Congratulations to Emma McIntosh of the Anglican High School also. She didn't come in with a brilliant time, but she left here with a silver medal. And of course, it means that she left with good jewelry and hardware.
Well, the prize indeed goes to the one who earns it. Hard work, determination, it pays off. We're looking at the official results here. Kedona Douglas from Boca Secondary, 105.80. Emma McIntosh from the Anglican High, 106.07. And Christiana Charles from SAS, 107.88. Kyla McIntyre from Convent, St. George, 108.09. Happy Hills, Hillsborough, Happy Hill Secondary, that is. And Arisha Regis and 111.89.
And so we have the next 400-meter girls dash. That's the junior. We have Jada Jack, Wesley College, Khadija Bristol, Hillsborough Secondary, Kamaya Talisot, St. David's Catholic, Shephonia Houston, and she continues to run almost every race. Anglican High School.
I'm thinking, though, Adams, that looks like there may have been a slight change to the program order. From the looks I'm seeing, that looks as the male lineup that is there.
The boys, 400 junior boys.
It's the boys.
Okay, we'll have to get back to our papers and see what else that changes would have been made. But it seemed as if it was the girls who were going to go, all the girls 400 meters.
Based on the
so let's see.
There is an event number that's missing, that's misplaced to 42, that we're not seeing here because. Not really quite sure. Well, this probably is because event number 42. While it must have been a skip, it says is the boys sub junior dash. So with this, for more intent and purpose. I think we're trying to get some confirmation here from the production team. That's to ensure that we provide you with the correct I'm thinking it is event number 42.
Event number 42.
Event number 42.
Boys.
The boys sub-junior dash.
So let me just run through the names quickly. We have Christoph Kelly, St. Andrews Anglican. In lane number 1, Hillsborough Secondary, Jadel Compton. Jalen St. Louis, Grenada Boys Secondary. Cameron Mathlin, Grenada Boys Secondary. Caden McQueen, Presentation Brothers College. Adriel Mitchell, Presentation Brothers College, Khalil Lendor, Hillsborough Secondary, and Jamie Matthew, Bishop's College. So there seemed to have been a a cartel of teams here. And so it's PBC, GBSS, Happy Hillsborough Secondary that have really taken all of it.
Now let us see whether or not the entry times into the final really stands up to, because literally it seems almost as though it's a clear tussle there between Matlin at the 4 and McQueen from the Presentation College that runs out of lane number 5. They are under the status orders, 400 meters dash in the sub-junior boys. Let's see who decides to lay claim to this one quite early. They go down the backstretch, not much. GBSS, that's in Matlin. He decides to make some grounds. It is GBSS. He's sandwiched there between the two from the Presentation Brothers College in McQueen and Mitchell. But it is GBSS's Matlin that is opting to take the early one. On the outside though, Hillsborough Secondary, Jadale Compton is also holding his own. But as they head to the top, as they hit the bend, here they come. It is the GBSS running away with this one, chased by Presentation Brothers College. It seems almost too easy to call. Presentation Brothers College, GBSS, an easy one for Matlin, literally, and his entry time, we did anticipate that it was going to be a fast time. Presentation Brothers College in the person of McSween came in second, and yet while we did anticipate it was going to be a 1-2 between the GBSS and the Presentation Brothers College, we didn't anticipate that Matlin was going to run away with it, Adams, that easily.
Well, for me, it's the ease at which he was able to run away with the race. But if you look at what Matlin has been doing leading up to this final, he's been absolutely impressive, Joe, with his run. He doesn't just run well, he looks well, he seems to have the stature, he seems to have the form, he seems to have the strength, he seems to have the speed. And Matlin, for me, seems to be an athlete that we need to nurture and look forward to as they go down the back straight on the replay slow motion.
So indeed, what you're looking at there is a replay of the just completed race, and it seems as though he paced it well, strategized. It seems as he come into the home straight, he's quite relaxed in terms of his rhythm and his motion. But it's Matlin there who came in with the faster time for the event, a time of 55.01, and certainly living up. We'll see what the official time is, but we're getting ready for event number 43, and we want to say, in case those of you that's wondering, well, we're still here. It's over. We want to tell you quite appreciatively that arrangement has been made for the buses to commit the students directly from the National Stadium to get them home. So we should be looking here for event number 43. That's the girls' 400 meter dash. 400 meters dash.
Yes, and it's Jada Jack, Khadija Bristol, Kamaya Teleswat, Shiffonia Houston, Maya Noel, Akira Moraine, Anya Francis, and Janique Belgrave. Belgrave from Wesley College, Francis from Anglican High School, Moraine St. David's, Noel St. John's Christian, Shiffonia Houston Anglican High School, Teleswat St. David's Catholic, Khadija Bristol Hillsborough Secondary, and Jada Jack of Wesley College. So two from Wesley College here.
Yeah, that's the lineup. We see how it translates itself on the track as they go under the status orders. Wesley College, Hillsborough Secondary, St. David's Catholic. Wesley College runs out of lane at number 8 in Janique Belgrave as they await the sound of the gun. Jada Jack for Wesley College runs out of 1, 2 there for Wesley College. There's Jack in 1 and Belgrave in 2.
And having the fastest time, Shiffonia Houston, and they're off. It's a good start for all of the athletes as they make their way around the first bend. It is the athlete from Wesley College, followed by Houston from St. Anglican High School, St. George. But the athlete from St. David's Catholic, Kamaya Teleswad, Akira Moraine, has decided that she's going to hear along the back bend, the back straight. So it is the athlete from the St. David's Catholic making the running. But Anglican High School is still saying, yes, I am here. Anglican High School in the form of Anya Francis, she is doing well also. So it is Anglican High School, followed by the St. David's Catholic Secondary School in lane number 4. Shephonia Houston. So it's Anglican High School. She seemed to have decided that there's no one going to challenge me here. Joe, she's going to walk away with it. No one is going to catch her at this time unless she has a broken leg, which we know she will not have. And so Anglican High School is going to end this race, the winners, and she can celebrate gold medal winner 400 meters junior girls from the Anglican High School. And this is no other than Shephonia Houston.
They've come and looking at young Houston through the entirety of today's meet. She has shown that she has the tenacity, the wit, the ability to compete under pressure, and certainly she delivered there in the 400 meters. The final day of the girls' 400 meters dash in the junior category. Event, we move now to the boys 400 meters dash junior, the lane assignment. Jedi Augustine from St. John's Christian Secondary, Aviel Williams from SAS. Cornell Pear runs out of lane 3 for the Grenada Boys Secondary School. We're just looking at the official time, just to interrupt you on that. Shephonia Houston stopping the clock at a minute 1:00.18. Noel from St. Joseph's Convent 1:05.53. And Anya Francis from the Anglican High School completing the 3rd place. As you go through the lane assignments, St. John's Christian Secondary runs out of 1. St. Andrew's Anglican occupies lane number 2. Pierre for the GBSS runs out of 3. Aidan McIntosh from the Presentation Brothers College, he comes in here with the best qualifying time of 52.97. He's nestled in lane number 4. Cullen Moses occupies lane number 5. On his outside in lane number 6 is Nathan Holas of the Presentation Brothers College. Sitting right next to him in lane number 7 from the GBSS is Tayshawn Frederick, and on the outside in Boca Secondary in the person of Rondell John. So it is the boys, the junior, that is 400 meters dash, and we're looking at the pack in the middle from McIntosh in a time of 52.97, and St. David's Catholic Secondary in the person of Keelan Moses 53.05. You know, Adams, these races always, final events, always have the capacity of conjuring up the excitement, but there's also sometimes the deceptive inclusion of a disappointment that comes into the equation.
And that is athletics for your money, Joe. You cannot put your neck out until the race is finished, because something could happen.
But they are the status orders. As those of you looking at Atlanta from home, event number 44, the boys 400 meters dash. As they're on the status orders. St. John's Christian, SAS, GBSS. Well, I was surprised. My jaw was dropped and waiting to figure out at what point was I going to hear a second shot of the gun, because clearly, you saw that there was some early movements within. You saw some early movements. Let's see what the position of the field officials. I'm certainly running out of lane number 8. Rondell John, I saw a bit of a jitter from him. Not sure what is it that may have forced that sort of action, the activity I saw there, but I saw a bit of jitter from him. But certainly, it is the start of, waiting on the start of the junior boys.
And I think it's the distraction, the noises, and the officials recognize that the boys were under some kind of a pressure, and so that's why no warning has been issued, no disqualification made. And for me, that's always a better thing, to allow our boys to complete their races.
Well, the lane assignment for you, St. John's Christian runs out of 1. SAS in 2, GBSS 3, Presentation Brothers College in 4, St. David's Catholic 5, PBC runs out of 6, GBSS occupies lane number 7, and Boca Secondary runs out of lane number 8. Your lane assignments for the next event.
Coming into this race, we have the McIntosh clan that we spoke about just a short while ago, coming in with the fastest time, and that's Aidan McIntosh of Presentation Brothers College. He came in with a time of 52.97 seconds. And then we had another time from Presentation Brothers College, Nicholas Hollis, 53.0. St. David's, Catholic Secondary School, 53.05.
Questions are being asked, Adams, and I know if the persons that are into the games of look and turn, they're starting to measure their option. Is this the year that St. David's Catholic, they complete the double? Is this the year that we see the emergence of the GBSS of the Presentation Brothers College from the glory days of the 70s? Or is GBSS going to hold true to form and maintain their dominance? I know Lester is not too happy, but either way, I would leave that. I know he's waiting to hear what I say next, but I know I'm disappointed him by just keeping my mouth shut.
Yes, they seem to be ready again. This time we're hoping for a clean start. We hope that everyone will get off the lanes, off the mark, without having any disqualification. And they're off. So it's a good, clean start. And of course, we're looking at the different lanes. Of course, our eyes are on Aidan McIntosh from Presentation Brothers College, and Aidan is in lane number 4. He has already made up the tag on the athlete from St. David's Catholic Secondary School. But it's Aidan McIntosh. He's striding, looking large and in charge. Aidan McIntosh doing well. The other athletes seem to be laboring down that back straight. And he makes the final turn. Aidan McIntosh out front, closely following the athlete from St. David's Catholic Secondary School, and that is Kaylon Moses. It's going to be a good race, but Aidan McIntosh looks well. He's striding beautifully. The arms are moving. The legs are showing up. Aidan McIntosh seems to be able to go away with this. It's a PBC, St. David's Catholic. Aidan McIntosh versus the athlete from St. David's Catholic Secondary, and he's going to nip it right at the end. But that was a tremendous performance from Aidan McIntosh, and of course we cannot say much more about what happened from the athlete from St. David's Catholic Secondary School. He gave it his best shot, and well done to both athletes. St. David's Catholic Secondary coming second. Aidan McIntosh of Presentation Brothers College coming first. Well done to the guys, Joe.
Yes, and Keelan Moses from St. David's Catholic, as we anticipated, he came in second. That was the completion of the boys' 400 meters dash. Certainly, questions have been asked, Adams. Questions have been asked.
And they have been answered.
Well, they have been answered here, and you've seen them. I think it would be good for us when we get a chance, Mr. Producer, if you can give us the points for the races. Because I know folks are at home, and it's a good time now that you can start juggling the numbers as to where the teams are. And because remember, one of the things we highlighted, you get points right down the ladder. So right now, it is possible that you could win an event.
Joe, you are playing a really interesting game.
No, you have to, because we've actually seen it. We've done these things year after year. We've been on a 3-year hiatus, but certainly we understand what it comes down to.
So
at
let
the end
me
of
give
the day.
you the points as they are given out. In first place, it is for the individual events, it's 12 points. Second place, 8 points. Third place, 6 points. Fourth place, 5 points. Fifth place, 4 points. Sixth place, 3 points. Seventh place, 2 points. And as we cut to take another thing. So we go on to Sherian as she does another interview on the field.
Winner of the 400 meter juniors, Aidan McIntosh. Aidan, you went to the 200 meters, you weren't successful at the goal, but you came back in the 400 meter and you copped the goal. And tell us about going into the dressing room and sitting down and analyzing your game and coming back out.
Well, for the heats aspect of it, I came first with the fastest time, so automatically I had the aim to come back in and win.
So what did you think hindered you from getting that goal in the 200?
I haven't been training as much as everyone else probably, so I didn't have the power to finish the race. and have the right training to finish the race. So I was weak for the last 100, and then hamstrings got tight, so I couldn't really lift my knees to finish. But it was still a good race. I still got a personal best, so I'm happy about it.
And finally from me, how happy are you to be back on the tracks competing?
Very happy. I'm glad that this is my first Intercol, and I got a gold medal in my first Intercol. It feels really good.
Thank you very much and congratulations. That was Aidan McIntosh, the winner of the 400-meter juniors here at the Intercol Games.
And they're off. This is the 400-meter dash senior boys. And so we have quite a few athletes here who are trying to stamp their authority for the 400-meter senior boys here at Intercol 2022. Out front is the athlete from the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School, followed by the athlete from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School, Elisha Williams, who has won a gold before. So we expect Elisha to be doing well, and he's striding round the bend. Coming into the home straight, Elisha Williams from St. David's Catholic Secondary School. He's going to stride away. The athlete from the Grenada Boys Secondary School is also giving it his all. It's Elisha Williams. He's going to run away with the 400 meters for the senior boys 400 Intercol 2022, followed by GBSS in second place. Well run, Elisha Williams. He has proven himself to be doing well throughout the year, and once again he has come up trumps, won the gold, and I know St. David's should be proud of Elisha.
We continue to talk about that mixed equation that comes into the play when it comes to the 400 meters, where athletes seem to now be sprinting the entire 400. But Elisha Williams, he's stopping the clock at 50.45 seconds. Kyle Victor for the GBS is 52.77. Giovanni Noel from SAS, his time yet to come. But that's the results of the 400 meters boys.
Okay, so wonderful races. It was a pleasure working with you, bringing the colors, sights, and songs of the National Stadium into your homes. At this time, we want to welcome Smithy to come and to take us through to the end along with Joe. It was wonderful working with you guys.
Thank you.
As we brought
Davis, as always.
2022.
Indeed, it was a pleasure. Folks, if you're home, I encourage you, I kid you not, this one is shaping up to be a story that's beyond your imagination. It seems quite a done deal when it comes to the girls, but the boys, I'm telling you, Leslie, it takes two relays, and the question can change quite quickly as it relates to who is going to be the boys champions of Intercol 2022. Welcome back, Leslie.
Thank you, Joe, and the pleasure is mine to continue with the broadcast as we look back to see Elisha Williams, and Elisha Williams is one of the athletes that did very well at the national champs. He actually broke the record there with 49 point something. We go down to Sherian, who has Elisha Williams for an interview. Sherian?
50.45, a very spirited and strong run there by Elisha Williams out of the St. David's Catholic Secondary School. Coming into Intercol, this is your, well, it is not your final year, but you came and you gave it your all. Speak to us about preparations for today's event.
Well, we were training morning and evening, almost like a week. Yeah, and it was very tiring. Sometimes when I reach home, I couldn't even go to bed because I was tired. Yeah.
How competitive would you say that race was for you out there? Because I saw that coming to the last 50, you really had to push.
No, I really thought I would do better, and I could do better. So next time, I have to buckle up. Right.
Thank you very much. That was the winner of the 400 meters seniors, the athlete out of the St. David's Catholic Secondary School, Elisha Williams. We now go back to our commentary team.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much, Sherian, and congratulations to Elisha Williams. Continues to do very well at the 400 meter level. The next event on the track would be the 4x100 meters for sub-junior girls. That's what I'm seeing on the program. So we're going to continue with the relay events. And some people actually come here just for the relay events, the exciting events, Kado.
Indeed. There's never a shortage of excitement when it comes to the relays. It's what you live and die for. And certainly the relays sometimes comes down to determine who the winners are.
The lane assignments in lane 1, Convent St. George's. Lane 2, Boca Secondary. Lane 3, SAS. Lane 4, Anglican High School. Lane 5, Happy Hills Secondary. Lane 6, St. David's Catholic Secondary. Bishop's College in lane 8. And J.W. Fletcher Catholic School in lane 7.
Your lane assignments for the upcoming event, the girls 4x100 relay, Convent St. George, Boca, SAS, Anglican High School, Happy Hills Secondary, St. David's Catholic, Bishop's College, and J.W. Fletcher.
They're on the starters' orders. And any moment now we will see the start of this one.
We'll see the start of it as we get ready for action. It's the 4x100 meters, wherever you are. Don't blink. This one promises to be quite a cracker as we get ready for the action. Convent, Boca. And they are off and early. Let's see who decides to put the stamp on this one as they go to the first handover. Everybody is in there. St. David's Catholic is in there. Making the first handover, it is St. David's Catholic Secondary. They are out and running quite early. St. David's Catholic also coming into the mix is Happy Hill Secondary. Anglican High School is there, but it's St. David's Catholic that is there as they go down to the back stretch and they make the second handover. Still St. David, but here come Anglican High School motoring away. St. David's Catholic, Anglican High School as they hit the bend, the top bend for the fifth to the third and final handover. Anglican High, it is Anglican High and St. David's Catholic. Anglican High, St. David's Catholic. Anglican High is in front. St. David's Catholic is chasing. Anglican High, St. David's Catholic is chasing as they come home. But there's a rush toward the finish line. Anglican High, I don't know. I'm not wearing glasses, but I think it is Anglican High. Some may say they want a photo finish, Leslie, but that one certainly, as we promised, it delivered on the expectation and our anticipations.
As clear as day was Anglican High School over St. David's Catholic Secondary. And a very exciting finish to the 4x100 meters for sub-junior girls. And Anglican High School winning this one over St. David's Catholic Secondary.
I do have to admit, though, we've seen some challenges with the exchange of the baton, though.
Yes, St. David's Catholic Secondary, they're known for excellent baton passing, but on that first handover was extremely poor. As a matter of fact, the athlete bringing in the baton went past the athlete that was receiving, and that is the sign of poor preparation when it comes to baton passing.
And instead of them, we've seen some other handling of the baton that has brought into question the whole preparation. But that, as we've all agreed, has been a concern and given, well, well, Leslie, if what we've seen in the scoreboard is okay, let's see.
Well, let me just give you quickly a points update just before the relays started. And I'm going to focus primarily in the male category because that seems to be where some championship challenges are. GBSS currently on 211 points and the Presentation Brothers College on 174.5 points. And Davis Catholic Secondary on 140, Boca on 83 and SAS on 80. So it looks, from my viewpoint here, from what I've seen in the individual events, GBSS will hold out to be the champions in 2022. PBC will dominate maybe the senior boys 4x100 relay. Look out for St. Rose Modern Secondary with their 1-2 finishes in the sub-junior category, I think it was. And no one school will particularly dominate the relay events, so it's going to make it difficult for Presentation Brothers College to outstage GBSS at this stage of the games.
I did say to you it would come down to the science of what the rest of the events they leave to offer. And certainly, Leslie, I am not disappointed that you're able to quite articulate what the viewing public can come to appreciate over the next couple of events.
Well, in the female category, we can safely say it's a done deal. St. David's Catholic Secondary on 278 points, Anglican High School on 175. SJC St. George's 96, SAS on 94. So there's a battle here for third and fourth between SAS and SJC St. George's. Similarly, in the boys category, there's a battle for fourth position again between SAS and Boca Secondary. SAS on 80, Boca Secondary on 83.
We get ready for the next event. It's the boys 4x100 meters. Good evening to you wherever you are. Those of you here at home, across the region, and other parts of the diaspora, it's happening. 4x100 meters. Bishop's College, St. David's Catholic, Presentation Brothers College, SAS, St. Rose Modern, St. John's Christian, Hillsborough Secondary, and Boca Secondary. Running out of 8. The lane assignments for the boys 4x100 meters. Leslie.
Seems to be a false start there in lane 4. And that looks like SAS in lane 4 from our vantage point here. Let's see what the starters would return. But again, the nerves at this stage of the games, everybody wants to win, everybody wants to have that slight advantage. But some jitters there definitely from the athlete from SAS in lane 4. And that's from what I see. As we look back here to the relay now, there he goes ahead of the rest of the field.
That was...
And as it has been consistent throughout the day, he will receive the red card, and that may just be a disqualification here for himself and his team. And I'm sure his teammates would not take that too lightly, especially if they think they are in medal contention, as SAS has always been. And so, as the official approaches him now, and he's been issued the red card, and that means that he's been disqualified. He seems to be surprised, maybe not aware of what has happened, but from the replay that we've looked at,
it is, yes, there was an infringement.
We would have to say that there has been some holy movement from the athletes from SAS.
Well, one dunk, not necessarily that the race has ended. The race has not started yet, but you just saw the disqualification of St. Andrew's Anglican from the boys 4x100 meters sub-junior. So from the looks of it, there is no GBSS in this event, Kado. Is that correct? Am I correct? That is correct. There's Bishop's College, St. David's Catholic, Presentation Brothers College. SAS is out of it now. St. Rose, St. John's Christian Secondary, Hillsborough, and Boca Secondary.
How many times have you been to an intercall when there is no disqualification and GBSS is not in the relay finals? I'm sure you can't count that.
You can't count.
Unless there has been a disqualification in the preliminaries. So Presentation Brothers College have an opportunity here to narrow the gap on GBSS if they can win this one, and still continue to stick a claim for championship honors. And the folks from the USS and PBC from the 60s would relive these moments. But they're up and running nonetheless. The 4x100 meters for sub-junior boys. Let's see who's going to make up the early stagger and make the first handover. It's pretty much even at this stage. The first handover again, some extremely poor transitioning of the baton as we see Boca Secondary, Hillsborough Secondary, St. John's Christian Secondary looking good. Bishop's College way behind. PBC still have been struggling. It looks as though it is St. Rose Modern Secondary. St. Rose Modern Secondary it is indeed. About to make that final handover now. Let's see who comes out first. St. Rose Modern Secondary hands over first. And it is St. John's Christian Secondary in the lead. Here comes St. Rose Modern Secondary. St. Rose Modern Secondary for the win. There he goes past St. John's Christian Secondary. What a run indeed. PBC would have to settle for third. But it is indeed St. Rose Modern Secondary, the winners of the 4x100 meters for sub-junior boys.
Leslie, that's what you call beast mode. And he was forced. And we did say coming into the event that we know that St. Rose was one of the true contenders, and he literally had to dig deep, as they say in the automobile. You had to touch the nose, as they say.
Definitely. So, as a matter of fact, Joe, I would think that two schools that have really impressed me here today are St. Rose Modern Secondary and the Boca Secondary School.
Indeed, and there's no denying that. There's no denying that.
Well, there we see. He did not get the batter ahead. As a matter of fact, it was good transitioning by the St. John's Christian Secondary in terms of how they passed the baton. But look at the youngster from the St. Rose Modern Secondary go. Sheer power, sheer determination, a hunger for victory. And there he goes, inching closer and closer.
Motoring past him.
And then going past him just about this stage here, and there was no turning back from there on.
Well, we did promise you that if you're home, wherever you are, you're in the luxury of your living room. It doesn't change anything. The dynamics is going to remain the same. St. Rose Modern Secondary.
PBC did make a good fight back here.
They did make a good fight back.
Not enough in the tank, I would think. Maybe too late.
Maybe a little bit too late, but at least they would be happy that they were able to capture one of the top one of the top positions. It is action and it continues to unfold down here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium under the floodlights. And certainly as we go deep into the evening, in case you're wondering, it is exactly 8:30.
We have exactly so. We have the official results for the 4x100 meters for sub-junior girls. And I may have said Anglican High School have won that. It's actually St. David's Catholic Secondary in 53.6. Anglican High School in second with 53.61. And Happy Hill Secondary 55.66. Happy Hill Secondary too, giving a good account for themselves. We saw them feature in a number of events and performing well. These are the schools that are lesser known that we're speaking about. The Boca Secondary, the St. Rose Modern Secondary, yes. The boys category. Happy Hill Secondary used to be a challenger at one time, and it's good to see them again being featured on the track.
It isn't good. What are we looking at, Leslie? We're looking back to the
4x100 meters for junior girls.
4x100 meters for junior girls. The latest happened. Hillsborough Secondary, St. John's Christian, Happy Hill Secondary, Anglican High. And they are off and running. Let's see who makes up the stagger out as they go down the back straight on the first handover. Sass on the outside. Boca Secondary is there. Let's see who makes the first transition on the back straight. It is Sass out front. But St. David's Catholic Anglican High School is coming. It is Anglican High School motoring down the back stretch as she goes down on the stagger with Sass. A little bit off a tussle there, but Anglican High. But here comes St. David's Catholic Secondary, Anglican High School, St. David's Catholic. Sass on the outside, but it is Anglican High School making the third and final handover. Anglican High being chased there by St. David's Catholic. It is Anglican High School. A valiant effort there to try to put some pressure on her from St. David's Catholic, but it was all in vain. It was all Anglican High School, St. David's Catholic Secondary, and Happy Hill Secondary from all indications.
Talia Sampson was the winner of the 100 meters for the Anglican High School, so there was not going to be any catching Talia Sampson here today. Unfortunately, we did not see at St. Joseph Convent St. George's here. The likes of Ashanti Augustine coming up against Talia Sampson on the final leg never materialized because Convent did not get to the finals. But look at Talia Sampson go here. They got the batter just about the same time. She is actually the winner of the 100 meters, and there was no way the athlete Shade John from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School was going to catch Talia Sampson.
I'm telling you, there you see the official time. 51 seconds flat. St. David's Catholic Secondary, 51.63. Happy Hill Secondary, 54.01. Boca Secondary, 54.63. SAS, 54.82. The results there for that last event. We continued with the action.
The next event, the 4x100 meters for junior boys. We'll see Boca Secondary in 1, St. John's Christian in 2, St. David's Catholic in 3, St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary in 4, Grenada Boys Secondary in 5, Presentation Brothers College in 6, J.W. Fletcher in 7, and Wesley College in 8. Again, GBSS in lane 5 comes in with the fastest time, 44.7, and then we have SAS with 45.52 in lane 4. So SAS been disqualified in the previous relay for the boys category in lane 4, and normally when you see athletes or teams in lane 4, 5 or lane 3, they are amongst the better times, so they must feel disappointed that they were DQ'd from the 4x100 meters for sub-junior boys. But here in the junior boys, they have GBSS to contend with. They also have Presentation Brothers College, and these might just be the top contenders for the 4x100 meters for junior boys.
And this may just be among the events that literally alters the balance of power as they will continue with the pursuit of glory and excellence to become champions, male champions of Intercol 2022, Republic Bank Intercol 2022 is all happening down here at the National Stadium under the covers of the floodlights. And they go under the status orders. Boca Secondary in 1, St. John's Christian Secondary, St. David's Catholic, SAS in 4, GBSS in 5, Presentation Brothers College in 6, J.W. Fletcher in 7, Wesley College in 8. The boys 4x100 meters.
The excitement continues here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. Republic Bank Intercol 2022. The exciting relays in progress. Who is hungry for it? Boca, St. John's Christian, St. David's Catholic, SAS, PBC, GBSS, St. David's Catholic Secondary. There they go. SAS gaining a little ground on GBSS on this the first leg here. Let's see who makes the first handover. There is Hillsborough Secondary. Here comes SAS on the inside, going past GBSS already. Gaining on St. David's Catholic Secondary. GBSS trying to make a fight back here, but SAS with a slight lead over GBSS. Second handover. SAS fumbles a bit, but comes up ahead. SAS, GBSS comes back nicely here. What a run by GBSS. SAS in second position now. Final handover is GBSS. There goes KyleNet. KyleNet is going to go up, make a chase for it for SAS. But it's GBSS. Ethan Sam it is for GBSS. Ethan Sam is not going to allow that to happen today. KyleNet has to settle for second. What a run, what an exciting conclusion to the 4x1 for junior boys.
I'm telling you, I know the folks at home, they're on the edge of the seat. If you think the excitement is right where you are, trust me, the energy that's bleeding out of the National Stadium now, certainly, Leslie, it really makes it. We look at the official time for this one. The GBSS 45.63, SAS in second place 46.02, St. David's Catholic 46.61, the Presentation Brothers College 46.74. The boys 4x100 meters junior. That's the finals for you. GBSS gold, SAS silver, St. David's Catholic clinching the bronze.
Well, the boys have run much slower than they did in the preliminaries, and maybe it's a measure of the level of fatigue and tiredness. Because remember, all events have been condensed into one day. They have preliminaries, they have finals. They would have already done the 1, the 2, and the 4. And here they are for the 4x100 meters, and I'm sure some of them may be featured in the 4x400 meters, which would bring the curtains down on today's championship.
No doubt. It promises to be yet exciting. The next couple of races under the belt, on the floodlights here in the National Stadium. We out is live and in living colors. They're coming to you on the GIS and on GBN. And certainly it has lived up to the expectation, Leslie. The hype, the pump, the fanfare.
Well, I can tell you, I took a walk through the stands. The noise level is extremely high. There are a number of these air horns and a number of clatter and chatter and excitement and people chanting.
Definitely.
But one of the things that impressed me a lot today is the level of support from the staff of the Republic Bank. To me, the entire bank is here.
I think
all the branches are well represented. They're nicely adorned and neatly adorned in the Republic Bank T-shirts and their white caps. And the section in front of us here in the main pavilion is completely filled with staff members from the Republic Bank.
I think they needed to make a statement. They wanted to, and they made a statement.
So these are the air horns that I was referring to. Almost every student has one of those, and I can tell you, the noise level here is extremely high.
But as we can well appreciate, and certainly I don't think anybody is going to fault them for it, and it is deserved so that we should have in this measure of excitement.
I'm sure tomorrow they'll still be hearing those horns in the air.
Oh yes, definitely. The excitement is ripe, it is all over, it is
a lot of support for all the schools.
Support for all of the schools.
A contingent here from the St. David's Catholic Secondary, and they have the air horns as well.
I think they just waited for the final event. The girls or boys, either way, the celebration, they're awaiting. St. David awaits a celebration.
Well, they have the right to start celebrating because they have an honor syllable lead in the girls category, and there's no school that can theoretically catch them at this point in time.
We get it ready?
We just get some updated points standing here. St. David's Catholic is now on 306 in the girls category, and Anglican High School on 203. SAS has now moved into third position. They were fifth a while ago. They're now on 102 points. SJC St. George is on 99. In the boys, very quickly, GBSS on 211, PBC on 182.5. St. David's Catholic Secondary, 143. Boca, 89. Hillsborough Secondary, 82.5. And SAS on 80. That is going to change from the last relay where SAS placed second. And so SAS would now be ahead of Boca Secondary in position number 4.
I know you're home, you're crunching the numbers. You have your eyes fastened to the television. We're getting ready for the next event on the track. It's the girls 4x100 meet. That's the senior girls, the fastest young women at secondary school level. St. John's Christian Secondary out of 1. Convent, St. George in 2. Boca Secondary, Anglican High, St. David's Catholic, SAS in 6. Hillsborough Secondary, J.W. Fletcher, and Leslie, you call it as you see it.
There they go. St. David's Catholic Secondary making the stagger up on SAS already. Anglican High School is even good chase. So too is the athlete from the St. Joseph Convent, St. George. Happy Secondary fumbling the batter. Here comes Convent. Here comes Convent. Here comes Anglican High School. Anglican High School. What an event. She already won the senior girls 100 meters and 200 meters. And handover now. She establishes a good lead for her teammate here. Anglican High School looking very good. St. David's Catholic Secondary will have to make a very strong comeback here. And there she goes. Anglican High School fumbling the baton. But it's not going to be catching her now. Anglican High School is going to win this one. Good run here by, I think that's Dominic for St. David's Catholic Secondary, but she has too much grounds to cover here, is unable to win, and Anglican High School wins the 4x100 meters for senior girls. St. David's Catholic Secondary in second.
Whoa. Leslie. I know folks are probably saying we were here and we were trying to conjure up excitement.
But did you see that leg from Shanika Phillip?
That
second leg.
That was a monster run.
She virtually ate up the tracks.
She ate up the tracks and she literally handed the Anglican High, because they did not get that much of a great start on the first leg. But still, she had a lot of grounds to cover and she tore it up. Literally, without much of a conscience, I would say. She dug in deep and did what she has been doing all day.
There we see on screen now. She virtually went past everybody and established a winning lead, so to speak, on the rest of the field, and from then on it was curtains call for Anglican High School. Again, the baton passing, not much to be desired. A lot of work needs to be done with these young athletes during the baton passing, but Anglican High School here with a commanding lead and being able to maintain that. Although we saw a spirited comeback from St. David's Catholic Secondary School, but it was too little, too late.
Well, the excitement continues. The excitement continues down here at the stadium. And essentially, this is the tale of many different schools, but 2 champions to be crowned right here at Intercol 2022 under the Republic Bank banner.
Well, Joe, we've just been advised of some changes to the schedule. We have the cancellation of the 4x4 events. And so the final event of the day will be the 4x100 meters for senior boys. So the much anticipated and much looked forward to 4x400 meters have been cancelled, and I believe that is as a result of the time.
Yes.
It's now 13 minutes to 9, and the organizers may want to get the students home as early as possible. It's running late already, and so they have made that schedule change to cancel the 4x400 meters.
But in the midst of the prudence and judgment being exercised by the organizers, and so with grave consideration being given by all parties involved, I can well assume the students and the fans and the supporters, they may think it otherwise. But
well, they're not aware of that yet, so we only have one event remaining. The 4x100 meters for senior boys, and then we're going to have the final medal presentation and closing ceremony, and our own wrap-up here to look at what has happened today, who have been some of the outstanding athletes, and what they would have achieved during the course of today. So it must have been a very tiring day for both the athletes and spectators. Some athletes, I would have seen them like Shafania Houston. She would have done maybe 4 or 5 events today, including preliminaries. And that must be a very tiring feat for some of these athletes. There are others, Kevilisha Joseph, she did the 1500 and 800. Kyle Victor was featured maybe in about 4 or 5 events as well. Samson has been amongst the athletes as well. Williams from St. David's Catholic Secondary, who won the 400. He was in the 1, the 2, the 4. So he has had a heavy workload for him as well as running in the relays. So these athletes must be very tired. So it's not only the time, but I believe there are some very, very tired athletes, a lot of fatigue now.
And the worst of things you would want to do is with them being already spent from the excessiveness of their engagement, you would want any injuries to come to befall them. And certainly, but the decision is taken. That we'll be looking now. This will in fact be the final event on the day, and it's interesting that the scenes that you've seen on television, most of these athletes, supporters, they would not be aware of this. Leslie, they're not aware of this. But the final event of the day, and it comes up in just a bit, is the boys 4x100 meters. The lane assignment, J.W. Fletcher is going to occupy lane number 1. Booker Secondary sits in number 2. St. John's Catholic runs out of 3. Presentation Brothers College occupies lane number 4. Nestled in lane number 5 is Grenada Boys Secondary School. St. David's Catholic, they sit in lane number 7. St. Andrew's Anglican SAS occupies lane number 7, that is, and Happy Hill Secondary is in lane number 8. Yes, that we're getting ready for the final event of the day. The final event of the day, the 4x100 senior boys, and this one is going to bring the curtains down on the official activities here in the 2022 edition of the Republic Bank Intercol Games. But I'm quite certain that the celebration, the party, the excitement, the fervor that has been conjured up by today's activities is going to draw well into the morning and probably into the weekend as we would crown 2 champions this evening to represent. So we look at the lane assignment. J.W. Fletcher 1, Booker in 2, PBC in 3, GBSS in 5, St. David's Catholic Secondary runs out of lane number 6. SAS is nestled in lane number 7. And we have Happy Hill Secondary there on the outside in lane number 8. And St. John's Christian Secondary occupies number 3. Once the gun's off, Leslie will take you through the proceedings as we bring the final. We look at the final. We get ready for the final event on the day. The big boys, the big league it is now, the 4x100 meters.
Well, what a climax that is, and what excitement we've had for the entire day. They're up and running, the 4x100 meters senior boys, the final event on the day. And St. David's Catholic Secondary making up the stagger nicely up on SAS here. Who is it going to be? The first handover, St. David's Catholic Secondary fumbling out somewhat. Happy Hill Secondary is in contention. Here comes GBS. Here comes Presentation Brothers College. What a run by PBC. PBC looking good with Telemac. There goes PBC in the lead now. Challenged by Sam of GBSS. There goes PBC. What a run back by GBSS. It's going to be a battle for the finish. PBC and GBSS. It looks like McIntosh of PBC. Are they going to catch him? No, they won't be able to catch him. What a run indeed by PBC. An exciting finish. He calls them on. PBC 1, GBSS 2, Williams of St. David's Catholic Secondary in 3. What a run. Changing the lead several times between PBC and GBSS.
I think that race, traditionally, Leslie, the 4x4 is normally the race that brings the curtains down and sort of exemplifies Intercol. I think this 4x1, deservedly so, really epitomizes what is it that the sort of what has happened today.
In the absence of a 4x4, this 4x1 has taken charge of the final event. And look at it here. Look at the run here from Presentation Brothers College, right? He's out of the frame at the moment. GBSS is looking good, catching up on SAS. But there goes Telemac, I think it is, for PBC. He went past everybody, flankers, left dust in the track, and handed over to his teammate here, who was not able to maintain the lead. GBSS fumbling badly, yes, and maybe that's why they lost the race. But look at the comeback here by GBSS.
That's insane.
Look at the comeback on that third leg here. He saw real estate in front of him and he was going to take it. He went past PBC just about here now. They handed over just about the same time. Look at it here. And then it was a battle for the finish line here. A changeover of the baton by GBSS, losing some valuable time as well. And then PBC was gone and it was no catching him there on.
There was indeed no catching him at all. And it only highlights, Leslie, what we've been saying. The importance in these relays of getting all the different dynamics together so you can get that synergy. And certainly a Usain Bolt celebration as he got towards the well, folks, it is fireworks here at the James Athletic Stadium. It is magical. And this certainly bringing the curtains down on the first ever Republic Bank.
Joe, it's fireworks for all 17 schools that have participated.
Indeed, well deserved, deservedly so.
They did well, notwithstanding the circumstances. The winners will obviously be St. David's Catholic Secondary and GBSS by virtue of scoring the most points. But at the end of the day, it's a victory for track and field, a victory for the Secondary Schools Principals Association, a victory for the Ministry of Sports, a huge victory for Republic Bank.
Yes.
And all in all, a day well spent. We're going to summarize it for you momentarily, but we just want to enjoy the fireworks, allow the kids to revel in the glory and to bask in the victory as well. A tremendously good day, notwithstanding the inclement weather and the intermittent interruptions that we've had. A great day indeed for track and field.
The weather threatened early, but Intercol, it's officially back, Leslie. It is officially back.
Well, some victory celebrations by the St. David's Catholic Secondary School. They're doing a victory lap. So too are the athletes from the Grenada Boys Secondary School. These two schools emerge as the winners by virtue of scoring the most points. But we remind you that this is a special Intercol games, and the points are located today, and the times and distances returned are only for today. The existing Intercol records would stand, and there's no need for anybody to worry based on the circumstances of this Intercol game.
And while we say so with appreciation for what has been decided by the planning committee, Leslie, I can safely tell you that everything that transpired on and off the field today, for these schools, this is going down. They put this as another notch in their belt as they continue their march towards the glory of athletics. For GBSS, they were not going to have it any other way. For the Presentation Brothers College,
we must also say, Joe, that a number of schools have not participated. It's not to take away from any of the schools that participated here, but for example, the defending champions in the girls category, St. Joseph's Convent St. Andrew, the Grenada Christian Academy, the Grenville Secondary, St. Rose, Montrose 7-Day Comprehensive, McDonald College, St. Mark's Secondary. These schools did not compete. Westmoreland Secondary as well, and we've grown accustomed to them. We have some more points here. We're going to give you a rundown of the points. In the girls category, St. Rose Modern Secondary 5 points, Westerhall Secondary 5, Wesley College 7, St. John's Christian Secondary 32, so too is Bishop's College. Happy Hillsborough Secondary, 41, Happy Hills Secondary 56, Boca Secondary 79, SAS 106, St. Joseph Convent St. George 1 point ahead of SAS on 107, Anglican High School 219 and 99 points ahead, St. David's Catholic Secondary on 318.
Well, that's what transpired in the girls' division. In the boys' division, Wesley College, they ended the day on 3 points. Westerhall Secondary, 21. J.W. Fletcher, 22 points. Boca Secondary, 26. St. John's Christian Secondary, 27. Happy Hill Secondary, 42. St. Rose Modern Secondary, 62 points. Hillsborough Secondary, 83 and a half. SAS, 94. Tied with Boca Secondary for 94. In third position is St. David's Catholic Secondary on 159. The Presentation Brothers College in second place on 204 and a half points. And the winners in the boys category of Intercol 2022. Well, not winners, my apologies. The team emerging with the most amount of points.
I think we have 2 more events to update on this. This is after event number 52.
Yes.
Well, that will be the last event because 2 events were removed from the schedule.
Right.
We had a total of 54, but this is the result after 52 events. So this would actually be the official final point standing here. As the athletes and students of the St. David's Catholic Secondary School continue to celebrate their victory, so too are the athletes and supporters of the GBSS. There's a victory for all, I would think, but 2 schools emerge with the most points here today.
Victory for all. Athletics has prevailed. I think it's a good way, Leslie, that we've turned the corner as we make our advancement into what our officials termed was going to be the new normal. If this is what the new normal for athletics would be, if this is what the new normal for Intercol would be, we have some glorious days ahead of us.
Absolutely. And I just want to highlight maybe some of the, it wouldn't be all, but just some of the outstanding performances we've had today. And one cannot leave out Kedona Douglas of the Boca Secondary School. She was second in the 100 meters and she came back and won the 200 and 400 meters and also anchored the team in the relay. Shante Augustine of SJC, she was the winner of the 100 meters and came second in the 200 meters. Talia Sampson, Anglican High School, maybe the biggest surprise of the day, to beat Shante Augustine in the 100 meters, and she ran 12.46 seconds. Shonika Phillip of the Anglican High School in the senior girls category, she dominated that category on the track. In the long distance, we had Kevilsha Joseph of St. David's Catholic Secondary in the senior category. She won the 1500 and 800 meters. Kyle Victor of the GBSS, he took part in several events and he was victorious in both the 1500 meters and 800 meters. Shephonia Houston, maybe the Iron Lady of the games. And she won the 400 meters, the 800 meters. She's from the Anglican High School. And I think she also won another event at Shephonia Houston. Cameron Macklin of the GBSS in the sub-junior boys category. Ethan Sam also of the GBSS winning the 100 meters. Rickel Telemark of PBC. And we can't forget that outstanding leg that he ran on the relay. We cannot definitely forget St. Rose Modern Secondary. That duet of Tyler Charles and Isaiah Fraser, doing the double both in the 100 meters and 200 meters. St. Rose Modern Secondary, take a bow. Your guys did an extremely good job. And they came back and won in the 4x100 meters for the sub-juniors. So, St. Rose Modern Secondary, we'll be looking to see these two athletes emerge and continue in the junior and senior categories. That's Tyler Charles and Isaiah Fraser. So these are some of the outstanding athletes, but I cannot leave out that spirited run by Ziana Bain of SJC St. George to come back and get second place in a relay. I think it was a relay or 400 meters. I think it was the 400 meters for senior girls. A very, very outstanding run by Ziana Bain of the SJC St. George.
Well, the scenes you see here on screen is a carnival-like atmosphere down here at the National Stadium. A convergence, a real melting pot of athletes from the GBSS, the St. David's Catholic, who have emerged top of the points ranking for this special edition of the Republic Bank Intercol Games. I think you continue to say, Leslie, Republic Bank. There are a lot of winners in this today. Republic Bank, a clear winner. No argument over this. Intercol has won. Athletics has won. And we've definitely turned the corner. And we say kudos to athletics. There's been a lot that we can highlight. I mean, when you look at the points table today, Leslie, and we've seen a lot of the emergence of some of the non-traditional schools. And it augurs well. Boca Secondary, Happy Hill Secondary,
St. Rose Modern Secondary.
Rose Modern Secondary. You must. It begs the question. Something good must be happening in JW Fletcher, one of the youngest schools on the island. You saw the presence. They made their mark. St. George's Institute. They came, but overall, if you ask me, I'm really happy with what has transpired with St. David's Catholic Secondary.
Well, they completely dominated and obliterated the field in the female category.
Yes.
And the boys gave a good account of themselves. They were in the top 5 as well, I think, in the boys category.
They were in the top 5.
Actually, they came third in the boys category with 159 points.
So if you were to tally overall,
they would be the overall winners.
They would be
by virtue of combined points.
Presentation Brothers College, surprise?
A very good account of themselves. We know PBC over the years have been the whooping boys, but in recent times they have really come into their own, especially in the sub-junior and junior categories. But today we saw them dominating the senior category on the track with Telemaka and others.
What you thought with what came out of Carriacou in the previous years? They've always been there. Not much.
Maybe a little disappointing from Carriacou this time around, both Bishop College and Hillsborough Secondary. They've done much better than that in the past, and again, they came in very small contingents, and that may as well be reflected in the overall performance. But we know that they have a very good program. As a matter of fact, as we speak now, the athlete from Carriacou has done extremely well in Jamaica, winning the discus and the javelin event. At the boys and girls champ in Jamaica that's happening now. And so Carriacou in recent times have been doing very well in the field events. They've made a mark in the track as well. And so kudos to the young lady from Carriacou who has done well at champs.
Indeed, it only shows that the prowess that exists here on the island in track and field continues to make its impression across the region and the world at large. We came, we saw, and we continue to conquer in the field, in the areas of track and field. Folks, in case you're just joining us, we were forced, for obvious reasons, well, it may not be obvious to you, but I think it came down, Leslie, to the issue of time, and the officials made the determination that they would end the day without the inclusions of the 4x4s.
Yeah, so that was a judgment call. Maybe it was a good call. Remember, this is a special Intercol games, and so it's not really for championship honors, but to give the athletes an opportunity, the students an opportunity to put their talent on show here and to get some competition as well. And so the officials made the call to remove to cancel the last two events. And so that is what happened. So at the end of the day, the St. David's Catholic Secondary prevailed in the girls category and the GBSS prevailed in the boys category. But as we continue to say, it's a victory for all today.
A victory for all, no arguments over that. And certainly, I mean, we must say kudos, congratulations again to the Grenada Principals Association. Congratulations to Republic Bank and the way they had to embrace the fact that Intercol 2022 was on. Actually, it had an abrupt and punctuated end back in 2020. Certainly, we see that they came. Many have come, they've conquered, and they have delivered. All athletes, we say, Leslie, all may not have walked away with gold, but all athletes, all schools, they are champions by virtue of having participated in this special edition of Intercol, the Republic Bank Intercol 2022.
So one group of people we definitely cannot leave out, Joe, the folks at the GIS and TNR Communication for the cameramen and for the expert work that they've done to produce these games. And I want to single out and recognize Ron Diali, who has been the producer, Dovel Emily, Sherian Noel, who has been doing a lot of the interviews in the mix zone and in the stands, Akir Alim, Shabazz Alexander, Leroy Francois, Abigail McIntyre, who has been providing a lot of support for us here in the commentary position, Kellon Noel, Neil Isaac, Oswin Paul, Gary Stephen, Colin Peters, Andriel Patrick, and of course the Chief Executive Officer of TNR, Richie Olivier. So we want to recognize all of them. We want to also recognize all of the different media houses that were bringing the games live to you, the viewers, the GBN on the TV channel as well as the Facebook pages, Uncut Media, Mikey Live, and several others that brought or relayed the broadcast to everyone so that they can enjoy as much as we did here at the National Stadium. So what we're going to do, Joe, we're going to have final words up here, and then we're going to hand over to Sherian, who's on the grounds, to do the final wrap-up. So your overall assessment and concluding remarks on today's Intercol games.
I am entirely satisfied. I know the day started with a bit of a stutter, with a challenge that the rain offered, but it held. The heavens must be pleased with what you knew that Republic Bank and the Grenada Principals Association had in store. But I think indeed it was an excellent day for the sponsors, an excellent day for the athletes, an excellent day at the end of the day. Athletics has prevailed, and we want to say to the world at large that Intercol, it is back under the auspices, under the new brand of Republic Bank.
Thank you, Joe, and the 7,000 plus fans that were here and the several more that were viewing on TV or on the various media houses and social media platforms must be enthralled and excited and satisfied with a great performance from the athletes and a great production indeed. And so we say kudos to all of the athletes that have done well, those that will be going on to the Carifta Games, those that will be going on to other meets, and to wish them well and to hope that next year when we come back here for the Republic Bank Intercol Games, when in its full version of 2 or 3 days, we're going to see much more exciting performances, much more competition and competitiveness, the return of all of the schools as well, the continued support from Republic Bank and all of the other contributors to the games, and we look forward to that. So what we're going to do now, we're going to put a wrap on things here in the commentary position on behalf of Ashley Cummins, Davis Adams, Bernard Antwine, yourself, Joseph Cador. I'm Leslie Smith saying so long. See you again next time we have track and field here at the National Stadium. The Republic Bank Intercol Games. We're going to hand over to Sherian down on the field for final closing remarks and wrap up. Thank you and so long.
Good night, Grenada.
This is where we come to the end of the live broadcast of the Republic Bank Intersecondary School Championships 2022. What an evening of athletics it was right here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. We say a special congratulations to the St. David's Catholic Secondary School. They won the girls division with 318 points, followed by the Anglican High School with 219 points. St. Joseph's Convent St. George's came in third with 107. The St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary fourth with 106. And the Boca Secondary School fifth, 79, followed by the Happier Secondary School on 41 points. In the boys division, it was a rather keen competition there, so we say congratulations to the Grenada Boys Secondary School, who amassed a total of 227 points. They were followed by the Presentations Brothers College on 188.50 points. St. David's Catholic Secondary, 151. St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary, 92. Boca, 91. And the Hillsborough Secondary School, 83.50. We brought you all the highlights, all the entertainment, everything that happened here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. Before we shut the broadcast, I just want to say a special thank you to the entire production team that involved Rondi Ali, Dovell Emily. We also had Nihal Isaac, Andriel, Abigail McIntyre, Kellon Noel, Akir, Leroy, Neelon. Who else am I missing? Neelon, Kellon, just the entire crew. Those over based at GIS as well. We say thank you. Team effort made the dream work. And this is where we say until Intercol 2023. I am Sherry and Noel, thanking you very much for making GIS Channel 22 your home for superb Intercol Games coverage 2022.
Broadcast of the Republic Bank Intercol 2022 Games is made possible by Republic Bank, we're the one for you. Rise and Shine Supermarket, Grenada Electricity Services Limited, Country Cold Store, Grenada Bottling Company, Consumers Guarantee Insurance, K&R Store, the National Water and Sewage Authority.
Building or renovating your home or business? Why not use clean, renewable energy? Install solar panels to power your home and office and see your energy costs